Chapter 1. As night descends and the stars twinkle, it seems as though countless dreams are ignited in the darkness, illuminating the vast sea route 8T this moment. Within the Naval Academy, a figure stands in the dormitory corridor, illuminated by the starlight of the Milky Way. He gazes at the cherry blossom trees lining the walkway below, his eyes gradually becoming lost in thought. Have I traversed into another realm? Though I do not bear the name Monkey or GOL, nor am I connected to the celestial dragons, being a student of the Zephyr Academy is still a commendable beginning. However, what is this devil fruit known as the weapon's fruit? Rosen's mind races with thoughts. Just moments ago, he had abruptly awakened from slumber, his past lives' memories flooding back to him. A torrent of recollections regarding his former existence and the pirate world surged within, causing a sharp pain in his forehead. Seeking to clear his mind, he stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, hoping to untangle the labyrinth of memories. The weapon's fruit allows one to transform any part of their body into a weapon. That's not too shabby. Although it is neither a logia nor a mythical zoan, it is certainly preferable to being entirely unarmed. Isn't this the same devil fruit possessed by Baby 5, one of Don Quixote-Doflamingo's subordinates? Could it be that without this awakening, I would have perished soon after, leaving the weapon's fruit to Baby 5? Would Doflamingo have eliminated me? A sense of unease gripped Rosen's heart. Initially relieved to know he was not in the same cohort as Ein and Binsthus, avoiding an encounter with Edward Weevil now found it impossible to relax. Even if this was merely a conjecture, having stumbled upon the serendipity of transmigration, he certainly did not wish to test its veracity. The Naval Academy operates on a one-year program. This implies I have at most a year before I am randomly assigned to a branch of the Navy, be it in the Four Seas or the Grand Line. Even if my assumption about encountering Doflamingo proves true, once I graduate and am dispatched to a branch in the New World, I will inevitably confront not just Doflamingo, but even more fearsome creatures. When that time comes, how shall I confront the monstrosities of the New World? Will a mere weapon's fruit suffice? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of agitation washed over Rosen. Had he consumed a mythical zoan or a logia, he would face the prospect of confronting Doflamingo beings even stronger than him with unflinching resolve. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had ingested a paramecia-type weapon's fruit. Contemplating that the weapon's fruit in Baby 5's possession would merely yield a collection of mundane weapons deepened his frustration. Transmigration accompanied by a devil fruit was no boon, especially as his constitution differed from that of Blackbeard, leaving him with no options for change. As Rosen wrestled with his tumultuous thoughts, a refreshing night breeze suddenly swept through, akin to invisible hands caressing the cherry blossom trees surrounding the dormitory. The branches swayed, and petals gently fell. In an instant, like myriad sprites, they danced gracefully before him. Not only did they dispel the anger within his heart, but they also inadvertently sparked a thought. Cherry blossoms, perhaps? If my weapon fruit could transform into a Zampicudo, even if it were merely 1,000 cherry blossoms, it would undoubtedly rival those devil fruits of the natural and mythical types. Don Quixote Doflamingo is hardly a concern. Thus mused Rosen. As he exhaled softly, releasing his pent-up frustration, the world around him suddenly darkened. The starry sky vanished. The dormitory disappeared. The scene before him blurred slightly, transforming into a vast suspension bridge, where stood a man clad in Shinigami garb, exuding an air of nobility. His icy gaze pierced like a blade, fixed upon a robust figure on the bridge. That's so. You are from the Shiba clan? In that case, my earlier leniency was quite inappropriate. The Shinigami, resembling a nobleman, gripped his sword with one hand, poised before him. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. As his words fell, the blade of his Zampicudo radiated a chilling purple light, and from its tip, it began to unfurl, transforming into delicate yet perilous blades resembling cherry blossoms, swirling outward in all directions. That on the suspension bridge stood the robust man, yet now, confronted by the flurry of 1,000 cherry blossoms, amidst the countless blades dancing like sprites, he could only widen. His eyes, his body tensing, rendered powerless as he succumbed to the onslaught of the cherry blossom blades from all sides. Then came the 1,000 cuts. Blood gushed forth, with a series of sickening sounds as the blades met flesh. The scene before him, the bridge, the Shinigami, and the swirling 1,000 cherry blossoms, as well as the man being mercilessly shattered into nothingness. The starry night returned. The cherry blossom trees flanking the dormitory swayed gently in the breeze, their branches dancing and releasing cascades of petals. Is this an illusion? Rosen stared blankly at the scene, questioning whether his recent experiences were mere figments of his imagination, when suddenly a voice emerged. No, it was like a thought manifesting in his mind. surging forth from nowhere. You possess extraordinary insight through the contemplation of your own being. Combined with the superhuman weapon fruit, you have comprehended the exclusive skill. 1,000. Cherry blossoms jolt coursed through Rosen's heart. 1,000 cherry blossoms. This was the Zanpakuto of Suk Eisen from the world of Shinigami. Perhaps not the strongest, but undoubtedly the most elegant. Upon its initial release, in the blink of an eye, one could command myriad blades, a perfect blend of offense and defense. The final release speaks for itself, with successive final release skills elevating both beauty and power to their zenith. Especially during the 1,000-year Blood War arc, after its initial release, the quantity of cherry blossom blades could rival that of the previous final release, and the final release itself spoke volumes of its might. The quantity of cherry blossom blades is immeasurable. So this is my hidden advantage, Rosen murmured to himself. Neither the students of the Zephyr class nor the weapon fruit he possesses can be considered his true advantage. It is his prodigious comprehension that stands out. With this extraordinary gift, even a weapon fruit that performs mediocrity in the hands of Baby 5 can unleash an astonishingly brilliant power. The handcrafted Zangetsu, Senbenzakura, serves as a prime example. Wait a moment. Now that I possess this unparalleled comprehension, if I can wield the weapon fruit to handcraft Senbenzakura, can I also handcraft other Zangetsu? An epiphany struck Rosen. The weapon fruit is not limited to conjuring a single weapon. Similarly, he should not be restricted to handcrafting just one Zangetsu in an instant. Ryūjin, Kagemahara, Garimu, Zangetsu, and Akatsuki. The familiar names of various Zangetsu erupted in his mind like a volcanic eruption, spewing forth in a torrent of inspiration. The weapon fruit, you say? This initiation seems rather splendid. Rosen reached out to catch a cherry blossom petal dancing in the wind, a gentle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the confusion and unease he felt upon his arrival in this new world dissipated, replaced solely by anticipation for his future. The following day, upon awakening, the first thing Rosen did was to focus his mind, and in an instant, a line of text leapt before his eyes. Senbenzakura exclusive skill. Your comprehension is extraordinary, enabling you to visualize the Zangetsu, and, in conjunction with the weapon fruit, autonomously grasp this exclusive skill. In a moment of thought, the sword transforms into myriad forms. Requires weapon fruit. Rosen withdrew his gaze. This was the first moment he truly appreciated the allure of possessing a weapon fruit upon his arrival. Without the weapon fruit, even with his extraordinary comprehension, he would merely be left staring blankly, unable to wield the exclusive skill of Senbenzakura. For this skill requires the weapon fruit to be utilized. Without it, he could never handcraft Senbenzakura. Weapon fruit. Truly delightful. After praising the weapon fruit once more, Rosen exited his dormitory and, following the directions etched in his memory, made his way to the Naval Academy's dining hall for breakfast. Aside from himself, he noticed a considerable number of individuals within the hall. There were Academy staff as well as fellow students like him. 10 minutes later, Rosen rose from the dining hall and headed towards the classroom building, accompanied by several students exiting the hall. However, they soon dispersed. The Naval Academy is organized into classes not merely numbered as 1, 2, or 3, but rather divided into ordinary and special classes. Among these, the special class is known as the Zephyr class, personally taught by the Academy's chief instructor, former Admiral Zephyr. The Zephyr class. Within, there are either geniuses or those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Indeed, it is a case of differing fates among peers. Upon witnessing Rosen's stride towards the Zephyr class, many ordinary class students could not help but express their envy. That is the Zephyr class. Though it lacks distinctive features, whatever is taught in the Zephyr class is also imparted in the ordinary class. The only difference is the assurance of a safety net. Graduating from this class guarantees an automatic rank of colonel in the Navy. Indeed, students who graduate from the Zephyr class, barring any unfortunate demise in battle, will at the very least hold the rank of colonel in the headquarters. That is the baseline, there is none lower. Meanwhile, Rosen arrived at the entrance of the Zephyr class, peering inside to find a considerable number of individuals already present. Moreover, he could discern several familiar, yet unfamiliar faces among them. 2 cigars in hand, exuding an air of arrogance and menace, that a pink-haired beauty, exuding both grace and confidence. Smoker, Hina, and then there's. Rosen's gaze lingered briefly on the cigar-smoking man and the pink-haired woman before being drawn away by 2 individuals of considerable stature, akin to that of future admirals. 1 man bore a capybara-like face, his squinted eyes conveying a lewdness reminiscent of Borsalino. The woman possessed striking beauty, with a generous bosom and a beauty mark gracing her lips. Most striking were her legs, which exceeded even Hina's height, yet perfectly complemented her overall proportions. For reference, Hina's height stands at 1.9 meters. Gion, future candidates for admiral. Rosen withdrew his gaze, contemplating inwardly. He had not anticipated his classmates to be so formidable. 2 candidates for admiral, one from the natural system, and several others whose names eluded him. Just from this one class, they could potentially sweep away nearly all pirate crews, save for the 4 emperors. Not only Rosen, but Gion, and Smoker were also observing those around them. After all, they would be spending the upcoming year in close proximity. Out of curiosity or caution, they naturally scrutinized their peers. Shortly after Rosen took his seat, a few more students trickled in, swiftly filling the remaining seats. Suddenly, a thunderous bell tolled, jolting everyone's attention, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. From afar to near, almost simultaneously, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the classroom entrance. A man, clad in a coat of justice, his physique as solid as granite and stature towering like an iron tower, stood at the threshold. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he surveyed the classroom, akin to a general surveying his domain. Greetings, I am Zephyr. You may refer to me as Teacher Zephyr or Instructor Zephyr, whichever you prefer. In the year ahead, I shall guide you in becoming exemplary members of the Navy. Zephyr cast a sweeping glance over each student in the classroom before striding confidently to the podium. After a brief self-introduction, he delivered a startling proclamation. First and foremost, you must understand what constitutes an exceptional Navy. That is to possess the physique of a monster, the will of steel, and an overwhelming aura of dominance. That it matters not from which race you hail, or whether you are a user of the devil fruit. Only by embodying these qualities can you bear the weight of absolute justice. He seized a piece of chalk and inscribed the 4 formidable characters on the blackboard. Absolute justice. Then, with a resounding clap against the board, Zephy's eyes widened, unleashing a formidable aura akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, causing every student in the room to change color and tense up. This the gravitas of a former Marine admiral. Rosen's pupils constricted, his heart quaking. In that moment, he perceived Zephyr not as a mere man, but as a towering monster standing atop the ocean's peak. Even more terrifying was the fact that this monster was now fixated on him with an intense gaze. Physical prowess and willpower are not forged overnight. They can only be cultivated through relentless training and combat. Thus, the first lesson I impart to you today is about Jakka, a paragon who ascended to the rank of admiral through mastery of physical prowess and hockey. Zephy's reverence for hockey was undoubtedly paramount. Hence, his inaugural lesson centered on the question, what is hockey? Hockey is the ability to seize the body of a natural type user when they transform into an element. It is the power to suppress the abilities of a myriad of bizarre superhuman type users. It is the means by which you can confront animal type users with monstrous physiques using your own fists and feet. This form of hockey, known as armament hockey, lies dormant within each of you, is an innate potential that has simply gone unrecognized. Now, your task is to acknowledge it, discover it, and then wield it, just as you command your limbs. Transform hockey into an extension of your very being. As Zephyr elucidated the concept of armament hockey, he raised his arm, emitting strands of violet luminescence that coiled around his fist. With a clang reminiscent of metal striking metal, his fist hardened into a deep black, resembling a steel gauntlet. Witnessing this spectacle, some furrowed their brows, others wore expressions of worry, while some engaged in deep contemplation. After imparting the methods to awaken armament hockey and sharing his distilled experiences, Zephyr fell silent, crossing his arms and standing at the podium, quietly observing the transformations of each student. Recognize it, discover it, wield it. Rosen murmured to himself, his mind replaying the vivid imagery of Zephyr utilizing armament hockey, akin to a film on an endless loop. Your extraordinary intuition allows you to comprehend the essence of the domineering force through the teachings of Zephyr, merging the experiences of your past and present to grasp a unique skill, the supreme mastery of domineering energy. The supreme mastery of domineering energy, infusing one's consciousness into the domineering force, enabling one to manipulate it at will, achieving an exquisite level of control over the force within. Such mastery requires transcendent insight. Suddenly, a surge of information surged through his mind. Your extraordinary intuition allows you to comprehend the essence of the domineering force through the teachings of Zephyr, merging the experiences of your past and present to grasp a unique skill, the supreme mastery of domineering energy. The supreme mastery of domineering energy, infusing one's consciousness into the domineering force, enabling one to manipulate it at will, achieving an exquisite level of control over the force within. Such mastery requires transcendent insight. In that moment, a tremor coursed through Rosen's heart. The supreme mastery of domineering energy to infuse one's consciousness into the domineering force, thus achieving the ability to control at will. Isn't this merely an imposing version of the return of life? Yet, the efficacy remains uncertain. With this thought, Rosen's mind stirred, and his consciousness began to delve into his inner self. Initially, his vision was engulfed in utter darkness. However, as his awareness continued to descend, he gradually discerned a faint glimmer of light. Following this luminescence, he drew nearer and ultimately reached the innermost depths of his being, where he beheld 3 luminous orbs, akin to bulbs in the night. One pulsated like a tide, another crackled like a dark crimson lightning bolt, and the last resembled a vast eye. Is this the innate power that I possess? Wait a moment. 3 luminous orbs, each radiating a distinct hue of domineering spirit. Could it be that I possess the conqueror's haki, a trait found only in a select few among millions? Rosen's heart surged with elation. Though one can ascend to the pinnacle of power upon the seas without the conqueror's haki, exemplified by the 3 admirals, only those endowed with this extraordinary ability can truly stand among the elite. Ascending to the highest echelons of dominance, akin to the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks, the innate quality of kingship is bestowed at birth. One either possesses it or does not, with no possibility for alteration through effort. The realization that he, too, now possessed such a gift filled him with joy. It was time to test it. Suppressing his exhilaration, Rosen infused his consciousness into the flowing orb of light. The moment his awareness fully melded with the orb, he not only comprehended its significance, but also experienced an exhilarating sensation, as if he could manipulate the orb with unparalleled ease, even more fluidly than controlling his own limbs. With a flicker of thought, the orb, infused with his consciousness, burst forth like a dam releasing a torrent, streaming radiant energy throughout his entire being. Meanwhile, Zephyr continued to observe each student in the classroom. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if sensing something amiss. He swiftly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on a student seated in the back row, Rosen, the wielder of the superhuman fruit. As Zephyr's mind swiftly processed Rosen's identity, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had beheld something utterly extraordinary. Under his gaze, Rosen's form suddenly erupted in a radiant purple light, which then coalesced into streams of violet luminescence, resembling serpentine dragons of light entwined around him. In that instant, a resounding clash of metal echoed forth, startling the students in the classroom, who turned their attention toward the source of the sound. Zephyr's brow furrowed deeply, a surge of unease coursing through him. How is that possible? What the devil? Just as demonstrated by teacher Zephyr, has he already mastered the technique of armament haki? Not only that, but while teacher Zephyr merely enveloped his hand with haki, he has astonishingly managed to harden his entire body. How long has it been? Could it be that he mastered the armament haki from the very beginning? Observing Rosen's skin, which resembled black iron and emanated an indomitable aura, both Gion and Kaji, the promising candidates for future admirals, along with Smoker, who displayed little interest in haki, were all rendered speechless in disbelief. I had only just begun to grasp the concept. If all went smoothly, it would likely take me a day to master the armament haki. Has this man already reached such a level? Gion gazed intently at Rosen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of intrigue. Who says women are inferior to men? Since childhood, she aspired to become the first female admiral in the history of the Navy headquarters. With the support of her dear sister Crane and the legendary hero Garp, she received accolades not only for her stature befitting an admiral, but also for her extraordinary potential. This elevated her standards significantly. Unless one were an admiral or possessed the caliber of an admiral, ordinary individuals would hardly catch her eye. To her surprise, there was someone in her class besides Kaji who was so far ahead of both him and me. If Crane and Vice Admiral Garp praised me for my potential, then what could be said of him? A tempest of emotions surged within Gion. This young man is truly impressive. While I am still struggling to find my haki, he has already achieved full body hardening. Remarkable. Kaji directly gave Rosen a thumbs up, his tone devoid of jealousy, filled solely with admiration. Those 3 glowing orbs indeed represent the 3 types of haki. This implies that the remaining 2 must be observation and conqueror's haki. In response to Kaji's praise, Rosen merely nodded, maintaining an air of composure. Having recently comprehended the skills of thousand cherry blossoms and the essence of Haki, especially after awakening the armament Haki, his mindset gradually shifted. No longer was he easily startled as he had been upon his arrival. Instead, he pondered the other two forms of Haki. Have you practiced Haki before? At that moment, Zephyr approached Rosen. The term Haki was first introduced to me by you, Teacher Zephyr, Rosen replied, momentarily setting aside his thoughts. Remarkable. Zephyr had been closely observing Rosen, even employing his observation Haki to sense the fluctuations in the young man's emotions and thoughts. He was nearly certain that this student was indeed experiencing Haki for the first time. I initially believed that Borisolino, Sakazuki, and Kuzan were already exceptional. Yet I was taken aback to discover someone even more formidable. In their time, it took those three an entire day to master the intricacies of armament Haki. And you? In merely half an hour, a hint of astonishment crept into Zephyr's voice. Since his retirement and appointment as the chief instructor, he had encountered countless prodigies. Even among those possessing the caliber of a marine admiral, there were no more than three. Yet now, he found someone surpassing the achievements of the three admirals in their prime. How could he not be astonished? To excel beyond the candidates of those admirals in their youth? This was nothing short of monstrous. Did he not hear that Mr. Sakazuki and the others took a full day to grasp the principles of armament Haki during their time at the Marine Academy? And yet this individual? Half an hour. If he were not a prodigy, how could he accomplish such an extraordinary feat? Upon hearing Zephyr mention that Rosen's accomplishments eclipsed those of the three admirals in their youth, an uproar erupted in the classroom. Silence. What you must do is not to astonish others, but to concentrate on your own self. Remember, the essence of dominance is the outward manifestation of willpower, thus unwavering belief is the foundation of true authority. Noticing the classroom's slight commotion, Zephyr cast a piercing gaze. And instantly, all the students fell silent. However, when they turned their eyes towards Rosen, they were still filled with astonishment. To know it, to find it, to utilize it, aside from Gion and Kaki, everyone else remained at the stage of merely knowing about this power. But what of Rosen? He had transcended the realms of merely knowing and discovering this force, already reaching the level of wielding it. It was akin to all entering school together in the first grade, while I had just begun to peruse the first grade textbook. You had already delved into the advanced materials of senior year. How could one not be awestruck? The complete hardening of one's body is applicable only in response to unavoidable area attacks. In combat against pirates, such a strategy must be avoided. Fully hardening the body will exacerbate the depletion of one's power. Unless one wishes to squander it, such an endeavor is utterly futile. Zephyr scrutinized Rosen from head to toe. Then, with the swiftness of lightning, his right hand shot out, his finger landing precisely on Rosen's neck. As a former admiral of the Navy, despite having retired and not having engaged in battle for a considerable time, his vision, experience, and awareness had not diminished with his retirement. This single touch was enough to shatter the armor of willpower that enveloped Rosen's entire being, yet it did not harm his clone. Even after receiving that gentle jab, Rosen remained seated, unperturbed, as if untouched. Behold, said Zephyr, if you concentrate all your Busashoka Haki on hardening your neck, your defense will undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. You would not be so easily shattered by a single blow from me. Zephyr retracted his finger, and the student expressed gratitude, saying, Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Lawson felt a cold shiver run down his spine, immediately recalling Virgo. If the latter had merely focused his Haki on a single area while confronting Trafalgar Law and Punk Hazard, he likely would not have been dispatched with a single strike. Since you have called me Teacher Zephyr, I now bear the responsibility to instruct you properly, Zephyr declared, gesturing with his hand. He scanned the classroom, where students were still struggling to master Busashoka Haki. After a moment's contemplation, he made a startling announcement. From this day forth, you shall no longer attend classes with the others. The room fell into stunned silence, including Lawson. Why? Rosen's expression remained unchanged. Elsewhere, he was concerned about the potential pitfalls that arise when one stands out too starkly, like a tree among the forest, vulnerable to the winds of envy. However, within the confines of the Naval Academy, particularly in the Zephyr class, such worries were unfounded. On the contrary, the more he excelled, the greater Zephyr's delight. It is indeed an injustice to confine a genius to the company of mere mortals. Likewise, Zephyr gazed at Rosen, articulating each word with deliberate precision. Upon hearing this, Rosen fell into a reflective silence. He comprehended Zephyr's implication. It was akin to placing Ryūjin and Jichi, the prodigies of Zephy's class, into a standard class where they could master the intricacies of Haki's hardening and wrapping within a single day, while their peers would require half a year or even several years to achieve the same. Subsequently, for an extended period, neither Ryūjin nor Jichi would experience any further advancement. This was not due to a lack of talent, but rather because the instructors of the ordinary class were still reiterating the fundamental concepts of Haki's hardening and conducting repetitive training in its application. However, Ryūjin and Jichi had already thoroughly grasped these concepts. No amount of attendance in class or additional study would be anything but a waste of time. In contrast, the situation in Zephy's class was entirely different. It was not merely a disparity in teaching quality, but also a divergence in pedagogical approaches. Similarly, Rosen's current experience in Zephy's class mirrored this. He had mastered the hardening and wrapping of Haki in merely half an hour, while Smoker had yet to awaken any Haki at all. Even the exceptionally talented Ryūjin and Jichi had not yet attained mastery over Haki. This implied that if Rosen remained in Zephy's class, continuing to partake in lessons akin to those of Smoker, he too would be squandering his time. Rosen, he declared, from this moment forth, I shall arrange an exclusive class for you. There will be no need for you to return to this classroom. I will dedicate my time solely to your instruction. Zephyr's words stirred a tempest within the classroom. What? Smoker, Hinata, and the others were taken aback, their hearts quaking with astonishment. Why did the students of Zephy's class evoke such envy from those in other classes? It was not merely due to the guaranteed rank of colonel. Far more significant was the opportunity to receive instruction from the former Marine Admiral Zephyr himself. Yet now, it seemed that Zephyr had established a special class exclusively for Rosen, offering one-on-one guidance. The disparity in treatment was stark and profound. This was no longer a mere relationship between instructors and students of a naval academy. It resembled that of a true master and disciple. Do not accuse me of favoritism towards Rosen, nor should you claim that I deny you opportunities. Let today be the limit. Whoever can master the application of Haki before the school bell tolls shall be granted exceptional permission to join this newly formed class. Zephyr, having discerned the envy among the students, used Rosen as an example to further ignite their competitive spirits. Particularly, he seemed to cast a casual glance towards Gion and Keiji. To learn the application of Haki within a single day? For 99% of this vast ocean, such an achievement was unfathomable. Only those few exceptional individuals with the potential of a general could possibly attain it. Having previously instructed the likes of Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Kazan, Zephyr had already taken note of Gion and Keiji the moment he stepped into the classroom. In them, he perceived the echoes of Borsellino and his peers. Thus, while Zephyr's words appeared to address the entire classroom, they were, in essence, directed solely at Gion and Keiji. As for others, like Smoker, even if Zephyr were to make an exception and allow them to join Rosen's class, it would only serve to deepen Smoker's despair. As his classmates advanced at breakneck speed, he found himself stagnant. Enduring such blows day after day, over time, would lead to a catastrophic erosion of his confidence. One day, Gion clenched her fists tightly, her eyes gleaming with a flicker of fervor. She understood that mastering the art of Haki in half an hour, as Rosen did, was an unattainable feat for her. However, she held confidence in accomplishing it within a day. After all, she had already crossed the first threshold spoken of by Zephyr, understanding Haki, discovering Haki, and utilizing Haki. Presently, she stood at the second stage, finding Haki. It seemed that I, too, possess a glimmer of opportunity. Kaki mused quietly, who with the potential of a great leader would willingly admit to being inferior to others, even witnessing Rosen's superiority firsthand. He merely believed that Rosen's pace in mastering Haki surpassed his own, yet the disparity in strength was not necessarily so. Fire Mountain, come over here for a moment. Assist this old man in teaching. Zephyr summoned Fire Mountain, who was at that time still a major general in the headquarters. Compared to other major generals like Doberman, known for their ironclad and uncompromising demeanor, Fire Mountain's character is markedly gentler. When not dispatched on missions, he is often called upon to substitute teach or serve as an aide. In no time, upon receiving Zephyr's call, Fire Mountain hastened to the location. Upon entering the classroom, his gaze immediately fell upon Rosen. Clearly, Zephyr had already briefed him on Rosen's situation during their earlier conversation. Is he truly an even more abnormal creature than Biscuit and the others? It is beyond imagination that such individuals exist in this world. Fire Mountain regarded Rosen, unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. The emergence of another student with the potential of a great admiral from the Naval Academy is already remarkable. And now, there appears a supermonster that surpasses even that potential. How could he not be astonished? Rosen, Zephyr beckoned, gesturing for him to follow. After summoning a substitute for the fire-burned mountain, Zephyr led Rosen away from the classroom into a room adorned with several devices resembling wooden dummies, yet crafted from steel. This was the instrument designed by the class leader of the Navy Science class, Voyage, intended for testing one's spiritual power. Its maximum capacity was 10,000. With this device, students could clearly observe their progress in the early stages. Zephyr pointed towards a spiritual power apparatus and stated, "What you must do now is unleash your haki and strike the apparatus with all your might." He crossed his arms and regarded Rosen attentively. Very well. Upon hearing this, Rosen immediately infused himself with the essence of haki, enveloping his right arm with all the armed haki at his disposal, solidifying both his fist and forearm. He then lunged forward, his spine taut like a drawn bow, and struck with a punch akin to a swift arrow. With a resounding thud, the moment his fist collided with the power device, a small display screen flickered to life, revealing a series of numbers, 260. Not too shabby. According to the world government, mastering the 6 powers and achieving a combat power exceeding 500 qualifies one as a superhuman. Currently, you may lack offensive martial techniques, yet with the newly awakened armed haki, you have managed to deliver a blow with a combat power of 260, which is equivalent to being half a superhuman. By the way, a well-trained Marine typically exhibits a combat power of around 10 when wielding a weapon. Zephyr elucidated the significance of the 260 combat power. Do you understand? This encapsulates the essence and value of haki, Zephyr stated with a serious expression. Clearly, allowing Rosen to deliver this punch ultimately aimed to instill in him the significance of haki. I understand, Master Zephyr, Rosen nodded. Without Zephyr's prompt, he was already aware of haki's importance. Through Zephyr's personal demonstration, he experienced firsthand the profound worth of haki. Despite being someone who had yet to master the 6 styles and had only recently awakened his armament haki, he managed to unleash a formidable power that rivaled that of a superhuman through his absolute control over this haki. This is the true potential of armament haki. If one were to entwine 1,000 Sakura blades with armament haki, what unimaginable power would that yield? At that moment, an idea blossomed in Rosen's mind. By manipulating the 1,000 Sakura blades and enveloping them in armament haki, he realized he had discovered the proper way to utilize his devil fruit abilities. Understanding is sufficient. Then, Zephyr released his embrace and clenched his fingers into a fist, enveloped in the hardened manifestation of his haki. His fist resembled a dark cannonball, propelled forward with tremendous force. The air at the forefront of his punch seemed to be compressed to its utmost limit, only to succumb to the pressure and erupt with a thunderous explosion. A palpable surge of haki burst forth from his fist, striking the Tao power device from a distance, and with a resounding impact, it transformed the device, which had a testing limit of 10,000, into a mere disk of iron. Did you understand? Zephyr turned to look at Rosen. Flowing emission. Rosen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Yet his heart remained remarkably tranquil. With his extraordinary comprehension, the moment he grasped the essence of the supreme haki technique, he found himself capable of effortlessly controlling the armament haki. In other words, he could master the 4 techniques of wrapping, hardening, emitting, and internal destruction with merely a glance. Even with a little exploration, he could skillfully wield them in mere minutes. This exemplifies the profound worth of the supreme haki technique. Just as one can effortlessly command their own body, Rosen, through the supreme haki technique, infused his consciousness into the armament haki, allowing him to manipulate it with absolute freedom and employ various techniques at will. Indeed, this refers to the technique of flowing external release. This is also the 3rd method of utilizing armament haki that I wish to impart to you. Zephyr nodded thoughtfully, but soon shook his head. However, this is not the entirety of it. Observe the power of the weapon. What distinguishes my punch from yours, aside from the technique of flowing external release? His gaze burned intensely as he looked at Rosen. The techniques of armament haki vary in level. Yet the strength of armament haki does not inherently signify the disparity in one's power. With a swift turn of thought, Rosen immediately grasped the concept Zephyr wished for him to comprehend. Indeed, in addition to the techniques of hardening and flowing emission, the art of armament haki encompasses the skill of internal destruction. However, mastering all 4 techniques merely signifies the versatility in the application of your armament haki. Much like a sword, which can cleave, pierce, or thrust, regardless of its use. The sword's inherent hardness and sharpness remain unchanged. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Zephy's eyes. One should not be overly enamored with the techniques of armament hockey, but rather focus on enhancing its strength. Take you and me. For instance, even if you were to employ all 4 techniques, I could still defeat you with a single punch using only the most fundamental method of hardening. This illustrates the qualitative disparity in our armament hockey, a gap that no technique can bridge. He articulated each word deliberately. I shall remember your counsel, Teacher Zephyr. Rosen affirmed with a solemn nod. He concurred with Zephyr's assertion. Monkey D. Luffy serves as the quintessential example. The observation hockey grants the ability to foresee the future, while the armament hockey allows for wrapping, hardening, and both external and internal destruction. Even the Conqueror's hockey can achieve a similar wrapping effect. Yet, in the end, he was still unable to surpass Teacher K. Ultimately, aside from the disparity in physical prowess, the most significant factor remains the difference in the intensity of hockey. In terms of technique, Luffy has managed to keep pace with Teacher K, yet he has not matched the quality of hockey. Go ahead. First, master the technique of flowing external release, and then I shall impart to you the art of internal destruction. Once you have comprehended all 4 applications of the Busashoka hockey, I will guide you on how to enhance its potency. Just as Zephyr was about to elucidate the intricacies and learning tips of the flowing external release technique, Rosen unexpectedly raised his hand and extended a finger. With a whoosh, accompanied by a piercing sound of air displacement, a formidable shockwave erupted from his fingertip, striking a nearby Tao Force apparatus. Of course, it did not shatter the apparatus as Zephyr had done, but it produced a Tao Force value of 260. Indeed, just as Master Zephyr had stated, the technique of armament hockey does not equate to sheer strength, whether employing hardening or flowing emission. The output of one's combat prowess remains unchanged. Observing this scene, Rosen could not help but marvel at the advantages of having a distinguished mentor. The possibility of taking a convoluted path was entirely absent. Have you truly mastered flowing emission? Zephyr exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. As a former admiral of the Navy, he was acutely aware that, among the various techniques of armament hockey, mastering flowing emission was considerably more challenging than that of hardening. Yet, having merely thrown a punch, he found that his student had already grasped the technique, executing it with an ease that belied any semblance of awkwardness, instead evoking the impression of someone steeped in years of practice. I have mastered it, Rosen nodded. Not only the external flow, but I have also learned the internal destruction that you just mentioned, Professor Zephyr. Before Zephyr could respond, he spoke again with astonishing words. It is impossible. As Zephyr's words fell, a sudden clamor of metal fracturing resonated from a distance. He turned his head, only to witness the Tao device, which had just been struck from afar by Rosen's armed hockey, emitting a cacophony of shattering sounds from within. Simultaneously, the number 260 displayed on the monitor began to blur and eventually vanished altogether. Internal destruction? The old man murmured, I have never employed it in your presence. How did you achieve this? Zephyr pondered. Entwining, hardening, emitting, and internal destruction. Within a mere lesson, Rosen had mastered the 4 techniques of armed color hockey. Notably, the most profound of these, internal destruction, had been self-discovered. The testing limit of the power device is 10,000. With Rosen's power value of 260, it seemed utterly impossible to exceed this limit. However, not surpassing the device's threshold does not imply that it cannot be damaged. By penetrating the surface of the power device with armed color hockey and infiltrating its interior, one can indeed wreak havoc on its components. Thus, a power value of 260 could still inflict damage on a device with a testing limit of 10,000. Zephyr naturally discerned this, which explained his astonishment. I observed that you, Teacher Zephyr, just mentioned that aside from entwining, hardening, and emitting, there exists a 4th technique in armed color, internal destruction. As I unleashed the armament hockey, I endeavored to manipulate it to penetrate the surface of objects, directly wreaking havoc within. Zephyr wore an expression of utter disbelief, prompting Rosen to clarify. I merely uttered the phrase internal destruction, and you have somehow mastered the 4th technique of armament hockey? Zephyr's jaw dropped in astonishment. It was akin to casually mentioning an atomic bomb, only for the other party to actually create one with their bare hands. Perhaps it was just so. However, it was not solely my achievement. Without your words, Zephyr-sensei, I would have been oblivious to such a use of armament hockey. Thus, it is indeed your teachings that have guided me. Rosen nodded slightly. Upon hearing the words, Zephyr's face flushed with embarrassment. Throughout his career, he had taken immense pride in his teaching abilities, having nurtured 3 candidates poised to become formidable admirals, exceptional individuals destined for greatness. Under any other circumstances, he would graciously accept accolades regarding his teaching prowess. However, when faced with Rosen, he found it difficult to attribute his success to his own skills. He understood very well that even in the New World, had a Marine proficient in hockey been assigned to instruct Rosen, the outcome would remain unchanged. Rosen's innate talent for mastering hockey had reached a level where it transcended the capabilities of his instructor. Whether taught by a Marine or an admiral, he would absorb the lessons on hockey's application, constriction, hardening, external projection, and internal destruction in a single session. Is something amiss? Zephyr inquired, noticing the slight furrow of Lawson's brow, prompting him to approach with concern. This was not merely a rear admiral, but a promising candidate with the potential of a fleet admiral. Should Sengoku discover that he had inadvertently injured such a promising individual during his training, he would likely storm the Naval Academy in a fit of rage. I am unscathed. It was merely a fleeting thought, Lawson replied. Doesn't the armament hockey possess the capacity for internal destruction? If an adversary were to wield such a technique and strike me with it, how should I respond? Zephyr, reflecting on Lawson's inquiry, recalled the encounters between Teacher Kai and Monkey D. Luffy. Both had mastered the advanced technique of internal destruction through armament hockey. Yet, when faced with each other's assaults, they seemed to have no choice but to endure the damage. The only way to counter armament hockey is with armament hockey itself. If an enemy employs the technique of internal destruction, one must release their own armament hockey to neutralize the threat before it reaches their body. However, in the chaos of battle, should you find yourself struck by an opponent's attack, it signifies a failure to react in time. In such moments, there is scarcely enough time to harness an equal level of armament hockey and project it outward for defense. If you could achieve that level of mastery, you would have ample time to evade the enemy's strike entirely. As a former admiral, Zephyr responded to Lawson's query without hesitation. Thus, one must endure the damage? Lawson's brow furrowed even deeper. He had eaten the weapon fruit, not the Azure Dragon's fruit, nor was he the embodiment of Nika. His vitality was not so robust, nor did he possess formidable defenses. Have you forgotten? The first thing the old man said in class was that possessing overwhelming dominance is insufficient. One must also possess the physique of a beast and the resolve of steel. Zephyr cast a glance at Rosen, and the implication was clear. The physique of a beast is essential to withstand the damages of internal turmoil. Ultimately, it all comes down to enduring the hardships. Teacher Zephyr, Rosen murmured. Surely there must be alternative methods? Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed even deeper. Unless one disregards the consumption of hockey entirely during combat and perpetually applies hockey to harden their entire body, the dispersal of hockey would inevitably weaken their defenses. Should the enemy focus their attack on a single area, they could breach one's defenses. In fact, such an approach could lead to defeat against an opponent one could have otherwise vanquished due to excessive hockey depletion. Zephyr shook his head, urging, do not dwell on such matters. While you worry about internal destruction, your adversary harbors the same concerns. Rather than fretting over these issues, it is far more prudent to strengthen your physique and hone your martial arts. By doing so, you can decisively incapacitate your foe before they even strike. He spread his hands. Rosen silently disagreed, feeling that Zephyr's method was inadequate. It might suffice against weaker opponents, but who could guarantee a knockout against an adversary of equal standing? Take Teacher Kai, for instance. Who could empty Kai's health bar in a single blow? Big Mom, red-haired Shanks, or Whitebeard? Perhaps together, they might achieve that. Yet, there is no point in dwelling on such hypotheticals. To my knowledge, there currently exists no effective means in the grand line to counter internal destruction. Techniques like entanglement, hardening, or external release fall short. Neither the 4 emperors nor the admirals can effectively defend against attacks originating from within the body. Seeing Rosen's troubled expression, Zephyr, concerned that he might become overly fixated, spoke sternly. Entanglement, hardening, external release, none of these will suffice. If that is the case, might I devise a technique specifically designed to combat internal destruction? Zephyr had also stated that only armed hockey could counter armed hockey, and that techniques like entanglement and hardening were created by predecessors. This implies that internal destruction was once unrecognized until someone conceived the idea. With this thought, Rosen's consciousness began to delve deeper, channeling armed hockey into a spherical form. compressing it. He sought to discover a shape, a technique tailored to counteract the internal destruction inflicted by foes. As the armed Haki continuously transformed within him, his mind gradually emptied, becoming one with the armed Haki. Unbeknownst to anyone, his armed Haki began to flow gently into his blood vessels, circulating throughout his body with the flow of blood. Your innate talent is unparalleled. Using the 4 techniques of armed Haki as a foundation and combining it with the supreme mastery of Haki, you innovate and attain a unique skill exclusive to armed Haki, Blood-Still Armor. Blood-Still Armor, through the absolute control of armed Haki via supreme mastery. By infusing Haki into the blood vessels, it evolves into tangible defensive power, significantly enhancing both internal and external defenses, effectively countering the capability of internal destruction. Requires supreme mastery of Haki. If others attempt to practice it, it will cause permanent damage to their blood vessels. Suddenly, a line of information leaped forth from his mind, awakening Rosen from his profound contemplation. You possess an extraordinary understanding, establishing the foundation of 4 techniques of armament Haki, and through the synthesis with the ultimate mastery of Conqueror's Haki, you have innovatively perceived a unique skill, Blood-Still Armor. Blood-Still Armor, with the absolute control of Conqueror's Haki over armament Haki, by infusing Haki into the blood vessels, it evolves into substantial defensive power, significantly enhancing both internal and external defenses, effectively shielding against destructive assaults on the body. Requires mastery of Conqueror's Haki, should another attempt to cultivate it. Permanent damage will be inflicted on their blood vessels. Rosen's heart leaped with joy, not solely due to the unprecedented discovery of a 5th technique of armament Haki, which could effectively counteract internal destruction, but also because he recognized the immense value of the exclusive skill of Conqueror's Haki. Without mastery of Conqueror's Haki, should he encounter prodigies such as Monkey D, Luffy, Master Rayleigh, or Shanks in the future, they would be unable to replicate his use of Blood-Still Armor, unless he chose to impart the skill of Conqueror's Haki to them. This signified that Rosen was far ahead of any formidable adversary in the realm of armament Haki. Against foes lacking mastery of Conqueror's Haki, even if their armament Haki strength were comparable, he could only emerge victorious, never defeated. After all, while others possessed merely 4 techniques, he wielded 5. In the face of internal damage, others could only endure the harm, while he could utilize Blood-Still Armor for defense and mitigation. In this delicate interplay of strengths and weaknesses, he had already won half the battle before it even commenced. Seeing Rosen seemingly immersed in his own world, Zephyr found himself unable to rouse him despite several attempts. He was almost compelled to take action. I have heard it. Teacher Zephyr, Rosen exclaimed. What are you planning to do? Quickly retract your black arm. Coming back to his senses, Rosen noticed Zephyr tightening his fist, enveloped in armament Haki, preparing to unleash a blow. He hurriedly stepped back and raised his hands. Despite having developed an unprecedented 5th technique of armament Haki on the Grand Line, he, a mere novice embarking on the path of Haki, could not withstand the might of a former Marine Admiral's Haki-infused punch. As Zephyr had stated, one should not place blind faith in the techniques of armament Haki. When the disparity in Haki strength is multiple times greater, whether one employs enveloping, hardening, or external release, a single punch could still obliterate you. Let me reiterate, Zephyr advised solemnly. Do not concern yourself with defending against internal damage. Presently, you lack the capability. You cannot manage enveloping, hardening, or external release. What about techniques of Haki beyond enveloping, hardening, external release, and internal damage? Rosen countered. There have only ever been 4 techniques for utilizing armament Haki. Where does this 5th one come from? Just as Zephyr finished speaking, he noticed a slight smirk on Rosen's lips. Reflecting on the remarkable talent his student possessed in Haki, an astonishing thought surged into his mind. One that even he found unsettling. It had not existed before, but now it did. Meeting Zephyr's astonished gaze, Rosen nodded slightly. Are you serious? Zephyr instinctively wanted to deny the possibility, but the words transformed into a request for confirmation. Clearly, upon witnessing Rosen's insight, he began to believe that his student possessed the extraordinary ability to turn the mundane into the miraculous. Teacher Zephyr, I implore you to assist me with a request, to strike me with the same intensity of Busashoka Haki that I possess. It would be preferable to employ techniques of internal destruction. Rosen did not respond. Instead, he urged Zephyr to deliver a punch that would cause internal damage to him. Truth is forged through practice. Although he held immense confidence in his bloodstained garb, it was imperative to validate its efficacy through actual testing. One cannot afford to engage with pirates and rely on them for such assessments, can one? By having Zephyr take action, the worst outcome would merely be a few injuries. It certainly would not result in catastrophic failure. However, should one allow pirates to conduct the examination, the stakes are dire. Should misfortune befall them, it could very well lead to death. Are you certain? Zephyr's gaze sharpened. He understood Rosen's intention to speak through facts. Come on, Rosen thought, as he infused his consciousness into the armament haki, meticulously manipulating it to permeate his veins and flow throughout his body. Zephyr, equally unreserved, enveloped his fist with armament haki and unleashed a resounding sonic boom, aiming a punch squarely at Rosen's forearm. Despite the grandiosity of the display, the force behind his strike was measured with precision. He exerted merely an equivalent intensity of haki, targeting the arm, ensuring that even if Rosen failed to defend, he could receive timely medical attention, leaving no lasting repercussions. With a resounding clash of arms, a tempest of fist-driven wind surged forth from the two, unleashing a cacophony that sent shivers down the spine, as if an unseen pride of tigers roared in unison. Zephyr fixed his gaze upon Rosen's arm, noticing with astonishment the emergence of dark, intricate patterns upon the skin, as if a stream of ebony luminescence coursed through the veins. Most importantly, he could distinctly perceive that the internal destruction he had always wielded effortlessly against any opponent had been thwarted. Indeed, as he endeavored to penetrate Rosen's arm with his armed haki, aiming to infiltrate the muscle, blood vessels, and soft tissues for obliteration, he encountered an impenetrable barrier that repelled his efforts. His haki could not breach the surface of Rosen's body, rendering any internal damage impossible. The reality of it struck him. Zephyr stared at Rosen, momentarily stunned. Through a single confrontation, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was a technique of armed haki that countered internal destruction, a skill adept at effectively obstructing haki from penetrating the body's exterior. For any master of haki facing Rosen, the tactic of internal destruction was rendered utterly ineffective. The only recourse lay in delivering an overwhelmingly powerful strike to forcibly breach the defenses from the outside. Yet, therein lay the conundrum. While the enemy's internal destruction technique was rendered moot, Rosen was not so constrained. He could employ entanglement, hardening, external projection, and internal destruction with equal proficiency, unleashing all these tactics upon his adversaries. That is incorrect. There is yet another inquiry. Do you continuously maintain this state without expending your aura? How does this differ from perpetually hardening your entire body with your aura? A sudden realization struck Zephyr. Certainly, there is. To maintain a state of full-body hardening requires the expenditure of an immense amount of willpower, yet my blood-still armor, once activated, can sustain itself without further consumption until I am struck. This is akin to donning a layer of armament color before battle, which can be upheld with negligible additional expenditure of willpower. Rosen's words instilled a profound dread in Zephyr. He spoke with utmost veracity. The armed color infused into the bloodstream circulates throughout the body and will never dissipate, nor incur further costs. The portion of willpower that is injected into the veins remains there, perpetuating the state of blood-still armor. As long as it is not subjected to external forces that could disrupt it, it shall not fade away. If one were to speak of consumption, it would not pertain to the armed color willpower, but rather to Rosen's physical stamina and mental fortitude. After all, meticulously controlling the armed color and infusing it into the veins demands considerable energy, and the continuous flow of willpower within the bloodstream gradually imposes a burden on both the veins and the body over time. However, given his current physique, he can effortlessly maintain the blood-still armor for well over half a day. As his constitution and willpower improve, this duration will invariably extend. Monster. This is a being inherently destined for prowess, instilling greater terror than even an admiral of the Navy. Observing Rosen, who created the fifth technique of haki, the static blood armor, on his very first day of contact with haki, a thought arose in Zephyr's mind. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku sat in his chair, fingers interlaced upon the desk, his expression revealing a rapturous engagement with the narrative unfolding before him. Not only he, but also Carp, Kazan, and Borsellino, seated on a nearby sofa, were equally engrossed in Zephyr's tale. Indeed, they collectively perceived Zephyr as a storyteller. Zephyr, you assert that you have a student who mastered the 4 techniques of haki: concealment, hardening, emission, and internal destruction, all in a single lesson? Indeed, said Zephyr. You mentioned that you have a student who, after mastering the entirety of the armament haki, has even devised a 5th technique of his own. Indeed, said Zephyr. You mentioned that you have a student who has devised a technique known as still blood armor, a mastery of Haki capable of defending against internal damage? Indeed. Did he accomplish all these tasks within a single class? Indeed. No matter what Sengoku inquired, Zephyr merely nodded in acknowledgement. For such is the undeniable truth. Zephyr, I summoned you to report on the current state of the students, not to regale me with tales. Moreover, if you insist on narrating stories, they ought to possess a modicum of authenticity. At the very least, they should adhere to the principle of one truth amidst 9 falsehoods. Sengoku could no longer contain his inner turmoil and slammed his palm onto the table. What you just recounted, was that a story? It is nothing short of a myth. He retorted with irritation. Teacher Zephyr, are your eyes deceiving you? It is true that such a peculiar breed of monster exists, but as Mr. Waring states aptly stated, one can only find it within the realms of myth. Seizing the opportunity, the ever-disagreeable Admiral Borsellino unleashed a torrent of ridicule. It is worth noting that their animosity is not born from deep-seated hatred or irreconcilable differences in temperament. Rather, it stems from a fundamental divergence in perception. Zephyr firmly believes that only Haki can reign supreme over all, while Borsellino posits that although Haki is undeniably significant, the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi are even more formidable. One is a former Marine admiral, and the other is a current candidate for the position. Both are exceedingly proud individuals, steadfast in their beliefs and impervious to persuasion. As the frequency of their confrontations increased, their relationship deteriorated further. There is no need to seek such encounters in mythical tales. If you wish to meet him, I can summon him at this very moment. Is that necessary? Borsellino. In the face of his sardonic remarks, Zephyr surprisingly refrained from losing his temper, instead gazing calmly at his student. You. The expression on Borsellino's face shifted subtly. Although he had a contentious relationship with Zephyr, he was acutely aware of his teacher's temperament. When such an expression appeared, it unequivocally signified seriousness. Zephyr, you cannot be serious. Can you? Karp instinctively straightened his posture. Kazan, who had remained silent until now, promptly lifted his eye patch. In that moment, within the confines of the marshal's office, all the high-ranking Navy officials and legendary figures fixed their gaze upon Zephyr, desperately searching for any hint of jest in his demeanor. Are you not weaving a tale? Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment as he regarded Zephyr. Utter nonsense. The old man had been diligently reporting his work, yet you mistakenly believed he was merely spinning tales? Upon observing the expressions of those around him, Zephyr was immediately displeased. He seized the nearest Sengoku and unleashed a torrent of words. That short-sighted fellow, Borsellino, is one thing. But even you, Sengoku, regard me in such a manner? As soon as these words were uttered, Borsellino felt a sense of affront. However, seeing Zephyr's earnest demeanor, he wisely chose to endure for the moment, not wishing to be further humiliated. Are you serious? Sengoku fixed his gaze intently upon Zephyr's eyes. Here, take this den mushi and make the call yourself. Zephyr retrieved a den mushi from his pocket and placed it upon the desk. Is it truly possible for such a creature to exist in this world? Once Sengoku was assured that Zephyr was not jesting, he reclined in his chair, his countenance reflecting utter disbelief. Oh my goodness, is this for real? Kazan murmured softly. If it is indeed true, then my junior is a veritable monster born for the purpose of dominance. Since entering, Borsellino had been unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Even his own sword, the Ama no Murakumo, could not quell his excitement. He too had come to understand the situation. Zephyr, what is his name? Sengoku straightened his posture. Generally speaking, a military academy student yet to graduate would hardly warrant the attention of someone of his rank, unless they possessed the extraordinary potential of an admiral. But what of Rosen? He lacks the potential of an admiral, yet possesses a caliber that transcends it. Luo Senator, indeed. It seemed he was still a person of extraordinary abilities. Zephyr recalled a certain matter. He had been so captivated by Rosen's remarkable Haki talent that he completely overlooked the fact that the other was also a user of a devil fruit. Wasted. Karp shook his head. It was not merely the loss of a devil fruit that troubled him, but rather the thought that a monster like Rosen, born for Haki, consuming a devil fruit would be a profound squandering of his innate gifts. While it might bestow an additional fruit ability, it would simultaneously introduce unwarranted vulnerabilities, such as the ocean and sea prism stone. Zephyr, regarding whether Rosen possesses the ability of a devil fruit, I am indifferent. My sole curiosity lies in whether he wields Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing the words of Sengoku, everyone perked up in anticipation. Conqueror's Haki. often referred to as the mark of a true king, is pivotal. While it is possible to attain the pinnacle of strength without it, one cannot ascend to the ranks of the most formidable without this rare quality. Consider the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and Kaido. Rosen has merely developed the ability to utilize the bloodless form, which grants him an advantage through an additional technique of armament haki. Not to mention the potential of possessing another type of haki altogether. Thus, I have imparted a lesson to him. Following that, I have come here to report to you. What do you think? Zephyr spread his hands, his meaning clear. There was no time to ascertain whether Rosen possessed the Conqueror's haki. This matter must be expedited. Once it is confirmed that Rosen has the Conqueror's haki, notify me immediately. At that point, I shall personally instruct him in its use. Sengoku fixed his gaze intently on Zephyr. His statement left everyone present astounded. A man standing at the pinnacle of the Navy would personally mentor a military academy student. In the annals of naval history, such an occurrence is unparalleled. Sengoku himself is offering guidance? Kizaru thought in quiet astonishment. Yet, he understood Sengoku's motivations. Unlike the pirate world, which is teeming with kings, the Navy has never lacked for admiral-level strength. It simply lacks a ruler endowed with Conqueror's haki. As far as he knew, among the high-ranking Navy officials, only Sengoku and Garp possess such power. Thus, the only individuals capable of teaching Rosen to wield Conqueror's haki are Sengoku, the fleet admiral, and Garp, the Navy hero. Zephyr fully comprehended Sengoku's desperate yearning for a successor. The Navy headquarters is in dire need of a new king possessing Conqueror's haki to take over Sengoku's position, even though Sengoku is still at his zenith. Once I report to you, I will head over and see if I can awaken Rosen's Conqueror's haki, Zephyr stated to Sengoku. Although he lacked the Conqueror's haki himself, as a former admiral and the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, he had a method for testing royal qualities. While it may not be infallible, it was certainly better than having no approach at all. Just as Zephyr finished reporting on Rosen and was about to return to the Naval Academy, a sudden ringing from his pocket interrupted him, the sound of a transponder snail. "Hello, this is Zephyr," he said, pausing to retrieve the transponder snail and answer the call. "Teacher Zephyr, please return swiftly." On the Naval Academy's side, turmoil is about to ensue. The sound of a raging inferno echoed through the receiver. What issue? Has anyone in the class mastered the art of haki? Is it Ji Yuan or Jiaji? Zephyr appeared remarkably composed. He immediately discerned that Ji Yuan and Sa Jia were both exceptional individuals, akin to Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kuzan, possessing the qualities of an admiral. It is entirely reasonable for one to master the art of haki in a single day. Not at all. This is the manifestation of Conqueror's haki. Just moments ago, an overwhelming surge of Conqueror's haki erupted at the Naval Academy, its influence so profound that nearly all the cadets within the classroom were rendered unconscious. As the words of Fire Mountain faded, Sengoku, Garp, Borsalino, and Kuzan rose in unison. With a synchronized determination, they burst forth from the Admiral's office, hastening towards the Naval Academy. With Zephyr's recent report in mind, it was clear to them, even with the slightest contemplation, what Fire Mountain had referred to regarding the Conqueror's haki. The Navy was finally on the brink of welcoming a new king. Sengoku's heart swelled with indescribable excitement. While the mere possession of Conqueror's haki would have been a cause for joy, it was the revelation of Rosen's innate talent for haki, as conveyed by Zephyr, that stirred even the stoic admiral to a state of fervent anticipation. He yearned to meet this new king. I had a feeling, a creature born of sheer dominance. How could it possibly lack the qualities of a king? Borsalino transformed into a flash of golden light, surpassing everyone and arriving at the Naval Academy ahead of time. In terms of sheer strength, he may not be the strongest among the legendary Navy, but without a doubt, he is the swiftest of all. Allow me to take a look. Indeed, as anticipated, over 90% of the individuals within the Academy had succumbed to fainting. Borsalino hovered in midair above the naval school, casting his gaze downward, and observed that both the corridors and classrooms were strewn with the unconscious. TSK. Even the very air of the institution was suffused with the scent of Conqueror's haki. To encounter such formidable power for the first time and awaken the Conqueror's haki all alone. My, how fearsome this unseen adversary truly is. He shook his head, preparing to utilize his observation haki to pinpoint the source of this Conqueror's haki, only to discover that the overwhelming aura, which had enveloped the entire Naval Academy, was retracting. It was not dissipating, but rather contracting. This was a deliberate act to control the Conqueror's haki, minimizing the unintended consequences of its widespread influence. Am I imagining things? Borsalino nearly lost his elemental form, on the verge of plummeting from the sky. Steadying his body, he couldn't help but rub his eyes, realizing that the Conqueror's haki within the academy continued to diminish. Is it possible? He had merely awakened his Conqueror's haki, yet he was already transcending the rudimentary stage, rapidly advancing towards the intermediate level. Borsalino's mouth fell agape, his face etched with astonishment. He had encountered pirates of royal caliber before, and had even defeated several by his own hand. However, he had never witnessed someone with such terrifying potential as Rosen. Borsalino, what are you daydreaming about? At that moment, a resounding sound of slicing through the air echoed, as Carp, employing the moonwalk, appeared beside Borsalino, standing poised in midair. Mr. Carp, he remarked, take a moment to reflect. There is still time. Borsalino gestured towards the direction of the teaching building, the location where the training equipment was situated. Impossible. Upon witnessing this, Carp was also filled with curiosity. He activated his observation haki, his eyes widening in astonishment, wearing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. How much time has passed? He has astonishingly managed to wield his will to freely control the Conqueror's haki. He awakened the Conqueror's haki on his own and swiftly advanced beyond the novice stage. In the absence of a mentor, he propelled his mastery of Conqueror's haki into the intermediate realm. Carp exclaimed in disbelief. Utilizing his observation haki, he distinctly perceived a presence in the distance, systematically mastering the Conqueror's haki, consolidating and diminishing its force. There was no doubt, it was indeed Conqueror's haki. The scope is vast. What are you two standing here pondering? At this moment, Sengoku has also arrived. His physical prowess is slightly inferior to that of Garp, and coupled with the fact that he has yet to enter his Buddha form, he is a step behind. Meanwhile, Rosen has already condensed his Conqueror's haki to a certain range. Unless one utilizes observation haki to perceive it, they would remain oblivious to the fact that Rosen's Conqueror's haki has transcended the elementary threshold, advancing into an intermediate level. Sengoku, you must exert yourself. Time is of the essence. Otherwise, the opportunities left for you to learn and teach are truly dwindling. Garp twisted his somewhat stiff neck and glanced at Sengoku, who appeared bewildered. What does this mean? Sengoku was utterly perplexed. There is still time. If you activate your observation haki, you will understand. Garp shook his head, indicating that Sengoku should use his own observation haki to see. It was rather enigmatic. Upon hearing this, Sengoku, though unaware of Garp's intentions, complied. His eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he expanded his observation haki, only to find himself plummeting from midair. What? Had he not just awakened the Conqueror's haki? How had he managed to exercise such free control? Sengoku stumbled, nearly plummeting from the air. He could no longer concern himself with the image of the fleet admiral. At that moment, he was utterly engulfed in astonishment. Previously, Sengoku had found Garp's words perplexing, yet now he comprehended them entirely. The Conqueror's haki is categorized into 3 distinct tiers: the initial awakening, the intermediate control, and the advanced transformation. The initial stage, signifying the mere awakening, lacks refined control over the haki. The intermediate stage allows for the free manipulation of one's will, encompassing the size of the range, pinpoint targeting, and the potency of the haki itself. The advanced stage enables one to annihilate opponents with sheer pressure, maintaining the haki in a constant state of activation, capable of inflicting tangible physical harm. In the New World, most seasoned rulers forged through warfare reside at the intermediate level of Conqueror's haki, including the 4 emperors. Only Roger, Rox, and Shanks have ascended to the realm of advanced Conqueror's haki. And what of Rosen? He had merely awakened, yet was already in pursuit of those who had immersed themselves in Conqueror's haki for several years, perhaps even decades. While he may still lack in raw intensity, his control is undeniably on par. This implies that beyond the techniques of utilizing Conqueror's haki, even Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, has little wisdom left to impart to Rosen. Should Rosen take even a step or two further, it is conceivable that Sengoku might find himself seeking counsel from Rosen instead. It matters not. Rosen had yet to master the technique of Conqueror's haki. In this regard, I could still impart my knowledge to him. Upon realizing that Rosen's Conqueror's haki had reached an intermediate level, Sengoku found solace in his thoughts. The technique of Conqueror's haki, when mastered, truly unleashes its terrifying power. Without the ability to wield Conqueror's haki, one could only use it to vanquish minor foes, rendering its true potential unattainable in actual combat. It would be prudent for you to curb any lingering sense of complacency. Sengoku. You ought to be well aware that one prerequisite for mastering the technique of Conqueror's Haki is possessing an intermediate level of the same. That lad named Rosen has already met the threshold necessary to grasp this skill. Carp seemed to perceive Sengoku's thoughts, directly shattering his hopes. Once that young man realizes that Conqueror's Haki can intertwine with both physical limbs and weaponry in a manner akin to armament Haki. Given the innate talent he has exhibited thus far, it is highly likely he will learn it independently. Do you comprehend? Even you, the Fleet Admiral, can currently offer him no more than a single lesson. With these words, a sense of urgency arose within Sengoku. In any realm, the act of imparting knowledge is a profound gift. Particularly in a world where personal prowess reigns supreme, such a gift holds even greater significance. After learning of Rosen's existence from Zephyr, Sengoku had already resolved to utilize this act of teaching to foster Rosen's sense of belonging and loyalty to the Navy. There was no alternative. Other naval officers, even those who emerged from Zephy's tutelage, typically spend at least a year in the Naval Academy. Enough time to develop a sense of belonging to the Navy headquarters. Yet Rosen was different. His progress was astonishingly rapid. At this rate, half a year, no, 3 months, too long. A mere month would suffice for Rosen to graduate from the Naval Academy. Graduation was imperative, for by that time, from the admirals to the fleet admiral, no one would remain capable of guiding Rosen in the mastery of Haki, martial techniques, or the development of his devil fruit abilities. No way. I must teach him this technique before he comprehends the Conqueror's Haki on his own. With this thought in mind, Sengoku immediately utilized his devil fruit ability. In a dazzling burst of golden light that shot into the sky, he transformed into a colossal Buddha and then propelled himself forward with immense speed. What has caused Mr. Sengoku to transform? Has the Navy headquarters come under attack? Is it the escaped Golden Lion? Is it Kaido? Kazan arrived late, just in time to catch a glimpse of Sengoku's golden silhouette, immediately adopting a defensive stance. Nothing had occurred, yet Kazan, you have missed a plethora of intriguing events. Garp patted Kazan on the shoulder, gesturing for him to follow. While he could convey the information to Kazan, experiencing it firsthand is an entirely different matter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rosen had completely retracted the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that had spread and enveloped the Naval Academy. Indeed, I possessed the Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, the advanced mastery of Haki not only influences the armament Haki, but also the Conqueror's Haki. As Zephyr proceeded to the Admiral's office to report to Sengoku, Rosen, finding himself with idle time, decided to employ the advanced mastery of Haki, attempting to channel his consciousness into another orb of light within his being. Initially believing it to be observation Haki, he was astonished to discover it was, in fact, Conqueror's Haki. The moment his consciousness penetrated the Conqueror's realm, this overwhelming force began to surge uncontrollably, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting after accumulating a cataclysmic energy. If armament Haki can be likened to flowing water, then Conqueror's Haki is akin to a bolt of lightning, extremely volatile and challenging to harness. Even for Rosen, after awakening the Conqueror's Haki, it took a full 5 minutes to master this ferocious power, achieving a level of control akin to that of manipulating armament Haki at will. Subsequently, he seamlessly transitioned from the novice stage to the intermediate realm of Conqueror's Haki. With armament Haki acquired, he also unraveled a fifth technique. The Conqueror's Haki was now under his command. With this in mind, he contemplated attempting the Conqueror's Wrath. A gleam of anticipation sparkled in Rosen's eyes. The foremost master of pirates, Teacher Kaido, had explicitly stated that the Conqueror's Wrath is an ability attainable only by a select few top-tier warriors. If possessing Conqueror's Haki signifies the potential to reign, then mastering the Conqueror's Wrath signifies one has indeed ascended to royalty. Nay, it is the emblem of supreme sovereignty. Since he, too, wields the Conqueror's Haki, mastering the technique of Conqueror's Wrath became imperative. Just as Rosen prepared to channel his consciousness into the Conqueror's Haki, intending to manipulate it as he would armament Haki to entwine it around his rear foot, the tightly shut door was suddenly blasted open, followed by a fierce gust of energy surging towards him. Before he could even glance over, a dazzling golden light pierced into his eyes. Who are you? Rosen stared in astonishment at the magnificent golden Buddha before him, which had shattered the entrance and pierced through the ceiling. Was it truly necessary for the Admiral of the Navy to personally seek him out just because he had practiced the Conqueror's Haki for a brief moment? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sengoku, the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. However, you may refer to me as Teacher Sengoku. Without further ado, Sengoku greeted him with a warm demeanor and promptly established their teacher-student relationship. Admiral Sengoku? 3 question marks floated in Rosen's mind. Wasn't he a marshal? Was his work not sufficiently demanding that he intended to take on the role of a part-time instructor at the Naval Academy? Yet, what relevance did this have to the notion of smashing through doors, piercing ceilings, and descending before oneself in a Buddha-like form? To be candid, had it not been for the absence of any murderous aura emanating from Sengoku, and his immediate reversion from transformation upon appearing, Rosen might have doubted whether he had unwittingly stumbled upon a situation where the outstanding must be brought down by the winds, had he shone too brightly, thus attracting Sengoku's attention for a reprimand. The situation unfolded as follows. Zephyr had just informed me about your circumstances, and I surmise that you must possess the Conqueror's Haki. Therefore, I intend to guide you on the proper utilization of this formidable power. After all, while Zephyr is indeed an exceptional teacher, he ultimately lacks mastery over the Conqueror's Haki. After a brief introduction, Sengoku commenced the instructional session. Indeed, your Conqueror's Haki has reached an intermediate level. I trust you have sensed its ferocity and strength. However, it appears rather chaotic, failing to unleash its true potential. This is due to your lack of a key to unlock the door that seals the true might of the Conqueror's Haki, he stated with utmost gravity. Well then, Admiral Sengoku. Teacher Sengoku, I have already contemplated this as well. Very well, you need not say anything. Simply follow me for now. Before Rosen could finish his words, a glimmer of red light flickered in Sengoku's eyes, and his expression shifted dramatically. He no longer afforded Rosen the opportunity to speak. Instead, he transformed once more into his Buddha form, and leveraging the might of the Marine Admiral along with the imposing stature of his Buddha manifestation, he seized Rosen and carried him outdoors. That was close. Fortunately, I heeded the advice of that rascal Carp. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a predicament. Who could have anticipated that in merely a few seconds, this lad Rosen would master the technique of Conqueror's Haki on his own? Sengoku, while ushering Rosen outdoors, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had employed observation Haki to glimpse into the future, witnessing everything with clarity. If given just a few more seconds to experiment, this prodigy would undoubtedly acquire the ability of Conqueror's Haki independently. At that point, the role of the Fleet Admiral would become redundant. It was but a hair's breadth away. As his mentor, Sengoku was on the verge of becoming obsolete. Should Carp discover that, as the Fleet Admiral, he was incapable of imparting even a single lesson to Rosen, he would likely be the subject of ridicule for an entire year. Let us pause here. Now, enlighten me. What is the key to unlocking the power of Conqueror's Haki? Sengoku brought Rosen to an open training ground, finally granting him the opportunity to speak. Admiral Sengoku, I believe that Conqueror's Haki can indeed be entwined around one's limbs and weapons, much like armament Haki. This would allow for the disordered state to be transformed, concentrating the Conqueror's Haki and unleashing its true might. Sengoku spread his hand. The fact that you could conceive such an idea is already remarkable. Indeed, as you mentioned, wrapping Conqueror's Haki around one's limbs and weapon is the key to unlocking its formidable power. To provide you with a tangible sense of this power and expedite your mastery of this technique, I shall demonstrate it directly. This way, you may avoid some unnecessary detours. Without granting Rosen a moment to respond, Sengoku harnessed the tumultuous Conqueror's Haki within him, crackling like lightning. His fingers coalesced into a palm, emitting a thunderous roar accompanied by flashes of light, as tendrils of black and crimson lightning surged forth, resembling a ferocious black dragon in its wrath. Though tempestuous, it was firmly controlled, coiling around Sengoku's palm. This exemplifies the application of Conqueror's Haki, entwining it. As his words fell, Sengoku struck the ground with a forceful palm. Even before his palm made contact, approximately half a meter above the surface, the coiling black and crimson lightning burst forth like a wild stallion, cascading towards the ground and spreading in all directions. With a crack, the earth beneath where the black and crimson lightning struck was torn asunder. The robust concrete, in the face of this power, crumbled like mere paper. With a resounding thunderclap, the area within 100 meters was transformed into a landscape reminiscent of a parched riverbed, riddled with shocking fissures. More terrifying still, every crack was filled with the black and crimson lightning. A tidal wave of force, accompanied by an almost tangible pressure, morphed into a terrifying Conqueror's Haki shockwave that swept outward. Is this the aura of the fleet admiral? As Rosen felt the overwhelming tide of haki wash over him, his heart trembled. He had finally witnessed the legend that stood atop the might of 1,000,000 Navy soldiers. He could sense that Sengoku, despite employing the entwining of Conqueror's haki, had not exerted his full strength. It was merely a demonstration of the technique, perhaps not even half of its true potential. Do not place undue faith in the techniques of armament haki. Suddenly, Rosen recalled the words Zephyr had previously imparted to him. In retrospect, it was clear that one should not overly revere techniques, not just concerning the armament haki, but even the Conqueror's haki. Regardless of the type of haki, technique is one aspect, while strength is an entirely different matter. Even if one masters the advanced haki technique, facing off against Sengoku would undoubtedly result in his own defeat. Although both Rosen and Sengoku possess a mid-level Conqueror's haki, this classification merely pertains to the control of the haki, not its inherent strength. Ultimately, what determines the might of the Conqueror's haki, aside from technique, is the innate fortitude of the wielder. The same principle applies to the armament haki. At that moment, several towering figures stood around the military academy square: Carp, Kazan, Zephyr, and Borsellino, along with Sengoku, who was instructing Rosen. It could be said that nearly all the legendary admirals of the Navy, except for Sakazuki stationed in the New World, had gathered to witness Rosen's extraordinary haki talent. Do you think he can master it? Kazan was the first to break the silence. It should be possible. However, that is indeed the mastery of Conqueror's haki, a skill far more challenging to grasp than that of armament haki. Even with that young man's innate talent, it would take him at least 1 or 2 hours to master the Conqueror's haki. Zephyr felt a sense of uncertainty. He was among the first to recognize Rosen's potential. Yet this remained the domain of Conqueror's haki, a mark of the ocean's supreme rulers, a symbol of kingship. It was no longer merely a matter of aptitude. It signified that he had already ascended to royalty. 1 or 2 hours, you say? Upon hearing this, Borsellino thought it seemed rather swift. However, recalling the earlier humiliation in the admiral's office, he prudently swallowed the words that almost escaped his lips. Observing from the sidelines was one thing, but when it pertains to oneself, the consequences were less than desirable. 1 or 2 hours. Zephyr, how much do you underestimate this young man, Rosen? Have you not noticed that Sengoku is practically eager to impart the techniques of Conqueror's haki to him? Carp cast a deep glance at Sengoku, then broke into a grin. Isn't this entirely reasonable? Which admiral, upon encountering a talent like Rosen, could resist the urge to nurture such potential? Zephyr appeared somewhat perplexed. Was Sengoku truly nurturing talent? He was merely apprehensive that if he delayed teaching by even a few seconds, the young man would have already mastered the Conqueror's haki. At that point, he would become the subject of ridicule as an admiral. When it comes to understanding Sengoku, Carp could be deemed the world's foremost authority. What? Mr. Carp? Do you mean to say that even if Mr. Sengoku does not teach Rosen, he would still be able to comprehend the mastery of Conqueror's haki through his own exploration? Is that so? Kazan, who shared a close bond with Carp, could not help but inquire. Was it not evident? The young Rosen had just awakened his basic Conqueror's haki and subsequently mastered the intermediate level without any guidance. Such a prodigy was clearly favored by fate itself. If Sengoku had hesitated even slightly longer, he would have missed the chance to nurture Rosen's potential. The mere thought of Sengoku's frantic demeanor made Garp unable to suppress his wide grin. What does it mean? Zephyr could not help but gaze at Garp. It implies that if Sengoku had taught for just a few more seconds, that young lad Rosen would have already mastered the Conqueror's haki. Facing the incredulous stares of Zephyr, Kazan, and Borsellino, Garp uttered words that were nothing short of shocking. So, does this mean he has already acquired the mastery of the Conqueror's haki? Merely, is it possible? Zephyr, Borsellino, and Kazan exchanged glances, then, as if in synchrony, turned their gaze toward Rosen at the center of the square. They dared not blink, fearful of missing this momentous scene that would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of naval history, in a manner that seemed to respond to Kazan's unspoken thoughts. Borsellino and the others stood witness to the spectacle. Having observed Sengoku utilize the Conqueror's haki, Rosen felt that this technique held no further mysteries before him. In truth, even without Sengoku's instruction, he was confident he could master the art of Conqueror's haki, needing merely an additional 5 or 6 seconds. Now, with Sengoku's hands-on guidance, the mastery of Conqueror's haki was merely a matter of capability. Under the gaze of legendary Marines, who regarded him as if he were a monster, Rosen raised his arm, fingers coiling inward. As he clenched his fist, tendrils of black and red lightning erupted forth like a frenzied black dragon breaking free from its chains, surging forth to entwine around his fist, emanating a formidable pressure that distorted the very air surrounding it. Indeed, the conqueror's haki entwined, even though Sengoku, having foreseen this moment through the observation haki, had already glimpsed this scene. He could not help but shudder in astonishment upon witnessing Rosen unleash the conqueror's haki, let alone the four watching from a distance: Zephyr, Garp, Kazan, and Borsalino. Rosen, is he a monster? No, it would be more accurate to call him a born tyrant. At this moment, all the legendary admirals present reached a consensus in their hearts. In their eyes, Rosen truly is the kind of sovereign that the heavens have pursued, feeding him the power of haki. His growth is unaffected by any form of instruction. I have nothing left to teach him, at the very least. Indeed, this holds true in the realm of conqueror's haki. Sengoku observed as Rosen, right before his eyes, skillfully manipulated his conqueror's haki, and a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. He was simultaneously astounded by Rosen's extraordinary talent, elated that the Marine headquarters had acquired such a born conqueror, and deeply ashamed that, as the fleet admiral, he could only impart a few fleeting lessons to Rosen before finding himself at a loss, especially since he was acutely aware that Rosen did not require Sengoku's instruction on the mastery of conqueror's haki. Through his observation haki, he foresaw that in mere moments, Rosen would independently grasp the essence of conqueror's haki, to avoid humiliation before Garp and to maintain his dignity. As well as out of a sense of obligation to impart knowledge, he felt compelled to forcibly bestow upon Rosen a glimpse of the technique. Otherwise, as fleet admiral, he would not even possess the right to teach Rosen a single lesson. Cough, cough. Although Rosen has mastered the conqueror's haki and perfected 5 techniques of armament haki, he must not allow himself to become complacent. The vastness of this ocean far exceeds his imagination. Sengoku does not wish for Rosen's extraordinary aptitude to breed arrogance within him. So he racked his brain and finally identified an area in which Rosen still requires refinement. At the very least, his observation haki. As Sengoku's words hung in the air, he noticed the familiar crimson glow in Rosen's eyes, causing his heart to tremble. So this is the sensation of perceiving others through observation haki? The presences of teacher Zephyr, Admiral Karp, and Admirals Kizaru and Akiji within the Navy headquarters shone like 5 glaring suns. Rosen closed his eyes, expanding his observation haki. Clearly, while Sengoku was calming himself and preparing to lecture, Rosen had already infused his consciousness into his observation haki, mastering it. Although he could not yet foresee the future, after all, that was not merely a technique but a matter of the strength of haki. He had grasped all the fundamental skills of observation haki. He could sense attacks, predict opponents' next moves, discern the strength and weaknesses of beings, perceive their emotions and thoughts, and recognize the positions and quantities of objects beyond his line of sight. In essence, regarding the 3 types of haki and counting both Zephyr and Sengoku, he had graduated after just 2 lessons. Rosen had fully mastered all known techniques of the 3 types of haki in the Grand Line. The remaining abilities, such as observation, kill, and foresight, were no longer mere techniques, but were linked to the intensity of haki. For instance, to foresee the future, one must cultivate the strength of observation haki to its utmost. Furthermore, observation kill could not be mastered without the strength of a superior conqueror's haki. Have you also learned observation haki? Sengoku asked, perhaps wondering if it was an insight he had come to on his own. He opened his mouth, as if a hidden egg had been thrust inside. Before he could finish his sentence, the being before him had already comprehended the intricacies of observation haki on his own. When did the mastery of the 3 types of haki become so trivial? To learn them all in just 2 classes, this was intriguing. With mastery over armament, conqueror, and observation haki, both teacher Zephyr and Mr. Sengoku now faced the threat of obsolescence. Witnessing this, Borsalino, while jesting at Zephyr, felt a shock that matched that of anyone else. He had always considered himself a prodigy, albeit lacking the innate conqueror's haki. Whether it be swordsmanship, physical techniques, health bars, or fruit abilities, each aspect is no less formidable than the so-called 4 emperors. It was only upon encountering Rosen that Borsalino realized he was, after all, merely human. How much do you underestimate my capabilities? Borsalino. Zephyr smirked and disregarded Borsalino, striding directly towards Rosen. Rosen. In terms of the 3 types of haki, you have indeed mastered them all, but that does not imply that there is no room for improvement. Do you recall what I previously stated? Do not place blind faith in the techniques of haki, be it kinbunshiku, busashoku, or haoshiku. These so-called techniques merely serve to optimize the inherent power of haki itself. However, no technique can alter the intensity of your own haki. As the only man in the Navy capable of contending for the title of the world's foremost master against Kaido, Zephyr is entirely different from Sengoku. He immediately discerned Rosen's shortcomings. In a single phrase, ample technique, yet insufficient strength. If we were to liken the intensity of haki to inner strength and the techniques of haki to martial moves, then Rosen possesses supreme techniques, but lacks the corresponding superior inner strength to match them. Master Zephyr, please teach me, Rosen implored, bowing slightly in contemplation. Having mastered kinbunshiku haki, he could distinctly sense a paternal ambition emanating from Zephyr, a desire for his disciples to flourish, not as a father to a son, but as a mentor to a student. Reflecting on Zephyr's commitment to nurturing the new generation of the Navy after the tragic loss of his wife and child at the hands of pirates, he understood that Zephyr's investment in him was devoid of any ulterior motives. Thus, upon realizing his potential for haoshiku haki, Zephyr hurried to the office of the fleet admiral. On the surface, it appeared to be a report to Sengoku, but in truth, it was an attempt to establish a foundation, seeking a commitment from Sengoku. This was to ensure that once Rosen was confirmed to possess haoshiku haki, Sengoku, in his capacity as fleet admiral, would personally come to provide guidance. You are quite exceptional. Zephyr observed as Rosen mastered the techniques of the three-color haki within merely 2 lessons. Yet, he remained humble and composed, demonstrating profound respect towards his instructor, which filled Zephyr's heart with comfort. Regardless of what the future may hold, the fact that Zephyr Sensei is my mentor will forever remain unchanged. Meeting Zephyr's gaze, Rosen spoke in a calm yet assertive tone. He couldn't help but reflect on how this mentor devoted his life to nurturing the Navy, only to meet his demise at the hands of those he had trained, leaving him with a bitter sense of irony. Justice? If this is the principle upheld by the Navy headquarters, he would rather forego it altogether. Upon hearing these words, Zephyr's heart trembled for the first time. Throughout his life, he had instructed numerous students, many of whom had risen to the ranks of admirals and vice admirals. Yet it was the first occasion he had encountered a student expressing such sentiments, particularly one who had attended merely a single lesson with him, a true prodigy. Having nurtured many students of considerable potential, Zephyr understood all too well that those with the makings of an admiral invariably possessed lofty aspirations and unyielding pride. Whenever disagreements arose, even if it were their esteemed mentor or close kin, they would not hesitate to sever ties. This held true for both the Navy and the pirates. Take Monkey D. Luffy, for instance. Ace would undoubtedly disregard Garp's opinions. Even his grandfather, Monkey D. Dragon, would not be exempt. Marshal D. Teach was no exception either. However, Rosen seemed to have shifted Zephyr's perspective on this matter. Contemplating this, a glimmer of light shone in his tiger-like eyes, only to vanish in an instant upon turning away, as if it had never existed. Very well, we shall conclude today's lesson here. Upon returning to your dormitory, do remember to review what you have learned today. After all, mastering all 3 forms of haki in one sitting is quite a feat, and knowing how to wield them effectively in combat is an entirely different matter. So, let us proceed this way. Tomorrow morning at 8, you shall return here to await my arrival. With his back turned to Rosen, Zephyr spoke with the tenderness of a benevolent elder addressing his junior, his words imbued with profound and oceanic concern. I will remember, Rosen replied, earnestly savoring each word imparted by Zephyr. He recognized that Zephyr was indeed the foremost educator in the Navy. The principle of tailoring instruction to fit the student was self-evident. The teachings he received were precisely what he currently lacked. Having acquired the knowledge of all 3 haki forms and their associated techniques, he found himself nearly devoid of combat experience and awareness. He lacked a clear understanding of when to employ Conqueror's haki, when to utilize armament haki, and when to activate observation haki, as well as the specific techniques associated with each. After all, he had only just begun to grasp the 3 forms of haki. He had scarcely had the opportunity to engage in combat, and his usage had been severely limited. However, observing Zephyr's demeanor, it was evident that he possessed a comprehensive understanding of these matters, perhaps already crafting a personalized teaching plan tailored for him. Zephyr must ensure he teaches him well. Rosen, he is the future of the Navy, the unequivocal heir to absolute justice. Sengoku gazed at Rosen until his figure faded from view. Only then did he withdraw his gaze and speak to Zephyr beside him. Every student embodies the future of the Navy. They are all the indisputable successors of justice. Zephyr shot Sengoku a glare, clearly displeased with his words. It is a fact that students vary in strength. Yet it remains true that all students represent the future of the Navy and are inheritors of justice. You must understand the essence of my message. To speak candidly, given my current physical condition, regardless of how well I maintain myself, I may only have about 5 more years at my peak. Beyond that, my physical capabilities, hockey, strength, will, and even fruit abilities will inevitably decline with the passage of time. Carp is likely in a similar predicament. The headquarters requires a new king, someone who can lead the Navy and reign supreme over the world. Sengoku stared intently into Zephyr's eyes. You must ensure that Rosen can mature within 5 years. Whatever the cost. Zephyr, he exclaimed with a commanding tone. As my esteemed pupil, you need not worry. I shall exert every effort to nurture his potential, much like I have done for Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan. Zephyr sensed the immense pressure that weighed upon Sengoku, along with the high hopes placed upon Rosen. The position of Fleet Admiral is not one to be occupied by just anyone. Internally, one must contend with the world government, while externally, the threat of pirates looms large. Should our heroes age and the old kings abdicate, if the next generation of Fleet Admirals lacks the Conqueror's hockey, it would not only undermine the authority of the Fleet Admiral, but also render the Navy headquarters susceptible to the indifference of the Gorosei. Simultaneously, it would be powerless to quell the increasingly rampant era of pirates. That night, Rosen stood quietly in the corridor of the Military Academy dormitory, gazing at the 2 rows of cherry blossom trees below. The scene was familiar, yet the mood of the observer had transformed. From the initial confusion and trepidation of his arrival to the extraordinary awakening of his talents, having mastered the techniques of the 3 hockey in merely 2 class sessions. His experiences within the span of a single day had reshaped his perspective. As he returned to the dormitory corridor and beheld the drifting cherry blossoms once more, his heart brimmed with aspirations for the future, coupled with a confidence as radiant as the sun itself. All of this stemmed from his newfound ability to navigate the tumultuous seas of the pirate era and face the future with unwavering resolve. Still awake at this hour? Are you pondering over the events of this afternoon? Just as Rosen reveled in the beauty of the cherry blossoms, a melodious voice wafted from behind him. He turned to find Guion, likely having stepped out from the dormitory. At that moment, she adorned herself in a pink lace nightgown, the fabric barely covering her hips, revealing legs that nearly rivaled Rosen's own height. There was little he could do. Regardless of his stature before and after his arrival, Rosen considered himself relatively tall. Standing at 2 meters, he was certainly not short among his peers. However, Guion's height was formidable, exceeding 3 meters, complemented by her 10-centimeter black high heels. He sighed, recognizing that aside from the intensity of hockey, he might need to further develop his height, pondering whether his extraordinary talent could alter that aspect. The events of this afternoon? Rosen was somewhat perplexed by Guion's inquiry. Conqueror's hockey, she said, her lips parting to articulate 5 poignant words. Regarding the Conqueror's hockey, I must apologize. The awakening of this power is still new to me, and I have yet to master its control, which may have caused you some inconvenience. Rosen suddenly recalled Zephyr's words before his departure, mentioning that when he awakened his Conqueror's hockey, he had nearly incapacitated the entire faculty and student body of the Naval Academy. Only a select few, such as Guion, Kaji, Smoker, Hinai, and the likes of Fire Mountain, managed to evade its effects. Contemplating that Guion had unexpectedly been subjected to a wave of Conqueror's hockey, he assumed the latter had come seeking an explanation, prompting him to clarify. That's quite all right. Just refrain from unleashing your Conqueror's hockey on me without warning in the future. After all, starting tomorrow, we shall continue being classmates for another year. Guion's lips curled into a subtle smile, laden with meaning. Rest assured, incidents like today, where I cannot finally control my Conqueror's hockey, shall not occur again. As for your comment about remaining my classmate, Guion, you must have already mastered the technique of the armament hockey, right? Upon witnessing Guion's smile, Rosen instantly comprehended the truth. Guion was not there to seek retribution for the Conqueror's hockey incident. Rather, he was there to convey the message that he had indeed perfected the armament hockey. Moreover, it implied a deeper significance. I, Guion, am not inferior to you. Of course, if I had not mastered the art of Conqueror's hockey, how could I dare to proclaim that starting tomorrow, I would continue as your classmate, Rosen? The words of Guillaume exuded a profound confidence. Yet reason simultaneously reminded him that while he was advancing, Rosen remained stagnant. After all, this man before him had perfected the technique of conqueror's haki in merely half an hour. Furthermore, the overwhelming aura that swept through the entire Naval Academy served as the finest testament to his prowess. By the way, you just mentioned that the inability to precisely control the conqueror's haki today will not occur again. Have you truly mastered the conqueror's haki to an intermediate level? Shij keenly discerned an astonishing amount of information from Rosen's monologue. Merely a stroke of luck, Rosen remarked with a hint of humility in his smile. Such matters could hardly be attributed to chance. The conqueror's haki, after all, is the most challenging of the three types to master. Without at least a year and a half of rigorous training, an ordinary sovereign would struggle to wield it with ease. When Cheyenne gazed at Rosen, a flicker of complexity danced in her beautiful eyes. Tonight, she had ventured out from her dormitory not only to admire the cherry blossoms, but also to alleviate the tension in her mind, strained from a day of cultivating the armament haki. To her surprise, she encountered Rosen in the corridor. Initially, she had hoped to regain some confidence through their interaction. But instead, she found herself disheartened. She had believed she was keeping pace with Rosen, yet the reality was that she could barely glimpse the shadow of the man ahead. Tomorrow, classes awaited. I assume you have the same obligation. Let us conclude our conversation for the night, then, Cheyenne. Rosen glanced at the night sky, choosing not to dwell further on the topic of haki. After bidding farewell to Cheyenne, he turned and returned to his private quarters. This is one of the privileges afforded to students of Zephyr's class. No need to share a dormitory with others. In the tranquil ambience of Guillaume, Rosen's silhouette gradually faded from view as he retreated into his single room, closing the door behind him. Only then did she redirect her gaze towards the cherry blossom tree below. At this moment, her eyes shimmered with uncertainty, while her conscience, noble and unyielding, stirred ever so slightly. The recesses of her mind were filled with thoughts and emotions intricately linked to Rosen. Casting aside any remnants of her initial desire to admire the cherry blossoms, the following day, Rosen arose early, arriving punctually at the designated classroom location agreed upon with Zephyr. The square, previously ravaged by the demonstration of conqueror's haki, had been restored to its former glory after a night of diligent repairs. However, no sooner had he arrived than a capybara-like face intruded into his personal space. "Ah, we meet again, young Rosen. What a marvel it is that life brings us together once more so soon after our parting yesterday," exclaimed Kakiji, his face nearly pressing against Rosen's, exuding a sense of boastfulness that practically screamed his recent mastery of the hardened application of armament haki. "You seem rather pleased. Well then, Kakiji, I suggest you cherish this moment, for your status as classmates can only endure until the conclusion of this lesson," Rosen remarked. Yet before he could complete his thought, Zephyr's formidable figure, akin to an iron tower, loomed behind Kakiji. "Teacher Zephyr, I do not quite comprehend the meaning of your words." Jiaji's smile faltered. "Fool, have you forgotten about the conqueror's haki from yesterday? Rosen has already mastered it to an intermediate level. Today, not only has Gaki arrived, but also Guillaume, who has similarly perfected the armament haki in just one day. It matters not. After all, I possess no conqueror's haki, which implies I am not lagging behind Rosen. Today, what shall we practice under Teacher Zephyr's guidance? Are we delving into the fluidity of armament haki or the perception of observation haki?" Kaki is quite adept at comforting himself. Lacking conqueror's haki equates to not falling behind. In today's lesson, we shall not focus on the techniques of haki, but instead on how to enhance its intensity. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Rosen also perked up. He has already mastered all techniques of the three types of haki. What remains is merely the intensity of haki. Once the intensity aligns with the level of technique, and coupled with the training of physical skills and swordsmanship, he will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force, even without accounting for the powers of a devil fruit. Remember, the techniques of haki are cultivated through practice, while the intensity of haki is forged through combat. Therefore, to augment the intensity of haki, there exists but a single word. Zephyr cast a stern glance at Rosen and the other two, his tone imbued with gravity. Only through relentless combat and the continuous utilization of haki can one elevate its intensity, particularly when one reaches a certain level of strength. It is only in the crucible of real battle that one can ascend to new heights. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Rosen's brow furrowed slightly. He did not question Zephyr's pedagogical prowess. Rather, he was acutely aware that Zephyr's assertion was entirely accurate. Technique is cultivated, while intensity is forged through conflict. Whether from the mediocre Master Rayleigh or the illustrious Kaido, both employed this methodology to train Monkey D. Luffy. However, relying solely on incessant battles to enhance haki intensity is fraught with risk and yields slow results. Luffy had spent 2 years fighting Rayleigh on Ruskai Island, and after entering the New World, he battled Fishman, Doflamingo, Big Mom, and Katakuri, all the way to Wano, ultimately facing off against the esteemed teacher Kaido on Onigashima. Despite this meteoric rise, his haki intensity remained inferior to that of the seasoned emperors, compelling him to rely on the Nika form in conjunction with the three-colored haki to contend with the emperors. Reflecting on Luffy's extraordinary journey, which was not without its life-threatening moments, Rosen subtly shook his head. Zephy's assertion that technique is cultivated and intensity is forged through battle resonated within him. Could he not train while simultaneously engaging in combat? A harmonious balance of practice and battle, stillness and movement, would undoubtedly optimize the efficiency of haki enhancement. However, this necessitated the development of a method specifically designed to amplify haki intensity. As Rosen's mind raced with thoughts, his consciousness delved into the essence of the three-colored haki. He engaged in dual contemplation, pondering methods to enhance haki intensity through training while deeply attuning himself to the fundamental nature of the three-colored haki. Gradually, his spirit became fully immersed in the ocean of haki, from which countless insights began to surge forth. Brother, don't let your mind wander during class. Teacher Zephyr is notoriously strict. Standing beside Rosen, Kaki keenly perceived that he was distracted. Therefore, he lowered his voice in an attempt to remind Rosen, but received no response. Noticing this, he was about to nudge Rosen with his elbow when Zephyr called him to a halt. Do not call him. Zephyr swiftly reached out, locking onto Kaki's elbow with lightning speed, preventing any contact with Rosen. Even in a moment of distraction, he was spared from reprimand and left undisturbed. How fortunate it was to be a monster. Even the notoriously strict Zephyr exhibited such leniency towards him. Kaki sighed inwardly. However, he remained oblivious to the tempest of emotions stirring within Zephyr. This was precisely how it had been yesterday in the Tao Power testing room, where he had attained the comprehension of the fifth technique of armament color, silent blood. Could it be that he was destined to discover yet another insight? Zephyr raised his hand, signaling both Giant and Kaki to maintain silence. Observing his serious demeanor, Kaki realized he had misjudged Zephyr. The esteemed teacher, known for his sternness, was not indiscriminately accommodating Rosen. Rather, extraordinary events beyond his comprehension were unfolding. Your innate talent is astonishing. Grounded in the dominance essence technique, you visualize the very essence of dominance and, coupled with Zephyr's teachings, successfully derive a dominance cultivation method, Chi Body Source Flow. Chi Body Source Flow, utilizing the absolute control over dominance obtained through the dominance essence technique. The colors of observation, armament, and sovereignty are respectively planted in the upper, middle, and lower dantians, transforming into 3 chi infants concealed within the body. This allows for the enhancement of the 3 colors of dominance either through combat or self-cultivation via the chi infants. Requires dominance essence technique, should others attempt to cultivate this. The upper, middle, and lower dantians would explode, resulting in death. After a while, a fragment of information suddenly surfaced in Rosen's mind, jolting him from his reverie. Chi Body Origin Flow. Your extraordinary comprehension, coupled with Zephyr's elucidation, serves as a foundation for the formidable and supreme power technique, whereby the 3 hues of domineering energy are respectively cultivated within the upper, middle, and lower dantians, transforming into the armed color chi infant, the observation color chi infant, and the conqueror color chi infant. Without the necessity for combat, these 3 chi infants shall incessantly refine their domineering energy, autonomously enhancing its potency. As the insights surged within his mind, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Rosen's eyes. His remarkable understanding surpassed even his expectations. Initially, he had contemplated devising a method to elevate the intensity of his domineering energy through both cultivation and combat. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently derived a domineering variant of the Chi Body Origin Flow. This technique not only applies to the observation and armed colors, but is also effective for the conqueror color, which could typically only be controlled and not cultivated. Once the 3 hues of domineering energy manifest as chi infants, they possess the ability to amplify their strength through combat while also engaging in self-cultivation. From this moment forth, Even if Rosen chooses not to embark on Luffy's battle-driven path of enhancement, merely residing within the Marine headquarters. The three Chi infants will assist him in perfecting his domineering energy to its utmost potential. The extent of this pinnacle remains uncertain, merely a conjecture. It is estimated that at the very least, his armed color would rival that of Garp, his observation color would stand alongside Katakuri, and his conqueror color would be comparable to Roger and Shanks. As for whether the Chi body origin flow possesses additional functions, only through practice will one truly discern its capabilities. After all, this method of cultivating domineering energy has only just been conceived by Rosen, and he himself has yet to undertake its practice. "Come with me," Zephyr remarked, sensing Rosen's momentary pause in contemplation, and directly guided him aside. "Speak up," Zephyr said. "Did you just gain some formidable technique?" Perhaps Rosen's innate talent was too extraordinary, and his past experiences were numerous. Thus, when discussing the comprehension of Haki, Zephyr used the word again. It was nothing exceptional, merely a fortunate discovery of a method to enhance Haki's intensity through training. However, much like the silent blood technique, it was applicable solely to himself. If others attempted to practice it, they would only endanger themselves. In the presence of Zephyr, Rosen did not conceal much, revealing a fraction of the Chi body's source flow. The fact that Sengoku personally came to instruct him on the Conqueror's Haki was already sufficient proof that as long as he showcased his prowess, there would be no need to fear the Navy headquarters proverb about the tall tree attracting the wind. Of course, this was contingent upon his unwavering commitment to the side of justice. "I knew it would be this way," Zephyr remarked, his expression somewhat numb. He had just stated that Haki techniques were cultivated and that Haki's intensity was forged through battle, and soon after, Rosen shattered that notion. Not only techniques, but even the intensity of Haki could be developed. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone outside of us, not even to Sengoku or Garp. While they are trustworthy, those beyond the Navy headquarters are not to be relied upon. Suppressing his inner astonishment, Zephyr gestured upwards. Rosen immediately understood. He was referring to Mariowa, the pinnacle of the Red Earth continent, home to the world government. According to Zephyr, within the Navy headquarters, one could showcase their abilities freely, but they must not reach a level that would disturb the world government's peace. Since you have discovered this method, continue to train, but do not neglect combat. As you mentioned, relying solely on fighting or solely on training yields insufficient efficiency to enhance Haki's intensity. A dual approach is most suitable for you. Recognizing that Rosen had grasped his meaning, Zephyr reminded him not to rely solely on the Chi body's source flow without engaging in battle. After all, combat not only enhances Haki's intensity, but also hones Haki techniques, increases experience, awareness, and physical capabilities. "I require both fighting and training," Rosen nodded in agreement. His reasoning behind the Chi body's source flow was precisely that relying solely on combat to enhance Haki's intensity was inefficient. Having comprehended the Chi body's source flow, he would certainly not forsake battle as a means to elevate his Haki strength. "Knowing you think this way puts my mind at ease," Zephyr said with a reassuring smile, then led Rosen back to their previous position to continue the lesson. Returning to our earlier discussion, only through actual combat can the intensity of Haki reach new heights. Therefore, today's lesson is straightforward. Both of you will spar with Rosen. He addressed the three individuals before him. Teacher Zephyr. Although it was inappropriate for young Rosen to be distracted during class, must you impose such a punishment upon him? Collaborating with Gion to strike him. One might question the fairness of such an act. However, it cannot be classified as genuine combat. It is merely an assault. Kaki cast a glance at Rosen, as if to convey, "Am I a good friend?" "Teacher Zephyr," said Ryūjin, "practical improvement also hinges on an equitable match, does it not? Does pitting two against one truly enhance our skills?" She had come to the Naval Academy to elevate herself, not to undermine others. Indeed, Rosen surpassed her in ability. Yet that did not incite envy within her. "Do you hold Rosen in such low regard, or do you overestimate yourselves?" The old man declared. "To have you two face one is the fairest arrangement. Only in a 2-on-1 scenario can we prevent you from being unilaterally beaten by Rosen, thus ensuring that you derive no genuine combat training from the encounter." Zephyr scoffed derisively. "How is that possible?" "Teacher Zephyr, I must concede that Rosen has indeed made slightly more progress than both Gion and myself in mastering the art of Haki, even having grasped the intermediate level of Conqueror's Haki. However, such abilities are merely suited for dispatching weaker foes. For seasoned experts like Gion and me, they hold no substantial value. Kakaguchi felt underestimated and expressed a fervent discontent. Master? Very well. I shall reluctantly concede to your assertion. However, who informed you that Rosen's progress in the cultivation of his domineering prowess merely surpasses yours by a trifling margin? Upon hearing this, Zephyr could not help but be amused to the point of exasperation. It must be said that while he harbored a personal preference for Rosen, he was in no way biased in his teaching. The 2-against-1 scenario was truly devised with consideration for both Jiji and Shigeyama. Only in this manner could all 3 students experience growth in this particular lesson. As for the mastery of the armament haki, is it not true that everyone merely knows how to entangle and harden? What else could it possibly be? By the way, this slight detail can indeed be attributed to Rosen's mastery of Conqueror's haki, which is well-founded and justified. Yesterday, both I and Sengoku imparted 2 lessons to Rosen. In the first lesson, he successfully mastered the techniques of armament haki, including wrapping, hardening, external projection, and internal destruction, and even devised a 5th technique of his own. During the break, he awakened his Conqueror's haki independently, advancing to the intermediate level. As for the second lesson, he perfected the wrapping technique of Conqueror's haki, as well as observation haki. Zephyr raised 2 fingers, all the while appreciating the splendid changes in Gaki's expressions. In a nutshell, in just 2 lessons, Rosen mastered all 3 types of haki and their associated techniques. Tell me, is there truly such a minuscule gap between you two? Upon hearing this, both Gaki and Ryūjin were left in utter disbelief. How could Rosen possibly learn all 3 types of haki, along with a multitude of techniques? In such a brief span of time, not only did he learn them all, but he also created a new armament haki technique. It dawned on me that I was not keeping pace with him. I could barely catch a glimpse of his shadow. Ryūjin recalled their encounter in the dormitory corridor last night, and for the first time, she felt a tinge of bitterness and helplessness. She had previously taken pride in thinking she was keeping up with this man before her. Little did she realize, she could barely see his taillights fading away. He must have refrained from sharing this with me to avoid discouraging me. Reflecting on her earlier display of pride after mastering the wrapping and hardening technique of armament haki in front of Rosen, Ryūjin felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. While others mastered all 3 haki types and their techniques in just 2 lessons, she had merely achieved the wrapping and hardening technique in a single day, yet had the audacity to boast. The more she pondered this, the deeper her sense of shame grew. Is this truly the case? Brother, Jaji turned his stiff neck. Looking at Rosen with a pitiful expression. Merely a stroke of luck, Lawson remarked, observing the expressions of Kaki and Gion, and could only assert this. Gion, Kaki, what other questions could there be when 2 confront 1? Zephyr spoke with candor. Not at all. Teacher Zephyr, I humbly request that we commence now. Gaki glared at Rosen with clenched teeth, his fists producing a sound akin to the crisp crackling of roasted chestnuts. He was certainly not envious, nor did he harbor any intention of seizing the opportunity to pummel Rosen. Chang Ziyuan silently drew forth her cherished sword, Kinjur, as a gift to herself. She was by no means resentful. She merely wished for everyone to progress together. What are your thoughts? Zephyr turned his gaze toward Rosen. I have no objections. Seizing the moment when Zephyr revealed his mastery of the 3 types of haki, Rosen had already infused his consciousness into the 3 haki within his body. Utilizing the exquisite control afforded by the advanced techniques of haki, he implanted the observation haki into the upper dantian, the armament haki into the middle dantian, and the conqueror's haki into the lower dantian. Although he had yet to cultivate a haki infant, the seeds of haki had already been sown within his dantian, awaiting the nourishment of combat and training. In response to Zephyr's proposal, Rosen not only showed no resistance, but was rather eager to engage. He yearned to test the fruits of his recent learnings and the efficacy of his newly developed haki body through actual combat. Commence. Zephyr swiftly retreated to the edge of the plaza. Almost as soon as his voice echoed, Ryūjin and Kaki launched their attacks simultaneously. Ryūjin advanced with his blade, targeting the center, while Kaki circled behind, delivering a powerful blow. In that fleeting moment before their strikes, Lawson concentrated deeply, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. His Kinbunchaku haki unfolded, and a myriad of voices resonated within his mind, as if an invisible entity was narrating the forthcoming movements of Kaki and Ryūjin. Although it paled in comparison to the prophetic foresight of top-tier Kinbunchaku, akin to watching a film replete with sound and imagery, it provided him with a semblance of immersion. The ability to anticipate an opponent's next move, especially when they lacked Kinbunchaku, and were evenly matched in strength, undoubtedly conferred a significant advantage, particularly when besieged. After all, the dynamics of a one-on-one duel starkly contrasted with those of a brawl. It would be one matter for Master Kai or the formidable Whitebeard to engage the three admirals in a fair duel. A 1v1 scenario with consecutive confrontations against two admirals would pose no challenge. However, facing a 1v2 situation, being besieged by two or more admirals, rendered the circumstances entirely different. While there exists a disparity in rank, it is not yet to the extent of the difference between an admiral and a vice-admiral. The collaboration of two admirals not only compensates for the gap in their ranks, but also positions them favorably against the four emperors. Lawson found himself in a similar predicament. Individually, either Kaki or Ryūjin would scarcely warrant a single hand's worth of effort from him. Yet, their alliance transformed the scenario entirely. The key was to disrupt their rhythm and prevent them from coordinating seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, Rosen made a decisive choice. His eyes widened abruptly, a chilling crimson light igniting within his pupils. In that moment, he transcended the status of a mere military academy student who had attended only 2 classes. He transformed into a sovereign, a new king, reigning over the world and gazing imperiously upon the sea. A resounding aura of overlordship surged forth like an invisible tide, radiating outward in all directions, yet it touched none within the Naval Academy. Even Zephyr, positioned close to Rosen, remained entirely unaware of the oppressive presence of the Overlord's aura. Only Ryūjin and Kaki perceived, in the instant the crimson light flickered in Rosen's gaze, a profound pressure, a tumultuous wave crashing relentlessly upon their spirits. While it caused no tangible harm and did not render them unconscious, it inevitably impeded their movements. Whether it was Ryūjin's sword poised to strike or Kaki's fist ready at his side, both exhibited a momentary sluggishness. In that very instant, Rosen lunged forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger. The armed color of his aura surged through him like a river, flowing into his right arm, enveloping and hardening his fist, which then propelled forward like a cannonball. When his fist collided with Ryūjin's blade, there was no sound of steel-piercing flesh. Instead, sparks flew and a sharp clang of metal echoed. Ryūjin felt an overwhelming force coursing through the hand that gripped the sword. As if the fist striking her were not from a person shorter than herself, but from a giant towering over 20 meters. The formidable aura, combined with the sheer power of the punch, erupted in a force that jolted her tightly held blade, Kanbira, and her right arm, pushing them aside. In that moment, Ryūjin's defenses were utterly compromised. Seizing the opportunity, Rosen advanced with a steady stance, launching his left fist like a projectile, aimed directly at the vulnerable area just below her prominent heart. Though the heart was more conspicuous and easier to strike, inflicting severe damage was unnecessary in this sparring match. You shall not succeed. Guion, sensing Rosen's intentions, felt a flicker of gratitude within her heart. However, her physical movements remained unaffected. With her long legs adorned in high heels, she forcefully stomped on the ground, creating a sunken spiderweb crack in the freshly repaired plaza surface from the previous day. Then, leveraging her body, she retreated as if tethered by an invisible string, being pulled backward in a dramatic flight. Brother Rosen, do not forget, this is a 2-on-1 situation. At that moment, Kaji had already maneuvered to Rosen's left side. His fist, enveloped and hardened by the power of armament hockey, surged forth like a cannonball, accompanied by a sharp, forceful wind, aimed directly at Rosen's neck. Even before the blow landed, Rosen could already sense the fierce gust emanating from Kaji's fist. He understood all too well that had he not initially intimidated Kaji with his conqueror's hockey, that punch would have struck him squarely in the neck during his earlier clash with Guion, rather than waiting until now for him to feel its impending force. The distance is insufficient. No, that's not right, Zephyr had once stated. He had mastered the entirety of the 3-color hockey, along with all its techniques. As she observed Rosen's fist, which was still approximately 1 meter away, Ryūjin initially thought this, only to suddenly realize the implications. If their positions were reversed, indeed, the punch would not have sufficient range. However, considering the circumstances, this distance remained well within the reach of Rosen's hockey. As anticipated, when Rosen extended his left arm fully, it remained unable to contact Ryūjin's abdomen, still over 2 meters apart. Yet, the air at the forefront of his fist rippled outward, akin to stones cast into a tranquil lake. Then, with a resounding force centered around his fist, a shockwave of hockey erupted like a dam breaking. A torrential flood surging forth, instantaneously bridging the gap between him and Ryūjin, striking her abdomen with the force of a radiant arc piercing the sun. Zephyr was indeed earnest in his teachings. Not only did he possess the mastery of external flow, but he also understood the intricate techniques of internal destruction within the realm of haki. Ryūjin's delicate features slightly paled, though she instinctively hardened her abdomen with haki. It proved futile. In other words, while she could defend against external assaults, she was powerless against attacks directed at her internal structure. The moment Rosen's shockwave of haki made contact with her abdomen, she felt a force penetrating through her fortified defenses, invading her body to wreak havoc from within. Humph! Enduring a punch that skillfully combined both external flow and internal destruction techniques of armed color, Ryūjin could not help but let out a muffled grunt. His feet instantly left the ground, and his body shot backward like an arrow released from its bow, flying several dozen meters away. Curse it! It was all due to the earlier interference from Rosen's haki. Had he not been disrupted by Rosen's conqueror's haki for that brief moment, he would have had no opportunity to unleash his own haki to strike at Ryūjin. Upon witnessing this scene, Kaji could not help but inwardly curse. Yet he found himself at a loss, compelled to grit his teeth and smash his haki-imbued fist against Rosen's neck. Should this blow land? Even if Rosen were to master all three forms of haki, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. After all, as Zephyr had stated, the technique of haki does not equate to its strength. On their first day of mastering armament haki, there might be considerable disparities in technique, but in terms of strength, Kaji felt that he and Rosen were nearly equal. He could hardly believe that Rosen, having attended merely 2 classes, with both sessions dedicated to honing haki techniques, could find the time to enhance the strength of his haki. What are you planning to do? At that moment, Zephyr, standing at the edge of the square, cast a penetrating gaze at Rosen. Would he be left defenseless, merely enduring the onslaught? Or would he resort to that untested power of his devil fruit? In response to Zephyr's speculation, Rosen provided a definitive answer through his actions. Faced with Kaji's right fist, which resembled a cannonball, Rosen did not evade. Nor did he employ his weapon fruit. Instead, he remained rooted in place, simply twisting his neck. Then, to Kaji's astonishment, he braced himself, allowing his relatively fragile neck to absorb the impact of Kaji's haki-hardened iron fist. With a thunderous boom akin to a cannon's roar, a violent shockwave erupted from the point of collision between Rosen's neck and Kaji's fist, sending a cloud of dust and debris swirling. The ground beneath their feet could not withstand the force, fracturing into alarming fissures. Yet, despite enduring Kaji's powerful blow, Rosen did not so much as sway, remaining steadfastly anchored in place like a pillar of stability. It is impossible. Kaji observed the scene before him, his pupils constricting. Yet he soon noticed the area struck by his fist, specifically the region around Rosen's neck, revealing intricate patterns radiating with a violet glow. It was neither the hardening of armament haki nor the flow of external energy or internal destruction. What is this? Indeed, this must be the 5th technique of haki spoken of by Master Zephyr, uniquely developed by Rosen. However, one must ponder, technique is one thing, strength is another. Particularly considering the punch he delivered to Ryūjin moments ago, which utilized a significant portion of his haki. In such a hurried state, how could he possibly summon so much haki to evolve such formidable defense? Soon, Gaki began to comprehend. The skin, muscles, and bones were enhanced through the intertwining and hardening techniques to bolster defense. Blood vessels infused with haki transformed into tangible defensive prowess. The inner and outer defenses were in perfect harmony. Haki could scarcely inflict harm. Zephyr, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished by Rosen's mastery of the blood stasis technique. He understood well that whether through intertwining and hardening or blood stasis, a single technique alone could not withstand a punch from Gaki. As Gaki surmised, Rosen simultaneously allocated a portion of his haki to attack Ryūjin. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Rosen's haki techniques were exceedingly advanced. The skin, muscles, and bones could be enveloped and hardened with haki. Blood vessels could absorb haki, evolving into enhanced defense. The inner and outer defenses reached their utmost potential. Were Gaki's haki intensity to far surpass Rosen's by several times, he might forcefully inflict pain upon him, or even breach his defenses. Yet, the reality is that he simply lacked such formidable haki intensity. In contrast, Rosen's haki intensity was not inferior to Gaki's, and his mastery of haki techniques was vastly superior. Especially when the intertwining, hardening, and blood stasis techniques converged, they produced an effect exceeding the sum of their parts. Skin, muscles, bones, blood vessels, 3 techniques forming a quadruple defense. What could Gaki employ to breach this defense? Let alone breaking through. He could not even inflict pain upon Rosen. Unless Gaki's haki intensity exceeded Rosen's by more than double, and he mastered both the flowing external and internal destructive techniques, breaching Rosen's defenses would be utterly unattainable. Zephyr, observing from the sidelines, reached a conclusion. This is the advantage afforded by the additional haki technique. This elucidates why the admirals generally fall short compared to the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors possess not only an additional technique known as Conqueror's Haki, but also wield a form of haki that surpasses that of the admirals. Indeed, the still blood armor, combined with the techniques of wrapping and hardening, coalesces to elevate defensive capabilities. No armament of equal strength can breach my defenses. Even after receiving a direct blow to the vulnerable neck from Kaji, Rosen remained steadfast, unmoving, and felt not the slightest twinge of pain at the point of impact. Wrapping, hardening, external release, internal destruction, and the still blood armor, Rosen had explored all 5 techniques of the armed color haki, as well as the observation haki. The only one left untested was the Conqueror's Haki. As thoughts swirled in his mind, the Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a dragon emerging from the depths, manifesting as streaks of black and red lightning entwining around his right foot. He stepped forward with his left foot, and his right foot launched into the air. The right foot, enveloped in the Conqueror's Haki, resembled a fearsome black dragon, exuding an overwhelming pressure that distorted the very air as it surged toward Kaji. This was undoubtedly not the armed color haki. The instant Kaji beheld Rosen's right foot entwined with Conqueror's Haki, a chill coursed through his entire body. Before Rosen could even take a step, Kaji, as if startled by a tail being stepped on, propelled himself backward with the agility of a monkey, striving to create distance. Indeed, the gap widened. Even if Rosen's right foot, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, fully extended, the height difference of 2 meters, compounded by Kaji's swift retreat, ensured that his kick always remained approximately half a meter away from Kaji. Evaded. As Jiaji harbored this thought, he suddenly witnessed the front of Rosen's right foot, entwined with black and red lightning, erupting with a terrifying force. The overwhelming pressure was suffocating, crossing the distance between them and striking directly at his chest. With a thud, Jiaji's features contorted in disbelief as he glanced down, only to discover that his chest, clothing, and skin alike was visibly warped. Not only that, but a series of black lightning bolts, dancing like ferocious dragons, had inexplicably surged from Rosen's foot, enveloping him and subsequently unleashing a devastating wave of power. Wow! With a piercing scream, Kaji found himself suspended in midair, yet to touch the ground. He opened his mouth, expelling a jet of crimson blood, and in the next moment, his body shot backward like a cannonball, propelled by swirling waves of air, ultimately crashing down onto the plaza. With a thunderous thud, the impact resonated. And from the very spot where Kaji had landed, cracks spiderwebbed outward like serpents slithering across the ground. The plaza resembled a parched riverbed, fissures erupting like a web, as clouds of dust were thrust upward through the crevices, forming pillars that reached for the heavens. Was this the essence of Conqueror's Haki? Lying in the deep pit, Kaji felt his eyelids weighed down, rendering it nearly impossible to open his eyes. His mind throbbed as though it had been struck by a mountain. A splitting headache overwhelming him, the world spinning around him. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the earlier intimidation he experienced from Rosen's Conqueror's Haki. Yet the magnitude of power was incomparably different. If the mere release of Conqueror's Haki possessed a potency of 10, then the application of Conqueror's Haki in an enveloping manner surged beyond 100. It was a complete liberation of the power of Conqueror's Haki. No longer merely the qualification of a king, nor just the skill of a minor player, but rather the very emblem of kingship. Is he unable to rise? On the other side, leaning on his sword as a makeshift crutch, Gion witnessed Kaji succumb to a strike from Rosen's enveloping Conqueror's Haki. Collapsing as if his vitality had been instantly drained, a chill ran down her spine. Although she had only known Kaji for a day, their shared height akin to that of a general, coupled with the fact that both had mastered the art of armament haki in just a single day, provided her with a clear understanding of his prowess. He was undoubtedly as formidable as herself. Yet now, he had merely endured a single blow and was rendered incapacitated. In other words, had she been in Kaji's position, facing Rosen's enveloping Conqueror's Haki, her fate would likely not have differed much from his. Is this the true extent of Rosen's power? Teacher Zephyr, she exclaimed. You are mistaken. Even if it is a 2-on-1 scenario, it remains the utmost unfairness for us. Ryūjin cast her gaze towards Rosen, who stood proudly at the center of the plaza. For the first time, she truly comprehended the essence of absolute oppression. Despite joining forces with Kaki, they were still overwhelmed and defeated by Rosen with an overwhelming force. Let me see. The impact of battle on the enhancement of one's domineering spirit is indeed profound. Rather, it is the influence of the chi body source flow that warrants attention. After delivering powerful punches to Ryūjin and kicking Gigi, Rosen paused, refraining from further aggression towards the two. Instead, he directed his consciousness into the domineering spirit within him. Upon inspection, he discovered that the 3 colored spheres, resembling glowing orbs and residing in his upper, middle, and lower dantians, had undergone a discernible transformation. Following the actual combat, irrespective of the observation haki, armament haki, or conqueror's haki, the surfaces of the 3 energy spheres had morphed into 3 distinct chi embryos, each occupying its respective dantian. By infusing his consciousness into these chi embryos, Rosen could vividly sense them performing movements akin to breathing. With each breath, he noted a subtle enhancement in his 3-colored domineering spirit. Moreover, once transformed into these 3-colored chi embryos, the domineering spirit's strength could not only be incrementally improved through self-cultivation, but also significantly augmented through the rigors of battle. Such was the case at present. Your innate understanding is exceptional. Through your inaugural combat and the cultivation of the chi body source flow, the potency of your 3-colored domineering spirit has been elevated. Armament haki strength increased by 30%, observation haki strength by 20%, and conqueror's haki strength by 20%. A series of insights flashed through Rosen's mind, prompting contemplation. Was it due to the fact that armament haki was utilized most frequently during battle? Hence, its enhancement was the most pronounced among the 3. Having personally experienced the efficacy of the chi body source flow, Rosen felt an overwhelming satisfaction with his own method of cultivating the domineering spirit. After just one skirmish, the 3-colored domineering spirit had visibly improved. What if there were a few more encounters? Furthermore, he realized that it was not solely through battle that the 3-colored domineering spirit could experience immediate enhancement. The chi embryos could also cultivate independently, provided certain requirements were met, namely, an abundance of nourishment. With this thought, an urge surged within Rosen. Skipping class was in order. A visit to the dining hall was imperative. Let us conclude here. I have arranged for you a feast of meat derived from sea kings, Zephyr declared upon observing Ryūjin, who still appeared eager for further combat. With Gigi already incapacitated and Ryūjin in a less than favorable condition, continuing the practice would yield minimal benefit and could lead to injury. It was far better to rest, replenish their strength, and resume training in the afternoon. Of course, this was the plan for Ryūjin and Gigi, but Rosen was in a different position. As Zephyr had initially stated, this lesson was the last opportunity for Ryūjin and Gigi to train alongside Rosen. The Feast of Sea King meat awaited. Upon hearing this, Rosen felt a surge of excitement. The Sea Kings, a remarkable characteristic of the pirate world, represent the most formidable race in these vast oceans. Even the most ordinary of sea kings measures over 100 meters in length, while some colossal varieties can only be quantified in kilometers, rendering the giants mere playthings in comparison. The sea king meat that Zephyr mentioned could not possibly be from the gigantic varieties. However, even the average sea king offers an unimaginable level of nutrition, making it exceptionally suitable for cultivating one's chi. Are you still alive? Master. Zephyr approached Jiaji, gazing down at him while not forgetting to tease him with a playful remark. Teacher Zephyr, you are mistaken. Even if Guillaume and I were to confront the 2 Lawson clerks, it would still be an egregious injustice against us. With both hands bracing the ground, I rose to my feet, shaking off the lingering dizziness, my face adorned with a sorrowful expression. To be honest, this is entirely due to my own misjudgment. Unexpectedly, the prowess of this master is far from what he himself claimed. Zephyr still recalls the time when Jiaji boasted of his skills. Upon hearing this, Jiaji can only smile wryly, resolving never to boast again, especially in the presence of Rosen. Let us proceed. Off to dine, Zephyr remarked, teasingly chiding Kaji. Yet he diligently proceeded to examine his health. Once assured that Kaji was free from serious issues, he led Rosen and the others towards the cafeteria. Within the naval mess hall, both the teachers enjoying their meals and the staff serving the dishes were captivated, their gaze fixed upon a nearby table heaped with an astonishing array of plates. More precisely, it was the raven-haired youth seated before two towering stacks of dishes that drew their attention. In a mere 10 minutes, he consumed an astounding 100 pounds of meat, and he showed no signs of ceasing. Was his stomach a conduit to the ocean itself? While Mr. Sakazuki, Mr. Borisolino, and Mr. Kazan had also displayed hearty appetites during their military academy days, none had ever exhibited such extravagance. Witnessing Rosen devour 100 pounds of seafood in 10 minutes, no, devour might not suffice. Rated would be more fitting, left those present increasingly astounded. Please savor your meal. There's plenty of meat, Zephyr remarked as he observed Rosen's relentless pace in devouring the feast. Upon hearing the assurance of an ample supply, Rosen's voracity finally abated, allowing him the leisure to notice Ju and Kaki beside him. "Why aren't you two eating?" he inquired, noticing their utensils poised yet their plates conspicuously barren. "I wish to partake as well. However, each time the dishes are served, for reasons unbeknownst to me, that platter of meat has already found its way to your belly." Kaki lamented, the tension in his forehead palpable. After being struck by Rosen's overwhelming presence, he had hoped to replenish himself in the mess hall. Yet, after a full 10 minutes of waiting, all he could do was behold the meat with his eyes, utterly deprived of the pleasure of tasting it. "Let's summon a few more chefs," Zephyr decided, invoking his authority as both the chief instructor and principal to call forth several culinary hands. With the reinforcements, the pace of service in the dining hall saw an immediate and significant improvement. After Rosen had consumed roughly 150 pounds of food, Ju and Kaki finally savored their first morsel of meat. 70% full. A meal begins with no less than 150 pounds of meat. You dare to call that merely 70% full? When Gigi heard that Luosen devoured over 150 pounds of sea king meat and claimed to be just moderately satisfied, he nearly choked in disbelief. Although Gigi himself has a hearty appetite, starting each meal with 30 pounds of meat, he could only manage around 50 pounds at most. Nowhere near Luosen's capacity. There is no need for astonishment. Do you think the enhancement of one's physique and dominance comes without effort? Combat and training require substantial nourishment as their foundation. Otherwise, one risks exhausting oneself to the point of collapse. Zephyr, however, regarded this phenomenon with indifference. As the intensity of your training and battles escalates, so too will your appetite grow. In time, consuming an entire sea king may seem exaggerated, but a whole tiger would likely become a mere delicacy for you. As a former Marine admiral, even though age has caught up with him, Zephyr's formidable presence and physical prowess remain undeniable, and his own appetite is indeed quite substantial. "Teacher Zephyr," said Kaki, unable to restrain himself, "according to your words, once we graduate and embark on our missions, will we be required to transport hundreds of tons of meat on warships?" "It would indeed be preferable," Zephyr replied, "though it is of no consequence if such provisions are unavailable. The vast ocean beneath our feet is abundant with sustenance, and the mightier the marine creatures, the greater the nutritional value of their flesh. To illustrate, if one were to consume ordinary beef, you would each need to ingest a minimum of 100 pounds in a single meal. As for Rosen, he would require 300 to 500 pounds of meat. However, when it comes to marine creatures, such quantities diminish considerably. Take today's meal, for instance. It was crafted from the most commonplace and smallest of marine beings. Even so, one would only need to consume approximately a third of that amount compared to beef, which translates to merely 20 to 30 pounds, while Rosen's requirement would be below 200 pounds. Should we consider medium to large marine creatures, their nutritional value escalates further, necessitating even less quantity for sustenance. Zephyr's words alleviated the concerns of Gion and Kaki. After all, neither of them were endowed with special abilities. Should they require nourishment, a simple dive into the ocean would yield an abundance of options. Are they sea kings? Upon hearing this, Rosen felt a sense of relief. Although he was an ability user and could not plunge directly into the ocean, he possessed numerous methods to hunt sea kings. With this thought in mind, he directed his attention to the three-colored hockey within him. Despite consuming nearly 200 pounds of meat in just 10 minutes, Rosen noticed that his stomach was merely slightly distended, akin to a regular person after a hearty meal, rather than inflated like a balloon. In fact, he could distinctly feel his stomach gradually returning to its normal state at a slow pace. Simultaneously, three subtle streams of warmth surged towards three distinct areas of his body. Your extraordinary comprehension, combined with substantial nourishment and the cultivation of the chi body source flow, has elevated the potency of your three-colored haki. The intensity of the armament haki has increased by 10%, the observation haki by 10%, and the conqueror's haki by 5%. A faint smile crept across Rosen's face as he sensed the enhancement of his three-colored haki. Eating, abundant eating, especially of highly nutritious food, was indeed the method through which the chi infant could cultivate itself and achieve immediate augmentation of haki intensity. Though this enhancement was still inferior to that gained from combat, it was nonetheless significant. After all, he could not engage in battle every day, yet he must eat daily, with a minimum of 3 meals. The increase from 3 daily meals, coupled with the continuous 24-hour cultivation of haki by the 3 chi infants, suggested that Rosen could, in fact, allow his three-colored haki to flourish even without engaging in combat or any form of training, simply by indulging in daily eating and resting. In comparison to others who could only rely on battle to enhance their haki, this growth was remarkable, if not unparalleled. It seemed that the 3 chi infants had indeed grown a bit. Wait, I cannot shake the feeling that the pace of my chi infant's mastery of haki has accelerated. Through the advanced technique of haki, Rosen has infused his awareness into the armed haki within his body, allowing him to perceive the transformation of the chi infant with remarkable clarity. Following his earlier battles against Kaki and Gion, coupled with a hearty meal of sea king meat, he has observed that the chi infants residing in his 3 danshans have noticeably enlarged compared to their initial state. Most significantly, after this expansion, the speed at which the chi infant cultivates haki has astonishingly increased. If the previous rate of cultivation was an increment of 1 haki per second, it has now surged to 1.5 haki per second. While this may not seem like a doubling, it is essential to remember that the chi infant does not require sleep and can engage in uninterrupted cultivation for 24 hours. This effectively means that Rosen's tri-colored haki has escalated from an increment of 1 haki per second to an impressive 1.5 haki per second. There is no need for years of relentless training. Merely 1 day yields tremendous advancement. Is it true that the stronger the haki, the faster the chi infant's cultivation? It appears I must prioritize my meals, ensuring that every dish is composed of sea king meat. In this manner, while others toil relentlessly to enhance their haki, I need only to dine well for my haki's potency to flourish. Rosen, perceiving the transformation of his tri-colored chi infant, felt an immense satisfaction within. This is indeed the proper approach to mastering tri-colored haki. Please, share your thoughts. After the recent encounter, what insights have you gained? Alternatively, what do you perceive as your most significant shortcomings? Observing that Rosen and his companions had sufficiently dined, Zephyr led them to his office. This served not only as a means for them to rest, but also to facilitate a debriefing on their combat performance, laying the groundwork for the upcoming lessons. Ryūjin, you may begin, Zephyr directed, turning his attention to Ryūjin. The proficiency in haki, Ryūjin commenced. Had I been adept at flowing haki, I could have activated it preemptively during Rosen's assault, neutralizing a substantial portion of his attack before his haki made contact with my body, thus averting a swift defeat. However, the crux lies in mastering Kinbunchika haki. After a moment of contemplation, Ryūjin articulated his insights further. Rosen's ability to simultaneously contend with both myself and Kaki, while maintaining the upper hand, is attributed to his mastery of Kinbunchika haki. He can anticipate his opponent's moves and prepare accordingly. For instance, at the outset, he utilized Conqueror's haki to disrupt our offensive rhythm, seizing the fleeting opportunity to repel me before deftly employing his preparatory techniques, blood stasis, and the intertwining hardening techniques, to deflect Kaki's strikes, ultimately culminating in a decisive kick laced with Conqueror's haki that felled Kaki and concluded the combat. The reason Kaki and I were so thoroughly defeated by Rosen's single punches and kicks lies significantly, at least 50%, in our lack of proficiency in Kinbunchika haki. No sooner had she finished speaking than Kaki nodded in agreement. Teacher Zephyr, Akiji remarked, his chin resting thoughtfully in his hand, a look of dissatisfaction etched upon his face. He mused that if he and Gion had mastered the observation haki, they certainly would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. With a bit more time spent training, he believed it would have been entirely feasible for them to withstand several blows from Rosen. Earlier, during their meal, he had been reflecting on the encounter with Rosen. Although the disparity in their abilities was undeniable, It was worth noting that they had been outnumbered 2-1, and considering that everyone was still new to hockey, they should not have succumbed so easily to a single punch or kick. Indeed, the ability to perceive one's surroundings is currently your greatest shortcoming. Therefore, in the afternoon, you shall engage in the cultivation of this skill. I have already arranged for a designated training area, and there will be someone to guide you there. Zephyr's words ignited a spark in the eyes of Ryūjin and Kaji. Observing this, Rosen couldn't help but silently nod in agreement. A master is indeed a master. It may seem like he is merely asking Ryūjin and Kaji to summarize their findings, yet he has astutely recognized their deficiencies and has proactively organized the subsequent lessons. It is your turn. Having arranged the afternoon classes for Ryūjin and Kaji, Zephyr then turned his attention to Rosen. Me? Teacher Zephyr, I beg your pardon. But I seem to perceive no shortcomings within myself. Rather, I feel exceptionally formidable. Rosen pondered earnestly for a moment before somewhat bashfully responding. He had mastered all techniques of the three-color hockey. He possessed the energy body source flow to enhance the intensity of his hockey. From here on, it was merely a matter of methodically engaging in daily physical activities and nourishing himself properly to cultivate the three-color hockey infants. The mastery of armament hockey akin to Garp, observation hockey akin to Katakuri, and conqueror's hockey akin to red-haired Shanks would pose no challenge. In the realm of hockey, he exhibited no deficiencies. Especially when compared to the students of Zephyr's class, he truly stood out as extraordinary. Ryūjin, Kakiji, the two wished to refute this assertion. Yet the reality seemed to corroborate it. Following their previous encounters, they recognized that Rosen genuinely possessed no shortcomings, at least in the domain of the three-color hockey. When one considers Kakiji, a so-called expert, as a hypothetical adversary, it is no wonder he perceives himself devoid of flaws. However, do not use him as a benchmark. Rather, reference me. Do you still regard yourself as exceptionally strong? Zephyr was by no means surprised by Rosen's response. Across the entire Navy Academy, Rosen undoubtedly stood in a league of his own, exhibiting a clear disparity. Even within the formidable ranks of the Navy headquarters, he had already carved out a place for himself. Should the strength of his three-color hockey align with his mastery of hockey techniques, he would not merely occupy a position but ascend to the pinnacle of the Navy headquarters, capable of contending with admirals. This assessment does not even factor in Rosen's devil fruit abilities. If today, you were not facing Ryūjin but rather me, would your hockey-imbued punch prove effective? Could it deliver a significant blow to me? As if to bolster his argument, Zephyr simultaneously revealed his hardened black arm, encased in armament hockey. His 5 obsidian fingers clenched into a fist, unleashing a cacophony of chilling metallic clashes that sent shivers down one's spine. Ryūjin opened her mouth slightly. She felt a sense of offense, yet upon seeing Zephyr's black armament revealed, she opted for silence. Was her opponent really Teacher Zephyr? Indeed, that would prove futile. Upon hearing this, Rosen's expression turned serious. What then shall you do? He inquired. Although I am not adept at the quiet blood technique, I possess knowledge of various techniques such as coiling hardening, flowing emission, and internal destruction concerning hockey. In this scenario, how would you respond? Zephyr questioned, enunciating each word with deliberation. By enhancing my offensive power, Rosen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then I pose another question to you. Before achieving a significant breakthrough in hockey intensity, how will you augment your attack strength? Even if I were to utilize my full capabilities, or merely match your level of hockey for defense, how would you breach it? A flicker of approval passed through Zephyr's gaze. How to elevate your offensive power? Rosen pondered deeply, naturally allowing his consciousness to flow into the realm of hockey. As he contemplated ways to enhance his attack strength, he meticulously observed the nuances of hockey. Gradually, his mind became wholly immersed in the essence of hockey, rendering him oblivious to everything occurring in the external world. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback by Rosen's demeanor. His intention was not malicious. Rather, he wished for Rosen to temporarily set aside matters of hockey and begin cultivating his martial arts. After all, to unleash the utmost power of the 3 types of hockey in combat, one requires not only proficiency in hockey techniques, but also complementary physical skills, swordsmanship, or the abilities derived from devil fruits. As a man renowned for his mastery of martial arts and hockey, Zephyr naturally desired that Rosen focus on these aspects rather than follow the path of someone like Bartholomew Kuma, who concentrated solely on his devil fruit powers. Yet, what was the outcome? Rosen, without a moment's hesitation, sought to comprehend a new ability. With an extraordinary aptitude, He established a foundation based on the 4 techniques of armament haki, merging them with the ultimate mastery of haki to innovate and grasp a specialized skill of armament haki, blood motion armor. This skill allows for absolute control over armament haki through the profound application of haki, infusing it into one's veins to transform it into tangible offensive power, significantly enhancing the destructive capability of the physical body. This requires mastery of the ultimate haki. Any attempts by others to train in it would result in permanent damage to their blood vessels. As Rosen contemplated the information manifesting in his mind, a jolt of realization coursed through him. Blood motion armor? An enhancement of offensive power? Hadn't he just achieved that? With blood motion armor, in conjunction with the techniques of coiling and hardening, along with external flow and internal destruction, he could achieve unparalleled offensive strength. For defense, the static blood armor, combined with coiling and hardening, external flow, and internal destruction would yield supreme defensive capabilities. Each punch and kick would embody the strongest offense, and every stance would represent the most formidable defense. After all, static blood armor and blood motion armor, as techniques of armament haki, could not only synergize with other haki techniques, but also be integrated with different forms of haki. For instance, while employing blood motion armor to unleash the pinnacle of offensive strength, he could simultaneously activate coiling hardening, augmented by Conqueror's haki. Even against an opponent like Zephyr, it would not matter if their armament haki was of equal strength or even twice as potent. He would still be able to breach their defenses with a single blow. Teacher Zephyr, I have conceived a thought, Rosen declared, meeting Zephyr's gaze with steadfast determination. What thought have you conceived? Zephyr's mind was nearly certain of his suspicions. Utilizing the 6th technique of armament haki that I have just comprehended, dynamic blood armor, an evolution of unparalleled offensive power, capable of breaking defenses with a single strike. Rosen gazed intently at Zephyr. The 6th technique of the armament haki? Gion and Kaki were left in a state of bewilderment. Has the disparity between individuals reached such an extreme? Teacher Zephyr instructed the 2 to compile their findings, resulting in the conclusion that they would practice observation haki in the afternoon. Yet, when it came to Rosen, he exhibited no weaknesses and ultimately had to view Zephyr as a hypothetical adversary. What was the outcome? Instead of engaging in any specialized training, Rosen unexpectedly grasped the 6th technique of armament haki after a mere disagreement. It's worth noting that both he and his companion had yet to fully master even the 4 basic techniques of armament haki. Was it akin to static blood armor? Upon hearing this, Zephyr instantly understood. Without Rosen uttering a word, he recognized that the so-called dynamic blood armor was indeed akin to static blood armor, infusing armament haki into the blood vessels. However, the distinction lay in the fact that static blood armor represents an evolution of supreme defensive capability within the blood vessels, whereas dynamic blood armor signifies an evolution of ultimate offensive power. Such a feat, even for innate monsters like Kaido and Big Mom, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Infusing armament haki into the blood vessels equates to conducting indiscriminate internal assault on the body, regardless of whether one possesses indestructible fortitude, a steel balloon, or elemental transformation. It amounts to self-destruction. This technique can only be wielded by Rosen, its originator. No one else, whether they be an emperor or an admiral, could replicate it, even under direct tutelage from Rosen. Indeed, the distinction lies between offense and defense. As long as your domineering strength, Teacher Zephyr, does not exceed mine by more than 3-fold, I can breach your defenses with a single strike. Rosen's voice conveyed a resolute confidence. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's gaze became somewhat intricate. He held no doubts regarding Rosen's assertion, yet found himself at a loss for words. His original intention was merely to encourage Rosen to train in martial arts. Little did he anticipate that this prodigious disciple would, in a moment of disagreement, conjure the 6th form of armament haki to evolve into an unparalleled offensive prowess. It was akin to directing someone to practice martial skills, only for them to embark on a path of immortal cultivation. Even for Zephyr, accustomed to extraordinary beings and himself being a marvel, he could not help but curse inwardly at this moment. This fellow's comprehension is truly monstrous. Is my bloodlust attire insufficient? Teacher Zephyr, Rosen inquired, noticing Zephyr's silence as he stared blankly at him. He had assumed that the blood technique he had grasped was still somewhat distant from the ideal standard that resided in Zephyr's mind. After all, he was a former admiral of the Navy, renowned for his strictness towards his students. and it was only natural for him to hold himself to a higher standard. No, your mastery of the haki is truly remarkable. Can Zephyr possibly suggest otherwise? Since the discovery of the armament haki, more than a millennium has passed, and throughout the ages, only 4 techniques have emerged from a lineage of formidable warriors. And what of Rosen? In just 2 days, he has grasped 2 techniques of armament haki. Much of his time also devoted to mastering the 3 forms of haki. Even someone as stringent as Zephyr cannot help but marvel inwardly. Other students exhibit an overwhelming desire to advance, yet Rosen perceives his progress as astonishingly rapid. Rosen, you must understand this. I am not merely a block of wood, passively allowing you to strike. Zephyr strained his mind, endeavoring to steer the conversation towards the realm of martial arts. You have acquired haki techniques, and you possess both offense and defense. What do you believe you still lack? He gazed intently at Rosen. Velocity? Incorrect. It is a physical skill, Rosen replied, shaking his head before attempting to provide an answer. Indeed, what you currently lack is the most fundamental physical technique. Cultivating physical skills not only equips you with means to confront your adversaries, but also enhances your capabilities in attack, speed, defense, and evasion across the board. Simultaneously, the practice of these techniques serves to strengthen your body. It is a mutually reinforcing process. Zephyr smiled with satisfaction. Remember this. The stronger the physique, the more formidable the martial arts, and the greater the aura. To stand atop the pinnacle of the sea, both aura and physical technique are indispensable. The old man and carp are the finest examples of this. To emphasize the significance of physical skills, he directly cited himself and carp as illustrations. Thus, my lesson this afternoon will focus on physical techniques. Rosen understood this implicitly. He bore no aversion to martial arts. After all, who would disdain an abundance of abilities? Moreover, he did not desire to excel solely in one domain. His aspiration was to become a versatile warrior. After all, specializing in one area implies the existence of exploitable weaknesses. He certainly did not wish to fall short in physical skills on some future day. In any case, practicing martial arts was merely a matter of attending a single class. Indeed, Zephyr felt a sense of relief upon noticing that Rosen was not averse to practicing physical techniques. His greatest fear was that Rosen would be like Borsalino, focusing solely on a single aspect. However, while Rosen leaned towards the 3 forms of haki, Borsalino favored his fruit abilities. After a brief respite in the office, once the mealtime rush subsided, Zephyr called upon a military academy instructor to escort Ryūjin and Kaji to a location dedicated to training observation haki. Meanwhile, he took Rosen to a nearby beach adjacent to the Naval Academy. What I shall impart to you next is a form of martial art known as the 6 styles. He began. These consist of the Shurgan, finger gun, the Rankyaku, storm leg, the Tekai, iron mass, the Soru, shave, the Jeppo, moonwalk, and the Kamii, paper drawing. The 6 styles integrate offense, defense, speed, and evasion, enabling one to vanquish foes while simultaneously honing the body. Zephyr elaborated on the various techniques of the 6 styles. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The true significance lies in mastering the 6 styles, which allows one to further grasp a technique known as life return. This technique enables you to infuse your consciousness into any tissue or organ within your body, granting you the ability to exert complete control over your physique, including your hair and even your internal organs. Upon mastering life return, you will be capable of consuming food in quantities that are double or even several times greater than what you currently consume, while swiftly digesting and absorbing the nutrients contained within. The 6 styles unlock your potential, while life return replenishes your energy. They complement each other, ensuring that your strength continues to grow rather than deteriorating your body. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Rosen instinctively furrowed his brow. Is something wrong? Zephyr immediately sensed Rosen's unease. It is as follows, Teacher Zephyr. Previously, I comprehended a method for cultivating haki. It can be enhanced through combat, as well as through practice. However, this so-called practice essentially involves absorbing my bodily energy or the nutrients from food to augment the potency of the 3-colored haki. Rosen spread his hands. In other words, aside from the portion of nutrients necessary for sustaining my body, all the rest is devoted to the enhancement of the 3-colored haki. If I wish to refine my physical techniques, the nutrients from food must prioritize nourishing my body to replenish the energy expended in training. Consequently, the progress of my 3-colored haki cultivation will inevitably slow. It is not that I question the return of life. But can it truly satisfy the simultaneous enhancement of both haki and the body? The cultivation of the three-colored chi infant also necessitates nutrients. It does not simply enhance haki out of thin air. Yet, I possess only a mouth and a stomach, making it impossible to simultaneously nourish both my body and the three-colored chi infant. Why not attempt to cultivate the 6 styles first? Perhaps the ability of life to assimilate nourishment is sufficient to simultaneously sustain the training of the 3 types of haki and the physical techniques. Upon hearing this, Zephyr furrowed his brow. In his previous teaching experiences, it was generally understood that once one mastered the return of life, the 4 daily meals would undoubtedly provide enough sustenance for the training of both physical arts and haki. Even the likes of Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Kazan were no exception in their time. However, Luo's son had discovered the essence of the chi body. He directly implanted the 3 types of haki within the upper, middle, and lower dantians, cultivating the 3 haki infants, which tirelessly trained for 24 hours a day, fervently enhancing their haki. Even in the realm of cultivation, spiritual energy is required, let alone haki. Previously, in the cafeteria, Luo's son had come to understand that the 3 haki infants were perpetually engaged in training, not just during meals, but with every breath taken. However, during the act of eating, as a substantial amount of food entered the digestive system, the body would absorb a vast quantity of nutrients, thereby accelerating the training speed of the haki infants. Unacceptable. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. The pressing matter at hand, I believe, is to first address the issue of nutrition. Out of prudence, Rosen did not immediately practice the 6 forms. It was not a lack of faith in mastering the 6 forms, nor a fear of the return of life, but rather a lack of confidence in his ability to harness the return of life. The 3-colored chi infants practiced continuously for 24 hours, enhancing their dominance, which in itself was a considerable endeavor. Further training in physical techniques would necessitate an immense supply of nutrition. Otherwise, the more one practiced, the more one would suffer losses. He felt that solely relying on the absorption and digestion from the return of life could not simultaneously satisfy the requirements for both the enhancement of the 3-colored dominance and the body. Not only would the cultivation of the chi body flow slow down, but it would also weaken the body. To achieve a balance between physical techniques and dominance, Rosen believed it was not impossible. The primary task was to resolve the issue of digestion and absorption. I possess but 1 mouth and 1 stomach. It is impossible to conjure multiple mouths or stomachs from thin air. Hence, the only solution lies in reinforcing the existing 6 organs that absorb energy. Much like how Monkey D. Luffy enhances the elasticity of rubber with armament haki. With this decision made, Rosen sat on the beach, lost in thought, undisturbed by those around him, focusing on achieving an extraordinary level of insight before class. It seems, he said, that progress is imminent. Zephyr could not help but cover his forehead upon witnessing Rosen's demeanor. Earlier in the cafeteria, he had requested Rosen to provide a simple self-assessment, only for the latter to directly comprehend the 6th form of the armament haki technique, blood manipulation. Now on the beach, Zephyr merely aimed to have Rosen practice the 6 forms and the return of life. Yet once again, something extraordinary was unfolding. To be candid, Zephyr was renowned for his strictness and maintained exceptionally high expectations for his students. Even someone as formidable as Borsellino was perceived by him as lacking diligence and overly reliant on the light fruit. Yet, this did not apply to Rosen. To speak plainly, Zephyr believed Rosen excelled in every aspect, deserving of nothing less than a perfect score. There was no need for him to frequently attain new insights or make grand deductions. However, it remained uncertain what astonishing ability he would unveil this time. Zephyr thought it unnecessary for Rosen to progress at such a rapid pace. Yet curiosity stirred within him regarding the surprises that his student would deliver this time. With an unparalleled aptitude, grounded in the mastery of haki and coupled with Zephyr's explanations, he successfully derived a unique body technique, the 6 Treasury Thief. The 6 Treasury Thief harnessed the absolute control over haki through the mastery of haki. Infusing the armament haki into the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and sanjiao, thereby fortifying the human body's 6 internal organs. This foundation enabled the creation of a flawless digestive system capable of perfectly absorbing nutrients, enhancing physical constitution, eliminating odors, and halting the aging process, thereby maintaining one's peak condition indefinitely. This technique requires mastery of haki. Should others attempt to cultivate it, their 6 organs would rupture and lead to demise. Rosen did not keep Zephyr waiting for long. In approximately half an hour, a wave of information regarding the sixth treasury thief materialized in his mind. In that instant of creation, he grasped all aspects of it. Now, he need not fear nutritional deficiencies that could hinder his hockey training or leave his body wanting, whether in the cultivation of hockey or martial arts. The sixth treasury thief's ability to digest and absorb materials would adequately satisfy, even providing a surplus. Most crucially, the process would halt aging and preserve peak condition. A glimmer of delight flickered in Rosen's eyes as he infused the armament hockey into his 6 internal organs. In an instant, his digestive system transformed, becoming an insatiable entity capable of instant digestion and perfect absorption, akin to a glutton. In the world of pirates, myriad substances rich in nutritional energy existed. Yet the human body, with its normal capacities, found it impossible to absorb or even digest them. However, the substances consumed by him can be thoroughly digested and transformed into nutrients, perfectly absorbed by his body without leaving a trace. At this moment, the remnants of food within him are being rapidly digested, completely eliminated. The scent of his body is dissipating as well. Even with a sense of smell far superior to that of a hunting dog, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect any odor emanating from him. Moreover, through this impeccable digestive system, Rosen is capable of instantaneously breaking down the ingested food, or rather, substances, and converting the absorbed nutrients into formidable energy through circulation. No matter the severity of his injuries, as long as he has breath, as long as he can still inhale, he can rely on the sixth treasury immortal thief to restore himself to his original state. In essence, he could grow stronger and heal merely by consuming air. Coupled with the chi body source flow, the three-colored chi infant practices tirelessly around the clock, resulting in an astonishing acceleration in the enhancement of his three-colored energy. It is not solely the energy that is advancing. Even before I have commenced my physical training, my physique has already begun to strengthen. Rosen keenly observed that upon mastering the sixth treasury immortal thief and establishing a flawless digestive system, due to his extraordinary capacity for absorption and digestion, under the abundant supply of nutrients, not only does his energy soar, but his body also strengthens independently. It can be said that even if he were to cease all forms of training and combat from this day forth, as long as he maintains regular meals, the intensity of his three-colored energy would surge uncontrollably, while his body would continuously grow stronger through the perfect digestion and absorption of food. No. Substances provided by the sixth treasury immortal thief. Rosen, your aura is elevating. What could be the reason? Zephyr seemed to perceive the transformation within Rosen, his eyes flashing with crimson light as his observation hockey expanded, revealing the gradual enhancement of his student's presence. Teacher Zephyr, did you not mention that once one masters the return of life, one can infuse consciousness into any organ or tissue of the body, controlling everything from vital organs to even a single strand of hair at will? This led me to ponder whether, on that foundation, I could combine hockey to create a technique more formidable than the return of life itself. Thus, I endeavored to channel the armament hockey into the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, triple warmer, gallbladder, and bladder to see if I could forge a flawless digestive system. To my astonishment, I succeeded, creating a capability that could be regarded as both a physical technique and an armament hockey skill. I named it the sixth treasury celestial thief. In response to Zephyr's concern, Rosen did not conceal his creation. After all, the hockey techniques he devised, whether they be skills or physical techniques, were uniquely his own. Even if he were willing to impart them to others, it would result in one practice, one demise, skills that the surgical fruit and healing fruit could not save. Take, for instance, the techniques of static blood armor and dynamic blood armor. Infusing armament hockey into delicate and fragile blood vessels enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities. Who would dare to engage in such experimentation? The sheer power of armament hockey could cause the entire vascular system to rupture in an instant. You have mastered the return of life, and you've created the sixth treasury celestial thief? Zephyr comprehended the extraordinary nature of the sixth treasury celestial thief almost instantly. Yet, this realization left him with a deeply complex sentiment. It was akin to a middle school student preparing for their first physics lesson while simultaneously concocting an atomic bomb. And astonishingly, succeeding. Practice the sixth treasury celestial thief on your own, just like the previous static blood armor and dynamic blood armor abilities. Do not attempt to teach anyone else. Infusing haki into the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, triple warmer, gallbladder, and bladder will undoubtedly result in fatality. No matter how close your relationship, refrain from teaching, unless you wish for their demise. In conclusion, Zephyr could only remind Rosen to never share his self-created abilities with anyone. As a former Marine admiral, he grasped the principle of the sixth treasury celestial thief after just one explanation, realizing the overwhelming power of his student's creation, surpassing the return of life by an immeasurable degree. However, due to its exceedingly transcendent nature, it could not be disseminated and was meant solely for Rosen's use. For others, whether they were Nika or Qi Long, the outcome remained consistent: one practice, one death. There would be no escape. I understand. Rosen was fully aware of the extraordinary nature of the abilities he had crafted. Yet, it was precisely their remarkable uniqueness that transformed them into exclusive skills. He found great satisfaction in this arrangement. Thus, even if one day the five elders coveted the powers he had devised, they would harbor no ill intentions. Such thoughts would only arise if they wished for the complete annihilation of the world government. With the creation of the sixth library celestial thief, the issues surrounding the mastery of haki and physical techniques were entirely resolved. Well then, the old man declared, I shall now impart to you the six styles. Zephyr shook his head, calming the tumult within him, and proceeded to demonstrate the six styles before Rosen. The first technique was the finger gun. Zephyr lunged forward with a swift step, without the aid of haki. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he pierced a rock on the beach with a single finger. This is the storm's foot. He lifted his right foot from the ground, akin to a sword being drawn from its sheath, and brought it down towards the surface of the sea. The sound of a blade slicing through the air resonated with a sharp clang, as a visible wave of vacuum slashed through the atmosphere like a fleeting bird, cleaving both the beach and the sea, leaving behind a profound chasm. This is a shave. Zephyr appeared to press down with his right foot, yet in reality, he executed a flurry of steps in an instant, vanishing from his original position like an arrow released from its bow, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. He seemingly teleported to a spot 50 meters away. Following this was the moonwalk. He stepped into the air, his feet gliding effortlessly as if traversing a flat surface, ascending step by step to the zenith of the heavens, only to descend once more. Once again, it is but paper drawing. Zephyr relinquished his strength, his body swaying with the wind, as if adorned with a glider, dancing freely in midair. Finally, there was the iron block. With a mere thought, an infinite power surged through his muscles, rendering every inch of his being as unyielding as steel. Not even a cannonball could inflict the slightest harm. However, during the demonstration of the six techniques, Rosen was wholly engrossed in observing the first five. It was only when it came to the iron block that he averted his gaze, disinterested in casting another glance. The enigmatic iron block, aside from imparting a peculiar confidence to its wielder, served no other purpose. Its primary feature was a curse. Whoever wielded it would inevitably face defeat. Indeed, this was the reality. The iron block technique could only be utilized by extraordinary beings like Teacher Kai and Big Mom. For everyone else, one use would lead to one loss. Have you mastered it? Zephyr, having executed the six styles, turned his gaze towards Rosen. If he were instructing other students, even a prodigy of monumental caliber would receive a methodical, step-by-step approach. However, taking into account Rosen's extraordinary aptitude, he decisively opted for a more direct, intensive teaching method. A comprehensive demonstration of the six styles was all that was necessary, without the need for any explanations or cautionary notes. Such elaborations would be superfluous. Understood, Rosen nodded. He had grasped the entirety of the three-color haki and all its techniques after just one explanation from Zephyr, demonstrating a remarkable ability to extrapolate knowledge. It was needless to say that the six forms were no challenge for him, especially since Zephyr had meticulously demonstrated each one. One must not underestimate the six forms. They are largely inspired by the characteristics of devil fruits, swordsmanship, and weaponry. The arcanum draws from the aerial slashes of swordsmen. The spear is influenced by firearms. The iron body emulates the physique of Zoan-type users. The paper drawing reflects the fluidity of Logia-type users, while Moonwalk and Sora borrow from the capabilities of Paramecia-type spring fruits. Zephyr seemed to perceive Rosen's disdain for the iron body, while its power is not overwhelmingly formidable when used in isolation. How does it fare when paired with the three-color haki? The synergy between physical techniques and haki is eternally complementary. Moreover, I teach you the six forms because they serve not only as combat techniques, but also as excellent methods for physical training. Even if you master all 6 forms, the repeated application of these techniques will aid in your physical conditioning, coupled with your 6 kingly abilities. The dual approach of eating and training will enable you to forge an extraordinary physique in the shortest time possible, Zephyr stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Rosen retracted his previous contempt for the iron body, or rather, he transformed his perspective on it. The iron body is not merely a defensive technique. It is a means of physical refinement. After all, the assaults of top-tier warriors, be they capable users, hockey masters, or swordsmen, can shatter the ground and split the seas, far beyond what the iron body could withstand. Only the foolish CP9 and a select few within the Navy would resort to using the iron body for defense. This, too, marks your final lesson at the Navy Academy. From tomorrow onward, you shall no longer attend classes there, Zephyr suddenly announced as he observed Rosen practicing the 6 forms before him. Teacher Zephyr, he mused. Does this imply that I am on the verge of graduation? Rosen was momentarily taken aback by the thought. Having only been enrolled for a mere 2 days and attended a total of 4 classes, could it truly be time for him to graduate? Upon reflection, it appeared to be the case. He had mastered the 3-color hockey, along with all techniques related to hockey, as well as physical skills. One could assert that he had absorbed all that the Naval Academy had to offer, and had even acquired knowledge beyond its teachings. It seemed that even a former admiral of the Navy might lack any further lessons to impart to him. What are you thinking? The old man merely remarked that you wouldn't learn anything of value at the Naval Academy. He never claimed you would graduate. Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at Rosen. If I don't attend classes, how can I graduate? Where am I supposed to go? Rosen gazed at Zephyr, bewildered. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Wait for me at the entrance of the Naval Academy, and then you shall find out. Zephyr did not provide a direct answer, but instead instructed Rosen to return and rest. Unlike other students, even those in Zephyr's class who were required to participate in various collective training sessions punctually, Rosen was exempt. This was not due to favoritism. Rather, Zephyr understood that aside from teaching assertiveness and physical skills, allowing Rosen to reclaim the remaining time was the most effective method of nurturing his potential. After classes, Zephyr did not return to his class, nor did he observe the training of Guion and Kaki. Instead, he went directly to the marshal's office, knocked on the door, and presented a request that left all the senior officials within the office astounded. What did you say? Are you asking me to write a pass for unrestricted access to Impel Down? Zephyr, what business do you have there? Sengoku's expression was one of confusion. In addition to the pass for entering and exiting Impel Down, I also require a waiver personally signed by you. Zephyr did not respond to Sengoku's inquiry. Instead, he proceeded to present a second request. What exactly are you intending to do? Zephyr, Sengoku remarked, furrowing his brow. Surely, you do not intend to return to the city to execute prisoners? His thoughts immediately turned to the profound anguish that had marked Zephyr's life. It was the loss of family that haunted him. Once a general who refrained from taking lives, he had never harmed a pirate. The tragic consequence of this principle was the brutal murder of his entire family by pirates. From that moment forth, the noble general had ceased to exist. What remained was a man consumed by hatred for pirates. Even after relinquishing his rank, this animosity had not abated. Rather, it had intensified with the passage of time. If I truly wished to do so, Zephyr mused, I would have stormed into Impel Down long before my retirement to exact my vengeance, without the need to seek your permission or request a pass and a waiver. Upon hearing Sengoku mention his family, Zephyr's expression momentarily shifted, only to revert to his usual stoic and grave demeanor. What is your intention? Sengoku inquired, feeling somewhat reassured yet unwilling to sign without clarity. After all, Impel Down was a forbidden place, a prison that contained the world's malevolence. No matter how much he trusted Zephyr, he would never easily grant a pass, let alone a letter of indemnity, until he understood the reasons behind it. Rosen had progressed remarkably, his growth far exceeding the old man's expectations. Even within the Naval Academy, there was nothing he could impart to him, be it hockey, physical techniques, or otherwise. Sengoku sighed as he met Zephyr's gaze. You cannot teach him anything? The old man recalled that young Rosen had only been enrolled for 2 days, having attended merely 4 classes. Had it truly come to a point where even Zephyr felt he had nothing left to offer? Karp, astonished, dropped the senbei he was holding. Kazan, lounging on the nearby sofa, promptly adjusted his eye patch, while Borsellino set aside his nail clippers. All of them were Zephyr's finest creations. having spent a year under his tutelage before he admitted to having nothing more to teach. Yet Rosen, merely 2 days into his enrollment, and he had already reached a point where Zephyr felt he could no longer guide him. If Rosen were to remain at the Naval Academy, that indeed might be the case. Zephyr did not feel embarrassed. Rather, he acknowledged that, at this stage, he truly had nothing further to teach Rosen. Though there was swordsmanship, his own skills in that regard were merely on par with an average swordsman. With Rosen's aptitude, a single glance would suffice for him to master it. Moreover, he had just taught Rosen the Gale Foot technique. Given Rosen's understanding, that one technique alone would enable him to rapidly surpass Zephyr, a general not particularly adept with a sword. Thus, you seek a pass and a letter of indemnity for Rosen? Sengoku scrutinized Zephyr deeply, seemingly grasping the other's intent. The once non-lethal admiral was now intent on leading his student into combat. Was this truly the right course of action? Teacher Zephyr. Borisellino discerned Zephyr's intentions. Taking a life, indeed, is an abomination. However, Zephyr said expressionlessly, are pirates still human? Are the pirates imprisoned and impelled down truly human? He surveyed the crowd, his voice steady and commanding. Each person who met Zephyr's gaze ultimately found themselves at a loss for words. Even Garp, who had always maintained an ambiguous relationship with pirates, fell into silence. Indeed, among pirates, there are undoubtedly individuals of good character, but those who find themselves confined within the walls of impelled down are, to put it bluntly, devoid of even the basic qualifications to be deemed human. Arson, murder, and plunder. These are mere commonplace actions for the prisoners of impelled down. If they are not human, allowing them to persist in existence is simply a waste of the air of the Grand Line, as well as the resources of the Navy. Rather than that, it would be better to allow them to shine and exert their energy in other capacities. Warring states, let me speak plainly, the 3 types of hockey, all techniques, and the 6 forms, Rosen has mastered them all. Unless you can find a great swordsman to teach him the art of the sword, keeping him at school is merely a waste of time. Upon seeing the silence of the assembly, Zephyr continued, aside from swordsmanship, the only thing he currently lacks is the strength of hockey, which is the final lesson I can impart as his teacher. At that moment, everyone understood his intention. Therefore, your 5th lesson for him would be to take Rosen to impel down, allowing him to practice against the prisoners therein. Setting aside the question of whether those prisoners are human or the potential negative impact on Rosen's mindset, do you not fear for his safety in such an environment? Those prisoners are monsters, ruthless and merciless, willing to employ any means necessary in a fight. Garp appeared displeased. A significant amount of practical combat will enable Rosen to rapidly enhance the strength of his hockey, accumulate combat experience, and adeptly apply the skills he has learned over the past 2 days. As for your concerns regarding their ruthlessness, what I desire is precisely their ferocity and their willingness to resort to any means. Only by exposing Rosen to the true nature of pirates in advance can we prevent him from making the same mistakes I did upon graduation. He must not come to admire pirates or become the second leader of the Revolutionary Army. Zephyr argued his case with unwavering resolve, compared to taking him out to sea in search of pirates for practical combat. Going to impel down is not only more efficient, but also yields quicker results. Most importantly, it is in close proximity to Navy headquarters, so if any mishaps occur, we are there to support him. And what is your stance, Warring States? After silencing Garp, Zephyr turned his attention back to Warring States, the one possessing the authority to make decisions and hold veto power, unlike Garp. To which level do you intend to take Rosen? After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku realized that while Zephyr's proposal was somewhat audacious, it presented a unique opportunity for Rosen, as impelled down served as a natural training ground. As Zephyr articulated, the inmates within impelled down could no longer be regarded as human. Even if Rosen were to inadvertently cause the death of a prisoner during combat, it would not impose a significant psychological burden upon him. Most importantly, the concluding remark by Zephyr, expressing a disdain for pirates and the desire not to become a second revolutionary leader, profoundly resonated with him. The precedent set by Monkey D. Dragon weighed heavily on Sengoku's mind. What he feared most was the potential of the Marine headquarters painstakingly nurturing a new king, only for that individual to swiftly diverge into piracy or join the Revolutionary Army. The 6th layer. Zephyr's words were astonishing. Have you lost your mind, Zephyr? The prisoners of the 6th layer transcend the bounds of malevolence. They are monsters erased from history. To pit Rosen against the horrors of the 6th layer is a grave mistake. Even you, Zephyr, may not be able to ensure his safety. Karp could not contain himself and rose to his feet. He had presumed that Zephyr, no matter how reckless, would only lead Rosen to the third layer. Perhaps even the fourth. He never anticipated that Zephyr would unleash such a formidable challenge from the very beginning. The sixth layer, an infinite hell. Protect him thoroughly? Karp, how low do you regard Rosen? Or do you intend for me to nurture him into something delicate, like a flower in a greenhouse? Incapable of withstanding the storms of life, or perhaps a porcelain doll, shattering at the slightest touch? Zephyr scoffed, declaring, "No one understands Rosen's potential better than I do. He is destined to become a king of the Navy. If we speak of monsters, the pirates of the infinite hell are truly monstrous. Is Rosen not a monster in his own right? The infamous impel down is merely a fleeting hardship on his path within the Navy." Once more, he rendered Karp speechless. "I can grant you the pass for impel down, or the immunity order. However, Zephyr, I have one stipulation that you must comply with." Sengoku's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, halting the dispute between Zephyr and Karp. "Whenever you take Rosen to the sixth level, you must always have either Palusalino or Kazan accompany you. If you can agree to this, I shall sign it for you at this moment, Zephyr, as the Grand Admiral." Sengoku's considerations were far more comprehensive than those of Garp or Zephyr. He needed to nurture Rosenani, allowing him to witness the true terror of pirates, while also ensuring his safety alongside the enduring stability of Impel Down. Relying solely on Zephyr was evidently insufficient, especially given that he had been retired for many years and suffered from asthma. However, with the presence of Borsalino or Kazan, success would be assured. "Very well." The old man acquiesced. Under the unwavering gaze of the warring states, Zephyr could only nod in agreement. The following morning, shortly after Rosen emerged from the naval dormitory, he encountered Guion and Kaki, who were making their way to the teaching building. "Good morning, Rosen," Guion greeted him. "Hey, don't be lazy now. To be honest, both Guion and I have already mastered the observation hockey. If we were to engage again, it's unlikely you could defeat both of us before your hockey is depleted," Kaki boasted, simultaneously emphasizing his prowess with the most cowardly words. "Is that so? That is indeed a cause for celebration." And Guion as well. Upon hearing this, Lawson merely smiled, congratulating the two on mastering the observation hockey. "By the way, where are you headed?" Guion instinctively filtered out Kaki's words. She was somewhat aware of her own capabilities, let alone mastering observation hockey. Even if she were to attain the foresight of the future along with the four techniques of armament hockey, teaming up with Kaki would still likely not deplete Lawson's hockey. "I am not entirely certain. Teacher Zephyr mentioned that yesterday afternoon's lesson was my final class at the Naval Academy. He asked me to wait for him this morning at the school gate." Lawson waved goodbye to the two. "The last class? You aren't graduating, are you?" Guion and Kaki were instantly taken aback. "No, he implied that I had learned all there was to learn at the Naval Academy. It seemed he intended to take me to a place beyond the confines of the school to continue my studies," Rosen elucidated. "Only 2 days, after attending 4 classes. Has the Naval Academy already exhausted its teachings?" The astonishment within Guion and Kaji intensified rather than diminished upon hearing this. Even the 3 great admirals had spent nearly a year at the Naval Academy before they graduated and embarked on their practical training aboard a warship under the guidance of Master Zephyr. Yet what of Rosen? He has attended merely 4 classes. It seems he has already drained the resources of an academy overseen by the former Admiral Zephyr. Could it be that after that class yesterday afternoon, he made yet another remarkable leap forward? As Kaji pondered the possibility of Rosen's rapid advancement, he felt that his previous words were insufficiently modest. It would be prudent to cease this conversation for now, otherwise they would incur the wrath of Master Zephyr for being late. Without waiting for Guion to calm his astonishment, Rosen had already taken strides towards the Academy's entrance. Since coming to know Sister Crane, whether it was her, Vice Admiral Garp, or others, they all deemed me a prodigy, inherently possessing the potential to become an admiral. Yet now, I perceive myself merely as an ordinary individual. Guion, observing Rosen's departing figure, suddenly remarked, "If there were indeed a hierarchy among monsters, then Rosen would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of them all. The so-called potential of an admiral is merely the threshold to witness his greatness. That is all." Kaki shook his head. As one of the witnesses to Rosen's growth, he was acutely aware of the terror embodied by this man. After hearing this, Guion remained silent, neither nodding nor refuting his words. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Guion and Kaki, Rosen walked steadily to the entrance of the military academy. Noticing that Zephyr had yet to arrive, he stood patiently in place, awaiting his arrival. Before long, Zephyr, clad in a dignified coat, entered Rosen's line of sight. Approaching him with measured steps. "Let us proceed," Zephyr beckoned to Rosen, taking the lead. "Where are we headed, Teacher Zephyr?" Rosen inquired as they walked. "I shall escort you to the classroom for the 5th period, a place that contains the world's wickedness, impel down." Zephyr did not conceal the truth. "Do you wish for me to practice on the prisoners within impel down?" Upon hearing this, Rosen was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. "No." The old man demanded that you embrace the unwavering resolve to eliminate the prisoners at impel down. "Rosen, do you possess such determination?" Zephyr continued his relentless stride, uttering words that astonished. "Why not?" In response to Zephyr's inquiry, Rosen posed a counter-question. "Despite the fact that these are prisoners, they are still lives. Do you not feel any burden?" Zephyr appeared somewhat taken aback by Rosen's reaction. Could it be that this student of his shares the same unyielding sense of justice as Sakazuki? Taking lives may weigh heavily, but the death of beasts does not. Meeting Zephyr's gaze, Rosen spoke with a calm demeanor. "What manner of individuals reside within impel down?" "Beasts. Since Monkey D. Luffy set sail. The only criticism he has faced is the release of those condemned to death within impel down. The prisoners who escaped from the New World paradise were subsequently overseen by Emporio Ivankov and were all relocated to the Kamabaka kingdom. But what of the other inmates? To say nothing of others, how many among the prisoners led by the clown buggy can still be considered human?" "Haha, what a coincidence." "I share the same sentiment," Zephyr remarked with a smile. "Thus, when we arrive at impel down, you must not entertain any thoughts of mercy, compassion, or forgiveness. The Navy's mercy and compassion are not something they deserve." Rosen shrugged in response. "Forgiveness is a divine affair. My task is simply to guide them to meet their maker. Your attitude is commendable. Upon reaching impel down, your responsibilities will revolve around combat, nourishment, progress, and rest. Engage in battle to sustain your prowess, integrating all that you have learned and created while simultaneously enhancing your hockey's intensity. Rather than allowing the inmates of the 6th level to squander the Navy's resources and the air of the Grand Line, it would be far more beneficial to utilize them as materials for your cultivation, allowing you to shine in the process." Zephyr nodded in approval. Neither bloodthirsty nor harboring any compassion for pirates. Had he possessed Rosen's mindset back in the day, perhaps the tragedy of his family being slaughtered by pirates could have been averted. "Which level of prisoners will I be facing?" Rosen inquired as he followed Zephyr to the Navy headquarters dock, where formidable steel warships loomed like terrifying beasts, poised to open their jaws to the pirates of the sea. "The 6th level," Zephyr stated as he led Rosen aboard a self-propelled demon-slaying vessel. "Monsters erased from history?" At the mention, Rosen felt not fear, but rather a thrill of anticipation. He was eager to discover the extent of his capabilities after 4 lessons at the Navy Academy. As for the possibility of inadvertently eliminating a death row inmate from the 6th level, that would be a boon. Preemptively dispatching a member of the Blackbeard Pirates not only contributes to the Navy, but also ensures the long-term peace of these waters. Once again, we meet. Junior. As Rosen stepped onto the warship, a familiar figure emerged within his line of sight and approached him. Vice Admiral Kizaru. "Hello," Rosen greeted upon recognizing Porcelino, his curiosity piqued by the latter's presence aboard the warship. After all, the notorious relationship between Porcelino and Zephyr was well known for its discord. Do not be bewildered. Given the audacity of the tailored educational plan designed by Teacher Zephyr, coupled with the malevolence of the inmates confined on the 6th level, which far exceeds your imagination, Mr. Sengoku has specifically instructed me to accompany you on this journey through the infinite hell. Consider me as a mere shadow, allowing you to focus entirely on engaging with the prisoners." As Borsalino spoke, he retrieved 2 small notebooks from the pockets of his justice coat and handed them to Rosen. "What is this?" Rosen inquired, nodding thoughtfully. After all, he was a prisoner from the 6th level, recently released from incarceration, which undoubtedly posed certain risks. To speak of it plainly, should a prisoner emerge from confinement, especially those endowed with fruit-based abilities, they might choose to flee rather than engage directly. Their escape could lead to rampant destruction throughout impel down, particularly damaging the facilities that house other inmates, which would spell serious trouble. While Zephyr, a former admiral of the Navy, had not diminished to the point of being incapacitated by Edward Weevil. It was undeniable that years of retirement and a battle with asthma could render him less capable of maintaining control in a crisis. In contrast, Borsalino was a formidable force. Mastery in martial arts, haki, swordsmanship, and fruit abilities placed him at the pinnacle of his power. A vice admiral who had consumed the light fruit, coupled with Zephyr and the other formidable entities within impelled down, ensured that as long as they did not simultaneously release two prisoners whose strengths rivaled that of an admiral, major chaos within impelled down could be averted. In his hands, Borsalino presented two documents, a pass granting access to impelled down and a letter of immunity. Both had been procured by Zephyr from Sengoku on Rosen's behalf. With these two items, Borsalino assured, even if Zephyr's reckless actions lead to turmoil within the confines of impelled down, you shall bear no repercussions or penalties. To be candid, while Zephyr was notorious for his strictness and often displayed a certain arrogance, he had shown nothing but support for you. Unlike with me, where his demeanor was solely one of harshness. Borsalino cast a glance at Zephyr. Despite their differences and strained relationship, he could not deny the truth that Zephyr was indeed a commendable teacher. Teacher Zephyr. After receiving the pass and the waiver, Rosen could not help but glance at Zephyr. Just holding these two small booklets in his hands, he felt a profound sense of affection emanating from the teacher towards his student. It was a weighty concern, utterly devoid of any impurities. In nurturing him, Zephyr had exerted every ounce of effort and ingenuity, leaving no stone unturned. I am sending you to confront the most ruthless pirates upon this vast ocean, not to assume the role of an admiral in the Navy. Zephyr, with his back turned to Rosen, spoke with a touch of stubbornness. An admiral in the Navy? Rosen's gaze drifted towards the sea ahead, in the direction of impelled down. And he silently thought, it won't be long now. After completing this lesson and emerging from impelled down, he would be well on his way. Having personally experienced the formidable combination of chi body source flow and the 6th library celestial thief, he understood just how astonishing the enhancement of haki and physical skills could be. He held no doubts about his eventual ascendance to the rank of admiral. The only variable was the passage of time. If he were to remain at the Navy Academy without engaging in combat or training, merely focusing on his meals and sleep, and then entrust his haki to the chi body source flow, while his physical skills to the 6th library celestial thief, he estimated it would take around 3 to 5 years. With just haki and physical prowess, he would likely rival an admiral. However, if he supplemented this foundation with practical combat experience, the time required to reach the level of admiral would undoubtedly be reduced by 3 to 5 times. Impelled down level 6? A monster-level pirate erased from history? To Rosen, it was merely a treasure trove of experience. Its sole purpose was to expedite his journey to becoming an admiral. Impelled down was not far from the Navy headquarters, and with the Demon Slayer battleship's inherent propulsion, it would be perceived by sea kings as part of the ocean, ensuring no attacks would occur. Before long, a colossal structure came into view. From afar, impelled down resembled a sea king lurking within the ocean, the entrance gaping like the fearsome maw of a sea king, dark and menacing, ready to devour the pirates of these waters. We have arrived. Junior, here lies the entrance to impelled down. Borsalino was the first to descend from the warship. You'd best brace yourself. From my understanding of Teacher Zephyr, his grand gestures in procuring an entry pass and a waiver for you suggest that you will likely remain here for an extended period, until you reach a level that meets his approval. He spoke as he walked. Such as? Rosen inquired with keen interest. His curiosity piqued regarding Zephyr's expectations, or perhaps demands of him. Judging by Zephyr's typical demeanor, one might assume the role of a vice admiral. Yet, it is not akin to the approach of the esteemed Beckman, who would only permit your departure from impelled down if your prowess rivaled that of any of the 4 vice admirals. Is that so, Master Zephyr? Borsalino mused, stroking his chin while gazing at Zephyr. That standard merely applies to you, Borsalino. Zephyr retorted with a scoff, then fixed his unwavering gaze upon Rosen, declaring, you, Rosen, are to be held to the standard of a candidate for admiral. His words were astonishing. You truly remain as unyielding as ever. Teacher Zephyr. Borsalino's expression shifted subtly as he shook his head. He had presumed to possess a comprehensive understanding of Zephyr's rigidity, yet he found himself woefully mistaken. Was the combat prowess of a vice admiral candidate truly so formidable? It surpassed mere comparison to the vice admirals of the Yonko. Rather, it was the kind that could decisively subdue all but Beckman among the 4 Emperor's lieutenants. In Borsalino's estimation, given Zephyr's exceedingly stringent standards, even someone with Law's exceptional talent would need to endure a full year within the confines of impelled down. What's the matter? Is it a lack of self-confidence? Or do you, like Borsalino, believe that I am too harsh on you? Zephyr, noticing Rosen's silence, could not help but inquire. No, I merely set a modest objective for myself. Rosen shook his head, and, with a tone so calm it resembled the mere declaration of a fact, proclaimed, in 1 year, I shall ascend to the rank of admiral. Upon hearing these words, both Zephyr and Borsalino were struck with trepidation. The distinction between an admiral and an admiral candidate may appear to be a mere 2 characters, yet the disparity in power is an entire echelon apart. It is akin to Ben Beckman and the other vice captains, who, while being the second in command within the Yonko crew, possess abilities that are fundamentally incomparable. Just as Zephyr and Borsalino were reeling from Rosen's modest ambition, several prison guards, who had long awaited at the entrance of Impel Down, approached eagerly upon seeing Rosen and his companions. I am the chief warden of Impel Down. Shiryu. I apologize, Instructor Zephyr, and also to Admiral Kizaru. Due to certain special circumstances, Director Magellan is unable to come and welcome you. I ask for your understanding. Clad in a cream-colored overcoat, with a black military uniform beneath, and a saber hanging at his waist, he possesses an extraordinarily imposing stature, towering over 3 meters. It is none other than Shiryu of the Rain. Is it impenetrable? Rosen surveyed Shiryu before him. The future vice captain of the Blackbeard Pirates currently held the position of warden at Impel Down. Yet he had not yet been incarcerated by Magellan for his excessive slaughter of criminals and colleagues. It matters not. I am merely a companion. Borsalino displayed an air of nonchalance. It's quite all right, Zephyr remarked, acknowledging that it was indeed they who had intruded. He seemed to be aware of Magellan's circumstances and was unconcerned about whether the other party was present to welcome them. Instead, he directly urged Rosen to produce the pass. To navigate the Impel Down prison without hindrance, one must at the very least hold the rank of an admiral candidate. However, there exists one exception, Captain Carp. Director Magellan has already instructed me to fully cooperate with you. With all due respect, he began, glancing at the forged pass in Rosen's hand. He then continued, Please escort us to the 6th floor. Moreover, Zephyr stated, gazing intently into Shiryu's eyes, whatever you witness or hear from this point onward must remain strictly confidential, as it pertains to the highest secrets of the Navy headquarters. I will. Shiryu cast a fleeting glance at Zephyr and Borsalino before his gaze settled upon Rosen. The number of visitors was few this time, yet one was a former Marine admiral and the other a candidate for the rank of admiral, effectively surrounding Rosen with an invisible shield of protection. Reflecting on Borsalino's earlier words sent a shiver down his spine. The candidate for admiral was merely an escort. And what of Zephyr? He too appeared to be in a similar position. Was such a formidable display of personnel truly solely for the sake of Rosen? Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a student from the Naval Academy. What was this young man's true identity that could warrant the presence of both a former admiral and an admiral candidate as his escorts? The more Shiryu pondered, the more astonished he became, deepening his intrigue regarding Rosen's background and the purpose of their visit. Please follow me. Although Magellan's mind was racing with various thoughts, his exterior remained composed. Unlike Domino's treatment of Hancock, he refrained from searching Rosen, Zephyr, and Borsalino, who were about to enter the Impel Down prison. Instead, after exchanging a few pleasantries, he guided them to a large elevator. Utilizing it would allow direct access to the director's office on the 4th floor. This route would expedite their arrival at the 6th floor. As Magellan spoke, Domino, with her golden hair, military attire, and red boots, stepped forward to activate the elevator. With the exception of Domino, all others were dismissed. Aware that Rosen and his companion's mission pertained to sensitive marine matters, he prudently dismissed the accompanying prison personnel, leaving only Domino, who held the same rank as a warden. After you, esteemed guests. Once the elevator doors opened, Domino entered first and pressed the button to keep the doors open. Observing this, Rosen and the others remained silent, stepping inside in unison. As the doors of the elevator closed with a creak, it began its swift descent, directly to the 4th floor. With a soft click and a slight tremor, the descending elevator halted, and the doors swung open, revealing a spacious office. From this point onward, we shall proceed on foot, Shiryu explained, stepping out of the elevator and taking the lead. As soon as Rosen and the others set foot outside the director's office, a wave of searing heat enveloped them. Is this what they call the scorching hell? Rosen felt as though he were ensconced in a colossal iron pot, subjected to a relentless boil. While he would not be cooked alive, discomfort was an inevitable consequence. As time progresses, one inevitably becomes drenched in sweat, their garments thoroughly soaked. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts, channeling his consciousness into the armament haki, infusing it into his veins to evolve his tangible defensive capabilities. Externally, there appeared to be no discernible change. However, upon activating the blood-still armor, Rosen immediately sensed the oppressive waves of heat surrounding Ryūjin being effectively repelled, the sensation of being stewed vanishing instantaneously. The blood-still armor offers protection not solely against haki. It can defend against any attack that does not exceed the armor's threshold of endurance. Almost simultaneously, Zephyr, Porcellino, and the leading Shiryu all cast a glance towards Rosen. What is this? It is neither the entanglement of hardening nor the flowing external release. Yet it can effectively obstruct all external intrusions. Can the armed color haki be utilized in such a manner? Both Porcellino and Zephyr were already aware of Rosen's pioneering of the fifth technique of armed color haki, but Shiryu was different. Witnessing Rosen's still blood attire for the first time, he felt as though he was reacquainting himself with the concept of armed color haki. Wait, if that is the case, then would his use of internal destruction techniques be rendered ineffective? Indeed, this fellow, who is yet to graduate from military school, is quite extraordinary. Perhaps he is akin to the monsters that Porcellino, Sakazuki, and Kazan were in their day. Shiryu cast a fleeting glance at Rosen before retracting his gaze, his heart churning with tumultuous waves, yet he maintained an outward appearance of nonchalance as he continued on his way. Much more refreshing. After donning the tranquil blood attire, Rosen felt a surge of clarity, banishing any remnants of irritation and oppressive heat. He then cast his gaze around, and what met his eyes was a vast, seething pool of blood, accompanied by fierce flames that blazed almost throughout the entirety of the prison. The entire prison, true to its name, resembled a scorching hell. Flames. Are they? Rosen paused, his gaze fixated on the inferno raging all around him. A flicker of contemplation ignited within him, while the Mara no Mi, or flame fruit, may be deemed unworthy by some. One cannot dispute the formidable power of fire. Especially in the New World, nearly every renowned warrior possesses the ability to conjure flames. Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and Ace, to name a few. It can be said that fire has become an essential trait of the strong, even a hallmark of kingship. To lack a flame to showcase is almost a disqualification from claiming the title of king. If it were up to me, how would I harness the might of flames? It seems that haki cannot simply conjure fire from thin air. What about weapon fruits? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Rosen's expression grew pensive, his steps gradually slowing. As he stared intently into the searing sea of flames, becoming increasingly lost in reverie. Stop for a moment, Zephyr commanded upon noticing Rosen's unusual behavior. Without explaining the reason, he instructed Shiloh, who was leading the way, to halt. Is it due to age that a few extra steps would leave him breathless? Teacher Zephyr, Porcellino teased, contemplating that perhaps Zephyr could no longer endure the searing conditions of this infernal realm, thus succumbing to an asthma attack. Consequently, despite his ungracious words, he still halted his steps. Humph. You would do well to keep your eyes wide open and refrain from blinking, lest you miss the splendid spectacle. Zephyr crossed his arms, retorting to Porcellino. Oh. Upon hearing this, Porcellino instinctively followed Zephyr's gaze, and then his attention was captivated by Rosen. What is the matter? Upon observing the situation, Shiryu's gaze fell upon Rosen, who was fixated on the inferno and the pool of blood before him, leaving Shiryu perplexed. Was it merely flames? He could not fathom what was so captivating. Shiryu presumed that Rosen, being youthful and visiting impelled down for the first time, was simply curious about the fiery hell. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, in Rosen's eyes, the scorching inferno had vanished entirely. As he continued to ponder, his consciousness was transported to a different scene. It was a city brimming with modernity. The night sky loomed overhead, shrouded in darkness, with the crescent moon hanging dimly above. Beneath the crescent moon, a man clad in a haori embroidered with the number 10 on the back stood in confrontation with a figure ahead, adorned with a white-horned mask and exuding an aura of lethal intent. Is that a black hollow? Such a level of spiritual pressure is beyond the capabilities of a mere Ajuchis. Could it possibly be a Vasto Lord? Ichigo Kurosaki fixated intently on the imposing bull-horned hollow before him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This is Karakura Town, home to countless human lives. If a Vasto Lord-level hollow were to run amok, the destruction of the entire town would occur in an instant. Roar. Suddenly, the formidable bullhorn, seemingly having lost all patience, cracked a sinister smile. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, A terrifying spiritual pressure surged forth, sweeping across the land with an overwhelming force. Soaring towards the heavens. Hello. Who sent someone like you? Ichigo Kurosaki raised his hand to unsheath his Zanpakuto, while simultaneously inquiring about the situation with the hollow. However, the response he received was a piercing shriek, followed by the sudden disappearance of the hollow, which appeared before Ichigo as if teleporting, its hands like blades, slicing through the turbulent air. Do you intend to remain silent? Ichigo raised his blade to parry the hollow's razor-like hands, slipping past it to its rear. His gaze icy and unwavering, as if he regarded it as a mere corpse. Burn, Shanosuke. He shouted fiercely, his Zanpakuto devouring the surging flames that illuminated the night sky, then darted forward. Man, sword, and flame fused into one, transforming into a fiery blade that tore through the darkness, sweeping towards the hollow. Just as the blazing blade was about to engulf the hollow, the scene before him shattered like a mirror striking the ground, fracturing into countless cracks before disintegrating entirely. The night sky, the moonlight, Ichigo Kurosaki, the hollow, and that sword, engulfed in flames, which seemed to stain even the crescent moon red, all vanished as if they had never existed. Simultaneously, in the oppressive heat of the prison, the boiling blood pool below, surrounded by flames, returned to normal under Rosen's watchful gaze. From beginning to end, he remained in the fourth level of impelled down, the infernal hell, never having taken a single step away. The vivid scenes he had just witnessed were merely a manifestation of his extraordinary insight. Unfazed by this, Rosen's attention was fully absorbed in the information that suddenly surfaced in his mind. You possess extraordinary insight. Through visualization, you have comprehended your own understanding, combining it with the powers of a superhuman weapon fruit, thus unlocking a unique skill, Shanosuke. Shanosuke, unique skill. You possess extraordinary insight. Through visualization of your Zanpakuto, combined with weapon fruit powers, you have independently comprehended this unique skill. A fire-type Zanpakuto, embodying both flames and slashing. When drawn, flames accompany it, incinerating all. Requires weapon fruit. Rosen's heart quaked. Shanosuke, in the world of soul reapers, while it may not be the strongest among fire-type Zanpakuto, it is certainly akin to a Zanpakuto with flame abilities. Of course, it is a single-bladed Zanpakuto, not a dual-blade one. Its offensive power is immensely formidable. Among all fire-type Zanpakuto, only the ancient and powerful Ryūjin can surpass Shanosuke. From this day forth, I too am a wielder of the weapon fruit. Having consumed the flame fruit, a glimmer of a smile flickered in Rosen's eyes. He had yet to reach the 6th level, nor had he begun to engage with the criminals there. Merely traversing the 4th level of impelled down had bestowed upon him a new Zanpakuto. This filled him with even greater anticipation for the subsequent 2 levels of the prison and the criminals of the 6th level. Are you ready? Upon observing Rosen's expression, Zephyr realized that his peculiar student had once again acquired a new ability. Although he could not discern its nature, he was certain it was anything but simple. All is well now. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. Upon noticing that not only Zephyr but also Borsalino, Shiryu, and Domino were lingering, clearly awaiting his presence, Rosen quickly spoke. Junior, he inquired audaciously, have you just had an epiphany? Of course, if you choose not to share, it is of no consequence. I am merely curious. Borsalino approached Rosen and lowered his voice, whispering into his ear. I have developed a technique utilizing a fruit-based ability, Rosen replied casually. Might I have the privilege of witnessing it? Borsalino's curiosity was piqued further by this response. To his knowledge, Rosen had only spent 2 days at the Naval Academy, attended 4 classes, and already made several historical advancements. The techniques known as static blood and dynamic blood, both groundbreaking applications of hockey, were sufficient to etch Rosen's name into the annals of the Navy, indeed, into the chronicles of the world. Although tales of Rosen's exploits had yet to circulate widely across the seas, this was not due to any deliberate concealment by the naval headquarters, but rather the brevity of time. Since Rosen's enrollment, merely 2 days had elapsed. No matter how swiftly news travels, it is implausible for Rosen's name and achievements to have spread throughout the vast ocean in such a short span. In fact, within the Naval Academy, and indeed, at the naval headquarters, whispers of Rosen's feats had already begun to circulate, from the highest-ranking admirals to the most junior sailors. It was known that this new recruit possessed a talent surpassing that of even the greatest of admirals. Certainly, upon reaching the 6th level, I shall show you. Noticing that Borsalino was eager to indulge in gossip, Rosen did not decline. From their initial encounter at the military academy, Borsalino had consistently referred to him as senior and junior, and it was evident that this future admiral was extending a gesture of camaraderie, or perhaps harbored a desire to forge a connection. Although Rosen was confident he could ascend to the rank of admiral within a year, or even in less time, he was neither a Uchiha nor a celestial dragon. He lacked the habit of looking down on others and certainly did not relish the idea of opposing the entire world. Friends, especially those possessing the might of an admiral, were indeed worth cultivating in abundance. As for the concern of exposing his abilities and becoming a target, such thoughts had never crossed Rosen's mind. Facing the criminals of the 6th level, he would undoubtedly need to utilize the powers of his weapon fruit. After all, his weapon fruit was not limited to merely crafting the blade Shan-Yu. By the time others managed to gather intelligence regarding Shan-Yu and devise strategies to counter it, he would likely have already mastered the creation of Ryūjin Ruahua. Indeed, the inability to manifest Ryūjin Ruahua earlier was not due to a lack of extraordinary insight, but rather because, as a wielder of abilities, his current strength was insufficient to support such a creation. It was akin to Monkey D. Luffy, who, despite knowing the awakening of the Nika fruit's powers, could not yet assume the Nika form. This was not a matter of comprehension but rather one of capability. Suddenly, the oppressive heat that had enveloped them dissipated, replaced by a bone-chilling cold that surged forth like a blizzard. Clearly, Rosen and his companions had departed from the sweltering hell of the 4th level and had entered the frigid abyss of the 5th level. Aptly named the extreme cold hell, aside from the biting cold that greeted them, their eyes were met with a landscape of ice and snow. The 5th level of Impelled Down resembled a realm even colder than a vast ice house. Achoo! Upon merely stepping into the threshold of the frigid abyss, Domino, the chief warden, found herself trembling uncontrollably, even breaking into a sneeze. Having just endured the searing torment of the fiery inferno, she was now confronted with the biting cold of the frozen underworld, and her body was beginning to falter under the strain. After all, this lair was one that almost no prison personnel ever ventured to visit. Fool, you are the warden, after all. Do not tarnish the reputation of Impelled Down. Shirey, biting on a cigar, cast a glance at Domino, and despite considering their camaraderie, he reprimanded her. As a member of the Navy, Zephyr, Rosen, and Borsalino remained unfazed whether they found themselves in the scorching inferno or confronted with the biting cold of the abyss. Yet here was Domino, a fellow prison officer, utterly overwhelmed. It was indeed humiliating to falter within her own domain. Perhaps you should return. With Warden Shirey leading the way, it would suffice, Zephyr suggested. Observing Domino shivering uncontrollably, her legs vibrating in an attempt to generate warmth. It is quite all right, Mr. Zephyr. As Warden Shirey has stated, I am indeed the warden. Furthermore, once we surpass this frigid hell and reach the 6th level, the cold will dissipate, Domino replied, her voice quivering. Yet she resolutely refused to allow herself to lose face as the warden of Impelled Down. Warden, forgive my impertinence, but if you would not mind, please do draw a bit closer to me, Rosen remarked, noting Domino's efforts to uphold the dignity of her position despite her physical discomfort. He sighed inwardly. He was neither a saint nor a celestial dragon. Although Impelled Down and the Navy headquarters belonged to different institutions, they were ultimately colleagues, and it was inevitable that their paths would cross in the future. Offering a helping hand within his means seemed a trivial matter to him. Of course, if it were CP9, he would prefer them to keep their distance. Rosen feared that upon encountering them, he might be unable to restrain himself from delivering a fatal blow. Of course, although Domino was perplexed, he still moved his nearly frozen limbs, leaning his shoulder against Rosen. Observing this, Rosen nodded and then raised his right hand, palm facing upwards, revealing a network of violet luminescent patterns upon his skin. Upon activating the stasis blood technique, it began to extend beyond his veins, blossoming outward to form a semicircular shield centered around himself, encasing Domino within. After completing this protective barrier, Rosen gently lowered his hand. The chill had entirely dissipated. Domino's eyes brightened as he immediately sensed the frigid air that had been incessantly attempting to infiltrate his very marrow had vanished. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Rosen. She quickly expressed her gratitude to him. Is this the manifestation of armament hockey? That is incorrect. Although the application of armament hockey can indeed evolve into a tangible form of defense, it is certainly incapable of reaching such a level. Shiryu observed Rosen as he unfurled his semicircular shield, and his expression shifted subtly. Utilizing his observation haki, he sensed that the semicircular barrier before him was indeed composed of armament haki, but it was far from being a mere outward manifestation. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Shiryu's pupils constricted sharply, and his face reflected a profound shock. I understand. This naval officer named Rosen has developed a fifth technique of armament haki, transcending the realms of entanglement, hardening, emission, and internal destruction. The revelation struck Shiryu's heart like a thunderclap, recalling how Rosen had previously employed the static blood armor in the frigid depths of hell. The mystery unraveled. It was no wonder that former Marine Admiral Zephyr and Admiral candidate Borsellino accompanied him. This man, who had yet to graduate from military school and could scarcely be regarded as a recruit, shattered the conventional belief that there were only 4 techniques of armament haki. Introducing a fifth, only a prodigious talent of this caliber could warrant the company of the likes of the Black Arm and the Yellow Monkey. Is this the static blood armor you created, Junior? It bears some resemblance to emission, yet is vastly more powerful. Such a comprehensive, 360-degree defense, sustained without interruption, is far beyond the capabilities of mere emission. Borsellino could not resist stepping into the semicircular shield, scrutinizing it closely. This represents another application of the static blood armor. Just as you described, Senior, I have combined the static blood armor with the emission technique to ultimately form the shell-like static blood armor you see now. Observing Borsellino grasp the essence of the shell static blood armor with just a glance, Rosen could not help but admire him. Truly, the Yellow Monkey is formidable, not only for his Pika Pika no Mi, but also for his keen insight and understanding. Indeed, he mused, no wonder I observed traces of flowing emanation within your still-blooded attire. Borsellino regarded Rosen with the gaze one might reserve for a monster. On the first day, he crafted his still-blooded gear. By the second, he had already succeeded in merging it with the pre-existing techniques of armed color, evolving into a more formidable ability. It is no surprise that Mr. Sengoku referred to Rosen as a creature surpassing the caliber of a marshal. Zephyr, however, exhibited little astonishment. He had previously witnessed Rosen's mastery in combining still-blooded attire with the techniques of entanglement and hardening during his encounters with Kaki and Gion, showcasing an extraordinary defensive prowess. Since still-blooded attire can indeed be utilized alongside entanglement and hardening, it stands to reason that it may also harmonize with flowing emanation. As expected, Shiryu listened intently to the dialogue between Rosen and Borsellino, fully confirming his suspicions. The man before him, named Rosen, was nothing less than a monster cloaked in a guise of rebirth. Contemplating this, his curiosity deepened regarding the intentions of this group. Is he truly that formidable? Domino, having overheard their conversation, felt her gaze towards Rosen shift dramatically. Beyond gratitude, an unusual emotion flickered within her. It was not love, but rather admiration. As the chief warden of Impel Down, Domino was daily confronted with the grotesque and vile aspects of piracy, which fostered within her an almost innate reverence for strength and the powerful. In her eyes, only the strong could capture and confine the pirates within the depths of Impel Down. Let us depart. Zephyr observed Rosen's act of assisting Domino with keen interest, silently nodding in approval. As both a mentor and a former admiral of the Navy, he harbored no desire for his students to become individuals devoid of compassion, akin to Shiryu, who would neglect their comrades in times of need. Even the simplest gesture of lending a hand was beyond their reach. In his perspective, if Rosen could turn a blind eye to Domino today, he would similarly overlook the Navy in distress or the plight of suffering civilians tomorrow. Truly, the prison was aptly named Extreme Cold Hell, a realm starkly contrasting with the fourth layer. As Rosen traversed this frigid abyss, his gaze encountered nothing but swirling snow and solid ice. Here, the absence of telephone insects was palpable, and the presence of prison guards was nearly non-existent. Only a pack of crimson-eyed beasts known as military wolves roamed the periphery of the forest, alongside a group of former pirates, each once worth a bounty exceeding 100 million, now toiling in the bitter cold. The thought of descending to the sixth layer, Impel Down, the infinite hell, loomed over him. Soon, he would have to confront a cadre of monstrous beings, each boasting bounties starting at 3 to 500 million. With prudence in mind, Rosen slowed his pace, pondering the creation of a new Zanpakuto. For direct assault, he had Senbonzakura. For the fiery element, there was Shikiku. This time, he resolved to craft an ice-themed Zanpakuto. Shortly thereafter, he reached a decision and began contemplating the intricacies of the ice-based blade. In mere moments, the scene before him blurred, and then abruptly transformed. The icy landscape vanished, replaced by a dimly lit sky and the ruins of countless dilapidated buildings. Among them, on the top floor of a crumbling edifice, stood a woman cloaked in white, wielding a Zanpakuto, her gaze as frosty and piercing as the ice itself. Fixed upon a peculiar woman nearby, her face obscured by a black spiked mask, the snowy sleeve did not emanate cold from the blade's tip. Shirayuki is a Zanpakuto that lowers the wielder's body temperature below freezing. Rukia Kachiki murmured, as her Zanpakuto was enveloped in a radiant white light, transforming into an entity as pure and white as snow. A hissing sound emanated from the blade's tip, spreading through the body of the sword and finally to the hilt, releasing a visibly chilling aura. Under the influence of this frost, the blade began to freeze, evolving into an ice sword that radiated an extreme cold. Anything I touch will become encased in ice. The blade itself merely serves as an extension to widen the reach of this freezing effect. So, can you guess how low I can lower my body temperature? As Rukia's words hung in the air, her Zanpakuto had fully transformed into an ice sword under the enveloping frost, and even the goggles resting on her face could not withstand the terrifying chill, shattering into fragments of ice. With a crack, as the frozen goggles fell and shattered, she charged forth, bearing the terrifying cold that accompanied the freezing aura, and suddenly stood before the masked woman, lightly grazing her with the blade. The edge did not strike down, it merely made a gentle contact with her form. Absolute zero. Rukia Kachiki turned her head to glance at the woman behind her, touched by Shiragene's snow. A hissing mist rose, enveloping the masked woman, who became encased in ice. Crack! At that moment, the scene before Rosen shattered abruptly. The dim sky, the crumbling buildings, and Rukia Kachiki, along with the exquisite yet perilous Zanpakuto, Shiragane, all vanished without a trace. In their place emerged the familiar icy expanse, accompanied by the occasional roar of beasts in the distance. In the fourth layer of impelled down, the freezing hell. As Rosen's consciousness liberated itself from the vision of Rukia wielding her Zanpakuto and returned to the confines of impelled down, a revelation dawned upon him. Your innate understanding is extraordinary. Through the contemplation of your own essence and the integration of a superhuman weapon fruit, you have grasped a unique skill, Shiragane. This is the manifestation of Rosen, an extraordinary intellect intertwined with the essence of weapon fruits. While Baby 5 could only conjure mundane weapons from her fruit, he could effortlessly craft a Zanpakuto with his own hands. Even the most beautiful Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, Shiragane, could be understood with mere recollection and visualization. Previously, in the scorching hell, Rosen had to pause, fully engrossed in his contemplation to forge the Shirei. However, in the freezing hell, it seemed that due to his enhanced abilities and the frequency of his Zanpakuto visualization, he had grown increasingly adept, transitioning from visualizing Rukia wielding her Zanpakuto to comprehending Shiragane. He barely slowed his pace, never stopping altogether. Multitasking, he simultaneously employed his extraordinary intellect to visualize Rukia Kachiki while crafting Shiragane with his hands, all while keeping step with Zephyr and the others as they walked towards the sixth layer. Perhaps with a few more visualizations, he would soon be able to summon different types of Zanpakuto in response to various foes, merely by recalling the essence of the Zanpakuto in his mind. After crafting Shiragane, Rosen found himself increasingly proficient. Now, when visualizing, he no longer required the intense focus of previous attempts, even while distracted by other tasks. His comprehension of the Zanpakuto's unique abilities remained unaffected. Upon arrival, traversing this path will lead one to the sixth level of the Imperial Penitentiary. Infinite hell, Shilio remarked, standing before a staircase without turning back. What are you still doing here? Zephyr's tone was harsh, seemingly influenced by the poor impression Shilio had left during the domino incident. His words lacked the courtesy he had previously displayed at the entrance of Impel Down. Instructor Zephyr, as the chief warden of Impel, I believe I am entitled to this information, am I not? Furthermore, if you expect my full cooperation, you ought not to continue concealing matters from me. Shiru remains unfazed by Zephyr's change in tone. His sole interest lies in the intentions of Rosen and his companions. As for how Zephyr perceives him, he pays it no mind whatsoever. Very well. Zephyr cast a glance at the nearby entrance to the infinite abyss. realizing that he would indeed require Shiryu for what lay ahead. Thus, he ceased to be circumspect and withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket. Teacher Zephyr. What is this? Rosen inquired, intrigued by the sight. It pertains to the key concepts you must grasp for your 5th lesson. Only by thoroughly comprehending these points can we conclude this session, allowing you to depart from the impelled down and subsequently graduate from the Naval Academy. As he spoke, Zephyr turned the paper so that everyone around could see the contents inscribed upon it. Is that a list? Rosen's gaze swept across the white paper in Zephyr's hand, discovering it filled with names. Some of these names were even familiar to him. For instance, the first name on the list, Bondi Waldo. He recognized it instantly. The World Destroyer, a wielder of the Momo Fruit's powers. Instructor Zephyr, I failed to comprehend the significance of presenting a list of prisoners from infinite hell. Shiryu remarked, biting down on his cigar, momentarily bewildered by Zephyr's intentions. Especially considering the previous conversation between Zephyr and Rosen. Talk of the 5th lesson and thoroughly grasping these concepts left him somewhat perplexed. What it implies is this. I intend to conduct a lesson in infinite hell for my students. As the chief warden, your sole responsibility is to escort the prisoners corresponding to the names I read from this list to my presence. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Zephyr's words were astonishing. What? Mr. Zephyr, you cannot possibly release the prisoners from the infinite hell. The escape of even a single inmate from the 6th level could unleash unimaginable calamities upon the seas. Before Shiryu could voice any objections, Domino had already begun to exhibit signs of agitation. Fool, do you believe that the former Navy Admiral and the current Admiral candidate have gathered here by mere coincidence? It is, in fact, to prevent any possibility of prisoner escape. Shiryu repelled Domino and then fixed his gaze upon Zephyr. How intriguing. I am beginning to change my perspective on you. Do not slay the commander. He smiled broadly. The commander you just mentioned has long since perished, having succumbed to death alongside his family many years ago. What stands before you now is merely the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, an old fellow devoted to cultivating the strength necessary to bring an end to the era of great pirates. In response to Shiryu's mockery, Zephyr's expression remained impassive. Teacher Zephyr, Rosen inquired, if I manage to resolve all the names on this list, will that signify my graduation? He gazed at the roster held by Zephyr, his skepticism growing. He couldn't help but wonder if these names represented all the inmates in the infinite abyss. There were dozens of names inscribed, and even if he tackled one each day, it would take no less than a month, if not more. A fleeting glance at the final few names revealed they belonged to the legends of a bygone era. Indeed, this is your internship course. As long as you can complete it, you shall graduate. The essence of the internship lies in breaching the 6th level of impelled down. Zephyr, meeting Rosen's gaze, spoke with a grave tone. If Rosen were akin to Sakazuki or his companion Borsalino, possessing the temperament of an admiral, he would not impose such stringent demands. However, Rosen is not just anyone. In Zephyr's eyes, Rosen possesses a caliber that transcends even that of an admiral, even surpassing that of a fleet admiral. As the foremost instructor of the Navy, Zephyr is acutely aware that a being of Rosen's unparalleled potential, one that stands out in the annals of world history, cannot be nurtured through conventional teaching methods. To do so would be to squander his extraordinary talents. Thus, after merely 2 days of instruction, Zephyr, realizing he was approaching the limits of what he could impart, decisively arranged for him to undertake an internship, breaching the 6th level of impelled down, the infinite hell. From the perspective of others, accomplishing such a feat is no easy task. Even for someone of Borsalino's stature as an admiral, let alone a freshman yet to graduate from military school. Nevertheless, Zephyr believed that breaching infinite hell was a challenge that was perfectly suited to Rosen at this stage of his development. In fact, one might assert that it was a tailor-made internship for him. I do not underestimate your teaching abilities, nor do I belittle your students. However, Instructor Zephyr, you must understand what infinite hell represents. It is a place where monsters with strength rivaling that of admirals are imprisoned. Even in your prime, you might not have been able to breach infinite hell. Shiryu looked at Zephyr with keen interest, then turned to Rosen. Are you certain you wish to send your own student to hell? A playful smile graced his lips. Rosen, what is your stance? If you wish to turn back, now is the time. Once this lesson begins, there will be no turning back. Zephyr crossed his arms and similarly regarded Rosen. Will you breach this hell and graduate? Or return to military school, spend a year alongside others on the internship ship, and then graduate? The choice is yours. I shall not coerce you. Having learned from the past experience of falling out with Borsalino, Zephyr did not compel Rosen to undertake this internship. He merely fulfilled his duty as a teacher, crafting the best developmental plan for his student. It is up to Rosen to decide whether to become an admiral in a year through rapid advancement or to languish for 3 to 5 years and become an admiral through complacency. In that moment, Zephyr, Borsalino, Shiryu, and even Domino, who initially vehemently opposed releasing the prisoners of infinite hell, all turned their attention to Rosen. They were all eager to discover what decision this man before them would ultimately make, to turn back or to step into hell. Is it hell? I fail to see it. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Rosen offered a faint smile. He reached out to take the list from Zephyr's hand and meticulously examined the names from beginning to end. After returning the list to Zephyr, he turned to meet Shiryu's gaze, which was brimming with mockery. Perhaps our interpretations of the term hell differ fundamentally. In my eyes, the so-called infinite hell is merely a semblance of frost and chill, indistinguishable from the frost I encountered in the frigid depths of despair moments ago. As the words fell from my lips, a chilling crimson radiance ignited in Rosen's gaze. With a crackle amidst the thunderous roars, sinister black-red lightning surged forth from his being, coiling around him like a fearsome black dragon, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread in all directions. How could my conqueror's haki have surged so unexpectedly? Rosen immediately sensed a profound transformation within the depths of his being. It quickly dawned upon him that this alteration was not a result of the chi body source flow, nor was it influenced by the 6 paths of the immortal thieves. Rather, it stemmed solely from an enhancement of his personal charisma, which led to a tangible elevation of his conqueror's haki. Although Rosen skillfully contained the explosive surge of his haki, preventing it from disseminating throughout the 5th level of impel down or affecting anyone nearby, the individuals closest to him, such as Borsalino and Zephyr, could still distinctly perceive an almost palpable pressure emanating from him. Had his charisma truly strengthened? Zephyr was the first to react. The conqueror's haki embodies the aura of a king. Before Rosen introduced the chi body source flow as a method for cultivating haki, all kings had to rely solely on the growth of their charisma to enhance their conqueror's haki, rendering formal training impossible. Merely a day had passed, and he appeared as though transformed. Compared to yesterday, the potency of his conqueror's haki had more than doubled. "Junior, you are nothing short of monstrous," Borsalino remarked, visibly moved. From the moment Rosen awakened his conqueror's haki to mastering its control and ascending to the intermediate level, Borsalino had been an attentive observer, fully aware of his junior's prowess. If yesterday Rosen's haki could be likened to Don Quixote da Flamingo, then today, it was akin to Katakuri. Such a transformation within a single day was nothing short of remarkable. Conqueror's haki. And yet it is. The conqueror's haki entwined. Shiryu's expression shifted subtly, especially upon witnessing Rosen unleashing the conqueror's haki in a moment of explosive power. He forcibly restrained the expanding aura, wrapping it around his form, not allowing a hint of it to escape. Unable to suppress his inner shock any longer, he gasped in astonishment. As the second in command of Impel Down, he was acutely aware of the dominance of the conqueror's haki. Whether in its rudimentary or intermediate form, it was essentially the same. It merely served to intimidate foes, a mere qualification of a sovereign. Yet, once one mastered the art of haki entwining, the circumstances transformed entirely. Even the weakest manifestation of this power could incapacitate a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Was he truly just a freshman at the Naval Academy? Domino's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Rosen, her face a canvas of trepidation. She may not comprehend the intricacies of haki entwining, but she understood the essence of the conqueror's haki. Even though Rosen managed to rein in the surging energy, confronting such dominance left her momentarily breathless. Observing Shiryu, who typically carried an air of superiority, now visibly moved by Rosen's display of haki entwining, she could vividly imagine the extent of his terrifying potential. "I beg your pardon. My conqueror's haki has unexpectedly advanced, nearly causing harm to all present." After retracting the overwhelming aura that surged with newfound strength, Rosen first addressed Zephyr and the others. Then, under Shiryu's scrutinizing gaze, he took the lead and strode towards the entrance of the 6th level. This marked the first instance since his arrival at Impel Down that Rosen found himself at the forefront. It was not due to a lack of courage before, rather, he had required guidance through the prior 5 levels, which he had not traversed previously. Now, however, it was no longer necessary. His classroom for the 5th period lay just ahead. The bitter winds of the frigid hell? Domino observed Rosen's silhouette and recalled the overwhelming aura that seemed to roar defiantly against the infinite abyss. In her mind, the image of this man in the 5th level of the icy prison materialized. The relentless blizzards were utterly incapable of encroaching upon him, encased as he was in his still-blooded shell. Perhaps, as Rosen had asserted, even the infinite hell was merely a fleeting chill. Perhaps he truly could accomplish the unimaginable task of breaking through the infinite abyss. This thought unexpectedly surfaced in Domino's mind, leaving her astonished. It was a feat even a Marine admiral might struggle to achieve. Yet, inexplicably, she chose to believe in Rosen's capability. A newcomer adept at wielding conqueror's hockey. How astonishing. Let me witness how you disperse the frost of the infinite hell, she mused. Shirley pondered momentarily before breaking into a sinister grin. Initially, when he received Magellan's orders to cooperate with Zephyr and the others, he felt immense resistance. He believed it would be far more gratifying to slay a few prisoners instead. However, after encountering Rosen, his perspective shifted. The longer they interacted, the less he resisted this mission. Especially after directly experiencing Rosen's imposing spirit and witnessing the manifestation of his conqueror's hockey, Shirley's reluctance evaporated, replaced solely by curiosity. Whether it was mere bravado or genuine capability to breach the infinite hell, the truth would reveal itself once they reached the 6th level. I suddenly feel that this accompanying task with my junior will be quite extraordinary, Pagliusolino remarked. Witnessing the rise of a new king, observing the birth of a legend, indeed. It would be remarkable. With that, Zephyr set off in pursuit of Rosen. Is there a new king? Pagliusolino mused, a smile of anticipation gracing his countenance as he followed in the footsteps of the two. Observing this, Shirley silently trailed behind. Domino, too, mustered his resolve and accompanied Rosen and the others as they departed from the frigid hell, stepping into the abyss of infinite despair. The sound of a door creaking open echoed. A portal to the infinite hell had been unlatched. Oh, are new inmates arriving? I wonder who they might be. To become our neighbors here, they must have brought down at least a nation or two. Regardless of their prior glory, the moment they are cast into this realm, they are utterly erased from history, their names, even those of their kin, vanishing without a trace. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed ajar, accompanied by the thud of footsteps, the prisoners imprisoned in the pitch-black confines of the infinite hell cast their gazes towards the entrance. Some were curious, others mocking, many filled with expectation, and a few relished the misfortune of newcomers. The pirates confined in this place were inherently malevolent, and after enduring years in a sunless hell, even the most virtuous soul could be transformed into a fiend. For them, the greatest amusement, aside from the daily papers, was witnessing the arrival of new neighbors. As the footsteps drew ever closer, under the scrutinizing gaze of the prisoners, several figures soon emerged into view. They grinned wickedly, raised their arms in salutation, as if the demons of hell themselves were welcoming the arrival of fresh companions. Are you a newcomer? Welcome to the infinite hell. Ah, is that not Zephyr? I have heard that you have stepped down from your position as a general to become a teacher. Congratulations. Had you made this career change sooner, perhaps your family would not have met such an early demise. A prisoner in one of the cells glanced toward the entrance of infinite hell, and, upon recognizing Zephyr, his countenance twisted into a grotesque grimace, followed by a sinister laugh that resonated throughout the confines, as if amplified by a loudspeaker. The Black-Armed General, is it? I was unaware of your family's death. My apologies. Being confined here, I was unable to attend their funeral. At that moment, another prisoner from a nearby cell chimed in, his voice venomous, akin to an invisible dagger piercing the long-buried wounds of Zephyr. Such malicious remarks echoed from various cells, each one more cutting than the last. Though Zephyr's expression appeared serene, seemingly unfazed, ripples of emotion danced in his eyes. The death of his family was the greatest anguish of his life. How could he remain untouched by the taunts and jeers of the prisoners? Yet, Zephyr chose silence. Prior to his arrival, he had steeled himself for such encounters. Senior, what is happening? Rosen's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze grew increasingly frigid. The first two prisoners who spoke had been personally apprehended by Zephyr, while the others were merely joining in the ruckus after long periods of confinement. In a rare moment, Pagliusolino refrained from mocking Zephyr. In fact, no one noticed the chilling glint in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Zephyr, are the names of those two on your list? Rosen inquired, turning to Zephyr. Though they are prisoners of the 6th level, they do not qualify for my list, Zephyr replied coldly. That means they hold no value even as training materials. Rosen nodded in understanding, then opened his palm, a single hair suddenly falling from his head and landing in his hand. As he closed his fingers around it, the hair transformed dramatically, morphing into a sheathed long sword, which he grasped firmly. I nearly forgot that you are a devil fruit user, Borsalino remarked, astonished. Perhaps it was Rosen's extraordinary prowess in hockey cultivation, coupled with his never having revealed his devil fruit abilities in front of others, that led many, including Zephyr, to overlook this fact. Even Borsalino only now recalled that Rosen was indeed a wielder of such powers. Speaking of which, the old man thought, it was indeed the first time he witnessed Rosen harnessing his fruit ability. It was said to be a weapon fruit, capable of transforming any part of the body into a weapon. Initially, the painful memories of his family's demise plagued Zephyr, yet upon observing Rosen wield his ability, his attention was swiftly drawn away. After all, he had never seen Rosen utilize his fruit power before, and his curiosity was piqued. He yearned to discover whether, as a fruit user, Rosen's development of his abilities was as extraordinary as his mastery of hockey. Was this truly his power? Still you fixated on Rosen. Could he conjure a blade? Such a fruit ability appeared somewhat unremarkable. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms, Rosen disregarded the gazes of Zephyr and the others, drawing his Zanpakuto from its sheath, and softly uttered the words. He was not addressing anyone in particular, but rather engaging in a dialogue with the Zanpakuto in his hand. With the utterance of Rosen's release command, the Zanpakuto erupted in a dazzling pink radiance. From the blade's tip to the tang, the entire sword transformed into a deep purple, then shattered layer by layer, morphing into countless cherry blossom blades that spread like a tempest throughout the infinite abyss. Hello, hello, hello. The naval imp. What do you intend to do? The first prisoner to speak, upon witnessing the oncoming wave of cherry blossom blades, initially displayed a change in expression, but soon wore a scornful countenance. Though I am unaware of the nature of your devil fruit ability, it is regrettable that I am not an ability user. These sea prism stone shackles may bind my hands and feet, and this sea prism stone cell may confine my freedom, yet they cannot restrain my will. Facing the sweeping onslaught of cherry blossom blades, the prisoner rose from the ground, adopting a defiant stance, and with a single punch, struck the air, unleashing a visible shockwave that shattered the incoming cherry blossom vortex. However, in the next instant, the blades, reminiscent of falling cherry blossoms, reformed and surged forth with the speed of a striking serpent, even swifter than before. In the blink of an eye, thousands of cherry blossom blades pierced through the cell, rushing towards the prisoner, resembling a colossal python poised to devour, as it opened its violet maw, enveloping his face in an instant. Damn it! The prisoner's expression shifted dramatically. Trapped within the confines of his cell, he found himself with no means of escape. He could only harden his neck, face, and head with his armed color hockey, bracing himself as the sharp blades descended upon him. The clash of the blades against his cheek ignited a shower of sparks, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal striking metal. Remarkably, despite being grazed by the cherry blossom blade, his cheek remained unscathed. Is this all you have? Zephyr, is that your student? It seems rather inadequate. With such feeble strength, he couldn't even manage to shave my beard. As the cherry blossom blade failed to cut through his armament-hardened hockey, the prisoner scoffed, raising his neck and covering his mouth with his hand, allowing the blade to approach while mockingly taunting Rosen and Zephyr. However, the moment his laughter erupted, he felt the blade slice across his cheek and neck, suddenly radiating a terrifying brilliance. The hardened visage fortified by hockey was ruthlessly torn apart. From both cheeks to the chin and neck, the cherry blossom blade carved grievous gashes, allowing sight to penetrate through these wounds, directly revealing the prisoner's tongue and the interior of his mouth. Before blood could spurt forth, the blades, reminiscent of falling cherry blossoms, surged forward, burrowing into the prisoner's throat, overwhelming his tongue in a serrated grip. With a swift motion, the cherry blossom blade unfurled, rendering the prisoner's bloodied mouth desolate. His tongue, along with his vocal cords, was reduced to a gruesome pulp and unceremoniously forced down his throat, cascading into his stomach. Hiss! After completing all of this, the cherry blossom blade finally withdrew from the prisoner's body, followed by a searing pain that surged throughout him like a tidal wave. The agony was so intense that he attempted to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only emit a continuous, tortured hissing filled with anguish and malice. Hiss. At the same moment, within another cell, a prisoner endured a fate akin to his own. He, too, lacked extraordinary abilities but wielded the power of armament hockey. Yet, before the might of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, his defensive prowess proved woefully inadequate. After a brief stalemate, the hardened neck and visage, reinforced by hockey, were severed by the keen blade, reducing his tongue and vocal cords to mere pulp. All that escaped his lips were hisses of malice and rage. The tongue, meant for speech, would no longer serve its purpose. Henceforth, silence would be its only companion. With a flick of his wrist, Rosen sent the hilt of his blade spinning. The cascading cherry blossom blades, as if summoned by an unspoken command, returned gracefully to him, reforming into the handle, nestled securely within its sheath. Remarkably, the blade remained untainted by a single drop of blood, despite having severed the tongues of 2 prisoners. The young naval officer's fruit ability proved intriguing, without utilizing hockey. He had effortlessly breached the defenses of those 2 wretches. They were nothing but failures, indeed. Those 2 had significantly tarnished the reputation of the 6th level of pirates. Were I in their stead, I could easily dispatch that naval brat, even from behind bars. As Rosen clashed with the prisoner, the other pirates in their cells craned their necks, eager to witness the spectacle. However, they were taken aback to discover that the 2 non-abilities neighbors could not withstand even a single strike from Rosen, their tongues cruelly taken from them. This revelation left them deeply disappointed. Some even felt these 2 had lowered the average standard of the infinite hell, bringing shame upon themselves as fellow inmates. Is this truly infinite hell? It seems far less fearsome than portrayed, merely a graveyard for remnants of a bygone era. In the face of derision, scorn, and mockery from all directions, Rosen turned his gaze toward Ryūjin. The latter simply smiled in response. Though unspoken, it seemed he conveyed to Rosen, "You shall soon come to understand. Little imp, do you comprehend the words you utter? Do not allow the defeat of 2 insignificant foes to inflate your ego. Each individual here is a monster that the world government must erase from history." As anticipated, upon hearing Rosen's words, the prisoners in their confinement turned towards him like enraged beasts, their eyes brimming with bloodlust and cruelty. To be scrutinized by the multitude of pirates in the infinite hell is a sensation that Rosen now understands. He did not perceive merely formless, harmless gazes, but rather an overwhelming, chilling aura infused with the stench of death and blood, crashing upon him like relentless ocean waves, battering him until his spirit was torn asunder and his will shattered. Any ordinary Navy officer, even the legendary coward king, would likely be struck dumb before they could even entertain the notion of fleeing. Even a rear admiral from headquarters, faced with the oppressive presence and murderous intent of such a multitude of prisoners, would result only in one outcome: utter collapse and screams of despair. In the grand line, aura itself is a form of power. While it may not reach the level of conqueror's hockey, its sheer volume is undeniable. In infinite hell, even a single prisoner commands a bounty starting in the hundreds of millions, and that is based on figures from many years ago, when tens or even hundreds of such pirates collectively unleash their aura and bloodlust. The entire layer of the prison transforms into a veritable hell of slaughter. Indeed, this is no longer infinite hell. It has become a hell of murderous intent. Do you comprehend? This is truly the realm of infinite hell. Unlike any previous layer of imprisonment, there are no wardens to oversee this domain, for none can manage this horde of monstrosities. Ryūjin gazed at Rosen, ensnared within a tumult of murderous intent, utterly unable to escape. Within impelled down, each layer is teeming with guards. Even the 4th level, the inferno of scorching flames, is no exception. It is only from the 5th level onward that the presence of guards becomes nearly non-existent. If the 5th level, the frozen hell, is rendered inhospitable to wardens due to its frigid climate, then the 6th level, the infinite hell, is overrun by an abundance of creatures. Any guard who dares to tread here, even if these prisoners are confined to their cages, will find that the beasts within can still extend their claws. The sheer overwhelming aura of bloodlust has compelled nearly all personnel of Impel Down to refrain from entering the 6th level, save for Director Magellan and Ryūjin. They are but relics of a bygone era. It is time to cease this disgraceful display. Is everything all right? In the face of an overwhelming wave of murderous intent, Rosen displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, his eyes glimmered with a captivating crimson light. Then, he unleashed his conqueror's hockey to its fullest extent. Ever since he forged the Chi body source stream, the tricolored hockey had transformed into a Chi infant. Following his battle against Kakagawa and Gion, his conqueror's haki had ascended to new heights. After enduring the frigid depths of the fifth layer of hell, his willpower had significantly amplified. This marked the first occasion on which Rosen fully unleashed his conqueror's haki. The thunderous momentum, while a form of power, resembled a rootless reed, too ethereal and insubstantial. Yet, with unwavering determination, one could withstand it. However, the conqueror's haki was different. Even if it was not of the highest caliber, incapable of inflicting tangible physical harm, it was undeniably potent. Particularly when intertwined, it could unleash destructive force that surpassed the armament haki. At this moment, centered around Rosen, the conqueror's haki surged forth like a tempest, sweeping outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, whether it be murderous intent or imposing presence, they dissipated like phantoms before the resplendent sun, vanishing in an instant. Such ethereal entities, no matter how powerful or numerous, could only retreat in the face of the conqueror's haki. Damn it! This inexperienced naval brat actually possesses conqueror's haki? Is it not well known that the Navy is notoriously estranged from sovereign powers? For a century, aside from Sengoku and Garp, I have not heard of any other Navy personnel wielding such formidable dominance. Faced with the sudden manifestation of conqueror's haki, the prisoners on the 6th level were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Initially, they had united with a tacit understanding to humiliate Rosen and seek some amusement. However, little did they expect that the jest would instead turn upon themselves. Indeed, as a monstrous entity of these seas, none of them would succumb to Rosen's conqueror's haki in a faint. Yet, the inability to be overwhelmed does not equate to the power being disregarded. The sheer momentum and aura of menace had already dealt them a significant blow to their pride. Moreover, the conqueror's haki unleashed by Rosen crashed upon them like a surging tide, forcefully battering their very beings. The sensation was far from pleasant. After all, even within the confines of this infernal prison, the number of prisoners endowed with conqueror's haki is exceedingly rare. Lacking the qualifications of a sovereign, they could only endure the weight of the haki with no alternatives at their disposal. Oh, the presence of this conqueror's haki is indeed vast. It is astonishing that it is wielded by a mere naval rookie. As the overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki permeates every corner of the infinite hell, several individuals, including Rosen and Zephyr, merely cast a fleeting glance before retracting their gaze, disregarding the prisoners. Suddenly, one of the inmates rises. For instance, a man clad in tattered military attire, resembling a fiend that has clawed its way out of the depths of hell. At this moment, he slowly lifts himself from the ground, an arrogant smile spreading across his face, and as his gaze turns toward Rosen, his eyes begin to gleam with a crimson light. Then, centered around himself, a tempest of conqueror's haki erupts, roaring toward Rosen with a magnitude that obscures the sun. Another conqueror's haki. It appears that individual is the source. This has become quite intriguing. With his attention fixed on him, that Navy lad is in for a world of trouble. Even Zephyr and Polysolino cannot shield him, for neither of them possesses the conqueror's haki. The prisoners in the jail initially stand in shock, but soon expressions of mockery adorn their faces, as if they can already envision Rosen's downfall. It is he. Zephyr also sensed the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki, akin to a torrential flood. Douglas Barrett. Polysolino wore a nonchalant expression, yet no one noticed the gravity reflected in his eyes behind the sunglasses. He was, after all, the super monster who wreaked havoc in the New World, instigating a massacre of epic proportions. Even within the confines of Impel Down, he was among the most formidable. Zephyr recalled vividly that it was only through the issuance of the Demon Suppression Order, spearheaded by Sengoku and Garp, that Barrett's strength and haki were ultimately depleted, leading to his imprisonment. Is it conqueror's haki? Faced with the roaring conqueror's haki, Rosen exhibited not a shred of surprise. After all, this was the Impel Down, a notorious prison designed to confine monsters. The emergence of a pirate wielding conqueror's haki was entirely to be expected. It was a clash of kings, where an encounter always commenced with a confrontation of haki. This was the customary greeting among sovereigns, a means of salutation. If one could withstand it, the conversation would persist. If not, there was no need for further discourse. With this thought, Rosen did not waver in the slightest, channeling his will into the conqueror's haki. Akin to a blade cleaving the heavens, enveloped in a heavy oppression, he launched a furious assault against Douglas Bullett's haki. In the moment when the two forces of conqueror's haki collided, Every soul in the depths of the infinite hell heard a resounding thunderclap reverberate in their ears. Subsequently, the once imperceptible haki transformed into torrents of gold and purple, erupting in a violent clash. From a distance, it resembled two terrifying dragons engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Each collision of haki unleashed shockwaves akin to a raging torrent, and each confrontation sparked black and red lightning. Those confined within the prison felt as if two monumental mountains had suddenly descended upon them, an indescribable weight pressing down, suffocating and unbearable. Yet, this conflict continued unabated. As time flowed on, the inhabitants of infinite hell, the impelled down, remained oblivious to the phenomenon occurring above them. At the apex of the prison, the heavens above the first level began to twist and swirl like a vortex. The conqueror's haki unleashed by the two individuals on the sixth level of the underwater prison violently penetrated the rock and ocean barriers, rising like an ascending current to the firmament, influencing the celestial phenomena and dragging forth swirling clouds. Had they subdued one another? Quite normal indeed. However, that is the audacity of the devil's progeny. Even after years of confinement, though diminished from its prime, it can only be described as terrifying. How could a mere naval whelp, still reeking of immaturity, possibly surpass the spirit of such a monstrous being? Nevertheless, he has proven himself formidable, having managed to endure. The prisoners on the sixth level believed this to be a lopsided confrontation. Little did they anticipate that after the clash of two domineering wills, Rosen's will, though momentarily subdued, did not falter. Instead, it stood resolute, like a steadfast rock, facing the overwhelming aura of Douglas Barrett. Indeed, skill is skill, and strength is strength. Even after being confined and impelled down for so many years, no longer at his peak, Barrett remains Barrett. As he sensed the clash of conquerors' haki and found himself at a disadvantage, Rosen was neither surprised nor troubled, nor did he feel any shame. Douglas Barrett, who had been on the battlefield since his youth, not only destroyed his own country, but also joined the Roger Pirates, fighting against the monsters of that crew day in and day out. Even after being pummeled by Garp and Sengoku, and subsequently cast into the depths of impelled down to await his demise, he was still beyond what Rosen could surpass at this moment. After all, from the time Rosen first encountered haki to the present, he had only practiced conqueror's haki for a mere 3 days. In contrast, Douglas Barrett had dedicated over a decade to mastering it. Was this his ambition? Through the clash of conquerors' haki, Douglas Barrett sensed Rosen's spirit and roughly assessed his standing. To be frank, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Such a level of conqueror-s haki merely grazed the threshold of mastery, offering no surprises whatsoever. However, just as Douglas Barrett prepared to conclude this clash of haki, his expression abruptly shifted to one of disbelief. Not just him, aside from Zephyr. Everyone in that level of the prison gazed at Rosen with incredulity. More accurately, they were captivated by his conqueror's haki. From being utterly suppressed, it gradually began to rise. Reminiscent of a colossal being parting the heavens, inch by inch pushing back Douglas Barrett's conqueror's haki. How could this be possible? Hiru's eyes widened in disbelief as he silently screamed within. Junior. His aura was growing stronger. No, it would be more accurate to say it was evolving. However, the rapidity of this growth was, quite frankly, astonishing. Borsalino turned to glance at Rosen, standing beside him, his expression one of incredulity. Though he lacked the conqueror's haki, he possessed a profound understanding of its intricacies. For instance, why do those endowed with conqueror's haki often choose to unleash it upon encountering fellow sovereigns? It serves not merely as a means of intimidation, but also as a greeting and a method to amplify one's presence. The clash of conqueror's haki, whether entwined or directly colliding, resembles the forging of iron. Only through relentless trials, after enduring numerous fierce confrontations with others possessing the same formidable spirit, can one strengthen their will and elevate their aura to greater heights. Yet, such advancement cannot be achieved through merely 1 or 2 encounters. Even if there is some degree of enhancement, it would hardly mirror the extraordinary ascent Rosen is currently experiencing. His progress in conqueror's haki is best described as exponential. Indeed, exponential. Under the oppressive force of Douglas Barrett's conqueror's haki, Rosen's own surged forth like a dragon rising, in an utterly inexplicable manner. I knew it would unfold this way. Zephyr, arms crossed, bore a smile that suggested he was unsurprised. Rather, it was an expression of as expected. Having witnessed Rosen's confrontation with Gaki and Ryūjin the day prior, he had already sensed something remarkable. With each application of his haki, be it observation, armament, or conqueror's haki, Rosen demonstrated visibly enhanced prowess. This enhancement intensified in accordance with the strength of his opponents and the external pressures he faced. In the face of the united front of Ryūjin and Gaki, Rosen emerged victorious with overwhelming might, significantly elevating the potency of his three forms of haki. Not to mention the prospect of clashing conqueror's haki with a behemoth like Douglas Barrett, who stood atop the pinnacle of the sea. As long as Rosen could maintain his ground and not be overwhelmed by Barrett's haki, he would undoubtedly experience immediate and substantial growth. This was precisely why Zephyr was adamant about bringing Rosen to impel down. For other members of the Navy, the infinite hell was indeed a veritable abyss. Yet for Rosen, it presented an unparalleled opportunity to hone his skills. As long as he could withstand the pressure without being crushed, his haki would manifest explosive growth. Watching Rosen's conqueror's haki continue to ascend, Zephyr's eyes sparkled with increasing delight. He is utilizing my conqueror's haki to cultivate his own. Douglas Barrett also came to a realization. He had engaged in such activities numerous times during his days with the Roger Pirates. Achieving combat prowess rivaling that of Rayleigh at less than 20 years of age was a result of his relentless pursuit of experience alongside legends like Roger, Rayleigh, and Jakka. What Douglas Barrett had not anticipated was that one day, he would also be used as a means for someone else to gain experience. Moreover, the enhancement Rosen acquired from their clash of haki surpassed even the growth he had attained after months of continuous battles with Rayleigh in his youth. Douglas Barrett's expression darkened as he retracted his conqueror's haki. Leveling up through experience is truly gratifying only when one can do so at the expense of others. Being on the receiving end of such a process is far from enjoyable, especially considering Rosen's rapid advancement. If the conflict persisted for just a few more minutes, it was likely that the potency of his conqueror's haki would not only match, but potentially surpass his own. While Douglas Barrett found this notion astonishing, he harbored no doubts whatsoever. Why did it have to end? Observing Douglas Barrett withdraw his conqueror's haki and abruptly terminate the clash, Rosen appeared unsatisfied. He glanced at the information that surfaced in his mind. Your innate talent is extraordinary. Through the clash with Douglas Barrett's conqueror's haki and the training of your chi body source flow, your kingly aura has undergone a groundbreaking enhancement. The intensity of your conqueror's haki has increased by 230%. This singular clash of conqueror's haki had more than doubled its intensity. This was no mere offspring of the devil. It was clearly a golden opportunity for acquiring conqueror's experience. What a jest! I am well aware that conflicts among kings can indeed elevate the intensity of conqueror's haki, but the extent of that naval youth's advancement is simply preposterous. After merely a few exchanges with Barrett, his conqueror's haki had at least doubled compared to the onset. If he could maintain such a pace of improvement, engaging with Barrett for another 2 or 3 minutes would allow him to catch up, or even surpass his predecessor. Surely, these naval officers infiltrated infinite hell for this very reason. Having witnessed the clash of conqueror's haki between Rosen and Douglas Barrett, all the prisoners were left in a state of stupefied astonishment. Some even deduced the true purpose of Rosen and his companion's visit. Hello, Rosen said, glancing towards the cell of Douglas Barrett. Having experienced the exhilarating acceleration of the conqueror's haki, he found himself somewhat unable to resist the allure. Shall we proceed? Very well. You release me, and I assure you, your desires will be fulfilled. Douglas Barrett's countenance darkened as he raised his handcuffed wrists, the sea-stone shackles glinting ominously, and he grinned with a menacing sneer. Though he relished combat and thrived on the thrill of challenging formidable adversaries, he harbored no interest in nurturing the new era, especially not for the very navy that imprisoned him. In truth, his sole ambition was to obliterate the forces of this new age. Remember the words you have just spoken, Rosen replied, not in denial but with a significant undertone. It was inevitable that Douglas Barrett would be released. His name was indeed inscribed on Zephyr's list. However, that moment was not yet upon them. Despite having undergone a dramatic enhancement in the intensity of his conqueror's haki following a clash, Rosen was acutely aware that after only 3 days of training, he was far from capable of defeating Douglas Barrett. Unlike the inconclusive outcomes of clashes of conqueror's haki, a true confrontation would reveal the stark disparities in their haki techniques. Both being kings, even the slightest difference in their mastery of the 3 types of haki could be magnified exponentially. It was akin to the encounters between Luffy and teacher Kizuru, without invoking the 5th gear of Nika. Even a relentless onslaught combined with Kizuru's overwhelming power would see Luffy unable to best him, regardless of whether he relied on hockey or physical prowess. It won't be long now. Once I resolve the names at the forefront of the list, it will be your turn, Douglas Barrett. Rosen cast a glance toward the cell that contained Douglas Barrett. The next confrontation would not merely be a clash of hockey, but a genuine battle replete with the full spectrum of physical techniques, hockey, and devil fruit capabilities, an all-encompassing test of limits, far removed from the earlier, gentler confrontation of Conqueror's hockey. What does this mean? Could it be that he truly intends to set me free? At this moment, Douglas Barrett remained ensnared in a web of uncertainty regarding Rosen's earlier remarks. Although reason incessantly whispered to him that such a notion was implausible, after all, the Navy had dispatched Carp, Sengoku, and the Demon Slayer order to capture him. Barrett's heart had already begun to entertain a glimmer of hope, even if he were not to be released. Merely unshackling these sea stone handcuffs and engaging in a vigorous battle would suffice. Teacher Zephyr, let the lesson commence. Rosen, dismissing Douglas Barrett entirely, urged Teacher Zephyr to initiate the class, having tasted the exhilarating surge of power akin to a rocket propelled by dominance. His anticipation for this practical lesson soared to unprecedented heights. Now, even if Zephyr, Sengoku, and Carp united to drag him back to Naval Academy, he would refuse to depart. Remaining at the Naval Academy, indulging in a life of slumber without training or combat, would require at least 3 to 5 years to attain the strength of an admiral. However, attending classes within Impel Down, he believed he could achieve that rank within a year through accelerated learning. Potential, capacity, and talent were mere illusions in Rosen's eyes. He deemed that only strength held true significance and must be mastered at the earliest opportunity. The Grand Line is a realm brimming with miracles and unpredictability. One can never ascertain whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will arrive first. Only by harnessing strength does one possess the means to confront all eventualities. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary one's insight, it remains merely insight, devoid of transformation into strength. It is utterly meaningless. Are we having class? Upon hearing Rosen's words, Shilio's spirit was invigorated, and an expression of excitement graced his face. As for Domino, he had long been rendered unconscious by the overwhelming tide of aura that erupted during the clash between Rosen and Douglas Barrett. The first, Bondi-Walder. Zephyr unfurled his meticulously prepared list. Each name had been selected with great deliberation, encompassing a range of formidable talents, including physical prowess, swordsmanship, and the abilities of fruit users, arranged from the weakest to the strongest, ensuring that Rosen would not encounter a monarch-level monster at the outset, which could lead to immediate disaster. A world destroyer, perhaps? Borisolino stroked his chin, recalling the name with a hint of familiarity, not for its strength or fruit abilities, but due to the uniquely peculiar method of confinement employed for Bondi-Walder among the many sixth-level prisoners. While other inmates were bound by the combination of sea stone chains and cells, Bondi-Walder was subjected to a state of frozen death. I am merely tasked with bringing Bondi-Walder before you. The consequences that follow are beyond my concern. Although Shiryu served as the warden of Impel, his demeanor starkly contrasted with that of Director Magellan. At his core, he was imbued with ambition, perhaps even relishing chaos. Had Magellan been present, a dispute with Zephyr would likely have ensued. Yet, Shiryu simply uttered a remark before striding toward the cell housing Bondi-Walder. What were they planning? From the words of that young imp and Zephyr, it seemed they intended to release the ice-encased Bondi-Walder. Why? Does the world government require Bondi-Waldo for experiments? Indeed. Perhaps. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom why the Navy would display such benevolence by releasing Bondi-Wald from the confines of infinite hell. It is truly lamentable. Bound to the operating table, subjected to wanton experimentation and dissection, it would be far more merciful to succumb to death at the earliest opportunity. The dialogue between Rosen and Zephyr was keenly overheard by the prisoners in infinite hell, inciting their curiosity. However, they were not inherently virtuous individuals. Devoid of compassion for Bondi-Wald's fate, they instead reveled in his misfortune. This is the prisoner you sought. Before long, Hilliu returned, bearing an enormous block of ice, which he then placed upon the ground and kicked forcefully before Zephyr. With a resounding thud, Zephyr halted the ice with his foot, scanning the figure of a green-bearded man encased within. He then struck the ice with a powerful palm. With a resounding crack, the formidable ice, towering several meters high, shattered instantly. Bondi-Wald emerged from the remnants of ice, astonishingly standing upright to confront Zephyr. Moments later, the world destroyer, who had been frozen for nearly 2 decades, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze transitioning from confusion to incomprehension and finally to rage. After 2 decades of suspended animation, he emerged from the ice, awakening within mere minutes, requiring neither treatment nor rest, exhibiting an undeniable resilience characteristic of a monster. This is infinite hell. This is the prisoner of Impel Down level 6. Why did you betray me? Damn it. You shall all perish. Every obstacle that stands in my way must be obliterated, whether it be the Navy, the world government, or pirates alike. Wald's eyes were bloodshot with fury, his memories frozen in time, lingering on the moment of betrayal by his subordinates, just before his body was encased in ice. Hey, it's time for you to refocus. The old man, upon witnessing Wald breaking through the ice, he seemed to fall into a trance, muttering to himself in place. Naval officer Wald, upon hearing Zephyr's voice, felt a rush of blood surge through him, his eyes glinting like those of a malevolent demon as they fixed upon Zephyr. Observing Zephyr's attire, he recognized him as a member of the Navy. Initially, a fierce light flickered in his gaze, yet it was swiftly replaced by a sense of familiarity, causing his previously aggressive stance to falter momentarily. Is that you, Zephyr? Wald scrutinized him, uncertainty clouding his judgment. Compared to the man he remembered before being encased in ice, Zephyr appeared to have aged several decades. It is surprising that you still recognize this old man, Zephyr remarked, astonished. How have you come to resemble a decrepit ghost? Wald found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Isn't it rather normal? It has been 26 years since our last encounter. Zephyr's words struck Wald like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly bewildered. 26 years? Upon uttering these words, it dawned on him that the Navy had imprisoned him in ice for a quarter of a century. Wald's gaze swept over the shattered fragments of ice on the ground, his expression shifting unpredictably. 26 years. First, the betrayal of his subordinates. Then the freezing by the world government, followed by his confinement by the Navy. Even though he had been devoid of consciousness during these years, upon Zephyr's revelation, his inherently volatile temperament surged with an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Zephyr nodded in affirmation. Why was he being released? Waldo struggled to suppress the torrent of murderous intent welling up within him. He had clarified his thoughts. It was not he who broke free from the ice, but rather Zephyr who had chosen to liberate him. Forget it. Regardless of your motivations, I am utterly uninterested. My sole desire now is to eradicate those traitors and to accomplish what I failed to complete 26 years ago. Wald casually picked up a block of ice. I do not know why you have released me, but it is of no consequence. In gratitude for restoring my freedom, I shall grant you 5 seconds to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, everything here shall be obliterated. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him. The betrayal of his subordinates and 26 years of confinement had amassed an overwhelming tide of resentment and fury within the destroyer of worlds. He yearned to unleash this pent-up hatred upon the Navy of the Seas, the world government, and the traitors of your. How regrettable, he remarked. You were unable to escape anywhere. As the price for granting you a fleeting semblance of freedom, your only fate is to become a mere tool in the hands of my students. Zephyr cast a cold glare at Waldo. You shall either perish at the hands of my students or succumb to me. The choice is yours, Waldo, he articulated with deliberate precision. Had it not been for the treachery of those wretches back then, do you truly believe that your incompetent Navy could have ever captured me? Are you not leaving? Then stay here and perish alongside your students and that Navy officer over there. Waldo, filled with exasperation, laughed. Instead of fleeing, he forcefully crushed the ice cube in his hand into 4 shards and casually tossed them aside. The weapon, enhanced by 30-fold power, did not seem to require much effort from him. Yet, the moment the shards were released, they erupted with a piercing shriek that sent chills down one's spine. The ice shards, akin to bullets discharged from a gun, surged forth, spiraling towards Rosen, Zephyr, Porcelino, and Shiru. This was the essence of the world destroyer, defiant and unrestrained. Regardless of whether one was a former Marine admiral or a current candidate, his attack was unerringly directed at the 4. The Belfer-class rang. As the ice shards hurtled through the air, Zephyr did not flinch or evade. He stood resolutely in place and uttered a command to Rosen. Scatter, Senbenzakura. Upon hearing this, Rosen stepped forward, drawing the Senbenzakura from his waist. With a flash of violet light from the blade, it began to shatter from the tip, transforming into a flurry of cherry blossoms that wove into a purple vortex. enveloping the incoming ice shards like a tempest of razor-sharp petals. Holding only the hilt of Senbonzakura, Rosen made a gentle sweep. The clash of metal echoed as the ice shards, propelled by the powers of the Momo fruit, were obliterated into dust by the cutting storm of cherry blossoms. Is this your student? Somewhat formidable, yet merely somewhat. Bondiwald tilted his neck, casting a disdainful glance at Rosen, before lifting his foot and delivering a powerful kick to the largest chunk of solid ice on the ground. The ice, seemingly ordinary and sparse, was propelled by his kick, instantly increasing in volume 50-fold. Even more astonishing was its velocity as the size surged. The speed at which the ice soared through the air did not diminish, but rather escalated 50 times. Fortunately, the expanse of this particular layer of infinite hell was sufficiently vast, complemented by construction materials that ranged from unyielding rock layers to sea stone and metal, along with the support of Zephyr and Borisolino flanking the scene, thus sparing the prison from any significant damage. Was this truly the essence of piracy? It was a stark departure from previous encounters. Faced with a colossal mass of ice hurtling towards him at speeds surpassing several times that of sound, no. It was an iceberg. Rosen felt an unprecedented weight upon his heart. Unlike his sparring matches with classmates, or the earlier clash of Conqueror's hockey against Douglas Bullitt, where victory or defeat bore no peril, engaging with Bondiwald was a contest of both rank and life. Each moment was akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, fraught with danger and exhilaration. It was a relentless trial of both mental fortitude and physical prowess. Any lapse, any hint of complacency, would not only determine victory or defeat, but also life or death. This was the essence of battle. Experiencing this unparalleled confrontation for the first time, Rosen felt his blood, no, his hockey, boiling within him. He experienced no discomfort, nor a trace of anxiety. Instead, under the weight of Bondiwald's overwhelming murderous intent, his mental acuity sharpened, and his physical potential erupted in full force. As the iceberg ominously approached, Rosen abruptly raised the hilt of his sword, unleashing a torrent of armament hockey that coiled around thousands of cherry blossom blades like a mighty river. This marked his inaugural melding of hockey with his devil fruit abilities in practical combat. With a resounding clash, the blades, once reminiscent of cherry blossoms dancing in the air and radiating a brilliant violet light, now bore a layer of darkness. Stripped of their romantic allure, they instead exuded a profound and lethal intensity. Armament, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Rosen gently waved his right hand, gripping the hilt of his blade. Thousands of formidable, glistening blades soared into the sky like a tempest, weaving together to form a colossal black hand resembling cherry blossoms, which then forcefully descended upon the oncoming iceberg. A sound akin to tearing fabric echoed through the air. The iceberg initially bore a distinct handprint before it began to sink, swiftly pierced by the armed 1,000 cherry blossoms. The black hand then exploded into a myriad of fragments, akin to a torrential downpour of pearlescent raindrops, scattering in all directions. In an instant, the dismembered shards of the iceberg were reduced to mere frost, mingling with the dance of the black 1,000 cherry blossoms, creating a beautifully romantic icy rain in this abyss devoid of light. Just as nearly everyone was enraptured by Rosen's strike that shattered the iceberg and summoned the exquisite icy rain, Bondivardo's figure abruptly vanished, surging towards Rosen at a velocity surpassing 6 times the speed of shaving, exponentially greater. His speed was so tremendous that it generated a sonic boom, rendering even the 1,000 cherry blossoms, which hovered around Rosen like vigilant guardians, unable to react in time. At an astonishing 60-fold acceleration, Bondivardo managed to cast a fleeting glance at his surroundings, attempting to thwart his pursuers. Yet, the cherry blossom blades, moving far too slowly, were powerless to intervene. A hint of disdain flickered across his face as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the proximity of Rosen, grinning maliciously. A mere marine? No, not even a proper marine. Dares to challenge me? Zephyr, it is time for you to recruit anew. A thought flickered through his mind. Bondiwald clenched his fist, infusing his right arm with the power of armament hockey, solidifying both his fist and arm. He shattered the sound barrier, unleashing a tempestuous gale propelled by the ferocity of his punch, aimed directly at Rosen's visage. A punch magnified 70-fold. The moment he struck, it was a fusion of the entangling hardening of armament hockey and the remarkable acceleration of the Momo fruit, enhancing the speed of his punch by 70 times. Clearly, this blow was delivered with lethal intent. Even though his mind was somewhat foggy after breaking free from the ice, it had not yet reached the point of dysfunction. No matter how rebellious he might be, he had grasped the current situation. One Zephyr, coupled with a Kizuru, although he had never encountered the latter. The perception of observation haki does not deceive. In comparison to the retired, ailing, and aging Zephyr, Kizaru's presence surpassed that of Zephyr by a considerable margin. Wald was acutely aware that to escape this endless abyss, he must surpass the trials presented by these two. The most prudent course of action was to deliver a decisive blow while Zephyr was preoccupied with training Rosen. One down, observing Rosen, who stood frozen in bewilderment. Seemingly unable to react, Wald thought to himself, 3 remain. Shall I take action? Paulicelino cast a glance at Zephyr, the implication unmistakable. In the face of Wald's astonishing speed, only he possessed the capability to intervene at a moment's notice. This was precisely why the Wano War had arranged for Paulicelino to accompany them. His presence was intended not only to quell any prisoners released from the 6th level, but also to provide cover for Rosen. After all, the swiftness of the light fruit was unparalleled across the world. However, to Paulicelino's astonishment, despite witnessing Rosen in a perilous situation, Zephyr seemed utterly indifferent to his silent cue, just as he began to suspect that his esteemed mentor might be losing his vision. The tide of battle experienced a sudden and dramatic shift. In a fleeting moment, Rosen sprang into action. He first infused his blood vessels with armament haki, not to enhance his defensive capabilities, but to amplify his offensive power. Concurrently, he employed 2 additional techniques of armament haki, with a spiral of hardening. He rendered his arm more unyielding than steel. Then, he stepped forward and swung his arm, devoid of any flamboyance, delivering the most unadorned yet potent jab towards Wald's formidable strike. The fists collided with a thunderous boom, reverberating through the depths of the inferno. Even though the materials used in this prison were renowned for their durability and had not been compromised, the ground beneath them still fractured under the immense force and haki unleashed by their blows. Did you catch that? Wald was taken aback. This was a punch amplified to 70 times its speed after enveloping it in armament haki, yet Rosen had merely met it head-on with his own haki. No matter how much strength he exerted, the opponent's fist stood like an immovable mountain, utterly unyielding. Had he merely caught it? Rosen abruptly lifted his gaze, his cold eyes piercing like twin blades into Wald's pupils. Before the latter could react, the fists collided, unleashing a surge of domineering energy. Even though Wald's fist was fortified with armament haki, this formidable force infiltrated his arm like a relentless stream, cascading towards his innards while wreaking havoc upon the muscles, bones, and soft tissues along its path. Wald immediately felt a piercing agony radiating from his arm, where he had clashed fists with Rosen. To make matters worse, with each passing moment, this excruciating pain continued to spread throughout his body. The evolution of the blood flow technique had reached a pinnacle of offensive power. The intertwining and hardening of his arm had significantly increased its resilience. The outward flow transmitted a formidable aura that not only devastated Wald's fist, but also seeped into his very being. What appeared to be a simple punch from Rosen had, in fact, harnessed the full extent of his armed color haki. 5 techniques were employed in unison, allowing him not only to withstand Wald's devastating blow amplified by the Momo fruit, but also to shatter his defenses, inflicting unbearable pain. It was a direct strike that obliterated the world's destroyer. In response to the pain, Wald, whose mouth was now stained with blood, immediately stepped back. He had not only accelerated his speed 50-fold using the Momo fruit, but also executed the 6 powers technique he had learned from his numerous encounters with the Navy. Though he had not reached the absolute limit of his speed, he had already surpassed the sound barrier. In an instant, he erupted into supersonic velocity. However, before Wald could retreat, Rosen transformed his fist into claws, his 5 fingers, hardened by haki, resembling black iron talons that forcibly grasped his fist. The clash of fingers against fist sparked a shower of embers, causing Wald's hand to throb with pain, yet he still could not be held back. Nevertheless, that momentary grasp by Rosen caused Wald's lightning-fast figure to falter slightly, a fleeting pause that allowed the waiting Sakura blades, poised to strike, to seize the opportunity and surge forth with overwhelming force. In an instant, as the blades rained down, Wald's body was left riddled with countless wounds, flesh torn asunder. His entire being was ensnared by a network of crimson lines, from which blood gushed forth, cascading from his body. Damn it! 100 meters away, Wald emerged swiftly, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. He cast a glance at his hands, feet, and body, all of which were covered in a plethora of gruesome wounds. Each injury had been inflicted in an instant by the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Immovable, he thought. Despite employing the armament haki, he was still unable to defend himself. Just like the punch he had received moments ago, Wald's countenance was dark and foreboding. Dragged by Rosen's claw, he sensed impending doom. He quickly reinforced his entire body with armament haki, yet still, the cherry blossom blades cut through his skin. Clearly, the armament haki was not solely his domain. The blades swirling around Rosen, though seemingly lacking in individual lethality, were overwhelming in number, each one ensnared and hardened with haki. Were it not for his absolute speed allowing him to forcibly break through the encirclement of cherry blossom blades, given more time, they could have easily eviscerated him. Wald had no doubts. Just one direct confrontation had left him with numerous wounds. At that moment, the World Destroyer regarded Rosen with newfound respect, no longer viewing him as merely a child unworthy of a Marine's attention, but as a formidable adversary. Though his speed was remarkable, the enhancement to his physique could not be sustained indefinitely, lasting only for brief moments, perhaps merely an instant. The armament haki merely entwined and hardened. While his observation haki was not particularly strong, the only asset he possessed was the Momo fruit, yet its amplifying ability seemed limited to speed and size. Failing to enhance his haki, thoughts cascaded through Rosen's mind. From their recent skirmish, he had gained a clear understanding of Wald's overall strength. In summary, his physical techniques were mediocre, his haki average, and the only commendable trait was the Momo fruit. However, it appeared that Wald had not fully harnessed its potential, as it did not amplify his haki. Otherwise, even with his lackluster haki proficiency, 100-fold enhancement would allow him to overpower even a vice admiral. It seemed that both the Navy and the world government had not feared Wald's strength itself, but rather the peril posed by the Momo fruit. At long range, using the Momo fruit to amplify 100-fold, he could easily lay waste to cities and nations. Rosen began to grasp the origin of Wald's title as the World Destroyer, not due to his might, but solely because of the immense danger posed by the Momo fruit. Even in Wald's hands, where its development appeared lacking, it still represented a significant threat to the Navy, the world government, and any power upon the seas. He could not allow him, nor the cherry blossom blades, to make contact with his body again. On the other side, Wald recognized the threat Rosen posed and resolved to prevent him, along with his 1,000 cherry blossoms, from reaching him again. He stomped his foot upon the ground, sending the scattered ice and debris soaring into the air, then swept his leg with a motion akin to a dragon's tail. 100-fold burst of projectiles ensued. As the moment he kicked the gravel and ice, their volume and velocity surged 100-fold, transforming into colossal icy cannonballs and stone projectiles, hurtling forth at supersonic speeds with the force capable of penetrating warships. They wove an immense and terrifying net of artillery, effectively sealing off all avenues for evasion and retreat, casting a shadow over Rosen. Was this for real? Feeling the oppressive wave of air rushing towards him and the sharp sonic booms echoing in his ears, Rosen's heart tightened. This was the first time Waldo had amplified the Momo fruit's power by 100 times. He realized that after their previous skirmish had humbled the World Destroyer, his opponent no longer underestimated him, deciding to unleash his full strength without conserving energy. It was not just you who had yet to go all out. Faced with Waldo's full effort, Rosen, having gauged his opponent's strength, held nothing back. With a flick of his hand, the 1,000 cherry blossom blades suspended in midair erupted simultaneously with a thunderous roar, their surfaces crackling with dark red lightning. Dominance, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Grasping the hilt, Rosen waved his right hand gently, and the 1,000 blades, imbued with the aura of Conqueror's haki, shot forth like a storm of lightning, colliding with the magnified ice and stone projectiles hurled by Waldo. A deafening explosion resonated, shaking the very foundation of the prison. Upon contact, the cherry blossom blades unleashed a terrifying shockwave of dominion, penetrating the amplified ice and rubble, reducing them to mere powder. Yet, just as Rosen manipulated the 1,000 cherry blossoms to intercept Waldo's 100-fold barrage, a shadow darted like a specter across the prison ceiling, trailing a series of sharp sonic booms, swiftly appearing behind him. The speed multiplied 100-fold. Waldo, observing the oblivious Rosen, felt a surge of lethal intent in his gaze. With his fist, hardened by the haki, raised menacingly, he struck with ferocity. Amplified, hundredfold fist. What began as an unremarkable haki-infused punch, after the Momo fruit's enhancement, became so swift it could tear through the sound barrier, generating visible spirals of air. Akin to a colossal sea dragon, capable of penetrating even larger sea creatures with a single blow, aimed directly at Rosen's vulnerable back. At that moment, Rosen seemed unable to keep pace with Bondi Waldo's hundredfold velocity, standing frozen in place. Or rather, he was so preoccupied with wielding the 1,000 cherry blossoms to counter Bondi Waldo's hundredfold barrage that he had no time to respond. Paper drawing. Just as Bondi Waldo's fist was about to make contact with Rosen's back, his body swayed like a willow in the wind, akin to a leaf dancing in a tempest. He twisted his form in response to the fierce punch that surged from behind, narrowly evading Bondi Waldo's formidable hundredfold fist. How could he possibly escape? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Bondi Waldo's countenance changed drastically. The fact that Rosen had evaded his determined blow made him realize that the opponent's observation haki surpassed his own. Only with such foresight could Rosen execute his evasive maneuver, twisting his body to avoid the strike. If he had not anticipated the attack in advance, he would have been struck before he could react to the hundredfold fist. With a speed amplified 100-fold, Bondi Waldo found his punch striking nothing but air. Though he cursed in frustration, his body instinctively reacted with precision. He hardened his body with armament haki to prevent injury from abruptly halting his momentum in the rapid acceleration. Then, he pressed his feet against the ground, using the Momo fruit to propel himself backward at an astonishing speed. However, Bondi Waldo was swift, and so was Rosen. The missed punch had already caused Bondi Waldo to lose his balance. Despite his efforts to regain stability and retreat, the entire process required precious time. Moreover, he was not devoid of the ability to unleash his maximum speed. Activating blood flow gear, Rosen enhanced not only his offensive power, but also his mobility to an unimaginable degree. In this state, combined with the 6 styles shave, his speed easily surpassed the sound barrier. As Bondi Waldo attempted to retreat, Rosen followed closely, launching his right foot, hardened by armament haki, like a blade drawn from its sheath, stirring the surrounding air as if wielding a black sword. With a resounding and piercing shriek, a strike imbued with black and red lightning erupted forth, cleaving through the atmosphere with a ferocity that was unstoppable, crashing into Bondi Waldo. Although he was enveloped in the hardened state of armament haki, it felt as fragile as paper against the onslaught of the Conqueror's haki-infused gale kick. After a brief moment of stalemate, the Conqueror's haki strike shattered Bondi Waldo's defenses, tearing through his flesh and skin, leaving him grievously wounded. He was sent hurtling through the air, blood staining the sky, like a cannonball, creating ripples of shockwaves as he collided with the walls of the infinite hell. Even though the walls of Impel Down were composed of incredibly sturdy materials, yet he could not withstand the resplendent roar of the Conqueror's haki, which struck with such force that it left the surface cracked and indented. His limbs, along with his head, were entirely embedded within the wall. From a distance, he resembled a nail driven into the very fabric of an infinite abyss. Bondi Waldo, ensnared within the wall, widened his eyes in terror, the veins in his bloodshot orbs nearly bursting forth. Then, with a sudden gasp, he expelled a spray of crimson mist, accompanied by a scream that arrived far too late. The agony from the slash that had gutted him was unbearable, while the dizzying impact of the overwhelming force left him disoriented. Both afflictions erupted simultaneously, delivering a devastating blow to the harbinger of destruction right then and there. Is it over? The astonishment on Shiryu's face was palpable as he witnessed the scene before him. He had not anticipated that the contest between Rosen and Bondi Waldo would conclude so swiftly, nor that the entire tempo of the battle would be meticulously orchestrated by Rosen. It is worth noting that this was a world destroyer. Had it not been for the machinations of the world government, he would not have been reduced to a state of being encased in ice for 26 years. What astonished Shiryu further was Rosen's subsequent actions. Had it been any other naval officer, they would have ceased their assault after delivering such a devastating blow to Bondi Waldo. However, Rosen was different. After executing a powerful strike with his haki-infused gale slash that sent Bondi Waldo flying, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, defiantly raising it once more to deliver another strike. With a swift whoosh, the air was filled with the sound of slicing as the cherry blossom blades that had been suspended around Rosen surged forth like a barrage of arrows. hurtling towards Wald, who was embedded in the wall. This display was not merely a means to hone his skills against Wald. It was a ruthless eradication. Is this truly a naval officer? Shiryu could not help but glance towards Zephyr. To his astonishment, the man once known for his vow not to kill admirals stood by, arms crossed, silently observing without uttering a word of reprimand as Rosen unleashed his fury. Mr. Zephyr, this cannot be right, Shiryu thought. The world government has explicit regulations stating that prisoners in the 6th level of the prison are to be detained and never executed, especially those with devil fruit abilities. Your student is currently committing murder. If this continues unchecked, not only will he face repercussions, but so will you. Domino, who had previously been rendered unconscious by the clash of conquerors hockey between Rosen and Douglas Barrett, had now regained her senses. Upon witnessing Rosen's relentless assault on Wald, she furrowed her brow. She held no affection for prisoners, particularly those in the 6th level. However, as the chief warden, she was bound by duty. The world government has clear stipulations. Without higher authorization or the occurrence of an escape attempt, even the chief warden, deputy director, or director is prohibited from executing prisoners in the 6th level. Otherwise, they will face accountability from the world government. This policy serves two purposes. First, to prevent the resurrection of devil fruit abilities in new locations after the death of a prisoner, which could lead to a resurgence of chaos by pirates. Second, prisoners in the 6th level, regardless of their abilities, possess immense value, each serving as invaluable material for experimentation. It can be utilized by the world government for various chilling human experiments. Indeed, over the years, the prisoners confined within the grim confines of Imperial Prison remain oblivious to the amount of blood drawn from them, and countless others have been discreetly relocated, ultimately perishing in some obscure experiment. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Domino, the chief warden, is entirely unaware of these dark realities. She implores Zephyr, not wishing to witness the promising future of Rosen end in tragedy due to the burden of being branded a murderer of inmates. Zephyr remains silent, merely presenting a small notebook to Domino, opening it for her to see. Release order. Domino glanced at the document and was astonished to discover it was a release order personally signed by Admiral Sengoku. She understood that with this order in hand, as long as Rosen did not engage in actions that would annihilate the member nations of the world government or violate its fundamental tenets, such as researching historical texts, he would remain unpunished. Even if he were to eradicate every prisoner on an entire level of the infinite hell, he would face no repercussions. In the time to come, all that was required of them was to cooperate and silently observe until the conclusion of this internship for my esteemed student. Seeing that Domino had fallen silent, Zephyr retrieved the release order and remarked. Domino felt a chill run through her at his words. She comprehended Zephyr's implication clearly, until Rosen's class was over. Battles akin to today's confrontation with the World Destroyer or the extermination of inmates from the 6th level of prison would incessantly occur. Would they cultivate a naval king from the blood of pirates in the infinite hell? Shiryu cast a deep glance at Zephyr. In that moment, he grasped the true purpose of the esteemed instructor's presence here, to nurture an unprecedented naval king for the headquarters. For this ambition, even transforming the 6th level of Impel down into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was deemed acceptable. Moreover, this was not merely Zephyr's personal agenda, but a consensus among the high-ranking officials of the Navy. Otherwise, Sengoku, as admiral, would not have permitted Zephyr to undertake such actions, nor would he have sanctioned a release order for Rosen. With the release order presented by Zephyr, both Shiryu and Domino, along with all others present, fell into silence, refraining from further discourse and simply watching Rosen as the exquisite yet deadly cherry blossoms, imbued with armed color hockey, surged towards the World Destroyer. I have yet to eliminate those traitors and settle the score with the world government. How could I fall here? Wald, engulfed by the wall, gazed at the approaching blades of cherry blossoms, gritting his teeth, his voice laced with resentment and fury as he muttered, I am the World Destroyer. All who obstruct me shall be obliterated. Suddenly, Wald unleashed a roar, fueled by his vengeance against the world government and the traitors. Drawing on his desire for retribution, he summoned the abilities of the Momo fruit, not to accelerate, but to exponentially enlarge his form. Crack! His hands, feet, torso, and head, all parts of his body, began to swell and expand relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Wald, harnessing his newfound colossal size, broke free from the wall. transforming into a figure of immense stature, akin to a giant. This was his final stand. Wald charged forward, merely mimicking the action of running. Yet, the infernal abyss erupted with a piercing shriek as the colossal figure, akin to a giant, seemingly teleported, enveloped by a fierce gust, deftly evaded the oncoming blades of cherry blossom and swiftly repositioned itself above Rosen. With his right foot, hardened by the power of armament hockey, raised high like a war axe capable of cleaving mountains and severing seas, he aimed directly at Rosen below and brought it crashing down. The strike, magnified 100-fold, descended with formidable force. Rosen stood his ground, gazing upward at the colossal black axe-like foot descending upon him. Unhurried and composed, he extended his hand with his palm facing upward, targeting the heel of Wald's descending foot, the dominant's shell, blood of stillness. A flash of violet light erupted. Centered around Rosen, a semicircular shield unfurled in all directions, entwined with strands of black and crimson lightning, resembling a coiling black dragon, poised to confront Wald's 100-fold strike with unwavering resilience. With a thunderous crash, Wald's foot struck the dominant's shell, blood of stillness, unleashing a torrent of shockwaves that reverberated through the air, causing even the impelled-down prison, perched upon the sea, to tremble violently. However, upon enduring the brunt of this assault, while the dominant's shell quaked violently, its surface remained unscathed. In fact, the overwhelming force from Wald's hardened right foot dissipated into nothingness upon contact. Moreover, upon the surface of the dominant's shell, strands of violet luminescence, akin to sinuous serpents, surged forth, seizing the opportunity to ascend his right leg. Some of these violet tendrils directly corroded his skin and flesh, transforming into tattoo-like markings that adorned his body. Others spiraled upward along his right leg, penetrating the deep, bone-exposing wound on his chest, reaching deep within. Valdo attempted once more to lift his foot, employing the power of armament hockey to envelop and harden it, bringing his left leg down like a battle axe, intending to shatter Rosen's shell-like blood armor completely. However, he was abruptly struck by an overwhelming sensation of expansion within his body, followed by excruciating pain. In an instant, his skin turned a vivid crimson and became swollen, while blood began to pour uncontrollably from his nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. Particularly alarming was the wound on his chest, previously inflicted by Rosen, which now erupted with an abundance of blood, akin to crushed tomatoes, gushing forth like a fountain and splattering Rosen's blood armor, staining the semicircular shield with a deep scarlet hue. With a gasp, Valdo's eyes rolled back, his once massive form swiftly diminishing to its original size, before he helplessly plummeted to the ground at Rosen's feet. Blood streamed from every pore of his body, rapidly forming a thick, crimson pool upon the earth. What on earth is happening? The one who reacted most intensely upon witnessing Wald suddenly spurt blood and collapse was none other than Domino. She recalled vividly how Rosen had once employed this very technique to shield her from the biting cold and frigid air in the depths of the fifth layer of the icy abyss. Yet now, the world destroyer had inexplicably perished at the hands of this same maneuver. Thus it is it possible to apply the silent blood technique upon an adversary? By intertwining external flow, internal destruction, and the silent blood technique, one can forge an outer shell of silent blood. Upon physical contact with the semicircular shield created by Rosen's armament hockey, his hockey would flow into the opponent, eroding their body and potentially penetrating the surface to infiltrate within, infusing into their veins. Zephyr's eyes flickered with a hint of realization. As Rosen's mentor and the one most familiar with his abilities, he immediately discerned the cause of Valdo's demise. This revelation prompted him to marvel at Rosen's meticulous control over hockey. Were it anyone else, even himself or Garp, they would only be able to inject their armament hockey directly into Valdo's body, attacking the internal organs without discretion as to where the attack would land, achieving the level of precision exhibited by Rosen, who could simultaneously defend while allowing hockey to flow into Valdo's body and further exerting delicate control to inject hockey into the bloodstream for devastating internal damage, was beyond the capabilities of even Zephyr or the legendary Garp. In terms of hockey control, no. In the finesse of armament hockey techniques, he had completely surpassed the old man. Indeed, he had surpassed everyone in the Navy headquarters. Zephyr gazed at Rosen's silhouette, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He had retired, dedicating the latter half of his life to nurturing the budding talents of the Navy. As a distinguished teacher, nothing could bring him greater joy than witnessing his students exceed their predecessors. How exactly did he accomplish such feats? While Shirley felt a chill run down his spine, he too was left in utter bewilderment. Junior, you are truly as fearsome as a monster. Borsalino shook his head. During the earlier confrontation between Rosen and Bondivardo, he was on the verge of intervening multiple times. After all, Rosen had only recently begun to engage with hockey. A mere 3 days had passed. Even though Bondivardo's strength was not particularly formidable, his reputation as a world destroyer stemmed entirely from the inherent danger of the Momo fruit. What he did not anticipate was that Rosen not only decisively defeated Bondivardo, but also maintained complete control over the rhythm of the entire battle. The only consequence was that his attire was slightly soiled. Dead. They actually managed to kill Bondivaldo. That naval brat. He can wield Conqueror's hockey. Unbelievable. The emergence of a figure in the Navy possessing the formidable Conqueror's hockey was astonishing enough. But the fact that he could also wield the technique of Conqueror's hockey wrapping was simply astounding. Those who witnessed Rosen's annihilation of Bondivaldo, the 6th-level prisoner, were left in utter shock. It was not merely due to Rosen's prowess, but also the array of techniques he exhibited during the battle. The mastery of advanced armament hockey, which transcended comprehension, was remarkable in itself, but the Conqueror's hockey wrapping, an emblem of kingship, manifesting in a student who had yet to graduate from the Naval Academy, was truly extraordinary. A world destroyer? Rosen dissipated his outer shell of silence, paying no heed to the exclamations from the prisoners. Instead, he cast a glance at Bondivaldo, who lay prostrate at his feet, veins shattered and life extinguished. Remove it. Next, he directly instructed Domino to remove the lifeless body of Bondivaldo before calling forth the next prisoner. It was no wonder that Rosen displayed such enthusiasm. The battle against Bondivaldo was remarkable, aside from not fully unleashing the potential of his weapon fruit. He had activated all 3 forms of hockey and employed every technique he had mastered or invented. The fight was both exhilarating and served to significantly enhance the potency of his hockey. Through his extraordinary comprehension and the melding of his combat with the cultivation of chi, he achieved a groundbreaking enhancement of his 3 hockey forms. The intensity of his armament hockey surged by 225%, while his observation hockey increased by 183%, and his Conqueror's hockey rose by 110%. Even the Conqueror's hockey, which saw the least increase, had more than doubled. The observation hockey nearly doubled as well. The most substantial augmentation, of course, came from the relentless use of armament hockey throughout the battle, which more than doubled in strength. Beyond these tangible gains, there were also latent benefits. The enhancement of his hockey caused his 3 chi infants to grow significantly larger, thereby accelerating his training in the 3 hockey forms. Did stronger opponents lead to greater enhancements? Rosen recalled his earlier encounter with Douglas Barrett, where their clash of Conqueror's hockey, though not a direct confrontation, had resulted in a more than 2-fold increase in his own Conqueror's hockey, thanks to Barrett's overwhelming strength. In contrast to Bondivaldo, where they had engaged in a fierce battle, the enhancement from merely clashing with Douglas Barrett's Conqueror's hockey had proven to be far superior. Rosen was not surprised by this. The risk increased when facing stronger foes. If the disparity in hockey levels was too great, one could be defeated before ever gaining an enhancement. Why did Douglas Barrett possess the strength of a conqueror before the age of 20? While exceptional talent was a necessary condition, many Anisis had equally remarkable gifts, if not superior to his. The core reason lay in his relentless training against figures like Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. These formidable opponents would only ever be inclined to spar with Barrett, never truly intending to take his life. Over time, the frequency of their encounters allowed Barrett to cultivate his combat prowess to a level akin to that of a conqueror, even without mastering chi or the 6 styles. Wait. Zephyr, observing Rosen's eagerness to commence the second round of battle after just finishing the World Destroyer, immediately stepped forward to halt him. What is the matter? Teacher Zephyr, Rosen remarked with a hint of confusion. Did you not summon me to undertake an internship in the infinite hell? Was it not your directive for me to break through the depths of this realm? I had only just begun to dance, yet you abruptly called for a halt. Domino, please attend to the remains of Bondivaldo. Zephyr chose not to elucidate, instead instructing Domino to gather the body of Bondivaldo before turning towards the 5th layer of the frigid hell. Observing this, Rosen refrained from further inquiry and followed suit. As the foremost instructor of the Navy, a figure only comparable to Teacher K, He trusted that Zephyr's actions were laden with profound significance. Borsalino shrugged and trailed behind them. Shiryu cast one last glance at the lifeless form of Bondi-Wald on the ground, lost in contemplation, before silently departing the infinite hell, leaving the prisoners of the sixth layer to speculate in astonishment over both Bondi-Wald's demise and Rosen's prowess. Upon exiting the infinite hell, Zephyr did not pause. He retraced his steps to an unoccupied office previously prepared by Domino. However, he did not permit Shiryu and Domino to enter, instructing them to remain outside. Miss Domino, kindly procure some meat, beginning with 300 pounds, and it must be of the Sea King variety. As for you, Chief Shiryu, feel free to occupy yourself. But unless it is of utmost importance, please do not disturb us. After conveying his instructions to Domino, Zephyr firmly closed the door, excluding Shiryu. It was evident that after witnessing Shiryu's callous treatment of his comrades in the frigid hell, Zephyr had developed a palpable aversion towards the chief warden. Noticing this, Shiryu made no attempt to curry favor, but instead walked a short distance away. He began to replay in his mind the intricate details of the earlier confrontation between Rosen and Bondi-Wald, the overwhelming conqueror's haki entwined with the explosive power of the Momo fruit. The seamless integration of the advanced techniques of observation and armament haki, as well as the concealed weapon fruit that had remained unassuming throughout. Each vivid scene flickered before Shiryu's eyes like a carousel of lights, and with each replay, the intensity of his astonishment deepened. For the first time in his life, Shiryu found himself gripped by an emotion he had never experienced towards someone of lesser strength: fear. Indeed, fear. I did not misjudge. That man, during his battle with Bondi-Wald, exhibited an ever-growing aura of dominance. His mastery of various haki techniques, the intricate combinations employed, and the seamless fusion of his fruit abilities with haki, all of it unfolded at a bewildering pace before him. Shiryu took a deep breath. After witnessing the clash between Rosen and Bondi-Wald, he realized that Rosen's terrifying aspect did not lie in his current strength and abilities, but rather in his astonishingly rapid rate of progress that transcended common understanding. If Rosen were to face the world destroyer at this moment, it would hardly be a fierce battle. It would be nothing short of a one-sided assault, or rather, a massacre. On the other side, after closing the office door, Zephyr turned his gaze towards Borsalino, who was already seated on the sofa, brewing tea with Rosen. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, he said, somewhat taken aback. Borsalino appeared approachable, seemingly akin to Kazan, easy to get along with. Yet, in truth, he was unfathomable, perpetually exuding an ambiguous aura. Within the Navy headquarters, though not as fearsome as Sakazuki, he commanded a respect that deterred any thoughts of offense. It was quite rare to see him in such harmonious interaction with Rosen. At the very least, the only time Zephyr had witnessed Borsalino acting in a similar manner was in the company of a select few, such as Sakazuki, Kazan, Garp, and Sengoku. Furthermore, in comparison to these figures, Borsalino seemed to exhibit an added degree of familiarity and ease when engaging with Rosen, reminiscent of the camaraderie between senior and junior. Did Bondi-Wald truly engage with you, Teacher Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Garp, as well as Teacher Sengoku? To speak candidly, he mused, whether he possesses the capability to withstand a single strike from Admiral Sengoku is indeed a matter of debate. Rosen observed as Borsalino poured tea for him. He first politely tapped the table, then lifted the teacup to take a sip before addressing Zephyr. Having witnessed Sengoku's conqueror's haki and his formidable Buddha form, he understood the gravity of the situation. The aura of dominion that he exuded was such that a mere slap from him could leave even 3 world destroyers in a state of near death. Naval warfare differs significantly from land combat. Certain devil fruit users exhibit terrifying power under specific conditions. The environment of Impel Down and Bondi-Waldo's recent icebreaking, devoid of weapons, indeed restricted the true potential of the Momo fruit. Imagine being aboard a warship adrift on the vast ocean, while Bondi-Waldo is positioned several kilometers away, firing at you with bullets and cannonballs. Zephyr seemed to anticipate Rosen's inquiry, promptly responding, a bullet amplified to 100-fold in size and velocity. Even the giant race, no? Even the largest sea kings would be pierced through by such a shot. A cannonball, similarly enhanced, could obliterate not just a mountain, but even a small island. Such bullets and cannonballs, magnified 100-fold, would allow Waldo to bombard you with hundreds of rounds from several kilometers away. When you attempt to capture him while bearing these 100-fold projectiles, You would soon discover that Bondi Waldo's pirate ship can also accelerate its speed across the sea by 100-fold. What are your thoughts? He gazed intently at Rosen. It is truly terrifying. Rosen contemplated the words spoken by Zephyr. The most ordinary pistols and rifles of the Grand Line possess bullets that can exceed the speed of sound. After being amplified by the Momo fruit, their size and velocity increase 100-fold, transforming them into humanoid, self-propelled missiles in the context of a large-scale battlefield. Particularly in naval warfare, regardless of one's abilities, the vessel beneath one's feet is of utmost importance, especially in the perilous waters of the New World. Losing one's ship signifies a swift approach to death for the majority. Moreover, Bondi Wald could utilize the Momo fruit's amplification to command a pirate ship capable of increasing its sailing speed 100 times at will. Fortunately, that individual overly relies on the fruit's powers, lacking in physical combat skills and possessing subpar hockey. Otherwise, were he to wrap and harden a bullet or cannonball amplified 100-fold with his armament hockey, the consequences would be dire. If Wald possessed hockey of the caliber of a vice admiral, he would indeed be far more formidable. Should he advance further to awaken Conqueror's hockey, he would become a monstrous entity akin to Shiki. Even in the absence of such formidable hockey, if he were to master the Momo fruit, the potential for amplification could extend to others. Imagine the implications of Kaido's speed and size being increased 100-fold. What chaos would ensue? Zephyr shook his head. In his view, the Momo fruit, much like the float fruit and the shock fruit, stands as one of the pinnacle paramecia-type devil fruits. However, the capabilities of Bondi Wald as a user significantly diminish the Momo fruit's potential, rendering it incapable of achieving the might of figures like Shiki or Whitebeard. Indeed, upon hearing this, Rosen became increasingly aware of the terrifying nature of the Momo fruit. It was no wonder that Bondi Wald, despite his lackluster strength, could carve out a name for himself as a world destroyer. It was equally perplexing how Bondi Wald, whose prowess paled in comparison to the four emperors, managed to be ensnared by the machinations of the world government. The backstabbing of a filial son's sword was typically reserved for those monstrous figures of the four emperors, such as Whitebeard. As for why Wald was able to contend with the likes of the Old Man, Carp, and Sengoku in his heyday, it is quite simple. The Carp, Sengoku, and the Old Man who faced Wald back then were not the legendary heroes, the admirals, or the black wrists that they would later become. In those days, we were merely budding sprouts within the Navy headquarters, much like you are now. No, you surpass us significantly at that time. Zephyr shook his head. In my era, the Navy Academy did not teach hockey, nor even the six styles. One could only accumulate military merit by capturing pirates after graduation and exchange that merit for training, figuring things out on one's own. It was only after my retirement, when I became an instructor at the Navy Academy, that I enacted a series of reforms to the school's system, allowing even ordinary students to access hockey. Thus, it was only after we turned 30 that we began to emerge into prominence. Just look at Carp. His true rise to fame began at the age of 40 when he obliterated the Rocks pirates. Upon hearing this, both Rosen and the seemingly unperturbed Pagliusolino felt a deep sense of gratitude and admiration for this esteemed Navy instructor. It is no exaggeration to assert that Zephyr single-handedly ushered in a golden era for the Navy. Now, let us put aside these discussions of the bygone era and return to the matter of the practical lesson. You must be quite puzzled, for after your battle with Wald, your mastery of the three types of hockey saw immediate enhancement, yet I chose to halt your progress at this juncture. Zephyr refrained from lingering on the past, instead focusing his attention on nurturing a budding talent like Rosen in this new era. As the foremost instructor of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr certainly had his reasons. Rosen shook his head. Though he could not comprehend why he was being halted, he chose to trust Zephyr and complied with his instructor's wishes. Even after experiencing the swift elevation of his hockey while contending with the prisoners of the 6th level, he still chose to believe in Zephyr, unhesitatingly departing from the 6th level. After all, he was merely a novice who had just traversed into the world of pirates, encountering hockey, devil fruits, physical techniques, and so forth. His understanding of these powers and how to cultivate them effectively could not possibly rival that of Zephyr, who was an admiral and had trained 3 admirals himself. Do not flatter me excessively, he thought. Zephyr playfully chided Rosen, yet his expression bore a semblance of enjoyment. However, he swiftly transitioned into the demeanor of a stern mentor. The purpose of bringing you to impel down, my young apprentice, is to equip you with the prowess to stand at the pinnacle of the ocean, mastering not only your hockey, but also your physical skills and devil fruit abilities, excelling in every facet. Thus, whether in combat or training, these are not the ultimate objectives, but rather the means to an end. What you must achieve through your encounters with the prisoners of the 6th level is a profound self-awareness and a clearer understanding of the world, subsequently enhancing all your capabilities holistically, rather than blindly pursuing the augmentation of a singular skill. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Rosen's face. What if I were to thrust you directly into your second battle? What would you gain? An increase in the potency of your 3 types of haki? Indeed, given your potential, it is likely you would experience significant growth, yet it would be insufficient. Zephyr articulated deliberately. What I desire is for you to undergo a comprehensive metamorphosis after each combat encounter with a prisoner, transcending mere haki enhancement. This is something that neither Borsalino, Sakazuki, Kazan, nor even figures like Garp and Sengoku could achieve. But you, Rosen, possess the caliber that surpasses all naval legends, and you are absolutely capable of it. His voice grew fervent, imbued with a weighty expectation for Rosen. A transformation after each encounter? Upon hearing this, visions of his confrontation with Bondi Waldo flickered through Rosen's mind. He must recognize his own limitations, not merely deficiencies, but rather, using Bondi Waldo, the harbinger of destruction, as a mirror to identify areas for personal enhancement. Is it speed? Reflecting on the battle in the infinite abyss, Rosen recalled Bondi Waldo's speed, amplified 100-fold, which was precisely the ability he feared the most. Had it not been for his superior observation haki, the initial skirmish in the infinite hell would not have been so effortless. As Zephyr stated, it was Bondi Waldo who diminished the potential of the Momo fruit. In truth, the Momo fruit is undoubtedly a top-tier paramecia devil fruit, comparable to the likes of the Pika Pika fruit and the Gura Gura fruit. Even in victory, Rosen had to concede that he could not match Bondi Waldo in terms of speed. Throughout the previous battle, he often found himself resorting to a defensive stance rather than launching an offensive. Indeed, it was speed. Although Waldo's physical techniques were average, under the 100-fold enhancement of the Momo fruit, his velocity effortlessly surpassed the speed of sound, reaching several times that velocity. I do not expect you to exceed Waldo's 100-fold speed, Zephyr asserted. However, you must possess the capability to contend with speed-oriented adversaries without being hindered by insufficient velocity. At this point, Zephyr turned his gaze toward Borsalino. Do not forget, there are those in these seas who can surpass Waldo's 100-fold speed. With your sluggish shave, can you keep pace with Borsalino's light speed? Upon hearing this, Rosen instinctively looked at Borsalino. Zephyr-sensei, your expectations of your junior seem excessively harsh. As for light speed, I might be the only one capable of it in the entire Grand Line. He is not a user of the Pika Pika fruit. How could you expect him to chase light? Borsalino felt that Zephyr was being unduly stringent. He was severe with him, but even more so with Rosen. It was unreasonable to demand that a user of a weapon fruit match the speed of a Momo fruit wielder, or even the Pika Pika fruit. Before my retirement, I once clashed with Kaido. He neither consumed the Momo fruit nor possessed the Pika Pika abilities, yet at full force. His speed was such that even with my foresight through observation haki, I could not completely evade him. Furthermore, there was the late Gold Roger, who was not even a devil fruit user, yet he could suppress nearly all kings, save for Whitebeard. Zephyr's expression remained impassive as he addressed Rosen. In your future, you will not merely contend with pirates of Waldo's caliber, but with monsters like Kaido and Whitebeard. With the speed you have displayed today, even should your haki intensity increase tenfold, you would still be unable to touch the hem of their garments. Zephyr's words plunged Rosen into deep contemplation. Indeed, Master Kaido's speed was such that he could effortlessly overpower Nika-form Luffy. Red-haired Shanks could hold a blade to Borsalino's neck. Although the ability to predict outcomes through observation haki plays a significant role, without astonishing speed, such predictions prove futile. Even the seemingly stationary and slow Whitebeard possessed the capacity to leap several kilometers in mere moments during his youth, epitomizing a true monster. How then can I enhance my own speed? Shave is merely a technique that applies to the body. Even if my physical prowess were to increase tenfold, I could never hope to catch up to Warlord using solely shave. But what if there existed a technique that harnessed haki? Both Kaido and Shanks exemplify a velocity that transcends mere physical techniques. It is their haki that propels them. This power, renowned for surpassing all else, allows even non-devil fruit users to unleash attacks, defenses, and speeds that eclipse those of their fruit-wielding counterparts. In contrast, shave, as a part of the six forms, is merely a body technique, not one of haki. If shave were to rely on haki rather than mere physical steps to accelerate, how would speed manifest then? As a cascade of insights illuminated my mind, I found myself immersed in haki, observing and contemplating its essence. I have come to realize that my version of shave has become somewhat antiquated, unable to keep pace with my current capabilities. However, this is not a dire concern. Having recognized the obsolescence of my shave, the next step is to innovate a technique that aligns with my present potential. Teacher Zephyr, said Borsalino, lowering his voice as he noticed Rosen lost in thought. Did you and Mr. Karp, along with Mr. Sengoku, not improve the shave technique long ago to incorporate haki for enhanced speed? Why not directly teach this haki-infused version of shave to the juniors? Zephyr shook his head. It is not that I refuse to teach. Rather, I do not wish to constrain his potential. The moment Rosen instantaneously mastered the 3 types of haki and all associated techniques, subsequently innovating with his own creations, the static blood form and dynamic blood form. I realized he was a singular gem of unparalleled talent in this world, capable of being sculpted, yet it must be he who wields the chisel. Even if I were to attempt to carve him, the result would merely be a flawed masterpiece. Only Rosen, through his own endeavors, can achieve perfection. You possess an extraordinary comprehension, Zephyr continued, and by utilizing the foundation of haki's ultimate mastery, combined with my teachings, you have grasped your unique skill, the flying lien foot. This technique allows precise control of the armament haki concentrated at your feet, facilitating instantaneous relocation to other locations. The greater the haki employed, the swifter the movement. At that moment, a surge of information flooded Rosen's mind. The flying lien foot, a manifestation of your extraordinary insight, observed through your own haki and synthesized with the 6 styles. This technique seamlessly melds physical prowess with haki, allowing you to traverse the air with haki serving as a stepping stone. Contemplating this revelation, a pensive expression crossed Rosen's face. The flying lien foot? With this newly refined technique, his speed would no longer be a liability, even when facing formidable foes like Bondi Valdo. A user of the Momo fruit, whose abilities could amplify his speed 100-fold, speed would no longer be a disadvantage. After all, the flying lien foot is not merely a standalone technique. When combined with the dynamic blood form, his velocity could ascend to a new echelon. A thought flickered through Rosen's mind. In the instant he conceived the flying lien foot, he envisioned how to integrate it with his learned abilities and all the innovations he had created. The dynamic blood form could elevate both offensive power and speed. With the integration of the flying lien foot, Rosen felt confident enough to face anyone. However, the glint fruit was an exception. After all, that was the speed of light. He was not so presumptuous as to believe that after merely 3 days of lessons, he could reach such velocities. If he were to engage Bondi Valdo once more, or confront the peak of Bondi Valdo before he was encased in ice, could he eliminate him in an instant with the flying lien foot? Reflecting on his previous encounter in the infinite hell with Bondi Valdo, he subtly shook his head. Victory was achievable, but a swift defeat was unlikely. If not confined to the infinite hell, but rather in a more spacious environment, even with 100-fold amplification, Bondi Valdo's observation haki was merely average. Yet, with a 100-fold increase in speed, he could effortlessly evade the majority of attacks. This, of course, was predicated on his necessity to fight to the death. Should he choose to turn and flee, I would be utterly unable to detain him, especially amidst the vastness of the ocean. He was acutely aware that the treacherous environment of the infinite abyss and his lack of weaponry severely constrained Bondi Valdo's capabilities. Were it a naval battle, equipping Bondi Valdo with several knives, handguns, and cannons would undoubtedly elevate the destructive power of the world's annihilator by several tiers. Capturing the opponent would become a considerably greater challenge. Just as Rosen was lost in thought, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the door, followed by the unmistakable voice of Domino. Mr. Zephyr, Vice Admiral Kazaru. Mr. Rosen, Domino inquired. Lunch is prepared. Shall we dine now? He stood at the threshold. Has it been cooked so swiftly? Rosen paused in his contemplation, feeling a sudden pang of hunger. The journey from the naval headquarters to Impel Down, traversing directly to the 6th level, had been quite the endeavor, with moments spent honing his skills with the Zanpakuto and engaging in relentless combat with Bondi Valdo. Not to mention recently mastering the Flying Lotus technique. It had been a whirlwind of activity, leaving no room for respite. This was a searing inferno. where the conditions for culinary creation were abundant. Zephyr offered a brief explanation before turning toward the entrance. Bring it in. Noting the lingering expression of Rosen, he understood that a tranquil and comfortable environment would be far more suitable for his student. Indeed, as the door creaked open, a cadre of prison personnel entered, bearing an array of dishes crafted from various marine ingredients. This office had been meticulously prepared by Magellan for Rosen and his companions, offering ample space. Even after accommodating several hundred pounds of culinary delights, it remained spacious and unconfined. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Domino. From this point onward, unless I summon you, please refrain from allowing anyone to disturb us. Zephyr recalled how Domino's voice had interrupted Rosen's train of thought, and thus called out to her just as she was about to depart. Indeed, I understand. Domino brought his feet together, nodding solemnly, and then cautiously closed the door. Let us dine first. Zephyr signaled to Rosen that he could begin. Senior, please eat. Rosen nodded, beckoning to Porcellino, and then picked up a piece of grilled sea king meat, indulging in it heartily, unperturbed by the thought of potential poison. With the digestive system forged by the sixth library immortal thief, he could convert even the most potent toxins into nutritional sustenance. For others, dining was merely a pleasure of enjoying exquisite cuisine or replenishing energy. For him, however, it was a different affair altogether. Eating was both a delight and a means of cultivating his conqueror's haki and physical techniques. The tricolored haki, nurtured through the chi body source flow, surged within him. The impeccable digestive system, crafted by the sixth library immortal thief, not only enhanced his haki, but also fortified his physique. All of this relied on a substantial intake of nutrients. Thus, when Domino interrupted his train of thought, Rosen felt no irritation. Rather, he joyfully commenced his meal. What was a mere interruption? After dining, he could ponder anew, for he possessed an extraordinary intuition, experiencing flashes of inspiration at every moment. In fact, following his recent exchange with Zephyr, Rosen had already mapped out his upcoming itinerary. Before departing from Impel Down, he planned to engage in practical training in the morning, cultivate in the afternoon, and innovate in the evening, all without fail. His remarkable intuition, combined with copious consumption and the sixth library immortal thief's digestive prowess, alongside the chi body source flow's cultivation, would enhance both his tricolored haki and physical strength. His armament haki strength surged by 20%, observation haki by 15%, and conqueror's haki by 13%, while his physical strength increased by 30%. This time, Rosen did not devour his meal ravenously. Instead, he ate methodically. Yet, the potent digestive system forged by the sixth library immortal thief was formidable. Any food entering his stomach would be akin to entering the belly of a voracious beast. Digested within seconds and transformed into haki, subsequently enriching his body with vital nutrients, perfectly absorbed, coupled with the tricolored haki nurtured through the chi body source flow. Both elements complemented each other, yielding an effect greater than the sum of their parts. After this sumptuous luncheon, the visible enhancement of both his tricolored haki and physical strength was remarkable. Still contemplating the acceleration of his progress, following the meal, Zephyr sent Porcellino aside to boil water for tea, while he attentively cared for Rosen. No. Before dining, the issue of speed had ceased to be a concern. Rosen shook his head, and without hesitation, he articulated the recently comprehended technique of flying lien foot, undeterred by Porcellino's presence nearby. Since Zephyr had chosen to allow Porcellino to accompany them and had not dismissed him, it indicated that there was no need for concealment in front of Porcellino. At the very least, the ability of flying lien foot did not require any veiling. In the time it takes Domino to prepare a meal, you have devised the flying lien foot? Zephyr shook his head, displaying a look of admiration yet devoid of surprise. It was inevitable. Compared to the formidable techniques created by Rosen in the past, such as blood motion armor, blood still armor, chi body source flow, and 6 treasury celestial thieves, the flying lien foot no longer elicited his astonishment. Is it the flying lotus foot? The more imposing the aura, the swifter the speed, capable of soaring through the air, seamlessly integrating with the blood flow technique. Young disciple, your insight is truly monstrous. Seeing that Rosen has no reservations about his presence, Porcellino openly discusses the flying lotus foot. Though he maintains a facade of composure, a glimmer of amusement flickers beneath his sunglasses. Zephyr, I must concede that you were right. The flying lotus foot, conceived by my junior, far surpasses your physical techniques. This rough gem can only be polished by its creator. After witnessing Rosen's self-developed technique, Borsalino, despite his disagreements with Zephyr, cannot help but acknowledge the latter's wisdom. In the vast expanse of the Navy headquarters, no one else can refine this gem but Rosen himself. Otherwise, it would merely be marred by imperfections. Senior, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck on my part. All credit goes to teacher Zephyr. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Borsalino's praise in front of Zephyr, Rosen remarks, "We are all monsters of the Navy. What are you being modest about? I am well aware of my own capabilities. If I truly possess the ability to transform an ordinary person into a creature like you, the 4 emperors of the New World would have long been subdued by my students." Zephyr, however, refrains from accepting the lofty praise offered by Rosen, fully aware of the reality. Even if any Navy soldier with a modicum of mastery over hockey were to teach Rosen, the results would hardly differ from those achieved under his tutelage as the so-called top instructor of the Navy. In truth, as Rosen's mentor, he recognizes that his role is merely to guide and provide certain conveniences along Rosen's path to growth. Just like now, taking Rosen directly to Impel Down for practical training. Surrounded by the countless prisoners of the infinite hell, whether slaying or evading the inmates poses little issue, thanks to the exemption order signed by Sengoku. Daily, there are meals of Sea King meat served, with Domino preparing the dishes in advance after morning classes, accompanied by a former admiral and current candidate for admiral, who serves as both bodyguard and advisor, providing invaluable guidance. "Junior," he remarked, "since you developed the flying lien foot before your meal, what were you pondering just now? Let's drink first. This is the national treasure tea from the New World Tea Kingdom. My entire month's salary is invested in this." Polyasolino poured a cup of tea for Rosen, simultaneously flaunting his exquisite leaves. "What tea costs several million berries?" Rosen inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Although Polyasolino remained a candidate for admiral, he had already earned the title, with a position virtually assured. Even if one disregarded other hidden benefits, the monthly income was substantial, amounting to several million berries. The rarity of such tea elevated its value. "It was merely due to my connections that I was able to save the king of the Tea Kingdom during a past mission. Otherwise, this tea, even with wealth, would be unattainable." Polyasolino savored a sip. The Tea Kingdom's status as one of the world government's member nations is largely due to the tribute of this tea, likened to heavenly gold. The finest batch, which you are currently enjoying, is scarcely available even to the average celestial dragon. Once it reaches Mariawa each year, most of it falls into the hands of the 5 elders, with only a minuscule portion circulating in the black market. Rosen comprehended. Special tea for the 5 elders. In terms familiar to my previous life, it was akin to the government-issued tea for national leaders of a dominant world power. Could it be anything but expensive? As Polyasolino stated, even wealth may not guarantee acquisition. In truth, I was merely contemplating how one might defeat Bondi Waldo in his prime under external conditions, particularly in naval combat, should he attempt to flee. After sipping the tea, Rosen resumed the previous discussion. The flying lien foot ensures that you can effortlessly vanquish Bondi Waldo, even at the peak of his power, in any situation. However, defeating him and killing him are 2 distinct matters, especially in maritime warfare. Zephyr set down his teacup and pondered for a moment. Bondi Waldo possesses the moonwalk technique, enabling him to maintain a 100-fold increase in speed on the tumultuous sea. Disregarding physical toll, even in his prime, I doubt I could have contained him. Thus, achieving what you propose requires not only exceptional speed, but also swifter techniques, ideally with a considerable striking distance. He had engaged with Bondi Waldo on numerous occasions, fully aware of the formidable challenges posed by the World Destroyer during naval battles. He could enhance the speed of a pirate ship by 100-fold at will, as well as elevate his own moonwalk speed similarly. Defeating him may be feasible, but killing him is another matter entirely. Speed and a long striking distance, you say? In his mind, Rosen revisited all the abilities he had acquired and developed thus far. Once the 3-color hockey reached its utmost intensity, it would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Much like the formidable Shanks, who, on the shores of Wano, traversed vast distances inland to exert his conqueror's hockey, compelling Admiral Green Bull to falter even in his elemental state. However, that exemplifies the pinnacle of conqueror's hockey, a level Rosen had yet to attain. The static blood form? Unfeasible. The moving blood form? Also unattainable. As for the chi body source flow and the 6 library celestial thief, which pertain to the training of hockey and physical techniques, those 2 were beyond his reach. Regarding the Zanpakuto, Shimbanzakura, its Bankai was indeed feasible, yet its Shurikai was not. As for Shikagetsu, the circumstances were similar. The Bankai was possible, but the Shurikai remained elusive. Lastly, there was Shirayuki, which followed the same pattern. Its Bankai was viable, while its Shurikai was not. The issue was not a lack of combat power, but rather a disparity in the types of abilities. Just as the Tremor fruit could not match the speed of the Glint fruit. I suggest you devote some effort to swordsmanship, the old man remarked. The techniques of a great swordsman, paired with a black blade, could cleave through seas for miles with a mere flick of the wrist, coupled with Conqueror's Haki. It would be nearly impossible for Bondi Waldo to escape unless he began firing from 10 kilometers away at sea. Zephyr pondered for a moment before proposing the most prudent course of action. Too slow, teacher Zephyr, said Prowess Salino. From never wielding a sword to becoming a great swordsman. My hawk took over a decade. Even with my junior's exceptional talent, it would take at least a year to achieve mastery, wouldn't it? As Prowess Salino spoke of Rosen. He recalled his junior's extraordinary aptitude. Should a swordsman of my hawk's caliber self-teach, it would surely take more than 10 years. However, for Rosen, it seemed he would not require an extended period. From novice to great swordsman, he conservatively estimated it would take around a year. Is a year to become a great swordsman excessively lengthy? Zephyr retorted with a hint of exasperation. If my hawk were to hear this, he might very well have a mental breakdown. For others, a year may seem brief, but for my junior, it is quite an eternity. Moreover, why spend a year on something that could be resolved in an afternoon? My junior, this time you ought to heed my advice. While teacher Zephyr's proposal is not without merit, he is a remnant of an old era, clinging to outdated notions, preferring to resolve matters through Haki, physical techniques, and swordsmanship. Prowess Salino shook his head, revealing his disagreement with Zephyr's perspective. With a devil fruit, it could be accomplished in a day. After all, you are also an ability user. Given your extraordinary talent, if you were to channel just a modicum of focus towards harnessing the fruit's power, the issue would be resolved immediately. Borsalino has mastered Zephyr-'s Haki and physical techniques, while also possessing a swordsmanship that Zephyr lacks, in addition to the powers of the Glint fruit. Thus, his perspective on issues diverges from Zephyr's. In comparison to the arduous decade-long training required for Haki, physical skills, and swordsmanship, the devil fruit undoubtedly offers a more expedient path, capable of altering the fate of an ordinary individual, as long as it is developed and utilized effectively. Consuming a single devil fruit can lead one to realize that their destiny is in their own hands, not dictated by fate. This assertion is undeniably true. Upon hearing this, Rosen's gaze flickered with intrigue. Initially, he too contemplated Zephyr's proposal to become a master swordsman in record time. There is no denying that such an individual would be both striking and formidable, devoid of weaknesses, and capable of integrating Haki and devil fruit abilities seamlessly. In the world of pirates, the prestige of a swordsman is scarcely inferior to that of a devil fruit user, as evidenced by the likes of red-haired Shanks and Dracula Myhawk. However, Borsalino's words served as a reminder for Rosen. The devil fruit possesses the potential to create miracles and even transform one's destiny. Even someone of his extraordinary intellect cannot achieve the status of a master swordsman in just one day. Yet, unlocking the ability to slay the formidable Bondi Waldo in naval combat within a day through the development of a devil fruit is certainly within reach. With targeted development, crafting a Zampakit that meets Zephyr-'s earlier stipulations of speed and range is entirely feasible. In summary, when faced with uncertainty, one should first forge a Zampakit. Is speed and range essential? After deciding to utilize the devil fruit to address this concern, a name for a Zampakit immediately surfaced in Rosen's mind: Divine Spear. This sword, seemingly ordinary with its short blade, possesses the ability to freely extend and retract upon its initial release, enhancing its attack speed and power, especially in its Bankai form. It can stretch at a velocity 500 times the speed of sound, reaching an impressive distance of 13 kilometers. Such velocity and range would allow him to slay Bondi Waldo, even if he were to fire upon him from 10 kilometers away, with the opponent utilizing a 100-fold speed to close the distance by 2 kilometers. For close combat, the Divine Spear would suffice without needing additional weaponry. Rosen, you cannot seriously intend to heed Borsalino's words, can you? Haki, swordsmanship, and physical skills are the noble path. Once mastered, they become your enduring strength. The devil fruit, while not without merit, is easily countered and may lead to loss. Zephyr observed that Rosen seemed swayed by Borsalino. veering away from the noble path of a swordsman to pursue the realm of devil fruits, and he couldn't help but regret bringing Borsellino along. As long as you are strong enough, you cannot be targeted. As long as you are strong enough, you will not face loss. Neither sea stone nor the ocean can threaten you. Borsellino remains undeterred. Speak respectfully, refrain from violence. As tension escalates between the teacher and the senior, both poised as if ready to unsheath their black arm and the Amatsukami's sword at the slightest provocation, Rosen feels compelled to interject. What do you mean? Zephyr's gaze burns intensely upon Rosen. Junior, one must be adaptable. Borsellino appears to remind Rosen, yet he is subtly challenging Zephyr. What I mean is, I refuse to make a choice. Under the scrutiny of both their gazes, Rosen simultaneously raises his left and right hands. I shall claim the swordsmanship of the great swordsman, and I shall also seize the powers of the devil fruits. If it is strength, then I desire it all. As he speaks, he makes a fist. Zephyr, upon hearing this, wishes to admonish him that one cannot master every ability simultaneously, nor can anyone reach the pinnacle of all powers. However, as the words linger on his lips, he recalls Rosen's circumstances. 3 days, 3 types of hockey, every technique mastered, self-created movements, the static blood armor, the chi body flow, and the 6 paths of the immortal thief, along with the flying gale foot he recently comprehended during his cooking time. For anyone else, mastering even a single type of hockey in 3 days would be an insurmountable task. Yet Rosen accomplished what many could not in several lifetimes within just 3 days. Perhaps I am not mistaken, but imposing this mindset upon Rosen would indeed be erroneous. He is a creature unprecedented in the grand line. Hockey, swordsmanship, physical techniques, fruit abilities. He can ascend to the pinnacle of each path, and in a remarkably short time. Realizing this, Zephyr finds peace. Junior, you may proceed according to your own convictions. As your senior, I offer you some constructive advice. Should you find it valuable, heed my words, and if not, simply disregard them. Borsellino cast a penetrating gaze at Rosen. He himself traversed all paths simultaneously. Apart from the innate absence of conqueror's hockey, he excelled in armament hockey, observation hockey, swordsmanship, physical prowess, and fruit abilities. Yet, aside from the glint fruit, none of his powers reached the pinnacle of their respective domains. His swordsmanship paled in comparison to that of Dracul Mihawk, and his physical skills fell short of those of Monkey D. Garp. His mastery of armament hockey was likewise inferior to the aforementioned. As for observation hockey, it could not rival that of Gold, Roger, or Bartholomew Kuma. However, Rosen, despite having known him for only a few days, Borsellino felt that the junior before him could achieve what he himself aspired to but could never attain, mastering the entire power system of this sea, with each aspect perfected to its utmost. I will. Rosen nodded slightly. It was always his conviction to become a hexagonal warrior, an aspiration unaltered by anyone. However, at this moment, his priority was to forge a Zanpakuto. After all, crafting a divine spear merely required skillful hands and did not consume much time. Unlike the intricate arts of swordsmanship and hockey, which demanded extensive dedication, even he needed 1.5 years to reach the pinnacle of the ocean. With a resolution made and the conflict between Zephyr and Borsellino pacified, the well-fed Rosen turned his thoughts towards his fruit abilities, intent on completing the tasks left unfinished before his meal. As his mind settled, a vivid image began to materialize, gradually encompassing his entire consciousness. Before him stood the grand and majestic entrance of the Soul Society, reminiscent of a regal palace. The imposing figure of Sidon, clad in the garb of a soul reaper and as robust as a giant, bent low, gripping the base of the massive door with both hands. With sheer force, he began to push, the heavy portal creaking open inch by inch until it was raised above his head. However, as the gateway swung ajar, his expression shifted dramatically. What transpired? Beside him, a boy with spiky orange hair, also donned in Soul Reaper attire, peeked from behind Sidon, gazing curiously into the depths of the Soul Society. Clad in a captain's haori over his Soul Reaper uniform, with silver hair and narrowed eyes that glimmered with a serpent-like coldness, he wore a sly smile that exuded a cunning reminiscent of a fox. He stood silently at the entrance, observing each individual before him with an air of amusement. The captain of the 3rd Division, Ryūjin. The muscles of Sidon Fong were taut, and beads of sweat cascaded down his face and back. This simply wouldn't do. The gatekeeper's role is not merely to open the door. Do you understand? Ryūjin gazed at Sidon Fong with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. I have been defeated. It is only natural for a defeated gatekeeper to open the door. Although Sidon Fong was drenched in fear, he gritted his teeth and replied, "What are you saying? A defeated gatekeeper should not open the door. The fall of the gatekeeper signifies death." Ryūjin continued to smile, but a chill now accompanied his mirth. He then ceased his words, turned, and walked away. After covering about 50 meters, he abruptly halted, his back facing the boy with the hedgehog hairstyle and Sidon Fong. He slowly drew his Zanpakuto from his waist. "What is this? The distance is so great. Is he going to throw the short knife over?" The boy with the hedgehog hairstyle looked utterly perplexed. "It is not a mere dagger. This is my Zanpakuto." Ryūjin turned his head to glance at the boy with the hedgehog-like hair, then abruptly pivoted, his short blade aimed at him from a distance, resembling a venomous serpent displaying its fangs, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. "Eliminate him. Divine marksmanship." As the words left his lips, the short blade in his grasp elongated into a chilling silver gleam, piercing through the air ahead and stirring a vortex of spiraling currents. It then shot forth, surpassing the speed of sound. The hedgehog-headed youth was momentarily dazzled, barely managing to raise his Zanpakuto as a shield before him. In an instant, both he and his blade were sent hurtling through the air by the oncoming silver streak, propelled by the might of the colossal Sheridan Fong behind him. With the support of Sheridan Fong lost, the gates of the Soul Society came crashing down. "Farewell." Ryūjin sheathed his sword, waving goodbye to the spiky-haired youth whom he had just sent flying outside the door. The divine spear in his hand had, unbeknownst to him, reverted to the harmless form of a short dagger, which he deftly returned to its scabbard. The sound of a heavy object thudding to the ground echoed as the door slammed shut. In that instant, the scenes involving Ryūjin, the spiky-haired boy, the Zidon workshop, and the ancient and enigmatic Soul Society shattered like glass, ephemeral and insubstantial, akin to a mirage. Yet, as Rosen contemplated Ryūjin wielding the divine spear, a fragment of information surfaced in his mind. "Your innate understanding is extraordinary, through visualization and personal insight, combined with the superhuman weapon fruit. You have comprehended a unique skill, divine spear." The following day, after breakfast in the 4th level of Impel Down, Rosen, Zephyr, and Borisellino, along with Shiryu, set out once more. Domino, however, did not accompany them this time, remaining in the scorching hell to prepare lunch for Rosen and the others. On the other side, in the infinite hell, the atmosphere remained as oppressive as ever. Yet, following the events of the previous day, the once stagnant 6th level of Impel Down buzzed with activity. Inmates, who typically exchanged few words, were now whispering to one another. Clearly, the death of Bondi Waldo had struck a nerve. "Do you think the Navy will come today?" "Of course, just look at that old coot Zephyr. He's dead set on using us as sparring partners for his students." What a euphemism. It's nothing more than being treated like disposable training fodder, not even worthy of being called cattle. We are prisoners of the 6th level. Each of us was once a formidable figure in the outside world. How could the world government allow them to run rampant? Regardless, if they come again, whoever they choose must include that Navy fellow named Rosen, and that old bastard Zephyr should be in for a reckoning. Indeed, it is imperative that they comprehend whose dominion lies within the infinite hell. With each utterance, a consensus among the unruly prisoners swiftly emerged. Firstly, to vent their pent-up frustrations. For those confined to the 6th level, each was a defiant spirit in their past. None could endure the actions of Zephyr and his cohorts. Secondly, for their own safety. They sought to convey to Zephyr that should he dare to utilize the 6th level prisoners as mere fodder for his training, he must brace himself for the anguish of losing a son. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the infinite hell, plunging the entire prison into an eerie silence. Each prisoner fell mute, their malevolent and cruel gazes locked in a silent, yet venomous exchange. "Well, it seems you lot have quieted down considerably since yesterday," Zephyr remarked as he entered the infinite hell, surveying the scene like a lion surveying its territory. To his surprise, the once defiant prisoners now averted their eyes, avoiding any direct gaze with him. Zephyr attributed this to the recent demise of Bondi Waldo, which served as a stark warning to the prisoners of the 6th level, compelling them to behave in order to avoid becoming the next target of destruction. Has their bloodlust and savagery been dulled by prolonged confinement? Pondered Borisellino as he observed this unexpected development. Only Shiryu, keenly noting the reactions of the 6th level prisoners, felt a spark of intrigue in his eyes. As an idea took root in his mind, a sinister smile crept across his face. Unlike Zephyr and Borisellino, Shiryu, as the chief warden of Down, was well acquainted with the nature of these prisoners. The unending darkness of their imprisonment would indeed reduce former tyrants of the sea to mere remnants of a bygone era, but it would never extinguish their innate ferocity. That primal brutality, surpassing even the ferocity of sea kings, was deeply entrenched within the bones of each prisoner in the infinite hell. Unless purged by death, it could never be obliterated. This situation has become rather intriguing. At the very least, it is far more engaging than yesterday, had he maintained his previous demeanor. Today would likely mark his final day within the confines of Down. Shilio cast a glance at the seemingly oblivious Rosen, a sinister smile spreading across his face. For him, this was merely a mission. As long as the prisoners did not escape, the outcome was inconsequential. Whether it was Rosen who killed the prisoner or the prisoner who took down Rosen, there was fundamentally no difference between the two scenarios. Thus, even upon sensing that the inmates in the infinite hell might be scheming, Shilio showed no inclination to offer a warning, instead choosing to observe the unfolding events with detached interest. "Teacher Zephyr," Rosen inquired, glancing at him. After practicing his hand-rolled gun yesterday afternoon, he had refrained from exploring new abilities, opting instead to refine his existing skills. His routine mirrored that of Admiral Borisolino, perusing newspapers, sipping tea, trimming his nails, enjoying hearty meals, and indulging in restful slumber. His mornings were devoted to practical combat, afternoons to crafting techniques, while the remaining hours were reserved for relaxation and rejuvenation. The essence of his approach lay in a harmonious balance between work and rest. Observing Rosen's apparent laziness, Zephyr, known for his stringent standards, surprisingly exhibited no dissatisfaction. Nor did he deem his student excessively idle. He understood that this was merely Rosen's unique path to growth. Beneath his seemingly lethargic exterior, Rosen was accelerating his mastery of the three types of hockey, physical prowess, and fruit abilities at an astonishing pace. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the Rosen of today was a stark contrast to the Rosen of yesterday. Zephyr was fully aware of this transformation. As the foremost instructor of the Navy, he recognized that his role was to facilitate Rosen's growth and occasionally provide constructive suggestions for consideration, without the need for undue interference. Grebel. Zephyr retrieved his cherished list, his gaze fixating on the second name. "Senior, have you heard of this name?" Rosen inquired of Borisolino. In recent days, he had taken to perusing old newspapers whenever he found a moment, seeking to uncover the events that had transpired on the Grand Line, or listening to Zephyr and Borisolino recount tales of formidable pirates absent from the original texts, as well as lesser-known narratives. Yet, whether from the original work or the newly acquired knowledge, not a single pirate nor event seemed to bear any connection to the name Grebel. "No." Borisolino shook his head. "Is it a relic of the Rocks era?" Rosen was somewhat surprised. If even Borisolino had never heard of it, then the name Geber must indeed be from a distant past. Not too distant, but certainly several years ago. You haven't heard of him because, prior to his imprisonment in the infinite hell, he was not a pirate, but rather the chief of CP0. Zephyr's words were astonishing. CP0, and still a chief. How could the celestial dragons bear to confine their most loyal hound in Down? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Rosen's face. Ever since Rob Lucci ascended to the position of chief of CP0, the audacity to act arrogantly in front of Sakazuki reveals how much favor and grace these so-called strongest shields have garnered from the celestial dragons. Otherwise, Rob Lucci would not have been brazen enough to mock the four emperors and disdain the admirals. Of course, he could only show off in front of Sakazuki and Monkey D. Luffy. Had it been Sengoku or Master Kaido, let him try to act proud. He would either be sent away with a single slap or carried off with a club. As a member of CP0, he enjoyed the privilege of execution while also bearing the responsibility of protecting the celestial dragons, executing covert operations, and obeying the orders of the five elders without question. Even if ordered to commit suicide, he could not resist. Yet he had failed in his duties. Zephyr glanced towards a nearby cell, his gaze fixating on the bearded man within, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Did he defy the celestial dragons? At this point, Rosen was already contemplating whether to leave a survivor, even if he were a chief of CP0 and a prisoner on the 6th level. The mere fact that he dared to defy the celestial dragons warranted consideration to leave him alive, albeit incapacitated, merely a dog with a broken spirit. It was around 18 years ago when several celestial dragons wandered into a non-world government-affiliated country in the East Blue. Some were taken with the queen of that nation, others with the princess, and some with the wives of the aristocracy. Naturally, a few common women were not spared either. The latter group of celestial dragons, after some discussion, decided to have CP0 abduct all the young women of that country for their selection. However, during the operation, they unexpectedly encountered Carp, who was returning to the East Blue for a vacation. In the end, they failed to abduct the women, and CP0 ended up getting beaten, with those celestial dragons also rendered unconscious by Carp's conqueror's haki, all taken away and sent back to Ryūjin. It was the former chief of CP0 who had executed that operation, Goebbels. Upon hearing Zephyr recount the legendary deeds of Goebbels, Rosen fell silent, extinguishing the flicker of compassion that had briefly emerged within him. Indeed, it was evident that those imprisoned in the depths of the infinite hell, be they pirates, Navy personnel, or CP0 agents, were, in 9 out of 10 cases, deserving of their fate, the remaining one he had yet to encounter. The old man pondered whether this could be deemed an act of defiance against the celestial dragons. Regardless, upon awakening, the celestial dragons deemed Goebbels' guardianship insufficient and his mission a failure, thus commanding him to take his own life. Naturally, he was unwilling and chose instead to flee. Zephyr remarked nonchalantly who was responsible for his imprisonment. Rosen remained silent for a few seconds. An act of defiance against the celestial dragons? Indeed, it could be considered such, though it diverged somewhat from his initial expectations. Old man, Zephyr pointed to himself, his tone laced with an unusual sense of pride. After all, few in the Navy harbor any fondness for the CP organization, particularly CP9 and CP0. Capturing the former commander of CP0 and tossing him into Impel Down was undeniably a gratifying feat. Grateful for the trial stone provided by Master Zephyr, Rosen nodded, then parted his lips to exhale gently. A short blade, merely half the length of a standard Navy sword, materialized into his hand. This was the weapon fruit, granting its user the ability to transform any part of their body into a weapon. Hair could become a Zanpakuto, and breath could similarly morph into a sword. Can one exhale a blade? Pagliusolino's eyes sparkled beneath his sunglasses at this sight. To be frank, he was somewhat awed by Rosen's display of exhaling a sword, even contemplating imitating him on the next mission by unleashing a breath sword against pirates, though not a Zanpakuto, but rather the Tsumuji cloud sword. Bring him out. Zephyr recounted Gaburu's past, not to boast of his former achievements, but to inform Rosen of the abilities possessed by Gaburu, who had once served as a commander of CP0. Members of CP0 are typically well-versed in the 6 styles and skilled in haki. Even those who have consumed paramecia or logia devil fruits primarily rely on physical techniques. With a decisive stride, Shiryu approached the cell where Gaburu was confined, unlocking the door with a key marked 2. He then seized Gaburu by the neck, dragging him out like a lifeless dog, presenting him before Rosen and the others. Open it yourself, he commanded, tossing a key at Gaburu's feet. Gaburu remained silent, but a flicker of deep-seated resentment flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Zephyr, quickly vanishing. He bent down to retrieve the key, cautiously unlocking the sea prism stone shackles and leg irons that bound him. Are you a capable one? Rosen's gaze swept over the sea stone handcuffs and shackles. Although it was his first visit to Impel Down, he had already discerned that the method of confining prisoners in the infinite hell was markedly different. Some inmates were restrained solely by sea stone handcuffs and shackles, while others were confined in cells constructed entirely of sea stone. Gerber belonged to the former category. For those endowed with abilities, it sufficed to bind their limbs with sea stone restraints. Only those who had not consumed a devil fruit would find their cells fashioned from the same material after their limbs were secured. Zephyr. It has indeed been a long time. The moment Gerber was freed from his sea stone restraints, his body, which had become hunched over due to years of confinement and the suppressive force of the sea stone, gradually straightened. An aura of cold menace began to emanate from him, akin to a beast awakening from a deep slumber. Merely standing beside him instilled a sense of unease. There was no need for nostalgic exchanges in the past. I had never shared a common ground with the CP organization, and the present remains unchanged. You are faced with but a single option. Either perish at the hands of me and Borsellino, or meet your end at the hands of my student. Zephyr's tone was as frigid as ice, devoid of any intention to reminisce with Gerber. I understand, Gable declared, turning to cast a profound gaze upon Rosen, as if to engrave his features deep within the recesses of his mind, ensuring they would never fade from memory. He then lifted his foot and delivered a kick. sending the scattered sea tower stone handcuffs and shackles hurtling like cannonballs towards Rosen and Porcelino. Immediately after, Gable sprang forth, resembling an arrow released from its bow, brushing past Zephyr. The sixth technique, shave, seemed to have become an intrinsic part of him, ingrained in his very bones. With each casual step, he executed the technique effortlessly. In an instant, he had surpassed Zephyr, propelling himself 100 meters ahead. Then, he underwent a transformation. His physique expanded dramatically, his skin adopting a hue reminiscent of dark brown, akin to that of an elephant's hide. Simultaneously, his arms stretched outward, evolving into a pair of colossal wings, which unfurled to an impressive span of over 15 meters. Like many members of CP9 and CP0, Gable had consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit, but not just any. It was the dragon fruit, an ancient variety, specifically the wind god pterosaur form. At that moment, as Gable flapped his wings, he conjured a fierce gust of wind, stirring up sand and stones, while lifting his body skyward, soaring towards the entrance of the infinite abyss, which also served as its exit. Farewell, Zephyr, and your students. Should I encounter them outside, I shall ensure they are well treated in your stead. Gable's vengeful voice echoed through the infinite hell, reminiscent of a demon's roar. Have you fled? Ha ha ha. This is quite amusing. A prisoner has managed to escape from the depths of the infinite hell. Surely even Zephyr must be held accountable. This is the price of underestimating pirates. Such an entertaining spectacle will be gone by tomorrow. Seeing that Gerber chose flight over engaging with Rosen. Utilizing his pterosaur form to soar towards the exit of the infinite hell, the surrounding prisoners reveled in schadenfreude. None of the pirates could swallow the bitter pill of being treated as mere training fodder by Zephyr. Now, with Gerber's escape, should he succeed, it would not only slap Zephyr in the face, but also instill a sense of caution in him regarding the prisoners of the 6th level. Even if Zephyr were to contemplate using them as training material, he would need to weigh the consequences carefully. After all, figures such as Magellan of Impel Down and Sengoku of the Navy headquarters would never permit it. With a flicker of thought, Rosen activated his shell blood armor. Not only did it propel Gerber towards the sea prism stone handcuffs, but it also separated him from the shackles that bound Porcelino. Truly, CP0's speed is nothing short of terrifying. Shall I intervene? Junior, Porcelino remarked, his hands tucked casually into his pockets as his gaze swept over Gerber, who was drawing ever closer to the exit of the infinite hell. Instead of hastening to pursue, he remained stationary, first offering a sarcastic compliment on Gerber's speed before leisurely addressing Rosen. For someone endowed with the powers of the light fruit, unless his quarry were to hide beneath the ocean's depths, there was little distinction whether the target fled to the heavens or burrowed underground. The distance of 100 miles was but a fleeting moment. It merely depended on his desire to chase. After all, this was my practical lesson. Senior, even if I wished to find someone to substitute for me, I could not do so in front of Teacher Zephyr, could I? Rosen did not make any move to pursue. Instead, he engaged in leisurely conversation with Porcelino. Is he truly that confident? As the warden, Shiria's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, yet he refrained from drawing it. He intended to observe Rosen's forthcoming actions, curious to see whether he would become the Navy's greatest jest by the following day or, akin to the first day, astonish those around him. However, Rosen's subsequent behavior took even Shiryu by surprise. Not only did he not pursue, but he also continued to chat amiably with Porcelino. As for the escaped prisoner, it seemed that neither Rosen, Porcelino, nor even Zephyr recalled the incident, as they all stood leisurely in place. Frankly speaking, while these individuals appeared unperturbed, Shiryu felt a growing urgency. After all, he remained the warden of Impel Down, and even if he did not care for his position, having a prisoner escape before his very eyes would be an immense disgrace. Do you truly not require the senior's assistance? Do not hesitate. You ought to understand that, Mr. Sengoku's intention in having me accompany you was to prevent such a situation from arising, Porcelino remarked, seemingly oblivious to Shiryu's anxious gaze, as he continued speaking to Rosen. To be frank, it is not your fault that the prisoner chose to flee rather than cooperate. The fault lies with me, your senior. After all, the task of dignifying these prisoners is my duty here. Porcelino remarked, revealing his right hand from his pocket, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to act. While his words rang true, the rare opportunity to test my skills was too tempting to pass up. Therefore, my esteemed senior, you may continue to play the role of the handsome gentleman and watch the drama unfold from the sidelines. Rosen slowly drew his Zanpakuto from his waist, Since you are so insistent, very well. However, let us establish a boundary 5 meters from the entrance. As long as Gerber does not cross this line, I shall pretend not to see him. Should he overstep, I will have no choice but to intervene. My junior, you must also consider the challenges faced by your senior. In approximately a year and a half, I shall be promoted to a full admiral, no longer a mere candidate. If a prison break were to occur during this time, my aspirations for advancement would be delayed for several more years. Poor Celino donned a pitiful expression, knowing well that Gerber would not have the opportunity to cross the boundary. Rosen reassured poor Celino, then unsheathed the Zanpakuto, its tip aimed at Gerber's figure in the distance. This blade was half the length of the one called Shimbenzakura he wielded yesterday. His junior possesses the ability of the weapon-wielding fruit, allowing him to transform into various weapons. By this logic, the short blade he now held must be a new weapon, likely possessing capabilities entirely different from Shimbenzakura. Poor Celino's gaze flickered over the short blade in Rosen's hand, a surge of anticipation swelling within him. What extraordinary abilities might this short blade possess in comparison to Shimbenzakura? Rosen's talents extend far beyond mere hockey, swordsmanship, and physical prowess. Even the development of devil fruit abilities is unmatched. While others can only transform the weapon-wielding fruit into ordinary arms and artillery, his junior has carved out a unique path, elevating this paramecia-type devil fruit to heights previously unimagined. Not only poor Celino, but even Zephyr kept a watchful eye on the short blade in Rosen's hand. Ever since Rosen demonstrated the capabilities of Shimbenzakura in the Infinite Hell, Zephyr had recalled that his student was indeed a fruit user. He also recognized that Rosen's aptitude in the realm of abilities was truly extraordinary, having developed the Zanpakuto from the weapon-wielding fruit. Although Zephyr usually dismissed the significance of devil fruit abilities, witnessing Shimbenzakura's prowess made him realize that, in Rosen's grasp, the weapon-wielding fruit was tantamount to a top-tier paramecia-type devil fruit, perhaps even surpassing it. The combination of observation hockey and this Zanpakuto truly creates a perfect synergy. While it may not yet allow him to predict the future, it is more than sufficient. Then, Rosen gazed at Jeber's retreating figure, his eyes gradually igniting with a crimson glow as his observation hockey unfurled. Not only did he pinpoint the location, but he also anticipated the opponent's next move, to shoot him, a marksman. Accompanied by a tone of indifference, the short blade in his hand suddenly radiated a blinding flash, transforming into a swift gale, a silver brilliance that severed the darkness that had long enveloped the infinite abyss. In the eyes of Celino and Zephyr, Rosen merely uttered a phrase, and in an instant, a silver streak, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, swiftly approached Jeber's back. Paper drawing. Upon hearing Rosen's voice, Gerber felt an unsettling sensation, akin to being pricked by a thorn. In truth, despite facing away from Rosen and Zephyr, his attention had remained unwaveringly fixed. He even employed the long-dormant observation hockey to sense his surroundings. Thus, at the very moment the divine bullet was fired, his body, seemingly devoid of bones, swayed gracefully like a willow branch in the breeze, narrowly evading the projectile with a precarious proximity. Evaded. Just as Gerber was filled with trepidation, yet felt a sense of relief for his timely dodge, a fleeting silver glimmer brushed past him, as if it possessed the foresight to anticipate his ensuing reaction. It resembled a silver dragon swirling through the void, suddenly slashing downward with ferocity. The divine spear, which was meant to merely pass by, unexpectedly descended with such swiftness that he was caught unawares, carving a deep gash from his shoulder to his left abdomen, exposing bone. The entire sequence from the spear's launch to its lethal descent transpired with the rapidity of a tempest, quicker than a flash of lightning. By the time Gerber regained his wits, he was already gushing blood, the crimson staining the air. The sound of droplets falling, accompanied by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, marked his descent. At that moment, had anyone approached and measured the distance from his impact point to the entrance of the infinite hell, they would discover it to be precisely 6 meters, just 1 meter shy of the boundary delineated by Celino. At this instant, the vast expanse of the infinite hell lay in utter silence, so quiet that the fall of a pin could be distinctly heard. Speed was paramount, and distance was essential. Celino observed as the divine spear, with the swiftness of a striking wind, cleaved through the sky, only to revert in the blink of an eye to an innocuous short blade, now held by Rosen. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes before he recalled a pertinent matter. Yesterday, both he and Zephyr had presented 2 proposals to Rosen. Zephyr had urged Rosen to master the swordsmanship of a grand swordsman, while he himself had encouraged the development of the devil fruit. The ultimate aim of both proposals was to endow Rosen with the abilities of remarkable speed and extensive striking range. Reflecting on the divine spear's recent performance, moving like a shooting star across the expanse, striking with the stealth of a venomous serpent, perfectly fulfilling the criteria of rapidity and distance, Borisellino pondered, "Is this the ability you developed yesterday afternoon?" In that moment, Zephyr, witnessing Rosen wield the divine spear, shared the same realization as Borisellino. Indeed, in response to the inquiries from his teacher and senior, Rosen nodded affirmatively. It was unmistakably so. Wait a moment, previously, in the scorching depths of Hell's fourth layer and the frigid realms of the fifth layer. He had paused for a brief moment and mentioned developing a technique utilizing a fruit ability. If that is the case, then akin to the 1,000 cherry blossoms and the divine spear, his junior must have mastered at least 2 or more abilities. Borisellino felt a jolt of surprise as he recalled that just yesterday, while traversing the scorching hell, Rosen had mentioned to him the development of a technique stemming from a fruit ability, the sword transformation of the myriad cherry blossoms, the divine spear that traverses 1,000 meters in an instant, and 2 unknown weapons. Any one of them would nearly equate to his superhuman fruit ability. Junior, to what extraordinary heights have you elevated the weapon fruit? The more Borisellino pondered, the more astonished he became. Although this vast sea is home to a number of individuals with powers who have consumed a devil fruit yet developed multiple abilities, such as Kaido and Big Mom, who embody the essence of both Zoan and Paramecia types, wielding flames and lightning in unison. These fruit abilities are either top-tier superhuman or mythical beast types. Unlike Rosen, who, through sheer extraordinary insight, has propelled the weapon fruit to an unfathomable height. Most importantly, as fellow practitioners of abilities, Borisellino understood well that fruit powers, much like hockey, can be honed and enhanced through rigorous training. This implies that the divine spear and the 1,000 cherry blossoms in Rosen's possession will only grow stronger in the future. The knife. Just as Borisellino and Zephyr were moved, the grubber, which had been felled from the sky by Rosen's divine spear, suddenly quivered. Clearly, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and an ancient one at that, his physique, vitality, and regenerative abilities far surpassed those of the world destroyer slain by Rosen the previous day. Despite being struck down and suffering grievous wounds, he remained very much alive and spirited, defying the odds. You may continue to press onward. I assure you, this mere meter of distance is the chasm that separates you from death. Gerber was poised to take flight, for the exit to the abyss was tantalizingly close. Merely 6 meters away. Yet, before he could initiate any movement, Rosen's voice resonated in his ear. Though the tone was not loud, its impact was akin to a thunderclap, sending a jolt through his very being, rendering him motionless. Even with the exit in sight, Gerber found himself paralyzed, hesitant to take that final step, as if the threshold before him was not an escape from the endless abyss, but rather an entrance to the depths of hell. Rising, he turned back. Rosen observed Gerber from a distance, refraining from pursuing him, instead commanding with an authoritative tone. "Kid, what is your name?" Gerber rose from the ground, not taking a step forward, but instead turning around with a twisted, resentful expression. As a student of Zephyr, Rosen harbored an intense hatred, and now that he saw a glimmer of escape only to be thwarted, along with suffering a wound, his animosity towards Rosen intensified. The dead have no need to know so much. Rosen coldly fixed his gaze upon Gerber, realizing that he had no choice but to sever your head from your shoulders. Gerber cast a glance at the dagger in Rosen's hand, his face darkening further. It was not that he wished to stay, but he understood that escape was not an option. Having faced the gunman once, he was acutely aware of the threat posed by the dagger. To turn his back to the gunman would be akin to inviting death. Do not speak recklessly. It only reveals your weakness. Upon hearing this, Rosen's lips curled slightly, a disdainful smile gracing his face. Is that so? Grebel grinned maliciously, brushing his hand across the wound inflicted by the divine spear. After wiping away the blood, the gaping crimson cut ceased to bleed, a testament to the formidable vitality and regenerative powers of the ancient species. With a casual flick of his wrist, he flung the blood away. Then, with a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, his dragon wings unfurled. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps and a piercing whistle, he vanished from his original position. Just as Grebel had departed, the divine spear, resembling a silver dragon, surged through the air, piercing the indistinct afterimage he had left behind, and creating a gaping hole in the ground below. He had evaded the spear's lethal strike. Simultaneously, Grebel shot through the air to position himself behind Rosen, his black dragon wings unfurling, enveloping Rosen in a shroud of deathly aura. "Your blade shall not have a second chance to encounter me," he whispered softly into Rosen's ear, like a grim reaper's murmur. With that, the black dragon wings, hardened by armed color hockey, sliced through the air like a razor, converging with lethal intent to sever the steel edge aimed directly at Rosen's neck. Dragon blade. In the face of Gerber's swift onslaught, Rosen appeared utterly unresponsive, standing dazed and motionless as the formidable dragon wing approached his vulnerable neck with alarming speed. "Finished," exclaimed the unknown naval specter. Gebel's eyes sparkled with fierce malice as he gazed at Rosen's back, his expression akin to that of one contemplating a lifeless corpse. In a moment of peril, the fabric beneath Rosen's ribcage suddenly ripped open, and a chilling black light surged forth, resembling a black laser. It rushed forth with astonishing speed, piercing through his chest before Gebel's dragon wing slash could connect. A resounding boom echoed as a shockwave erupted in all directions. Gebel's sweeping motion was abruptly interrupted, and propelled by the black beam's thrust, he was sent hurtling backward like a projectile, ultimately crashing against the ceiling of the 6th-level prison. At that moment, everyone beheld the source of the black beam that had sent Gebel flying. It was a divine spear, hardened and shrouded in armed color hockey, transformed into a black blade. "My blade shall never have a second chance to touch you," Rosen asserted, gripping the spear with the blade aimed directly behind him. Rebel's expression darkened as he was about to speak, but suddenly felt a piercing force at his chest as the divine spear, which had pinned him to the prison ceiling, erupted with terrifying brilliance and power. With a resounding clash, accompanied by the unsettling sound of metal tearing, the spear's blade relentlessly tore into the hardened skin of his chest, inch by agonizing inch. "No." Jeber's entire body tensed, his face betraying terror as his arm reached out, seemingly attempting to grasp Rosen from afar and halt his relentless assault. However, the only response he received was Rosen's chilling command. "Shoot him, divine spear. Shoot him, divine spear." With that icy utterance, the surface of the divine spear, imbued with the power of armament hockey, erupted in a cascade of violet luminescence. As the relentless infusion of hockey continued, the might and sharpness of the divine spear surged dramatically in an instant. An iron block. At that moment, Goebel seemed to perceive the specter of death beckoning to him. Confronted with despair and impotence, he could only harden his body with armed color hockey while wagering all his hopes on the iron block. Then, with a chilling sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, the tip of the divine gun forcefully pierced through the iron block, breaking through the hardened flesh and blood of Goebel, penetrating deep into his internal organs, ultimately traversing through his body and emerging from his back. With a resounding bang, the gun pierced the prison ceiling, creating a deep gash where it had pressed against his back. Jeber's eyes widened in shock, the blood vessels surrounding his pupils prominent as his right hand extended helplessly towards Rosen's arm, only to fall limply within mere seconds. "Another one has perished?" Shire's gaze remained fixed on Rosen. He recalled vividly that just yesterday, upon entering the abyss of endless torment and facing Bondi Valdo, Rosen had unleashed a myriad of techniques, his tricolor hockey, physical prowess, and fruit abilities, all in a display of sheer force. Although he emerged victorious with overwhelming dominance, it was only achieved through utmost exertion. Yet today, in confrontation with an adversary whose power rivaled that of the World Destroyer, perhaps even surpassing it, the former CP0 chief, Rosen once again claimed victory with a commanding advantage. However, unlike the previous day, he had not moved an inch. From the moment the battle commenced until the outcome was determined, Shire observed that Rosen remained steadfastly in place, having only drawn his weapon twice. This revelation was crystal clear to him. Compared to yesterday, Rosen had transformed entirely. His hockey, physical skills, and fruit abilities had all undergone remarkable enhancement. Both his strength and capabilities had evolved dramatically, day by day. "Junior, you truly are formidable." Porcelino gazed at the gun that had pierced Gerber's left chest, then withdrew his gaze, shaking his head in astonishment. In the past, when confronting pirates, this had been his habitual remark. While he would exclaim in mock fear, it was merely a sardonic jest disguised in words. However, now, his tone bore no trace of jest, but rather a solemnity that conveyed a deeper truth. Clearly, Porcelino was not jesting about Rosen. He genuinely found his junior to be quite intimidating. In comparison to the three seniors, I still fall short by a considerable margin. In response to poor Celino's commendation, Rosen displayed not an ounce of arrogance. Just as one knows the warmth or chill of water they drink, he was acutely aware of his own prowess. Since commencing the training of the Sui's method, his strength had indeed improved remarkably each day. Yet it had only been 3 days. In stark contrast to the elite might of poor Celino, a discernible gap remained. Although poor Celino held the rank of merely a vice-admiral, a candidate for admiral, his strength had already transcended that threshold, placing him among the elite of all admirals throughout history. Without the innate conqueror's haki, he could have easily rivaled the peak Whitebeard, or perhaps even proved more formidable. Rosen was fully aware of the distance that lay between him and the apex of admiralty. Yet, when he mentioned falling short by a mere fraction, his tone was unwavering and imbued with confidence, devoid of any self-deprecation. It rather exuded an air of self-assuredness, as if he could bridge this slight gap at any moment. At the very least, poor Celino sensed this conviction without a shred of doubt. Former CP0 commander? Rosen glanced at the lifeless Gerber, whose heart had been pierced, and uttered indifferently, "Remove him." He sheathed the black blade, dissipating the armed haki, while also reminding Shirlu. With a thud, as the spear returned to its scabbard, Gerber's body, pinned to the ceiling, fell to the ground, landing right beside the cage that had once belonged to him. Shirlu said nothing. He merely approached, effortlessly lifting Gerber's corpse as one might lift a small bird. Though the infinite hell was spacious, and there was no shortage of accommodation, as the warden, he could not allow a corpse to continue occupying a space on the 6th level, even if that corpse had once been the commander of CP0. That will be all for today. To all the prisoners in infinite hell, I eagerly anticipate your more spectacular performances at this time tomorrow. Rosen sheathed his sword, casting a sweeping gaze over the prisoners in the infinite hell. Their faces were as dark as murky waters, yet not a single soul dared to utter a word, seemingly cowed by the demise of Bondi Waldo and Gerber. Nevertheless, within him, clarity reigned supreme. These heinous monsters, erased from history, would certainly not yield so easily, nor were they capable of fear. Their current docility was merely superficial, a transient facade. In truth, the pirates confined in the 6th level resembled dormant volcanoes, brimming with potential energy and poised for eruption at any moment. Rosen understood this all too well, yet what did it matter? What hunter fears the beast ensnared within a cage, especially when armed with a blade of such lethal prowess? Your extraordinary aptitude, honed through combat with Gerber and the cultivation of your chi body source flow, has led to a remarkable enhancement of your 3-colored haki. The intensity of your armament haki has surged by an impressive 125%, the observation haki by 108%, and the conqueror's haki by 130%. Through the insights gleaned from his mind, Rosen vividly perceived his advancements following the clash with Gerber. He cast a brief glance at the prisoners in the 6th level, pausing momentarily at the 2 deepest cells before retracting his gaze and turning towards the exit. Although the gains from slaying Gerber paled in comparison to those achieved in the battle against the World Destroyer, they were nonetheless immediate and significant. Yet, he chose to follow the same course as yesterday, dispatching Gerber, the former CP0 commander, to meet the Celestial Dragon's 20 queens. Without lingering, Rosen departed from the infinite hell. In the morning, he engaged in practical combat. At noon, he dedicated himself to training. In the afternoon, he devised techniques, and in the evening, he rested. This harmonious blend of labor and leisure was a regimen meticulously tailored for him by Zephyr. According to Zephyr, whether it be combat, training, or even matters of diet and rest, all were merely means to an end, the ultimate goal being the steady and swift ascent to the rank of admiral. Thus, excessive fighting was out of the question. It would only lead to a prolonged state of mental tension, neglecting self-awareness and hindering the development of physical skills, swordsmanship, and fruit abilities, while also fostering an obsession with slaughter. On the other hand, an unrelenting focus on training alone was equally untenable, resulting in a formidable capacity and haki that could not be translated into practical combat strength. Solely concentrating on diet and rest, such an approach is inadequate. Excessive lethargy, wavering willpower, and a sluggish pace of growth are all detrimental. Only through the harmonious integration of 4 essential elements, combat, cultivation, nutrition, and rest, can a robust strategy be devised to expedite Rosen's ascension to greatness. In the days that followed, Rosen diligently adhered to a schedule, accompanied by Celino and Zephyr, as he ventured into the infinite hell to mark his attendance. with unwavering resolve. He would unsheath his sword and send one pirate from Zephyr's meticulously curated list to meet their king, Joel D. Roger. Following this, Rosen would retreat to the fourth layer of the scorching inferno, relishing the Sea King delicacies prepared by Domino, while enhancing his mastery of the three-color hockey and physical prowess through a combination of chi body flow and six-path immortal techniques. In the afternoon, he would routinely craft a Zanpakuto by hand. Thus, time marched on, day by day. With each passing day, one less pirate, long accustomed to exploiting the Navy's resources, would disappear from the infinite hell, while Rosen's fruit abilities, three-color hockey, and martial skills would experience simultaneous enhancements. This fostered a positive feedback loop over time. The prisoners encountering Rosen would find their demise increasingly effortless. This was not due to a decline in the strength of subsequent prisoners, who were often stronger than the earlier ones like Bondi Wald, a former CP0 commander. Rather, the prisoners' increasing strength simply could not keep pace with Rosen's daily advancements. If the prisoner on the third day possessed a comprehensive strength approximately 20 to 30% greater than that of the second day's prisoner, then Rosen, entering impelled down on the third day, would be twice as powerful as he had been on the second day. With the accumulation of each day, the disparity in strength between the later prisoners and Rosen only widened, particularly by the 10th day. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. As the blade danced, petals fell like rain. The dark sakura swirled like a tempest of death, engulfing the prisoner, known as Sabanos. With a swift motion, Rosen retracted the 1,000 cherry blossoms, sheathing his blade. Attendance marked. It was yet another day of effortlessly dispatching a prisoner from the sixth layer. As the sound of the blade returning to its scabbard echoed, not a trace of the prisoner Sabanos remained in infinite hell. Only a pool of viscous blood bore witness to his existence, alongside scattered remnants of his dismembered body. Clearly, the recent barrage of armed hockey cherry blossoms had dismantled him, leaving him no time to even register the agony of his transformation from prisoner to mere parts. After swiftly dealing with Sabanos, Rosen cast a glance around the cages, disappointment flickering in his eyes. It seemed to him that this was the extent of the monsters erased from history. In the face of this silent inquiry, the only response was an oppressive stillness. The prisoners of the infinite hell, seemingly united in their muteness, refrained from uttering a word, as though the relentless 10 days of Rosen's presence had instilled a profound fear within them. Observing this, Rosen chose silence as well. After sheathing his blade, he turned to leave. If the prisoners of infinite hell could not find solace in combat, then perhaps they might indulge in the daily, ever-changing aquatic delicacies prepared by Domino. Indeed, starting from the 7th day, it remained uncertain whether Rosen's mastery of the three-colored hockey had reached a new zenith or if the prisoners he battled were simply too weak. Upon arriving in infinite hell each morning, the enhancements gained from combat with the prisoners paled in comparison to the previous week. Today was particularly disheartening. His extraordinary comprehension, combined with the training of the chi body source flow through battles with Sabanos, had yielded some augmentation to his three-colored hockey. The intensity of the armament hockey increased by 13%, the observation hockey by 9%, and the conqueror's hockey by 5%. Gazing at the information that materialized in his mind, Rosen could not help but shake his head. Except for the armament hockey, the gains in both the conqueror's and observation hockey had fallen below double digits, a significant devaluation indeed. The enhancements brought about by clocking in at infinite hell now barely equaled the sumptuous aquatic feast that Domino prepared for him. Rosen understood all too well that it was not the chi body source flow that had regressed, but rather the prisoners of infinite hell who could not keep pace with his progress. Without even the need to employ observation hockey, he could dispatch them with a single stroke. If they could not withstand even one move, how could there be any growth? Was this truly combat? No. It was mere annihilation, akin to striking at thin air. Essentially, clocking in at infinite hell bore no difference to unleashing skills into the void. Where then could one expect any groundbreaking advancement? Teacher Zephyr, have you noticed? He mused. The same fruit abilities remain, yet regardless of the type. They have undergone a remarkable transformation compared to when my junior first entered Impelled Down. Remember when he first demonstrated the 1,000 cherry blossoms? He could only produce about 1,000 cherry blade manifestations. Now, however, the number of cherry blades he can create has soared to at least tens of thousands. In an office within the blazing depths of hell, Borisolino glanced at Rosen, who was partaking in a meal, then turned to Zephyr beside him. And that weapon known as the divine spear as well, he continued. When my junior first wielded it, Its retractable speed was around 5 times the speed of sound. Now it has surely surpassed 10 times. With the application of armament hockey, it could become even swifter and more formidable. What exactly are you trying to convey, Borsellino? Zephyr regarded Borsellino with a raised eyebrow. Teacher Zephyr, I do not intend to question your professionalism and authority as an educator. However, the reality is that your list appears somewhat outdated. 3 days. The junior has not wielded the Conqueror's hockey for over 3 days. Borsellino remarked, raising 3 fingers. Perhaps due to these days spent alongside Zephyr in the impel-down prison, sharing both meals and quarters, combined with Rosen serving as a bridge between the two. They still bickered within 3 sentences, yet at least they no longer resorted to drawing their swords, the heavenly sword and the black arm, at the slightest disagreement as they once did. Upon hearing this, Zephyr instinctively wanted to retort, but as the words lingered on his lips, he recalled Rosen's performance in the infinite hell over the past few days. He fell silent. Even Borsellino could discern that the prisoners in infinite hell were severely lagging behind Rosen's pace of advancement. As the foremost master of the Navy, he was undoubtedly aware of this. However, Zephyr felt a tinge of irritation at Borsellino's skepticism. He understood all too well that it was not a deficiency in his expertise or authority as a teacher, but rather the astonishing aptitude of Rosen that was truly remarkable. Even when he had overestimated Rosen's capabilities, he still underestimated the speed of his progress. He had thought that, regardless of how swiftly Rosen advanced, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to reach his current level of prowess. Yet, the reality was that it had taken merely 10 days. Presently, Rosen's combat prowess had surpassed that of the elite vice-admirals, placing him squarely within the realm of the 7 warlords, not as a defeated shadow like Moonlight Moria, who had been vanquished by Kaido, or Crocodile, who had been severely weakened by Whitebeard. This had resulted in a regression of the rapid promotion plan Zephyr had devised for the admirals. If one were not blinded by age, it would be apparent that his junior had gradually lost the initial fervor for infinite hell. Should tomorrow's prisoners mirror today's, I suspect he would completely lose interest in infinite hell. Of course, this does not include Barrett, but it is still too soon for him to engage with Barrett. Given his junior's typically steady demeanor, the most probable course of action would be to leave Impel down and apply for early graduation from the Navy headquarters. After all, you are well aware of how dire the environment at Impel Down is. Rather than squander time there, it would be preferable to roam the Grand Line. With his innate talent, he could ascend to the rank of Admiral with ease. He could always return later to settle matters with Barrett. Borsellino paused, seemingly lost in a pleasant thought, and a rather sly smile crept across his face. I wonder how you plan to explain this to Admiral Sengoku. If I recall correctly, when you requested to pass an exemption from Admiral Sengoku, you confidently asserted that by the time Rosen departed from Impel Down, he would possess the strength of an admiral candidate. Did you not also wager your reputation as Black Arm on this claim? Borsellino regarded Zephyr with an enigmatic smile. Upon hearing his words, Zephyr's expression shifted dramatically. As a distinguished figure within the Navy, he possessed a certain pride in his profession. Moreover, as Borsellino had articulated, he had boldly wagered his esteemed reputation to secure a pass for Sengoku and an exemption for Rosen, asserting that when Rosen departed from Impel Down, he would possess the strength befitting a vice-admiral. This was the very reason Sengoku had been persuaded. Should Sengoku, Garp, and others discover that Rosen's early graduation and departure from Impel was due to Zephyr's hastily devised plan for rapid vice-admiral training, which could not keep pace with Rosen's remarkable progress, Zephyr would be left with a tarnished reputation. With this thought in mind, Zephyr retrieved a meticulously prepared list from his pocket, scanning the remaining 20 names with keen focus. He then took a pen and, in one swift motion, crossed out 14 names, ultimately encircling the 5th name from the bottom. At that moment, a revised training plan for vice-admirals quietly took shape in his mind. The following day, although Rosen felt somewhat lackluster, he still dutifully reported to the infinite hell. After all, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still a morsel. Sending a prisoner to meet Roger could yield an approximate 10% increase in his hockey, and with time, even a few weeks of accumulation would result in a significant enhancement. He treated it as a leisurely stroll after breakfast, despite the presence of the formidable 6'4" celestial pirate, which rendered any digestion unnecessary. However, upon arriving at Infinite Hell, Zephyr called out a name that took Rosen by surprise: Katarina D. Butte. If I recall correctly, Zephyr-sensei, it shouldn't be Katarina's turn just yet, should it? Rosen inquired, casting a glance at Zephyr. Although he had only skimmed the list, He remembered that Katarina's name was situated towards the end. In truth, after the growth in strength from reporting to infinite hell fell below double digits, he had chosen to remain in impelled down. One reason was the exceptional quality of the meals. Perhaps it was due to the need for prison staff to endure the grim, suffocating, and chaotic environment of impelled down for extended periods, which led to a high standard of overall treatment. Particularly, the dining and accommodation conditions were vastly superior to those at the Navy Academy. The meals, featuring a variety of sea kings, were far more abundant than the meager offerings of the military canteen, with medium-sized sea kings being served rather than the smaller varieties typically provided. This ensured that even without reporting to infinite hell, Rosen could thrive within the confines of impelled down. The mere act of consuming has propelled his mastery of the three-color hockey and physical techniques to an unparalleled pace, far surpassing his time at the Navy Academy. Another factor, of course, is the presence of notorious figures such as Katarina Devon and Douglas Bullitt within the infinite hell. The preceding prisoners could not provide a significant enhancement to his three-color hockey, but surely the subsequent ones would. With this thought in mind, Rosen has lingered in impelled down until now. It appears I have misjudged you. I had repeatedly overestimated your potential, only to find that I underestimated your extraordinary insight. While the strength of the prisoners on the list increases sequentially, it still pales in comparison to your rate of advancement. According to the original plan, you were indeed meant to face 14 more prisoners before the appearance of Katarina Devon. However, if this course of action is followed, the ensuing 14 days of combat against the prisoners of infinite hell would yield little in terms of substantial growth. Zephyr gazed at Rosen, his expression a mixture of complexity. He was aware of Rosen's rapid progress, yet he did not anticipate such an astonishing leap. He was compelled to revise the plan overnight, swiftly eliminating the names of 14 prisoners and bringing forward the formidable Katarina Devon, who resides in the first tier of prisoners. No, Rosen replied with a light smile. I merely yearn for progress. Regardless, eliminating the names of 14 prisoners is undoubtedly a commendable act. At the very least, he is no longer merely striking at nothingness. Indeed, for him, the previous executions of those prisoners in the infinite hell felt akin to slashing at thin air. Given the splendid scenes you have afforded me in recent days, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Katrin Butterfly is unlike any of the prisoners you have previously encountered. She is an individual endowed with the powers of the animal-type phantom beast, which are even rarer than those of the nature type. Although her abilities lean more towards support rather than combat, they still far surpass those of ancient species. At that moment, Shirey lit a cigar, seemingly anticipating an engaging performance to unfold, and for once, the typically reticent individual broke his silence to offer a warning. I await with bated breath, Rosen replied, his expression tranquil, revealing no sign of being swayed by Shirey's words. Observing this, Shirey ceased speaking and proceeded deeper into the infinite hell, unlocking one of the more distant cells. Is it my turn already? Catherine Daime, clad in prison garb, possessed not only a physique that could tempt even the most virtuous, but also a devilish smile. At this moment, a wicked grin adorned her face as she exhibited an eager anticipation for the impending battle with Rosen. Shilio observed the expression of Katarina Devon closely, and a thought stirred within him. Something felt amiss. Since the first day Rosen had begun his shift in the infinite hell, a prisoner had been taken away each day. After 10 days, there were no survivors. Under normal circumstances, Katarina Devon should not exhibit such a reaction. Could it be confidence in her own abilities? Shilio pondered. As the chief warden, he possessed a considerable understanding of the strength of each prisoner in the infinite hell. Indeed, compared to the 10 prisoners who had perished at Rosen's hands previously, Katarina Devon was significantly more formidable. However, the growth Rosen had demonstrated in recent days was evident. He had witnessed it, and Katarina Devon was equally aware, yet her behavior appeared rather peculiar. It was as if she were confronting a dying adversary rather than a previously unseen mortal foe. Just as Shilio was deep in contemplation, Katarina Devon had already freed herself from the sea-stone handcuffs and shackles, unlike the former CP0 commander, who had chosen to flee at the first opportunity. She instead strode eagerly towards Rosen. You seem quite exhilarated, Rosen remarked, noticing her heightened emotional state. No, I am elated. Despite being confined to your naval prison, I never anticipated I would not only be allowed to roam freely, but also have the chance to personally extinguish the future of the Navy headquarters. Tell me, how could I not be pleased? Who? Katarina Daime seemed to envision Rosen's demise before her very eyes. unable to restrain a wicked grin. Her voice brimming with exhilaration and murderous intent. "Is that so?" Rosen replied, his expression unchanged. If he had been confronted by the world destroyer on the first day of his endless hell, instead of facing Catherine Butterfly, it would indeed have been a fierce battle. However, that was a distant memory. Now, on the 10th day, he had upgraded every aspect of his abilities: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, as well as his fruit powers and physical techniques, each to 10 new iterations. At this juncture, even the Moonlight Hunter could at most elevate his 3 types of Haki from single digits to double digits, merely reverting to yesterday's numerical range. In other words, the Moonlight Hunter before him posed less pressure than the World Destroyer had on their initial encounter. This was not due to Catherine Butterfly's inferiority to Bondi Waldo, but rather because Rosen had grown exponentially stronger. Compared to his self from 10 days prior, he was now several times more formidable. Of course, Catherine Butterfly turned to Zephyr and asked, "Shall we begin?" "Zephyr, I can hardly contain my anticipation for the moment when I twist the head of your student off. I am eager to witness the exquisite expression that will adorn your face." Her smile grew increasingly menacing. "At any time," Zephyr said, his tone devoid of anger or rebuttal, merely casting a languid glance at Catherine Butterfly before speaking with an air of tranquility. As his words resonated, Catherine could no longer contain the murderous intent that had been brewing within her for an entire 10 days. With her arms outstretched, amidst a cacophony of unnerving, sinister laughter, her already formidable physique, so powerful that countless men felt diminished in her presence, swelled once again, muscles rippling and rising prominently. The fabric of her prison uniform, worn for many years, was unable to withstand the violent expansion of her form, tearing apart instantly and revealing a glimpse of spring's allure. Yet everyone present remained steadfastly averted in their gazes, including male inmates who had been confined for over 2 decades. This was no ordinary occurrence. It was simply that Catarine, with her striking and provocative appearance, was painfully eye-catching. Her humanoid visage bore sharp features, an elongated nose and pointed teeth, with a countenance that was fierce and intimidating. With her transformation into a 9-tailed fox hybrid, she evolved into a fearsome creature, a grotesque amalgamation of human and fox, complete with 9 majestic tails. Only those of a certain depraved nature could even contemplate approaching her. "Are you prepared, Rosen? The Inferno smiles upon you." After transforming into a 9-tailed fox, Catherine Daime's expression is frigid and cruel, her gaze revealing a savage and bloodthirsty nature. "Is it hell? Then allow me to witness it." As Rosen beheld Catherine Butterfly transform into her 9-tailed fox hybrid form, he was struck by a flicker of crimson light in his eyes, feeling a wave of astonishment. In comparison to the former CP0 chief who had consumed the ancient dragon fruit and assumed the form of a wind god-winged dragon, Catherine Butterfly's transformation into a 9-tailed fox hybrid exuded a far more formidable aura. This disparity was not merely due to Catherine's inherent strength or her adeptness in harnessing the fruit's powers. Rather, it stemmed from the nature of their respective zoan types. Though both transformations involved a hybridization into a beastly form, the enhancements afforded by a mythical zoan transformation inherently surpassed those of an ancient zoan. Not to mention the contrast with ordinary zoan types. With a series of sharp, piercing laughs echoing through the air, Catherine Demii was enveloped in a peculiar purple mist. This sudden, dense fog arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Accompanying the mist's disappearance was Catherine Demii herself. No, it would be more accurate to say that her visage and form, along with her 9-tailed fox beast appearance, had completely vanished. In their stead emerged a man, towering like an iron tower, clad in a coat of righteousness, with flowing purple hair. Teacher Zephyr, Borisolino could not help but turn his gaze towards the nearby Zephyr. Upon witnessing this, Rosen's pupils slightly constricted. Indeed, Caitlin Demi had transformed into the likeness of Zephyr, and notably, it was the Admiral version of Zephyr, rather than the military academy instructor's form. Only Shiryu observed this scene with an expression devoid of any turbulence, seemingly unfazed, as if he had anticipated such an outcome all along. "Ha ha ha. How so? Why not call Teacher Zephyr over? It is not merely her appearance, figure, and attire." At this moment, Catherine's melodious laughter resonated with an uncanny resemblance to Zephyr's. Just as Rosen was subtly moved, she made her move. Zing! Catherine Demi vanished from her position in an instant, propelling herself forward like a bullet, accompanied by a piercing shriek and the hurried sound of footsteps, flashing to Rosen's side. Her eyes, tinged with a crimson hue, locked onto Rosen's with an unsettling intensity as her lips curled into an unnerving grin that nearly stretched to her ears, rendering Zephyr's normally imposing visage eerily bizarre and profoundly unsettling. Blackarm. The voice, strikingly reminiscent of Zephyr, resonated in Rosen's ears. Simultaneously, Catherine Demii raised her arm high, her fingers clenched into a fist. Enveloping her fist and forearm with hardened haki, she unleashed a powerful blow, creating a visible spiral of air that surged towards Rosen's neck. With a swift motion, Rosen drew his sheathed Zanpakuto, also enveloping it in haki to transform it into a black blade, poised to intercept the approaching, thunderous iron fist. The clash of blade and fist resonated like two sea kings wrestling, producing a deafening sound that sent shockwaves of turbulent air radiating from their center. The earlier shave was no mere coincidence. She had fortuitously learned the 6 styles from a marine. Instead, through the capabilities of her mythical zoan form, the nine-tailed fox, she could transform into anyone, thereby acquiring their abilities. However, the strength of haki and physical techniques would remain unchanged, and she could not conjure the powers of a devil fruit out of thin air. As Rosen felt the force transmitted through his Zanpakuto, he understood, through this probing exchange, the essential nature of the nine-tailed fox's abilities. Not only could the user perfectly transform into another, but they could also wield the opponent's capabilities, be it physical techniques, swordsmanship, or marksmanship. Of course, the potency of haki, swordsmanship, and physical prowess would remain constant, regardless of whom Catherine transformed into. Her haki, martial arts, and techniques would not surpass her original level. If her opponent were a devil fruit user, she could not assume their fruit's powers post-transformation. At that moment, Catherine Demii pressed her fist against Rosen's Zanpakuto, her other hand similarly enveloped in hardened haki, launching another strike. Unperturbed, Rosen raised his arm. Elbow aimed to collide with Catherine's fist. The impact was akin to 2 colossal projectiles colliding, the still spiraling air roaring anew. Yet, as their elbow and fist met, Catherine let out a fierce cry, and her fist unleashed a tempestuous and sharp haki vortex upon contact with Rosen's elbow and sword. It resembled a combination of slashing waves from a storm, the shockwave of an iron fist, and the offensive might of haki, merging into a singular, formidable force. As the haki vortex erupted suddenly in close proximity, Rosen felt a tremor run through his body, and his feet skidded against the cold, rocky ground, retreating 10 meters. Except for the first day in the infinite hell against Bondi Vardo, this marked the first instance Rosen was forced to relinquish his ground during a confrontation with a prisoner. Could she not only transform into Teacher Zephyr but also execute his famed technique, Blackarm? The prisoners on the 6th level are truly terrifying. Borisellino shook his head in lamentation. No wonder Zephyr crossed out 14 names in one sweep, pausing only at Katerina Devon. Compared to all the prisoners that Rosen had previously encountered, Katerina Devon's dominance, physical prowess, and fruit ability surpassed them by several tiers. What must Zephyr's punch feel like? After delivering a blow that sent Rosen staggering, Katerina Devon did not hasten to pursue. Instead, she remained in place, gazing at the youthful Zephyr with a bemused smile. As if to say, what of Zephyr's punch? I see nothing but a mere imitation. That is all. Rosen firmly planted his foot, stabilizing his retreating form. Although Catherine Demii's strike had been as swift as a tempest, under the protection of his bloodstill armor, he endured only a momentary setback, entirely unscathed. Is that so? Catherine Demii's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. As a person endowed with special abilities, she detested being underestimated regarding her fruit powers, even though she acknowledged that Rosen spoke the truth. The ability in her nine-tailed fox form indeed allowed her to transform in myriad ways and utilize the powers of those she mimicked. However, this was confined solely to physical techniques and swordsmanship, with the magnitude of power entirely contingent upon the strength of the wielder. At his zenith, Zephyr was capable of attaining the rank of Navy Admiral solely through his mastery of haki and physical prowess, even with another decade of training. Her skills in these areas could never rival his. How about this? Rosen exclaimed as he sketched a canine resembling a tiger. Catherine, with her mesmerizing yet chilling gaze, emanated an increasingly menacing aura. Once more, she summoned an eerie violet mist, transforming into her nine-tailed fox form. As the violet mist dissipated, Zephyr's figure had vanished. However, the individual who emerged from the transformation was still clad in a coat of righteousness, possessing a physique as robust as a lion or tiger. yet with hair now dark as night. Most significantly, the visage bore an expression that could instill fear in countless pirates with merely a stroll through the Grand Line. Admiral Carp. Rosen gazed upon Catherine Butterfly's appearance after her second transformation, his eyes flickering momentarily. Indeed, this time, Catherine Butterfly had metamorphosed into the naval hero, Monkey D. Carp. Even as a member of the Navy, you must have never witnessed such prowess. After transforming into Carp, Catherine Butterfly erupted into a boisterous laugh reminiscent of Carp himself. Yet, beneath the surface of that laughter lurked an inescapable aura of ominous intent. With her laughter echoing like a tidal wave, she vanished in an instant. Soaring upward to the ceiling of the 6th-level prison, perched high above Rosen, her right fist raised triumphantly while her left hand grasped her right forearm. Fist of Impact. Catherine Demii appeared to embody the legendary naval hero, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Particularly, her right arm, fortified by the hardening of armament haki, radiated streams of light reminiscent of a purple dragon. Hello, naval hero. Where is your conqueror's haki? Feeling the overwhelming force descending upon him like a tempest from above, Rosen could not help but smile. This technique he had only encountered in his previous life through the original work. Yet, one thing was certain. If wielded by the naval hero, it would encompass far more than just the armament haki. It would also be entwined with the conqueror's haki, symbolizing the supremacy of the Navy. In the midst of the air, the moment Katerina Demi's ears caught the words, the smile on her face vanished instantaneously. Rather, it had transferred to Rosen's visage. Where did she acquire the conqueror's haki? If she possessed it, she would have revealed it long ago. Initially, she had contemplated transforming into Carp, with the intention of demonstrating her prowess to the obstinate young rascal, Rosen. To her dismay, she inadvertently exposed her own weakness of lacking the conqueror's haki, only to be subjected to ridicule on the spot. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. Thus, she chose to remain silent and, without further ado, directed her energy downward, swinging her fist with fervor. A powerful shockwave of haki descended like a comet from the infinite void above. Although she fell short of possessing the conqueror's haki and her armament haki and physical skills paled in comparison to Carp's, the force of her punch was undeniably genuine. Before the immense shockwave even reached its target, its terrifying presence had already begun to weigh heavily on Rosen's heart. If one's resolve were not steadfast, facing Katerina Demi's strike, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky, could shatter one's fighting spirit even before the blow landed. However, Rosen, possessing the conqueror's haki, found the mere force of her punch utterly inconsequential. It could not sway his will in the slightest. I have already witnessed the extent of your fruit's abilities. Now, it is time for you to comprehend my power. In the face of an imposing force descending like a meteor, Rosen calmly raised his Zanpakuto. Burn, Shanyue. Instantly, a fierce blaze erupted from the blade, the intensity surpassing even the infernal flames of the 4th layer of hell. The crimson flames illuminated the dark abyss of the infinite hell, while simultaneously elevating the temperature throughout the prison, particularly in the vicinity of Rosen, within a 50-meter radius. The air visibly rippled, distorting like waves. As the flames surged, Rosen held aloft Shanyue, and a roar reminiscent of a volcanic eruption reverberated through the air. Then, a torrent of searing flames ascended skyward, enveloping the fierce heat and sharpness, forcefully halting the overwhelming shockwave descending from above. At that moment, Rosen swung his right hand downward, and amidst the crimson blaze, purple streams of light surged forth, intertwining with the flames and transforming into a powerful inferno. Following a spine-chilling sound akin to tearing fabric, the mighty flames cleaved through the shockwave above, incinerating it entirely. This must surely be the fruit of his comprehension attained in the 4th layer of hell. Polysolino watched as the explosive flames appeared to engulf and melt through the ceiling of the 6th layer of the prison, a fleeting glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Previously, while in the scorching hell, he had asked Rosen if he could witness such an ability. Now, he finally beheld it. Like a weapon imbued with the powers of the Magu Magu no Mi, Polysolino murmured to himself. This was his appraisal of Shanyue. However, he soon realized that his assessment was rather hasty. As Shanyue began its transformation, a single strike severed the shockwave with a devastating force. Rosen then stepped forward, astonishingly treading upon the air itself. Though it seemed an impossible feat to find purchase in the void, it felt as if an invisible yet tangible staircase had manifested, allowing him to ascend into the ether. It is not the moonwalk. Zephyr recognized at a glance that Rosen was unequivocally not employing the moonwalk from the six forms. The ease with which he moved was remarkable, even during his prime, or that of Garp. It would have been impossible to traverse the ground with such grace using the moonwalk as Rosen did before him. This is not merely a matter of strength. The moonwalk itself lacks the inherent capability to achieve such fluidity, just as the flame fruit, no matter how extensively developed, could never ascend to the superiority of the magma fruit. Thus, this is the martial technique he had devised just yesterday. Ryūjin, lend me your strength. With the manifestation of his armament haki beneath his feet, he created a substantial staircase of dominance, a testament to his remarkable control over haki. Zephyr watched in awe, realizing that in the mastery of haki techniques, Rosen had surpassed him, even in his prime. Although Rosen moved as if traversing stairs, his speed was astonishingly swift, almost beyond comprehension. In merely 2 leaps into the air, he had closed the distance to Catherine Butterfly with the rapidity of a lightning bolt. And what was most impressive was the silence that accompanied his incredible speed. This stealthy velocity was so profound that Catherine, utilizing her observation haki, sensed his impending movements. But her choices were severely limited. Indeed, there was but one option. She had to harden her arms with armament haki to maximize her defense and brace herself before her. As for why Catherine, transformed into Carp, did not utilize Jeppo to distance herself, it was quite simple. She was unable to react in time. It was akin to Monkey D, Luffy facing off against Teacher K, where, even with the clarity offered by his foresight, his body could not keep pace with the required actions. And as for why she did not evade with a paper drawing, the answer was even clearer. Her observation haki had already revealed the inescapable truth. There was no way to dodge, no means to evade. Moon Crescent Sky Strike. Rosen stood suspended in midair, his feet upon the winds of the flying Lien, before the poised figure of Catherine Butterfly. With both hands firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, he raised it above his head and swung down with a decisive strike. The shimmering crescent blade cleaved the air, leaving behind a vivid crimson line. In an instant, a resplendent wave of slashing energy erupted from the red line, resembling an arc of moonlight, striking with unstoppable force against Catherine's crossed arms. The thunderous roar reverberated like a clap of thunder, shaking the very foundations of hell itself. The audacious crescent blotted out the sun, instilling dread in the hearts of every prisoner confined within the 6th level. Before the crescent could dissipate, a figure, utterly disheveled and dragging a gruesome trail of blood, plummeted swiftly from the ceiling of Impel Down's 6th layer, crashing to the ground with such force that it shattered the resilient rock layers, which could withstand the pressure of the deep sea, creating shocking fissures that sent dust and mist spiraling upwards. Just as the dust began to settle, streams of blood emerged from the cracks, flowing forth and filling the gaps entirely. The magnitude of that strike was not merely a testament to swordsmanship. It was a manifestation of the weapon's innate power. It was no wonder that Master Zephyr insisted on his sword training. With the prowess of a grand swordsman, coupled with the Moon Crescent technique and enhanced by haki or Conqueror's haki, Rosen was poised to claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman. As Borsalino watched Rosen's blade descend upon Catherine, he felt a stirring in his heart. Being a grand swordsman himself, he could discern at a glance whether Rosen's Moon Crescent Sky Strike was a manifestation of his Devil Fruit abilities or a mere sword strike. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the terrifying extent to which Rosen had developed his weapon abilities. Thus far, with the likes of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, the divine gun, and the recent Moon Crescent, each weapon possessed a unique capability, akin to having consumed various types of devil fruits. Used singularly, they were already formidable, not to mention when combined with swordsmanship, physical prowess, and haki. Was Catherine Butterfly truly a match for him? Zephyr's mind replayed every moment of the encounter between Rosen and Catherine. It was an overwhelming display of dominance, even though he had crossed out 14 names. Allowing Catherine to enter the fray 14 days early, she still could not keep up with Rosen's rapid growth. Indeed, compared to the prisoners who had been swiftly dispatched by Rosen before, Catherine's performance was markedly superior, as she could at least exchange a few blows with him. However, this fell short of his expectations. Was it time to summon the next prisoner? No, unless they were to directly introduce a monstrous presence like Barrett. Otherwise, no prisoner could possibly exert any pressure on Rosen. Moreover, the remaining prisoners on the list possess abilities that are scarcely superior to those of Catherine Butterfly. Even if they are formidable, their strength is limited. Zephyr pondered quietly. He had formulated the list himself and was well aware of each prisoner's capabilities and strengths. Unless Douglas Barrett was summoned directly, substituting other prisoners would be of little significance. However, the Devil's offspring differed from the other inmates. When Sengoku signed the exemption order and passes, he had repeatedly cautioned Zephyr that while releasing Douglas Barrett was permissible, it was imperative to report beforehand, ensuring that the Navy headquarters was adequately prepared. It seems that the time has come to submit a request to Sengoku. Zephyr shook his head. It was too soon. Having only been at Impel Down for 10 days, he had already reached the level of a vice admiral. The so-called monsters erased from history were nearly incapable of fulfilling Rosen's internship requirements. Cough, cough. Just as Borisolino and Zephyr were lost in their thoughts, the dust stirred up by the crescent moon's charge began to dissipate. At that moment, Catarina de Almeida lay prone in a large pit cracked by spider webs, propping herself up with one hand from the ground. A ghastly wound, resembling a blood-red centipede, extended from her shoulder down to her abdomen. As she coughed, crimson blood flowed incessantly from the gash, dripping onto the ground and transforming the fissures into a series of crimson streams. Oh, is she truly still alive? Such remarkable vitality befitting a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Rosen observed as Catherine Butterfly endured a direct strike from his moonblade, not only surviving, but swiftly rising once more. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, only to be swiftly concealed. What a pity. Such vitality, so disproportionate to one's actual strength, is merely a squandered gift. He gently shook his head, grasping the hilt of his blade, withdrawing the moon blade once more from its sheath, to rise repeatedly. As if possessed of monstrous resilience and recovery, Rosen found it hard to believe, not to mention that Catherine had yet to reveal any signs of awakening her Zoan powers. Even if she did, a piercing blow to the heart or a severed head would surely spell her end. Kadu had been lauded to the heavens by the likes of Oda early on, the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, plummeting from 10,000 meters without a scratch, his body impervious to all harm, immune to fire and water. Captured by the Navy repeatedly, they exhausted every method yet could not bring him down. He appeared as a celestial demon, a terrestrial deity. However, as the narrative unfolded, it became clear it was merely a fade. Internal damage from haki could inflict harm. Conqueror's haki could also cause injury. The Navy's inability to deal with Kadu was a grand irony. To capture the strongest creature without killing him, merely to facilitate various human experiments for Vegapunk. If they truly wished to eliminate him, they could simply find a nondescript devil fruit and feed it to Kadu, or assemble the three admirals, Kazan, Akainu, and Kizuru, together. The relentless assaults on Onigashima ultimately culminated in Kadu being thrust into magma, ending the reign of the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. The combined might of the three admirals far exceeded that of all who appeared in Onigashima. Not only could they defeat Kadu, but they could also reduce the strongest creature to mere slices for a hot pot. If that were not sufficient, surely the likes of Sengoku and Garp could manage. Kadu's downfall on Onigashima had made Rosen acutely aware that the world of pirates was not that of gods and demons. Even kings are not divine, and no one is truly invincible. If Kadu, the formidable azure dragon among the four emperors, could fall, one can hardly expect mercy for Catherine, this nine-tailed fox prisoner. This individual was not jesting. He truly intended to end my life. After all, I am a rarer Zoan-type user than even those of the natural variety. The world government ought to prohibit the Navy from taking lethal action against me. Sensing the chilling aura of lethal intent surrounding Rosen, Catherine Butterfly seemed to have lost her initial rebellious spirit. Or rather, her defiance had dissipated, much like the crescent moon that Rosen had just cleaved through the air. It was not merely Rosen's formidable strength that unsettled her. Rather, it was the opponent's unrelenting yet pure desire to kill that truly instilled fear within her. Initially, Catherine's confidence stemmed from her belief that having consumed the mythical Zoan devil fruit would ensure the world government would opt for her imprisonment rather than execution, as they would never eliminate a wielder of such abilities without necessity. Should she be executed, the fruit's powers would merely be reborn in the depths of the sea. Thus, it was far more advantageous to confine her, allowing her to serve as a rare experimental subject. After all, a mythical Zoan experimental subject was exceedingly rare and valuable. Even if Director Magellan were to intervene, he would need to tread carefully. How could a mere soldier, one who had not even graduated from military school, dare to take my life? The more Catherine pondered, the more incredulous she became. However, Rosen, tightening his grip on the hilt of the crescent moon blade, summoned forth a cascade of violet light from his palm. With a resounding clang, akin to the sound of iron being struck, the blade in his hand transformed into a black sword, hardened and enveloped in the aura of armament hockey. If the crescent moon blade in its ordinary state could not completely vanquish Catherine Butterfly, then he would wield the black sword instead. The sight of the crescent moon transforming into a black blade made Catherine's eyelids twitch, her heartbeat quickening, and beads of sweat forming on her back. Just then, an unexpected voice echoed through the air. "Release Voyage. Release Voyage." In response to this sudden proclamation, Rosen, Catherine Butterfly, as well as Polyasolino and Shiryu, along with the prisoners confined in different cells, turned their gazes towards Zephyr, their attention converging upon him. "Are you certain?" Shiryu displayed a look of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Zephyr's unexpected request at such a moment. After all, he had accompanied Rosen and Zephyr to the infinite abyss daily for 10 consecutive days, during which Zephyr had consistently released only one prisoner at a time. Yet now, not only had he prematurely liberated Catherine Demi, but he had also made another astonishing demand to release Voyage even before Rosen's battle had concluded. "Teacher Zephyr." Borisolino gazed at Zephyr, his brow slightly furrowed. But before he could utter a word, Zephyr interrupted him. "Your responsibility is to maintain order and address any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. I am the true teacher of Rosen. Do you understand, Borisolino?" Zephyr met Borisolino's gaze, offering no explanation for his actions. "Very well, Teacher Zephyr," Borisolino said, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference, embodying a demeanor of non-involvement. "The content of the internship class remains unchanged. You will still traverse the infinite hell alone. Yet the method of completion will alter. Starting today, you shall confront 2 prisoners at once. Do you have any objections?" Zephyr addressed Rosen, noting that Polyasolino had ceased to intervene in his lesson. "Very well." Rosen nodded slightly upon hearing this. He had grown weary of 1v1 battles. Thus, attempting a 1v2 encounter seemed a refreshing change. After all, once he graduates and faces pirates, they would not engage him in a fair one-on-one duel, but rather as an entire crew united against him. He considered this an opportunity for early practice. Seeing this, Shiryu refrained from comment and proceeded towards the cell where Voyage was detained, complying with Zephyr's request. After all, the students were not his responsibility. He merely sought to enjoy the spectacle. Moreover, after observing Rosen's battles for 10 days, he found himself pondering a question. To what extent could this man reach if he exerted himself fully? The 7 warlords? The vice-admiral? Or perhaps a candidate for admiral? Borisolino, after graduation, would not be the same as during his time at the Naval Academy. The combat methods and regulations during the internship were dictated by the old man. But what about when facing pirates? Even the emperors of the sea? Would it be the old man who decided then? Calling for the emperors to engage Rosen in a duel? Zephyr's gaze swept over the taciturn Borisolino, recognizing that he too was concerned for Rosen. After a moment's hesitation, he set aside his pride as a teacher and chose to explain to Borisolino, despite their fraught relationship. Had this been before their time and impelled down, he would never have done so. However, over the past period, with Rosen acting as a bridge for communication, their relationship, while not brotherly, had evolved beyond their initial antagonism and hostility. Once they emerged from impelled down, it would signify that Rosen must confront the most formidable and perilous waters of the Grand Line. There lay the 7 warlords, the Dark Emperor, and the 4 emperors reigning over countless pirates. He must face not only one-on-one confrontations, but also scenarios of multiple adversaries, schemes, and ambushes. Consider Borisolino. Throughout his journey from graduating the Naval Academy to becoming a candidate for admiral, how many missions were executed in a fair 1v1 confrontation? Zephyr's words caused a flicker of change in Borisolino's expression. Though he did not speak, it was evident he was contemplating his teacher's assertion. Rosen must possess the strength to reach the pinnacle of the seas, as well as the capacity to confront various battle scenarios and crises. Regardless of the time, the opponent, their numbers, or the severity of the situation, he must stand resolute, able to fend off countless foes. If even during the internship, the transition from one-on-one battling to facing 2 opponents was beyond his adaptability, how could he hope to contend with the 7 warlords? How could he withstand the 4 emperors? How could he dominate the entirety of the Grand Line? Zephyr's voice suddenly surged with fervor. From the moment he recognized Rosen's potential, he harbored great expectations for him. Becoming a Navy admiral, akin to Borsellino, was merely the starting point of his life. To ascend to the ranks of fleet admiral, like Sengoku, would merely be a step along his journey. To become an unparalleled and historically unmatched naval force, capable of severing the chaotic and disorderly era of piracy, is the ultimate aspiration he seeks. Zephyr articulated, each word deliberate and measured. Yet, there exists another reason, one he refrained from voicing. Rosen's meteoric rise is nothing short of astonishing. Since his enrollment, and including his time within the confines of Impel Down, a mere 13 days have elapsed. From a fledgling who was oblivious to the very concept of hockey, he has ascended in just 13 days to become a formidable adversary, overpowering the majority of the monstrous pirates in the infinite hell. Unless Douglas Barrett is released at this very moment, even if he were to hastily revise the accelerated Admiral training program overnight, increasing the difficulty for Rosen to traverse the infinite hell and preemptively releasing 14 names, including Katarina Devon, he would still find himself unable to keep pace with Rosen's rapid development. To ensure that Rosen can maintain his relentless momentum within Impel Down, Zephyr has no choice but to revise the parameters twice daily, escalating the challenge from a one-on-one confrontation with a prisoner to 1 against 2. Borsellino gazed at the agitated Zephyr, his lips twitching slightly before he ultimately fell into silence. To bring an end to the era of great pirates, one must ponder. Which man, upon joining the Navy, has not harbored such a dream? Sengoku had it, so did Garp, and Zephyr as well. As a candidate for admiral, he was no exception. Yet, the higher he ascended, the more he comprehended the ferocity of this pirate era ignited by Joel D. Roger, a tempest that grows more tumultuous by the day. Even the formidable Sengoku and Garp, bolstered by the 3 admiral candidates and the warlord system, could merely maintain a semblance of equilibrium. To sever the ties of the great pirate era, that is but a dream more elusive than becoming the pirate king itself. Junior, Borsellino mused internally as he observed Rosen standing resolutely with his sword. This is the weight of the great pirate era. Are you truly prepared to bear its burden? He understood that Zephyr's earlier words were directed not only at himself, but also at Rosen. To cut through the great pirate era, your severity remains unwavering, indeed. Teacher Zephyr. Rosen listened as Zephyr's voice reverberated in his ears, a flicker of gravity and yearning crossing his gaze. Was it the weight of the great pirate era? His eyes swept over the black blade, Shuriwa, in his hand. Whether it could sever that weight was uncertain, yet it undeniably possessed an indomitable spirit that sought to confront it. At that moment, a footstep echoed from afar. Rosen turned to see Baskerville Choate, released from his cell by Shiryu, striding with an air of defiance to stand beside Katarina Devon, facing him. He silently reassured himself. To sever the great pirate era? Let it commence with these 2 monstrous pirates of the 6th level. Are the stakes truly this high? Zephyr, he cautioned. Be mindful that your students may not bear such a burden. Busker Jote cast a glance at Rosen, then directed his gaze towards Zephyr. I have never doubted the capabilities of my students. Zephyr stood with his arms crossed. Is that so? Busker Choate grinned, revealing a crimson tongue that evoked an unsettling sensation. Hey, is it Rosen? Hand me a jug of wine, and I might consider sparing your head from being severed later, perhaps due to the prolonged confinement. Busker Choate found his craving for alcohol overwhelming. Upon his release from the cell, his immediate inclination was not to resort to violence, but rather to propose a request to Rosen. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a transaction. If you survive today, I shall treat you to a drink. Should you fail to see the day through, fret not. I shall pour the wine over your lifeless form as a farewell tribute. Rosen, upon hearing this, did not respond with anger, but rather shook his head with a light chuckle. It is settled then. As soon as Busker Choate finished speaking, he could not restrain a belch, exhaling a breath laden with the potent aroma of alcohol. Then, with a menacing grin, he snapped his fingers. A tremendous burst of flame erupted, igniting the air with a brilliance akin to a colossal light bulb, instantly illuminating the dim, oppressive atmosphere that resembled a hellish abyss. Drunken fire. Busker Choate grinned, his face alight with mirth. Yet, his gaze toward Rosen was akin to that of a predator fixated on its prey, fierce and frigid. With a mere flick of his hand, he summoned a blazing inferno that morphed into a colossal fireball, its heat igniting the surrounding air into undulating ripples, hurtling towards Rosen with tremendous force. Meanwhile, on the other side, Katrin Deem, previously toppled by Rosen's crescent moon assault, unleashed the powers of her phantom fruit. transforming from a fearsome female pirate into the likeness of Monkey D. Garp. She then stomped the ground with fervor, her form becoming a blur amid the swift sound of rushing air. In an instant, she vanished, only to reappear like a wraith behind Rosen. Conga meteor. Catarine butterfly swung her armored fist, unleashing a magnificent force akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, aimed directly at Rosen's nape. Prior to this day, she and Fire.Your had barely crossed paths, let alone collaborated in battle. Yet, in this inaugural alliance, their synergy was remarkably harmonious. One advanced, exhaling high concentrations of alcohol, snapping fingers to conjure explosive flames, maintaining a frontal assault. The other, positioned behind, transformed into a naval hero, delivering lethal blows with a fist that had vanquished countless pirates. Was it the superhuman alcohol fruit? As Fire.Your exhibited the powers of the alcohol fruit, Rosen's gaze sharpened. He was not overly surprised, after all. Before joining the Blackbeard pirates, Fire.Your had already earned the moniker of Big Barrel. In the world of pirates, there are often only misnamed titles, never erroneous nicknames. Since Fire.Your was dubbed Big Barrel before his imprisonment, it was only natural for him to possess the superhuman alcohol fruit. It appeared that not all prisoners, or rather, not all members of the Blackbeard pirates, became fruit users only after aligning themselves with Blackbeard. Facing the dual onslaught of these two monstrous pirates, Rosen seemed oblivious to Catarine Butterfly's iron-fisted assault from behind. Instead, he quietly observed the searing flames cascading towards him, then raised his empty left hand and gently exhaled. Breath transformed into a blade. A second Zanpakuto materialized, gripped firmly in his left hand. Could it be that he, like Shanyue, was capable of wielding two such weapons simultaneously? This scene, witnessed by Borsalino, Zephyr, and Shiryu, sparked a shared thought among the three. Two swords? What a jest! After Fire.Your created the fireball, Rosen was entirely obscured from view, rendering any second blade in his possession invisible. However, Katrin Demi, standing behind him, observed everything with clarity. Upon seeing Rosen wield a second sword, her countenance shifted dramatically and goosebumps erupted across her skin. There was no remedy. For the past 10 days since Rosen's arrival at Impel Prison, she had witnessed this man repeatedly engaging in the depths of infinite hell. The Divine Gun and the Moonblade, each sword crafted from Rosen's weapon fruit, was fearsome, rivaling the powers of a devil fruit. The only solace for Katrin was the belief that Rosen could wield but one sword at a time, with no precedent of him ever utilizing a second blade. Thus, whether among the prisoners of infinite hell, or even Shiryu, Zephyr, and Borsalino, a preconceived notion took root, that weapons like the Zanpakuto could not be simultaneously forged and wielded by Rosen. Yet, with the moment Rosen exhaled into a blade, conjuring the second Zanpakuto, that understanding was utterly shattered. Fly, Snow White Sleeve. With his left hand grasping the sword, he aimed it at the searing flames before him. As the hiss accompanied the release incantation, the unadorned Zanpakuto transformed into a long blade, entirely white, reminiscent of ice and snow. Moreover, upon its initial release, his body temperature began to plummet dramatically. In an instant, it descended from a normal human temperature to a chilling -18 degrees Celsius, and it continued to fall. At -18 degrees, Rosen's body emanated a wispy mist of frost. As it reached -50 degrees, the ground beneath him began to freeze, causing tremors of ice. Then, at -100 degrees, frost formed upon his surface, resembling a suit of ice armor encasing him. Following that, at -200 degrees, the previously bright and heated infinite hell, ignited by Fire.Your's fire fruit, now still blazed fiercely, yet the surrounding high temperatures were swiftly erased, the temperature plummeting uncontrollably. If it continued to drop, his body could not withstand it. As the wielder of Snow White Sleeve, Rosen too began to feel the biting cold enveloping him. After all, he was a weapon fruit user, not a natural ice fruit wielder. His constitution remained human, not that of a block of ice. Even in the realm of the Soul Society, when Rukia Kachiki wielded Snow White Sleeve, she too would suffer injury if the temperature dipped too low. Yet, this was merely the limit of his physical form. As Rosen's thoughts shifted, he infused his blood vessels with armament haki, enveloping his skin, flesh, and bones. When his body temperature plunged to a frigid -200 degrees, the piercing cold that had enveloped him dissipated instantly. It was evident that in the world of pirates, devil fruits and haki complement each other. Their combination often unleashes powers that surpass limits. For instance, the amalgamation of Haki with a devil fruit can amplify the offensive potency of Haki. Conversely, the fusion of a devil fruit with Haki elevates the fruit's capabilities to unprecedented heights. With a flicker of armament, Haki dispelling the bone-chilling cold of the snowy sleeve, Rosen thrust forward, extending the pure white blade of the sword. As the blade of the snowy sleeve met the oncoming inferno, ice and fire clashed violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion that unleashed gusts of both heat and cold. Yet, after a brief moment of stalemate, propelled by the high-concentration alcohol created by the sake fruit, a massive fireball ignited fiercely in midair, only to be extinguished abruptly as if pricked by a needle. Enveloped in a shroud of white mist, to the onlookers, it appeared as though Rosen had merely thrust the snowy sleeve forward, delivering a gentle stab that extinguished the fireball. Simultaneously, without a glance back, Rosen swung the black blade, Fire.Your, his blade igniting with a ferocious flame as it sliced backwards, accurately intercepting the iron fist of Catherine Butterfly aimed at his nape, guided by the perception of observation Haki. The impact of blade against fist echoed with a resounding crash, sending shockwaves of explosive flames surging outward like a tidal wave. With the snowy sleeve in his left hand and Fire.Your in his right, Rosen maintained an air of effortless grace, even as he faced the onslaught of two formidable adversaries. Jat's eyes lit up at the sight of Rosen's dual-wielding prowess, his mouth agape in astonishment, a glistening, repugnant drool escaping him in his overwhelming excitement. "I see it," he exclaimed, witnessing Rosen's commanding stance. Yet, even after extinguishing his own fireball and entering a temporary deadlock against Catherine Butterfly's iron fist, a look of delight spread across his face, revealing a fleeting vulnerability. Rosen. He gleefully opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue, causing a surge of high-concentration alcohol to fill the air. With a flick of his fingers, an enormous fireball suddenly materialized, igniting the air of the infinite abyss with a series of crackling sounds. It trailed an orange-red tail, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky, hurtling towards Rosen's back. Did the junior have a flaw? Did Rosen possess any weaknesses? Borsalino was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist glancing at Zephyr, who, coincidentally, was also looking back at him. The two exchanged bewildered looks, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise. Although they had not consistently employed observation Haki to perceive their surroundings, as a candidate for admiral and a former marine admiral, their keen eyesight was undeniably sharp. Yet, no matter how they scrutinized Rosen's figure, they could discern no vulnerabilities. However, Chot's confident demeanor and his unwavering determination to strike were not to be dismissed lightly. This prompted both of them to question their own judgment. At that moment, both Borsalino and Zephyr found themselves pondering whether their reliance solely on their naked eyes, without the use of observation Haki, had led them to misinterpret the situation. Or perhaps Chot was not consuming the sake fruit, but rather the flaw fruit? Alternatively, could it be that the Great Barrel was a dual fruit user? Didn't he see anything? Zephyr and Borsalino exchanged glances, confirming that neither had noticed the flaw mentioned by Jat. They then turned their attention to Shiryu. After 10 days of interaction, it was evident to them that Shiryu's prowess was second only to Director Magellan within the confines of Impelled Down. He was undoubtedly a formidable swordsman. If Rosen truly harbored a flaw, Shiryu would certainly be able to discern it, and perhaps he had already employed his observation Haki to sense it. If Jat were a monster of the caliber of the Four Emperors, it would be undeniable that Rosen was currently riddled with vulnerabilities. In response to the questioning gazes from the two, Shiryu replied without hesitation. Borsalino and Zephyr nodded slightly, indicating their agreement. Flaws are indeed highly subjective. From the perspective of a Four Emperor, it would be clear that Rosen was fraught with weaknesses from head to toe. However, when viewed through the lens of Jat's vision and strength, it was uncertain whether Rosen possessed any flaws, and even if he did, it was likely that Jat would be unable to grasp them. It was as if the thoughts of the three were being echoed back to them. Moon Crescent Charge. Just as Rosen turned his back to Jat, preparing to withstand the fireball with his back, he fiercely pressed down on the hilt of his black blade, Fire.Your. The blade, locked in a fierce struggle against the iron fist of Catherine Demii, who had transformed into carp, suddenly erupted into a resplendent violet light. With a thunderous roar, a wave of purple crescents surged forth, akin to a terrifying torrent that devoured all in its path, sweeping towards Catherine Demi, who was maintaining her stance in opposition to Rosen's Shanyue, mere inches away. Faced with the onslaught of the violet crescent, Catherine Beam could scarcely withdraw in time, forced to witness the crescent enveloping her entirely. The terrifying sharpness penetrated her being, leaving her grievously wounded, the agony so intense that it elicited a series of piercing screams, which even the thunderous roar of the violet crescent could not overshadow. At that moment, the fireball unleashed by Bastjot had already soared towards Rosen's back, mere inches away from his body. Given the speed and size of the fireball, along with the distance separating it from Rosen, there was no time for either evasion or a strike. Die! Bastjot exclaimed, unable to suppress his declaration of victory upon witnessing the scene. Immediately, under the fervent gaze of his excitement, Rosen was indeed unable to evade or wield his blade in time. He stood rooted, maintaining the stance to unleash his crescent moon strike, only to be struck by a searing fireball that engulfed his entire being. Yet, there was no anguished cry, only the sound of ice and fire colliding. Then, the enormous fireball, measuring over 5 meters in diameter, collided with Rosen as though it had crashed onto a glacier. Initially, it released a substantial amount of white mist, and then the blazing fireball diminished at a visibly rapid pace. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just before it struck Rosen, the fireball had a radius exceeding 5 meters, yet within mere seconds of impact, it shrank to the size of a palm, continuing to dwindle until it transformed into a tiny flame, no larger than a fingertip, which was ultimately extinguished by the dispersing white mist, flickering out like a candle in the wind. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the confident, maniacal laughter on Bastjot's face abruptly froze. As the white mist gradually dispersed, he discerned the situation within. The ground of the infinite hell had indeed been scorched and melted, forming a significant depression, a testament to the earlier flame's ferocity. However, what left Bastjot incredulous was that Rosen, standing in the crater, appeared utterly unscathed despite having been struck by the formidable fireball. Not only was his body intact, but even his garments and hair showed no signs of damage. Remarkably, after enduring the impact and searing heat of the fireball, the ice that adorned his shoulders and back bore no trace of melting. Truly, these two monstrous pirates, in their alliance, had proven capable of withstanding my assault. Remarkable, Rosen remarked, wielding his twin blades, his gaze fixed upon the astonished and incredulous face of Bastjot. Impossible. My intoxicated flames have undoubtedly struck you. Whether by wielding a blade or evading, it should be beyond your capability. Bastjot continued to shake his head, unable to comprehend why his fiery onslaught had failed against Rosen. Indeed, your flames have touched me, and I was unable to draw my sword in time. Therefore, I commend you. The great barrel, Rosen acknowledged, admitting that the flames of Bastjot had indeed reached him. Why? Bastjot could not help but inquire. What do you think? Rosen inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The blade, Bastjot remarked, his gaze first sweeping over the frost adorning Rosen's garments, before settling on the snow-white dagger clutched in his left hand. I see now. The true power of your dagger does not merely lie in its ability to emit freezing air or encase matter in ice. Rather, it directly alters your body temperature. The knife's function serves merely to extend the area affected by the frost. A sudden insight struck him, and he spoke without hesitation. Have you finally come to realize it? With Bastjot having unveiled the true nature of the snow-white dagger's ability, the smile in Rosen's eyes deepened. He harbored no concerns about the revelation of the dagger's power. After all, the capability of the snow-white blade is inherently straightforward. Once witnessed, it can be easily deduced. Moreover, knowing and countering are entirely different matters. Everyone is aware that Whitebeard's fruit ability is the Tremor fruit, yet who among them could overthrow the world's mightiest man? Damn it! I had always believed that the ability of his white knife was to release freezing air and create ice blocks. Whether it was releasing freezing air or generating ice blocks, it was imperative to rely on that white knife. However, to my astonishment, that was not the case at all. While he indeed depended on that knife to wield his power, its true capability was not to release freezing air or create ice, but rather to alter body temperature. Upon witnessing Rosen's expression, Bastjot realized he had inadvertently unveiled the true nature of Shubai-Shue's ability. Yet, rather than feeling elated, his countenance darkened ominously. His initial intention in unleashing the fiery inferno was predicated on the assumption that Rosen would be compelled to rely on Shubai-Shue to shield himself from his flames. Thus, when he confirmed that his opponent had neither the time to employ Fire.Your nor the space to maneuver it for a block, he acted without hesitation, unleashing the searing flames of the sake fruit. As he anticipated, Rosen indeed lacked the time to evade or utilize Fire.Your. However, the crux of the matter was that he misjudged the capability of Fire.Your. Confronted with the fiery inferno, there was no necessity for Rosen to employ Fire.Your. He merely needed to lower his body temperature to a level that could withstand or even extinguish the flames. In other words, rather than going to great lengths to utilize the sake fruit to conjure a fireball, it would have been far more effective to swiftly charge forward and unleash a barrage of armed strikes. Believing he had seized upon Rosen's flaw and launched a fierce assault, it was he who ultimately became the fool. How could Fire.Your, now fully aware of the situation, find any joy in this turn of events? Since you have surmised that Fire.Your's ability is to alter body temperature, why not take a wild guess at how low it can drop my body temperature? Rosen regarded Fire.Your's darkened visage with keen interest. Basque's thoughts lingered, whether still contemplating or momentarily silenced by the recent episode of becoming a jester. He did not speak immediately. Absolute.Zero. Observing the situation, Rosen paid no heed to Basque's response, instead continuing to speak to himself. What? Basque.Jot's face turned pale at the words. He was acutely aware of what Absolute.Zero entailed, even as a mere pirate and prisoner. To put it plainly, a mere touch from Rosen could spell disaster. Just as Basque.Jot was reeling from the potential of Shirayuki's abilities, Rosen, who was 20 meters away, suddenly vanished, moving with such swiftness that it seemed as though he had teleported, all while making no sound and generating no disturbance in the air. Not good. Fire.Your could only feel a blur before his eyes, realizing that Rosen had materialized right in front of him. Then, raising his arm adorned with the chilling aura of Absolute.Zero, he swung the sleeve of white snow towards him like a flash of lightning. Oh no. He did not have the luxury of contemplating whether Rosen's assertion regarding Fire.Your's ability to lower body temperature to Absolute.Zero was true. Faced with the onslaught of Fire.Your, who struck with the swiftness of a white lightning bolt, he instinctively stepped back. However, in his haste, he could not entirely escape the lethal range of Fire.Your's attack. After all, Rosen's flying gale technique had propelled him to an extraordinary speed. With no other options, Fire.Your could only harden his left arm with armament hockey. As he retreated, he braced himself and raised his left arm, presenting it like a shield against Fire.Your's strike. When the blade made contact with his arm, he was not met with the overwhelming pressure or the razor-sharp edge one would expect from such an attack. It felt merely as if a child had playfully tapped him with a toy sword. He experienced no pain whatsoever. This left Fire.Your momentarily perplexed, an expression of doubt flickering across his face, only to be swiftly replaced by profound astonishment. With a crack under his incredulous gaze, his previously struck left arm instantaneously froze into ice. Not only his arm, but also his shoulder and a significant portion of his upper body succumbed to the icy grip. In the face of Fire.Your's Absolute.Zero confinement, Fire.Your could no longer feel any sensation in his left hand. It was as if it had ceased to exist altogether. It felt as though he had never possessed a left hand, leaving him with only his right. This realization chilled his heart as profoundly as his frozen limb. Had it merely been his arm that had succumbed to the frost, he might have been able to sever it with heroic resolve. In the perilous world of pirates, losing an arm, while daunting, would be bearable. Moreover, as a user of the sake fruit, the loss of a limb would not inhibit his abilities significantly, nor would it diminish his combat prowess to a great extent. Most critically, it would not guarantee that Rosen could easily take his life. Yet, the predicament was far graver. It was not just his left arm that was encased in ice, but also his shoulder and half of his upper body. His chest and abdomen were not spared from the icy encasement. He possessed the courage to sever his own arm, but to sacrifice his left chest and abdomen in tandem was an altogether different matter. Such an act would ensure his demise without Rosen needing to strike a fatal blow. It was astonishing that even his armament hockey had proven ineffective. No, the hockey had its merits. Otherwise, he would not be in a state where only half of his body was frozen, but rather entirely encased in ice. The truth was that Fire.Your's powers were too formidable, while his own hockey was insufficient, resulting in this dire situation. Fire.Your ultimately extricated himself from the lethal strike zone of Fire by creating distance between himself and Rosen. However, there was not a trace of joy upon his visage. In an attempt to evade, he paid a grievous price. Conversely, Rosen merely waved Schweb aside with casual ease. At that moment, a sound akin to a palm striking the ground resounded. It was none other than Catherine Butterfly, previously ensnared by Rosen's hockey and devoured by the crescent moon-like assault. Despite enduring the blow head-on, she not only survived but astonishingly rose once more. The formidable physique, vitality, and regenerative prowess characteristic of a Zoan-type devil fruit user were vividly displayed in her. Yet, having narrowly escaped death, her expression mirrored that of Fire.Your, devoid of any exhilaration from surviving, only shadowed with gloom and dread. These two monstrous prisoners, when united, represented the upper echelons of power within the infinite abyss, each capable of ranking among the top 10, if not the top 5. Yet, not only did they fail to inflict any harm upon Rosen, but they also found themselves battered and bruised. One was partially frozen, frost permeating his body, whilst the other had been slashed twice by the crescent assault, leaving her severely wounded. Bearing such injuries and frailty against a fully invigorated Rosen, both Fire.Your and Catherine Butterfly beheld naught but hopelessness. Suddenly, with a casual step forward, Rosen advanced. This seemingly trivial action provoked a reflexive response from the tense and apprehensive Fire.Your and Catherine Butterfly, who instinctively retreated 50 meters simultaneously. Observing this from his vantage point, Rosen could not suppress a bemused smile. "Did you not proclaim your intent to slay me here?" he mused inwardly, witnessing their response. A hint of amusement graced his features. "Then why create distance? With your overwhelming presence and capabilities, you ought to approach me to strike effectively. Or are you? The so-called monsters erased from history, afraid to come closer?" His gaze flitted between the two. Faced with Rosen's scrutiny, the countenances of Fire.Your and Catherine Butterfly darkened, revealing a disconcerting semblance of having their inner thoughts laid bare, exposing their shame for all to see. "It seems I have hit the mark. You truly fear approaching me." Such fear, he noted, was utterly devoid of purpose. Observing their reactions keenly, Rosen shook his head gently. The concept of combat distance holds significance only when the powers of both parties are equivalent. Thus, the distance between us bears no relevance. Regardless of how far you retreat, the conclusion will remain unchanged. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from the spot, akin to a bolt of lightning, silently appearing before Fire.Your. Then, with an unhurried grace, he raised his hand and extended it forward. "Move. Move swiftly." Fire.Your.'s body. The crimson pupils of Fire.Your constricted to the size of pinholes, his mind raging with fury. He had remained unyielding, his spirit in a state of acute concentration, constantly employing his observation hockey to anticipate Rosen's next move. Before Rosen unleashed his gale step, he had already foreseen it and instinctively propelled his body, attempting to create distance before Rosen approached, awaiting the timely intervention of Catherine Butterfly. Yet, Rosen stood before him, and Fire.Your remained rooted in place. As Rosen extended his hand, Fire.Your still did not budge. Even when Rosen's hand made contact with his body, Fire.Your remained immobile. It was not that he had been petrified by fear or rendered motionless, but rather that half of his body had been frozen, drastically diminishing his speed. In contrast, Rosen not only executed the gale step, but also activated his blood form, propelling his speed to its zenith. This disparity meant that despite Fire.Your perceptive use of observation hockey to sense Rosen's intentions and prepare accordingly, ultimately, nothing could alter the outcome. He stood there, akin to a fool, helplessly watching as Rosen advanced, reached out, and finally touched the unfrozen right side of his body. "Behold," Rosen declared, as he poised his index finger against the right side of Fire.Your chest. With a hiss, an overwhelming torrent of frigid air, reaching absolute zero, erupted from the point of contact. "Stop." Katarine's expression shifted drastically, ignoring the potential peril of approaching Rosen without due consideration. She immediately transformed into Carp's form and unleashed the sixth style, shave, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, in an attempt to halt the impending calamity. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, she and Fire.Your were already struggling to hold their ground. Should the battle revert to a fair 1-on-1 duel, the outcome would only lead to her demise being even more tragic and glorious. Fire.Your felt the terrifying chill emanating from Rosen's fingertips. His eyes widened in fury, his mouth agape, and his tongue protruding, resembling a malevolent spirit clawing its way up from the depths of hell, his expression grotesquely twisted. Yet, It appeared he had foreseen his own demise, aware that he was powerless to alter his fate. Ultimately, he could only emit a roar filled with anger, malice, and an overwhelming sense of despair. Then, in an instant, with a hissing crack, the remaining half of Boscaire-Chote's body, along with his neck and head, was encased in ice, transforming into a frozen statue, standing tall amidst the endless abyss. Through the icy facade, one could observe his features contorted in agony, his tongue held in its ghastly position, presenting a truly terrifying visage. All is lost. Katerin Demii beheld the scene before her. Her body, which had surged forth like a bullet from a chamber, abruptly came to a halt. In that moment, the once proud and confident expression that had graced her face upon her liberation from the cage by Shilio was supplanted by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and dread. Indeed, even the monstrous entities of the infinite abyss began to comprehend the essence of fear when confronted by Rosen. It was not merely an icy stasis. "Behold," Rosen declared, his finger poised as he gently tapped upon the icy prison encasing Boscaire-Chote. The sound resonated thrice, each strike producing a chilling echo that constricted the heart of Katerin Demii, while instilling a profound sense of dread among the prisoners witnessing the scene from their confines in the infinite hell. After the final tap, Rosen withdrew his finger. Yet the frozen Boscaire-Chote remained immobile, the ice intact, and his form unshattered. In response, Katerin Demii exhaled a silent sigh of relief, though her heart soon tightened again, suspended in a state of unprecedented anxiety. For after retracting his finger, Rosen turned his gaze upon her, stepping forward with purposeful intent. This time, he eschewed the swiftness he had employed to encase Boscaire-Chote, instead advancing with a measured pace, his eyes alight with a chilling intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura of conqueror-s hockey. Such deliberate speed, coupled with the distance between them, afforded Katerin ample opportunity to act, be it to defend, to attack, or to retreat. Yet, curiously, she remained frozen in place, as if ensnared by an invisible spell, her posture betraying the gravity of the situation while her body remained still. Eyes fixed on Rosen as he approached. With each step he took, it felt as though he was not merely traversing the frigid terrain of infinite hell, but rather treading upon her very heart, causing involuntary tremors to course through her body. Beads of sweat emerged on her forehead, neck, cheeks, and back, a testament to her trepidation. She was utterly daunted. Observing Katerin Demi's reaction, Borisellino discerned the unfolding drama. In the grand line, presence is power, and the terrifying might of conqueror-s hockey eclipses all other forces, such as murderous intent or sheer will. Katerin, despite possessing ample time and space to strike, evade, or defend, found herself paralyzed not out of desire, but from sheer fear. Her spirit was subdued by Rosen's overwhelming aura, akin to Monet facing Zoro's devastating sword technique. Even in elemental form, left cleaved in twain and unable to restore itself in the immediate aftermath. Move. Move quickly. What is happening to my body? Katerin Butterfly, like the earlier Boscaire-Chote, screamed in her heart with a frenzy of despair. She felt as though an invisible yet immensely heavy mountain was pressing down on her, rendering even a single finger immobile. In the end, she could only stand still, filled with hopelessness, as Rosen approached her, leaving her powerless to resist the man's will. Is this the end? Will she, like Boscaire-Chote, be frozen in time, or will she be utterly destroyed by that purple crescent moon? As Katerin gazed at Rosen standing before her, her heart plummeted. As a beastmaster, she possessed a physique far superior to that of any previous prisoner who had battled Rosen. Even after enduring several moon crescent strikes from the lunar blade, she could still rise to fight again. Unlike Boscaire-Chote, who, after having half his body encased in ice, became sluggish and stiff, losing much of his combat capability. At this moment, though Katerin was battered and bruised, her fighting spirit remained intact. Yet, oddly enough, she found herself contemplating her own demise. This was the reaction of a shattered will and a crumbling spirit, akin to the despondency of Moonlight Moria after being defeated by Kaido. Even if she survived, she would inevitably descend into self-destruction, her strength diminishing rapidly. As Katerin pondered whether Rosen would unleash another moon crescent strike or employ the absolute zero of the snow sleeve, Rosen stood before her, briefly assessing the witch-like moon hunter before him. Then, to her astonishment, he raised both the lunar blade and the snow sleeve. The hockey entwined around the two swords swiftly dissipated, only to be sheathed once again. After completing this, Rosen seemingly regarded Katerin as nothing more than air, walking past her without a second glance. What is happening? Katrin's pupils constricted, and an expression of disbelief crossed her face. She could comprehend why Blossoms.Your, encased in ice, was not shattered. After all, the ice sculpture stood there, and given enough time, he would either succumb to the freezing cold, leading to organ failure, or perish from asphyxiation. Regardless of whether he was shattered or not, the barrel of wine could not escape its fate. However, she truly could not fathom why he would retract the lunar blade and the snow sleeve and then simply brush past her. After all, in Katrin's memory, from the moment Rosen entered the infinite hell on his first day, no prisoner had ever survived under his blade. Thus, Katrin had prepared herself to confront death. There was no need for further questions. You LV6 prisoners are truly disappointing. Before arriving here, I harbored great expectations for you all, believing that even a solitary battle each day would yield remarkable progress. However, what I received in return was a series of disappointments. Rosen, with his back turned to Katerina Demii, did not look back but continued onward. It has only been 13 days. Even if teacher Zephyr were to place your name at the forefront of the list and release you from your cell ahead of time, the combined efforts with Blossoms.Your would amount to little more than this. You have not even managed to compel me to unleash my conqueror's haki. By tomorrow, I suspect your performance will be even more abysmal, to the point where I may not need to resort to wielding both of my swords. You have already become mere prisoners, trailing only behind Douglas Barrett and Raidfield. Should I choose to end your lives here and now, it would merely deprive me of two potential materials for my training. This is the conclusion I have reached. Rosen paid no further heed to Jotlin Demii, instead approaching Zephyr and proposing a training regimen that left Zephyr astounded and shocked both Borisellino and Shiryu. Teacher Zephyr, there is no longer a need to deliberate the order of the names on the list of prisoners, nor to consider who should be released first. Starting tomorrow, one additional prisoner shall be released each day. Today, it is the Great Barrel and Hunter Rokazuki. Tomorrow, we shall retain both of them and add another. The day after, we will keep 3 and include yet another, and so forth. This will continue until only those formidable beings, whose strength rivals that of high-ranking generals, remain within the confines of impelled down. Upon hearing Rosen's declaration, all the prisoners in the infinite hell were left astounded. Junior, I had always believed that Teacher Zephyr was excessively strict with his students. Little did I expect that your own standards would be even more demanding. Borisellino was taken aback. No wonder Rosen and Zephyr maintained such a harmonious relationship, while his own rapport with Zephyr, despite being a first-generation teacher-student bond, was fraught with conflict. Which educator would not appreciate a student like Rosen, who holds himself to such high standards and yearns for progress? Were he in Zephyr's position, he too would have cherished Rosen dearly. Senior, I simply desire to improve. Rosen shook his head. Was he too hard on himself? From Borisellino's perspective, indeed he was. Yet for Rosen, this was merely a steady and methodical approach. In a single day, I have revised my plans multiple times, yet I cannot keep pace with your progress. Indeed, only you can refine this uncut gem that is yourself. Since that is the case, henceforth, you need not adhere to the plans I have devised for you. Let us proceed as you see fit, adding 1 prisoner each day, until the infinite hell is left with only those possessing the strength of a general. Upon hearing this, Zephyr first shook his head, then addressed Rosen. As the foremost instructor of the Navy, he had always believed that the educational framework he created for Rosen was optimal. Yet reality had proven otherwise. Despite Zephyr's repeated underestimation of Rosen, adjusting the difficulty and modifying plans time and again, the ultimate conclusion was that he had indeed limited Rosen's growth. I can no longer teach him anything. This was not just about hockey, swordsmanship, or physical techniques. He could not even formulate a training regimen for him anymore. Reflecting on this, Zephyr couldn't help but smile ruefully. He found it difficult to articulate his emotions. Was he proud? Certainly. What teacher would not feel a sense of pride in nurturing such a student? Was he ashamed? Undoubtedly, there are individuals who, despite their capabilities, find themselves unable to impart knowledge or even devise effective teaching strategies, leaving any teacher feeling a sense of shame. At the moment when Zephyr felt a mixture of pride and embarrassment for being unable to teach Rosen anything further, Rosen himself directed his attention to the enhancements gained from his recent battle with Blossoms.Your and Catherine Butterfly. Your extraordinary intuition, through the combat with Catherine Butterfly and Blossoms.Your, combined with the cultivation of your energy source, has led to a remarkable improvement in your 3 forms of hockey. The intensity of your armament haki has surged by 85%. The observation haki has increased by 73%, and the conqueror's haki has risen by 52%. As Rosen gazed at the information flashing in his mind, a smile graced his features. Finally, he was no longer experiencing the meager improvements that had plagued him just days prior, where the enhancement of his 3 forms of haki had plummeted to single digits. Although it did not rival the exponential growth he had witnessed during his initial battles with Bondi Valdo or the clash of Conqueror's haki against Douglas Barrett, he had nonetheless returned to double-digit improvements, drawing tantalizingly close to a doubling effect. It is important to note that his current mastery of the 3 forms of haki, both in intensity and quality, far surpasses the capabilities he possessed when he first encountered haki at the Naval Academy. An enhancement of 85%, nearly doubling his armament haki, is an astonishing feat. This progress not only elated Rosen, but also fortified his resolve. Starting tomorrow, he would implement a plan to engage an additional inmate each day. However, even more surprising, or perhaps delightful, revelations awaited him. After reviewing the enhancements brought about by the confrontation with the formidable Daidoku and the hunter of Rokugitsu, Rosen caught a glimpse of Zephyr's complex expression from the corner of his eye. He pondered briefly and quickly discerned the source of his teacher's turmoil. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort to Zephyr, the scene before him abruptly blurred. The oppressive, endless hellish environment vanished, replaced by a serene expanse of blue skies and white clouds, revealing the magnificent architecture of the Soul Society below. Rosen instantly recognized this place as the Siriidia, not only from having seen it in a past life through an anime titled Bleach, but also from his extraordinary insight when envisioning his Zanpakuto while developing his weapon fruit. Simultaneously, he noticed 2 figures confronting one another amidst the grand structures. One was clad in the captain's haori, wielding a Zanpakuto, while the other was enveloped in fur, grasping an enormous skeletal serpent. It was none other than Rinji Abarai, Shinji Hirako. With these words, it marked the moment of the dual unveiling of their Bankai. Rosen's gaze swept over the 2 figures, recognizing their identities and surmising their imminent actions. As anticipated, in the scene, Byakuya Kachiki raised a hand and pointed. Bakudo no. 61. Rikuj Kar, 6 beams of light, akin to lasers, surged forth, ensnaring Rinji Abarai in place. If you obediently sheath your sword, you shall encounter no harm. Do you still wish to defeat me? Have you forgotten? I too possess the ability to unleash my Bankai. Byakuya Kachiki's words struck Rinji Abarai with a sense of dread. Unperturbed, Rinji calmly turned his Zanpakuto, directing its blade toward the ground, and with a relaxed grip, allowed the sword to slip from his grasp and fall. Bankai, with the cold voice of Kachiki Byakuya, as the tip of his Zanpakuto touched the ground. It did not bounce off the hard surface, but instead sank as if plunging into a lake. In a ripple of concentric waves, the entire Zanpakuto was submerged into the earth. In the next moment, the seemingly unyielding ground rippled once more, and one colossal Zanpakuto after another rose from the depths, their immense size suggesting that only giants could wield them in the world of pirates. Scatter, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Kachiki Byakuya stood proudly amidst the array of gigantic Zanpakuto, showing no signs of movement. Merely uttering the full name of his Zanpakuto caused the rose beside him to burst forth in a brilliant display of pink light. Following this, countless gigantic Zanpakuto, from blade to hilt, shattered into innumerable cherry blossom blades. Their sheer number seemed capable of obscuring the sky, blanketing the heavens over Soul Society. Trapped within the confines of 6 beams of light, Ashido Kaname could do nothing but watch as this sea of cherry blossoms descended upon the Soul Society. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stood frozen, observing the countless cherry blossom blades, rushing forth like a surging tide. The beams binding Ashido Kaname shattered into fragments. Along with his own Zanpakuto, the colossal skeletal serpent, utterly obliterated. At the same moment, the scene before Rosen shattered like a broken mirror, first cracking, then peeling away, until ultimately reverting to an endless abyss. The only addition was the information that surfaced in his mind, and as he focused, he saw, you possess extraordinary talent. During the battle in Impel Down, you have repeatedly utilized your fruit's abilities, elevating the weapon fruit to a higher level. By visualizing yourself and combining it with the weapon fruit's powers, you have comprehended a unique skill, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, Unique skill. Your prodigious intellect allows you to derive and comprehend the Zanpakuto's capabilities, manifesting in three forms: Shankei, Kankei, and Tokiai. Requires weapon fruit. In an instant, a myriad of blades took form. The cutting edges surged like an ocean, obscuring the sun. Upon absorbing the information, a glimmer of joy flickered in Rosen's eyes. After single-handedly confronting Baskerville Jote and Catherine Demi, restoring his three-color hockey to double digits had already elevated his spirits. But he never anticipated even more delightful news. The enhancement was not limited to hockey, but extended to his fruit abilities as well. After entering Impel Down, through days of relentless battle, his extraordinary talent had quietly developed the weapon fruit to an entirely new level. Though he had yet to reach the stage of fruit awakening, he could now manually perform Bankai and had even visualized his Zanpakuto, crafting a Senbenzakura Kageyoshi on the spot for himself. In recent days, Rosen had indeed attempted to visualize his Zanpakuto and manually perform Bankai. However, it seems that his development of the weapon fruit has not yet reached the requisite level to satisfy the preconditions for manually executing the Bankai. After several attempts at visualization, he still could not manually manifest any Bankai of his Zanpakuto. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Since he could not presently execute the Bankai, he resolved to focus on the Shurikai instead. After all, even in its initial form, as long as he continuously enhanced its power and combined it with the three-colored hockey, it would still possess formidable combat strength. Moreover, Rosen was confident that his extraordinary aptitude would ultimately assist him in overcoming the challenge of manually executing the Bankai. Indeed, just within half a month, his remarkable talent had already addressed the inadequacy in the development of the weapon fruit, allowing him to manually manifest the first Bankai of a Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. This was the first Zanpakuto he comprehended after traversing into the world of pirates and acquiring the weapon fruit and his extraordinary intellect. Is there anything amiss, Junior? Paulusolino keenly observed that Rosen's gaze was somewhat distracted, as if he were contemplating something of great significance. No. Upon hearing this, Rosen returned to his senses, shaking his head. He refrained from elaborating on how his extraordinary insight had propelled the development of the weapon fruit to unprecedented heights. Regardless, Paulusolino, who was merely a bystander, witnessing the unfolding events, could discern that his fruit abilities grew stronger each day, even without a word spoken. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the subtle shift in Katerina's expression. It seemed she had finally recovered from the overwhelming impact of his conqueror's hockey, her eyes and demeanor devoid of the previous terror and despair. Instead, they radiated a glimmer of euphoric relief, as if savoring the sweetness of survival from the brink of calamity. After all, aside from the frozen busker Choate, Katerina was the only prisoner who had faced Rosen and managed to endure without missing a single piece of her essence. You will have the task of shattering the ice and overseeing the re-imprisonment of the prisoners. I trust this will not pose a significant challenge, Chief Shirey. They should be more than willing to return to their cages of their own accord. Rosen redirected his gaze to Shirey and inquired, "Is that not so, Rokazuki Hunter?" Rosen's voice faltered momentarily, yet he remained turned away from Catherine Butterfly, not bothering to glance back at her with a proper gaze. Upon hearing the words, Catherine Butterfly's hands clenched into fists, and her expression instantly transformed into one of fierce malevolence. To be vanquished and rendered unconscious, subsequently imprisoned against one's will, could be deemed a mere demonstration of inferiority. Yet, to willingly return to one's cage bears no distinction from a dog that, after being called, wags its tail and returns to its pen. The mere thought of this ignited within her a profound sense of humiliation, akin to a dagger piercing her heart. Should she fight fiercely against Lawson for the sake of her dignity and spirit, or should she submit to a wretched existence, obeying Lawson's commands, bowing her head in subjugation, and returning to her cell? At that moment, an intense internal struggle raged within Catherine Butterfly. However, this struggle swiftly reached a resolution, not through her own enlightenment, but rather with the assistance of another. "What is the matter? I did not hear your response." As Catherine Butterfly remained motionless and silent, Rosen did not turn back. Instead, his gaze slowly drifted towards the corner of his eye, casting a fleeting glance behind him, while his pupils gradually radiated a chilling crimson glow. Accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars, grotesque black-red lightning erupted from Rosen's form, coiling around him like a colossal serpent. Immediately thereafter, a formidable aura of conqueror's hockey enveloped him, descending upon Katrin Butterfly with a crushing force akin to a tidal wave. With a thunderous crash, Katrin Butterfly's expression transformed dramatically. Her body tensed instantaneously, trembling uncontrollably. Having just faced defeat at Rosen's hands, she harbored an instinctive fear of him deep within her heart, even unbeknownst to herself. As Rosen unleashed his conqueror's haki, a tremendous pressure loomed over her like a mountain woven from black lightning, awakening that primal fear within her. No, it cannot be. How could your conqueror's haki have suddenly surged to such heights? Just moments ago, it did not possess this intensity. Katrin Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon Rosen's silhouette, her expression a tapestry of concealed shock. She recalled vividly that not long ago, Rosen had employed his conqueror's haki against her. Yet, in the brief span that had elapsed, the man's haki had escalated by no less than 50%. While she could comprehend the increase in intensity after entering the infinite hell and clashing with legendary beasts like Douglas Barrett, this sudden surge of power was utterly incomprehensible to her. Where could a kingly aura manifest such growth in a matter of mere minutes, without any cataclysmic event to account for it? Throughout her journey from becoming a pirate to her imprisonment in infinite hell, she had never witnessed such a phenomenon in any sovereign. Katarina de May gasped for breath, her confusion deepening into terror. As she perceived the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki, akin to a tumultuous tide, gradually giving rise to an intent to kill, her body quivered instinctively, overriding her rational thoughts. She found herself turning and, with a heavy and laborious gait, she began to tread step by step toward the cell that had once imprisoned her. What? Has she lost her mind? The hunter, Ryūjin, actually returned to the cage herself. She was not killed, after all. Wasn't it said that Katrin Butterfly was the most dangerous female pirate in the world? This scene, observed by the other prisoners, was nothing short of astonishing. After all, Rosen's mastery of the Conqueror's haki was exceptionally refined. Except for Katrin Butterfly herself, no one else felt even the slightest impact of the Conqueror's haki, and thus remained oblivious to the fact that Rosen's Conqueror's haki had increased by 50% compared to before. Indeed, a seed of fear regarding her junior had already been sown in her heart. Borisolino observed Katrin de May, who willingly returned to her cage, her fingers delicately pinching her chin, her expression contemplative. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. He had even experienced them himself. Throughout the years since graduating from the military academy and rising to the rank of a candidate for admiral, he had vanquished countless pirates, many of whom exhibited a similar reaction upon encountering him as Katrin de May did now. This woman had been rendered obsolete. She was no longer the most formidable female pirate. Although she still drew breath, her spirit had perished. Zephyr keenly observed the transformation in Katrin de May. He understood that the moon hunter had indeed managed to survive. But in a sense, the previous moon hunter was dead. What remained was merely a shell stripped of the essence and tenacity that once defined the world's most dangerous female pirate. It was astonishing that a being capable of ranking among the top 5 monsters in an infinite abyss could be so thoroughly defeated, her spirit shattered and resolve extinguished. This man, with each passing day, he becomes increasingly formidable. Shilio cast a profound glance at Rosen. In recent days, alongside Borisolino and Zephyr, he has traversed the depths of the infinite hell with Rosen. It is precisely for this reason that he has witnessed, firsthand, the remarkable transformation Rosen has undergone over the past fortnight. The only fitting description is one of sheer terror, while the dramatic enhancement of strength is noteworthy. What stands out even more is the metamorphosis of his spirit and demeanor. In just a brief span of 2 weeks, Rosen has shed the naivety and innocence characteristic of a military academy student. Through countless battles against inmates in the infinite hell, he has cultivated an aura of regal authority, one that commands respect without the need for anger. Shilio perceives this evolution clearly. Among Rosen, Zephyr, and Borisolino, the dynamics of their relationship have gradually shifted, placing Rosen at the forefront, rather than Borisolino, the strongest and highest-ranking officer, or Zephyr, the most senior figure revered from a bygone era. Indeed, it appears you have come to an understanding. As Rosen listened to the diminishing footsteps of Katrin de May, gradually fading from a thunderous echo to a whisper until they vanished completely, the fierce light in his eyes slowly subsided. Unlike the astonishment exhibited by others present, he revealed not a trace of surprise regarding Katrin's decision, as if he had anticipated her choice all along. Zephyr, do you happen to have any alcohol on you? Rosen inquired, turning to his companion Zephyr. After spending a fortnight in each other's company, he had come to know that Palloselino preferred tea over spirits. In contrast, Zephyr, who had once abstained from alcohol during his tenure as an admiral, now found himself unable to part with it in his retirement as an instructor. Indeed, however, what brings you here? I recall that you, much like Palloselino, possess a rather indifferent relationship with alcohol. Despite his words, Zephyr nonetheless retrieved a green bottle from within his coat. A mere prisoner, yet able to savor the wine of a former admiral of the Navy. It seems that even if you were to perish here, there would be no regrets left unfulfilled. Is that so? Fire.Your, encased in ice, was the focus of Rosen's attention as he turned his back to him and deftly tossed an unopened bottle of wine. The bottle landed precisely in front of the ice sculpture. Observing this scene, Zephyr and Palloselino recalled Rosen's earlier statement. If Fire.Your survived the day, he would be invited to partake in a drink. Although Fire.Your did not endure through his own strength, but rather because Rosen had no intention of ending his life. The fact remained that he had lived to see another day. Thus, even though he had released a pirate he could have easily dispatched, Rosen chose to honor his promise. Ryūjin, the chief warden, should he emerge from the ice and still be alive, please deliver this bottle to him. If he has perished, then pour it over his remains. That is settled, Rosen instructed Ryūjin before departing from the 6th level of Impel Down, while the complex gazes of the remaining prisoners in the infinite hell lingered upon him. Within the depths of the infinite hell, Ryūjin approached a cell while bearing a towering ice sculpture. He casually placed the ice figure inside the cell before delivering a swift kick. With a crack, the ice, much like that which had encased its victim under Kazan's freezing powers, was rendered fragile by Rosen's ability, Snow White. A mere gentle force was sufficient to shatter the ice into fragments. Similarly, the large barrel of wine succumbed to the same fate, scattering pieces across the floor. However, Ryūjin's seemingly brutish kick was executed with a profound mastery of hockey. At the moment his foot made contact with the ice sculpture, the armament hockey surged from his foot, penetrating through the ice and coursing within, before erupting from its confines. This technique ensured that Fire.Your remained unharmed while shattering the ice that had encased his body entirely. Cough, cough, cough. After breaking the ice, Fire.Your lay prostrate on the frigid floor of the cell, his complexion ashen, his body trembling. And he gasped for breath in the biting cold. Am I still alive? Was it you who rescued me? Ryūjin, initially taken aback by his own survival. He then turned his gaze towards Ryūjin, who stood outside the cage, towering like an iron tower. You overestimate me. I lack the ability to rescue you from that man's clutches. Your existence in this moment, and even the prospect of seeing tomorrow, is solely due to his reluctance to end your life just yet. With a scoff, Ryūjin placed a bottle of wine into the cell. This is wine? Fire.Yor's face lit up with joy upon seeing that Ryūjin had brought him a bottle. His deep affection for alcohol stemmed not only from his intrinsic love for it, but also from a significant reason. For those who have consumed this sacred fruit, wine serves as a miraculous remedy for healing. He gave it to you. Ryūjin observed the expression of Fire.Your, unable to suppress a grin that hinted at a touch of mockery. Who is he? Fire.Your was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words, but soon comprehended that the he to which Ryūjin referred was unmistakably someone significant. Upon realizing that this was the drink left for him by Rosen, the smile on his face abruptly faded. What does this signify? A reward for surviving? Yet, he was acutely aware of the reasons for his survival. Having gleaned the truth from Ryūjin, in that instant, Fire.Your no longer felt the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death, nor the joy of receiving a fine bottle of liquor. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of humiliation, akin to that of Fire.Your. Why this expression? Do you feel humiliated? That is trivial. Compared to Katerin's return to her cage, you ought to consider yourself far more fortunate. Observing Fire.Yor's reaction, Ryūjin's smile grew even more pronounced. What? Did she return to the cage on her own? Fire.Yor's face revealed disbelief upon hearing this. As the most formidable female inmate of the infinite hell, he was well aware of Catherine Diemme's fierce and unyielding nature. Yet, to think that such a pirate, after being vanquished, could only turn back to the cage herself is unfathomable. One can only imagine the humiliation and torment she endured during this ordeal. In contrast, though he found himself frozen in place, at least he had Ryūjin to carry him back to his cell, and he even received a bottle of wine as a bonus. With this comparison, Fire.Your found the wine in his hand less difficult to swallow. In fact, it seemed somewhat delightful. Indeed, Humiliation and pain do not simply vanish. They are merely redirected. You could inquire with her, as your residence is not far from hers. Shirley grinned, biting down on his cigar before turning to leave. He had completed the tasks assigned by Rosen and had no intention of lingering in the infinite hell any longer. After all, the environment, climate, temperature, and odors here were exceedingly unbearable. To survive in such conditions is, in itself, a mark of monstrosity. Ask her. Blossoms.Your shook his head internally, unwilling to become the outlet for Catherine Butterfly's frustrations. While Rosen could render the moon hunters utterly speechless, it did not imply he could do the same. As Shiru's footsteps faded into the abyss of the infinite hell, the sixth level of Impel prison once again succumbed to a deathly silence. It seemed that darkness and stillness were the very hues of this prison tier. Time passed, though its duration was indeterminate, until a voice shattered the pin-drop silence. It emanated from the deepest recesses of the infinite hell. "Are you not afraid, Barrett?" From the innermost cell, a cold and hoarse voice suddenly emerged. "What do you refer to, Ryūjin?" In the cell opposite, Douglas Barrett cast a glance at the man before him. With a hawk-like nose and a face etched with the wrinkles of a bygone era, he appeared somewhat aged. Yet, his gaze seemed sharper than the blade wielded by a master swordsman. Had it been anyone else speaking, Barrett would not have spared them a glance, let alone a response. But this man was an exception. He was none other than one of the legends of the old era. Ryūjin, a figure reputed to be capable of standing alongside Roger and the Whitebeard pirates solely by his own might. However, Douglas Barrett was well aware of the incredible exaggerations surrounding such tales. At best, Ryūjin was merely of vice admiral caliber, for he had witnessed firsthand how Ryūjin, upon encountering the peak powers of Roger and Whitebeard, had promptly abandoned his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Although not as formidable as the rumors suggested, Douglas Barrett believed that this man before him still possessed the merit to engage in conversation. He had grown stronger, perhaps due to simultaneously facing Catherine Butterfly and Blossoms.Your. The growth rate that had slowed in recent days surged once more. Such inexplicable progress seemed reminiscent of the times when you were part of Roger's crew, a feat you never achieved. Ryūjin regarded Douglas Barrett with a bemused expression. Indeed, he was not as powerful as the world had proclaimed. Yet, one aspect undoubtedly surpassed Whitebeard, Roger, and even the Devil's progeny, his observation hockey. Unlike the acquired mastery that allowed one to foresee the future, his was an innate awakening, enabling him to directly access the hearts and memories of others. Thus, whether it be the other prisoners in the infinite hell or the Devil's progeny across from him, Ryūjin could discern their thoughts clearly as long as they were within his perceptive range. "Should you continue to pry into my heart and memories? Be wary that I may take your life." Upon hearing this, Douglas Barrett recognized that Ryūjin had once again delved into his innermost thoughts and recollections. "Kill me? Can you truly accomplish such a feat? Instead of indulging in idle threats, perhaps you should contemplate how to confront that man." Ryūjin, of course, harbors no fear of a mere junior. Instead, he gazes at Douglas Barrett with a bemused expression. Rosen is ascending with increasing speed. I believe it won't be long before he stands before you. How will you respond then? Devil's progeny, he exclaimed with an expression of keen interest. Who among those residing in the mountains would deign to regard those below? Even if I were to cast my gaze downward, it is unlikely I would perceive him at present. Moreover, let us not forget that even if Rosen were to reach the summit, it would merely signify that he has earned the right to challenge me, not that he possesses the ability to vanquish me. I am, after all, the victor in this contest of challenges. In response to the taunts of Ryūjin, Douglas Barrett wore a defiant countenance. "There is yet another matter you seem to have overlooked. Before Rosen dares to challenge me, he is likely to confront you first. So I ask you, Ryūjin, when he stands before you, how will you respond?" He tilted his head back, his tone shifting to one laced with mockery. Upon hearing these words, Ryūjin remained silent, his smile unwavering, though a shift occurred in his gaze. Rosen, was it? Although the constraints of distance prevented him from delving into the man's thoughts and memories, he was acutely aware that Douglas Barrett's earlier statement was not merely a counterpoint directed at him, but rather an assertion of an unyielding truth. Atop the mountain stood not only the Devil's progeny, but also the solitary Crimson, while Rosen, hastening up the slope, sought to supplant not just the Devil's descendant, but him as well, the solitary Crimson, Ryūjin. He would not forget the words Rosen had uttered upon his arrival in the infinite hell, artifacts of a bygone era. This was a declaration for all prisoners, and it resonated with him. Being remnants of an old age, they would inevitably be swept into the annals of history. The strength of a new era? Let me witness it, then. Ryderfield closed his eyes, severing any further communication with Douglas Barrett. The infinite hell once again descended into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, in the office of the scorching hell, Rosen set down the remains of a roast. A mere scrap of a sea creature's bone left from a substantial feast. Before him lay over 200 pounds of meat. All devoured. Nothing but the slightest morsel of meat or a single vegetable remained. Simultaneously, the chi body source flow and the 6 library celestial thieves worked tirelessly. Your innate comprehension is extraordinary. Through copious consumption, you assimilate via the 6 library celestial thieves, complemented by the cultivation of the chi body source flow, enhancing both the strength of your 3-colored haki and your physical prowess. The intensity of the armament haki increased by 32%. The observation haki surged by 21%. The conqueror's haki amplified by 18%. Physical strength augmented by 42%. After reviewing this information in his mind, Rosen felt a twinge of surprise. Typically, during meals, or rather, during cultivation, the combination of chi body source flow and 6 library celestial thieves would yield a maximum enhancement of merely 30% for armament haki and not exceed 40% for physical strength. Yet today, following the consumption of the meal delivered by Domino, the enhancement to his 3-colored haki and physical strength surpassed every meal he had partaken of since arriving at Impel Down. What is the matter? As Borsalino was about to rise to prepare tea, he noticed the change in Rosen's expression. Nothing much, he remarked, sensing that today's meal was somewhat peculiar. The flavor was almost overwhelming. Rosen carefully chosen his words. Naturally, such a texture and taste could not belong to a medium-sized sea creature. It was characteristic of a large marine species, second only to the colossal ones. Zephyr set down his chopsticks and began to explain. This is a catch from yesterday afternoon when I returned to headquarters after attending a class with Guillaume and Kaki. On my way back from Impel Down, I casually seized it. Lately, my asthma has been acting up, and I thought a large sea creature would be just the remedy to restore my strength. Zephyr's tone was remarkably casual, as if this were merely a trivial matter. Indeed, upon hearing this, Rosen felt a warmth in his heart. Although Zephyr spoke lightly, claiming it was merely to recuperate due to his asthma, the truth was that he had ventured deep beneath the sea to capture large sea kings solely for his own benefit. After all, Zephyr was well aware of the intricacies of the chi body source and the 6 treasure celestial thieves, and he understood just how significant the assistance of these formidable sea creatures would be to him. Come, Junior. As for the colossal sea kings, having teacher Zephyr is sufficient. However, when it comes to tea, I assure you, Senior will provide you with an ample supply. At this moment, Borsalino had already prepared the tea. He first poured the brewed tea from the teapot into a fairness cup and then served it into the small teacups before Rosen and Zephyr in succession. Thank you, Senior. Rosen tapped the table lightly, lifted his teacup, and took a sip, savoring the fragrant brew while contemplating his recent encounters with Catherine Butterfly and Busker Jot in the infinite hell. I reflect on myself thrice daily. This was also part of the training regimen arranged by Zephyr. Through each confrontation with the prisoners, he aimed to gain self-awareness and subsequently enhance his skills. Images flashed through his mind, ultimately crystallizing on the moment Busker Jot seized upon what he deemed a flaw and unleashed a fireball. If his sake fruit had produced an element other than flames, combined with haki, perhaps it would not have breached his defenses. But it would certainly have sullied his attire, Rosen mused. Although his armament haki was superior to Busker Jot's, had it not been for the counterbalancing nature of the abilities of his Snow White and the flames of the sake fruit, particularly the absolute zero of Snow White overpowering Busker Jot's fiery liquor, he could never have remained unscathed from the flames. Not even a single ember or speck of ash had touched his garments. Had it been Ace's Fire Emperor or Kaido's Heat Breath, he would have dared to confront them head-on, but he would undoubtedly have been left in disarray. Alternatively, if Busker Jot had opted to utilize armament haki without the flames of the sake fruit, he could have certainly added to Rosen's discomfort. While breaching defenses was impossible, being sent flying was not out of the question. Just as Busker Jot had remarked, Rosen had indeed revealed a gap during their encounter. It could not be entirely classified as a flaw. Rather, it was a matter of facing multiple foes versus engaging in one-on-one combat, which are 2 entirely different scenarios. In the heat of battle, one may inevitably find themselves unable to guard both front and rear, especially when contending with equally formidable adversaries. Even the imperial capital is not immune to this. Consider Whitebeard in the Marineford War, Kaido in the Onigashima War, and Carp on Hive Island. Each of these three is a monster standing atop the ocean's pinnacle. Yet, no matter how cautious they were, in a situation of one against many, they were bound to take a few strikes. Indeed, the distinction between one-on-one duels and group skirmishes is stark. Whether facing Catherine Butterfly or Busker Jot in a solitary confrontation, they could not even graze my sleeves. However, once joined forces, they swiftly exploited any openings to strike. By tomorrow, I shall not face merely two adversaries of such caliber, but three, and thereafter, perhaps even more. As Rosen contemplated the increasing number of prisoners he would face in the days to come, he deemed it imperative to cultivate a unique ability, one that would enable him to confront a multitude of adversaries single-handedly. The notions of stacking armor, enduring blows with sheer physicality, or amassing health points to absorb damage were utterly dismissed. The debacle involving Big Mom and Kaido at Onigashima had made it abundantly clear to him that the world of pirates bore no resemblance to that of immortals. Within these vast seas, impenetrable armor and unyielding health bars simply did not exist. Regardless of whether one was the mightiest creature of land, sea, or sky, or merely a balloon of iron, there were always capabilities that could subdue them. In Rosen's perspective, rather than passively enduring assaults, it was far more prudent to entrust the resolution of challenges to his extraordinary intuition. If even his unparalleled insight proved insufficient, only then would he contemplate the augmentation of armor or vitality. The shell of still blood, a technique of armed color, was particularly well suited for chaotic skirmishes. With but a thought, it could be activated to create an impenetrable defense spanning 360 degrees. However, its clumsiness rendered it inelegant. Within the confines of the shell of still blood, one could neither effectively counterattack while defending nor maneuver with agility. While it sufficed for solitary confrontations, standing defensively against a throng of assailants would ultimately lead to a breach in defenses. Rosen sipped his tea and set down his cup, pondering as he organized his requirements. His new ability must be more expedient than mere physical exertion, akin to the three-color haki, allowing him to manipulate and wield it solely through thought in any situation, unlike fruit-based powers which faltered when shackled by sea stone. Even if he found himself submerged in the ocean, he must be equipped to navigate the circumstances. His capability needed to deliver the comprehensive protection of the shell of still blood while also incorporating the agility it inherently lacked, achieving a balance between offense and defense. In due course, Rosen meticulously outlined the essential prerequisites for his new ability and entrusted the remaining endeavors to his extraordinary intuition. He resolved to set a modest goal, allowing his intuition to strive for an impressive sum of 100 million. And indeed, Rosen's remarkable insight did not disappoint him. As Borsalino observed the empty cup of tea, he noted that the liquid had been entirely distributed. Rising from his seat, he proceeded to boil water, then returned to pour the steaming liquid into the teapot, subsequently decanting it into the fairness cup, and finally serving the tea into the cups before Rosen and Zephyr. Merely engaging in this ritual of boiling water, brewing tea, and distributing the infusion, Rosen was graced with a revelation bestowed by his extraordinary insight. His formidable perception allowed him to masterfully integrate the 6 techniques of haki with the profound art of haki supreme intent and chi body flow, thus giving rise to an innovative understanding of a unique haki skill, the form of chi transformation. The form of chi transformation, through an unparalleled command over haki supreme intent, one can externalize the fluid essence of haki, manifesting it into a colossal warrior's form, akin to a mountainous deity, while also possessing the ability to forge an array of weaponry for combat, embodying a harmonious blend of offense and defense. This haki technique evolves alongside the user's haki strength, facilitating the warrior's growth through 5 distinct stages. It requires haki supreme intent and chi body flow. Should others attempt to cultivate it, they risk depleting their haki, exhausting their body and mind, or even endangering their very lives, accelerating their decline. As the information surged within his mind, Rosen's gaze sparkled with enlightenment. This 7th haki technique was akin to a haki-infused version of Susanoo, and a superior model at that. Unlike the chakra-based Susanoo, which constrained weapon forms, this haki variant permitted the creation of diverse weaponry at will. Moreover, in contrast to the fruit abilities that become dormant upon contact with sea stone, the haki version of Susanoo was undeniably more reliable. With the form of chi transformation, even if he were to inadvertently plunge into the depths of the ocean, rendered immobile. As long as his haki remained intact, he could externalize it to conjure a Susanoo and ascend from the watery abyss. Faced with the precarious situation earlier in the infinite hell against Buskerchote's fiery onslaught, Rosen need not confront it with brute force. A mere thought would suffice to invoke the form of chi transformation, summoning a Susanoo, and without needing its full form, merely the first stage could effortlessly dispel the flames. There would be no concern of being overwhelmed by multiple foes, as he would maintain an advantage in both offense and defense. Junior, the tea is getting cold. This is the third infusion. Porcelino noticed that Rosen had yet to touch his teacup. Initially, he hesitated to interrupt, but given that this was the third brew, he could not remain silent. It is often said that the second and third infusions yield the finest flavor. As a mere deputy with a meager salary, he refrained from embezzlement or accepting bribes. Thus, savoring tea that costs several million berries per pound, he certainly could not bear to waste it. My apologies. I lost my train of thought. Observing the pained expression on Porcelino's face, Rosen understood that his senior was a connoisseur of tea. He first displayed a look of remorse, and then instinctively employed the recently mastered technique of armament haki. Instead of directly grasping the teacup on the table, he allowed the haki to flow from the tip of his index finger, transforming into visible threads of powerful energy, resembling strands of purple light. These tendrils, agile as fingers, encircled the teacup and gently pulled it towards his lips. It has not yet cooled down. The temperature is just right, Rosen remarked, taking a sip before deftly manipulating his haki to return the teacup that hovered before him back to the table. Almost immediately, he noticed that not only was Porcelino fixated upon him, but Zephyr was equally engrossed in his every move. Was there something amiss? Observing the two of them with their eyes wide open and utterly captivated by him, Rosen inquired, "What is it?" "What you just displayed was quite remarkable." Zephyr was the first to respond. "Teacher Zephyr, are you referring to the haki in its gaseous form? You saw that I was momentarily distracted, didn't you?" "I was actually contemplating this particular technique of armament haki," Rosen admitted candidly. The camaraderie that had blossomed over days of shared meals and experiences had forged a profound bond among the three of them. Moreover, both Porcelino and Zephyr had witnessed similar occurrences on multiple occasions. "Have you grasped yet another technique of armament haki?" Zephyr inquired, instinctively using the word again. It was unavoidable. Rosen had already manifested his own unique haki techniques on 3 separate occasions. "Junior, do not tell me that within the brief span it took me to boil water, brew the tea, and pour it for you and teacher Zephyr, you managed to comprehend the 7th technique of armament haki?" Porcelino remarked, his expression one of incredulity. "Perhaps so." Lawson nodded. "In the form of vapor, it ultimately remained a mere technique of armed color. With his current strength, coupled with the foundation laid by the various abilities he had previously developed, comprehending an entirely new technique of haki was merely a matter of moments." After listening, Porcelino fell silent, focusing on pouring tea for Rosen. In the time it took to brew the tea, his junior had already forged ahead. There was little left to say. If the tea cooled, so be it. After all, his junior's time was exceedingly precious, far more so than the tea leaves worth several million berries per pound. It must have been due to Buskerchote's formidable strike. Zephyr's insight was astute. Upon learning that Rosen had grasped the technique of gasification with a mere glance, he had surmised the essence of that ability and even deduced the reasoning behind Rosen's creation of gasification. Truly, Zephyr was a master of his craft. Upon hearing this, Rosen couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. The Navy's foremost mentor was indeed deserving of his reputation, possessing an uncanny ability to assess. But what of it? Porcelino felt a tinge of curiosity. In terms of sheer strength, he had already surpassed Zephyr at his peak. Yet, when it came to keen insight and seasoned experience, he still fell somewhat short compared to the legends of the bygone era. "Senior, you and Master Zephyr should come at me. It's best if you attack in succession, employing the most cunning angles possible." Rosen did not elaborate further, instead gesturing for his teacher and senior to join forces against him. Without hesitation, Zephyr raised his fist and, like a cannonball, launched it towards Rosen's face. In comparison to Zephyr's iron fist, Porcelino's speed was undeniably faster. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from the sofa, teacup still in hand, leaving it suspended in midair, untouched by gravity. In an instant, a radiant flash surged towards Rosen's back. He arrived as if walking on light, his right foot poised in the air, surrounded by dazzling photons, akin to a laser sword, descending upon Rosen's head. With Zephyr's heavy and imposing fist in front and Borsalino's light-speed kick behind, facing the onslaught of a former Marine admiral and an even more formidable candidate for admiral. Rosen was caught between a relentless attack from both sides. Aside from Karp, no other rear admirals could react in time. They could only stand helplessly, enduring the assault and being swiftly overwhelmed. However, those of the higher echelon among the 7 warlords might have had the presence of mind to respond. Though they could not fully withstand the barrage, they at least had the option to choose between enduring Zephyr's iron fist or Borsalino's lightspeed kick. A punch and a kick. Unless one was a top-tier commander, anyone would have to choose between the two. Yet, in the face of his teacher and senior's coordinated assault, Rosen remained composed, seated calmly on the sofa. Neither did he rise to evade, nor did he draw his sword in response. Instead, he calmly held his teacup, oblivious to the world around him, savoring the fragrant infusion as it danced upon his lips and rolled across his palate. It was only when Borsalino's lightspeed kick descended from above, akin to an indomitable lightsaber poised to cleave his shoulder, that he finally made a move. One might say it was the domineering spirit within Rosen that stirred to life. Without any visible action from him, the haki within his body erupted like a volcanic force, surging forth with the ferocity of molten lava. In an instant, as the haki burst forth, it transformed into a thick layer of crystal-like violet light, enveloping him entirely, rendering even the most penetrating of attacks futile. Moreover, once the violet aura secured its master from harm, it expanded further, radiating brilliance. In a dazzling display, the violet light coalesced into 2 immensely robust skeletal arms, akin to twin dragons emerging from the sea, reaching out in unison. One skeletal hand, shrouded in violet, extended toward the heavens, fingers splayed wide, palm facing upward, much like a celestial deity bracing against Borsalino's incoming kick. Simultaneously, the other skeletal hand surged forth, resembling the palm of a giant, imbued with overwhelming power, clashing head-on with Zephyr's iron fist. With a thunderous resonance echoing from their near-simultaneous impacts, Rosen adeptly wielded his haki, employing a gaseous technique to mold it into a lifelike palm that shielded him from the dual onslaught of his teacher and senior. The 3 combatants exhibited an exquisite synergy, meticulously controlling their strengths. Apart from the deafening cacophony, they caused little destruction within the confines of the office. The lightspeed kick, the iron fist, and the haki-formed palm erupted in a fierce clash, simultaneously counteracting one another, preventing any shockwave from spreading outward. Transform into a gaseous form. Rosen, the mastery you exhibit in this haki technique is remarkably intricate, far surpassing the complexities of the static and dynamic blood forms. After delivering a powerful punch, Zephyr refrained from striking again, retracting his hand instead. As a former Marine admiral and the foremost instructor of the headquarters, he discerned, from a singular encounter, the terrifying potential of the gaseous manifestation that Rosen had devised. This technique is profoundly more enigmatic than the original forms of entanglement, hardening, emission, and internal destruction. It eclipses the prowess of both the static and dynamic blood forms previously created by Rosen. Furthermore, Zephyr perceived that, while the gaseous manifestation may appear to be a singular technique, it inherently encompasses traces of other haki techniques, entanglement, emission, internal destruction, and static blood form, among others. It is a comprehensive amalgamation. Such complexity cannot merely be described as not simple. Junior, if I am not mistaken, this technique of gaseous form should be the culmination of your mastery over the 6 varieties of armament haki. Borsalino's gaze swept over the cup in Rosen's hand. Although he and Zephyr were meticulously careful to control their powers, ensuring no damage was inflicted upon the surroundings, it did not diminish the tremendous force of that previous strike. With the power of that swift kick, taking down a supernova with a single blow would be an effortless feat, yet what of Rosen? He effortlessly received that strike, remaining completely unscathed, casually seated on the sofa, sipping tea, and astonishingly, the fragile teacup in his hand emerged entirely unscathed, with not a single drop of tea spilled. What this signifies is abundantly clear to Borsalino. His lightspeed kick, along with Zephyr's domineering iron fist, failed to penetrate the crystalline layer of haki enveloping Rosen, which radiated a violet hue. The interior of the violet light and its exterior were entirely isolated from one another, representing 2 distinct realms. Indeed, Rosen nodded, acknowledging what Palyasolino had articulated. The technique of haki in its gaseous form was a remarkable synthesis of his extraordinary comprehension, amalgamating the 6 skills of convergence, hardening, external projection, internal destruction, static blood, and dynamic blood into a singular mastery. Thus, when Zephyr witnessed him employing this gaseous form, he discerned traces of other techniques, such as convergence and hardening, within it. In the realm of haki techniques, you have ascended to a pinnacle unprecedented in the Grand Line, a vantage point where all sovereigns can only gaze up in admiration. After receiving Rosen's affirmation, Palyasolino could not help but exclaim from the depths of his heart, "Junior, your insight truly rivals that of a monster." He shook his head, his tone filled with awe rather than the usual playful banter reserved for rivals. In response to Palyasolino's heartfelt praise, Rosen merely smiled softly, choosing not to respond. "Your abilities must have the potential to progress even further." Zephyr pondered repeatedly in his mind about the haki manifestation Rosen had just displayed, arriving at a startling conclusion, transforming haki into a crystalline purple light enveloping his entire form. And conjuring 2 massive hands of purple light was not the zenith of what Rosen could achieve in the gaseous form. Was that not the limit just moments ago? "Junior, you need not hold back. Showcase your prowess so that I may witness it. After all, this room is spacious enough to accommodate even the giants." Upon hearing this, Palyasolino turned his gaze toward Rosen, his face alight with eager anticipation. "Very well." Mizes and Palyasolino gazed at one another with keen interest, evidently intrigued by the technique of utilizing the gaseous form as a form of haki. Rosen did not conceal his anticipation. After all, during the ensuing battle with the prisoners, he would undoubtedly employ it. The very purpose of developing such a technique was to counter the coordinated assaults of multiple monstrous inmates. Even if he refrained from using it now, it would inevitably manifest in tomorrow's or the day after's confrontations with the prisoners. "Teacher Zephyr, Senior," Rosen said, preparing to reveal his true abilities. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward, fingers gently curling inward. The armed color of his haki surged forth from within him, unrestrained and tumultuous, akin to the mighty Yangtze River. In an instant, it transformed into a brilliant purple light enveloping his entire being, which then rapidly expanded outward as bones sprouted within him, his skull, neck, torso, and arms. A colossal skeleton, wreathed in purple luminescence, materialized from thin air, its giant skeletal arms outstretched like a guardian deity, encircling Rosen in a protective embrace. Was this the true manifestation of the haki technique known as gasification? Zephyr and Palyasolino gazed at the previously unseen purple skeleton, their expressions betraying a flicker of astonishment. To project haki outward and mold it into the form of a skeletal giant, thereby shielding Rosen, transcended mere defense. It was a harmonious blend of offense and defense. They simultaneously directed their gaze toward the formidable arms of the skeletal giant. Just moments ago, Rosen had merely shaped his haki into arms, yielding an astonishing balance of attack and defense. Now, in the guise of the skeletal giant, his capabilities were undoubtedly augmented. As Zephyr and Palyasolino were still processing this revelation, Rosen spoke once more, delivering words that would leave them utterly astounded. "I beg your pardon. It was my first attempt, and I felt somewhat out of my element. Just a moment, I shall be ready shortly." Upon uttering these words, the colossal skeleton that overshadowed Rosen astonishingly sprouted features, veins, muscles, skin, and even attire. In the blink of an eye, the previously fearsome skeletal giant had transformed into a magnificent being, a half-figure adorned in resplendent purple battle attire. "Are you ready?" Palyasolino inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon witnessing the scene. "Not yet," Rosen replied, once again astonishing everyone present. Subsequently, under the gaze of the wide-eyed Borsalino, Rosen continued to unleash his haki, skillfully manipulating it into a form resembling armor, which he donned upon the half-formed giant of violet light. Observing this, Zephyr could not restrain himself and stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. The collision of his fist against the armor erupted in a thunderous roar. However, the spot where his fist made contact remained utterly unscathed. The armored giant encasing Rosen did not tremble in the slightest. Such formidable defense. Zephyr glanced at his own fist, sensing that his previous strike felt akin to striking a mountain. It possessed a weightiness as unyielding as a mountain, with a defensive capability surpassing that of mere rock. "Is this the pinnacle of power?" Borsellino found himself uncertain. Not yet, Rosen replied, shaking his head. Under the somewhat dazed gaze of Borsellino, the heavy armor encasing the purple giant's form suddenly dissipated, transforming into a semblance of its initial second form. However, the purple giant, which originally possessed only an upper body, sprouted a lower half and legs, subsequently rising to its full height. The distance between the floor and ceiling of this office exceeded 30 meters, yet, as it grew its lower half and fully stood upright, the giant's head was now perilously close to the ceiling above. Why shed the armor? By manifesting legs and gaining a mobility previously unattainable, wouldn't donning the armor again enhance both offense and defense even further? Borsellino observed in astonishment as Rosen utilized armed hockey to forge a humanoid monstrosity of giant-like proportions, leaving him both awestruck and somewhat perplexed. Indeed, this represents your current limit. Yet it does not reflect the pinnacle of your gaseous form. If I am not mistaken, the armament hockey you possess at present, both in strength and quality, does not suffice for you to execute the ultimate state of gaseous form. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr immediately discerned the reason behind the purple giant shaped by Rosen's hockey. In order for it to manifest legs and feet, the armor must be relinquished, and conversely, donning the armor necessitates the removal of the legs and feet. Truly, Zephyr's insight is remarkably astute. You are absolutely correct. The gaseous form consists of 5 distinct manifestations. Upon hearing this, Rosen could not help but admire Zephyr's sharp perception. The first form is the half-skeleton. The second form is the half-giant. The third form is the half-armor. The fourth form is the hockey giant. As for the fifth form, the complete manifestation, it represents a perfect amalgamation of the third and fourth forms, exuding an aura akin to that of a divine warrior, which I have named Susanoo. However, as you rightly pointed out, Zephyr, with my current level of armament hockey, I am incapable of unleashing the fifth form, the complete Susanoo. Rosen elaborated on the 5 forms of gaseous manifestation. When he astoundingly created this armament hockey technique through his prodigious insight, he was taken aback. This is essentially the hockey version of Susanoo. Yet it surpasses the chakra version in perfection. Whenever he desires, he can forge an array of weapons in various forms using hockey, whether it be the conventional long sword, bow and arrow, shuriken, or the Yasukani no Magatama, or even higher-tier weapons such as the Yata mirror and the tin sword. They can all be effortlessly conjured. He has the ability to fabricate an assortment of weapons to adapt to different situations and adversaries with ease. This is the epitome of the evolution of hockey's gaseous form, reaching the zenith of offensive and defensive capabilities. Indeed, this technique of gaseous form can be described as a culmination of mastery. However, the requirements for the ultimate evolution of this hockey are exceedingly high in terms of strength and quality. Although I have never witnessed the fifth form of gaseous manifestation, I can roughly estimate that without the hockey level of a general, it cannot be achieved. Zephyr pondered for a moment and then addressed Rosen. Thus, your armament hockey must at least be equivalent to my peak state to fully embody the fifth form of gaseous manifestation. With your current level of hockey, forcing its use would either deplete your hockey instantaneously or allow you to maintain it for only a few seconds before it exhausts. And this is assuming your hockey is in a robust state. Therefore, refrain from recklessly employing the fifth form of gaseous manifestation. He cautioned Rosen that while the form of vaporization is undeniably powerful, its strength imposes rigorous demands on the use of armament hockey. In his prime, only his mastery of armament hockey could meet the requirements necessary for employing the fifth form of vaporization. However, he acknowledged that this was no longer the case. Do not worry, Teacher Zephyr, Rosen nodded. As the pioneer of this armament hockey technique, he possessed a deeper understanding of its dependency on Conqueror's hockey than Zephyr did. Yet, he felt no anxiety, nor did he feel any impatience for not being able to manifest the fifth form of Susanoo at present. Today, he indeed could not satisfy the demands of the fully realized Susanoo, a substantial consumer of Conqueror's hockey. But what of tomorrow? With the essence of Qi and the support of the 6 paths of immortality, his tricolor Conqueror's hockey was in a state of continuous ascent. It was a relentless bull market, characterized by growth without decline. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, he would face an additional prisoner each day in combat, ensuring that the expansion of his tricolor hockey would only intensify, never diminishing due to excessive strength, unless he found himself devoid of opponents in the Grand Line. Or if the sea beasts of the ocean were driven to extinction, there would be no stagnation for Rosen's tricolor hockey and martial prowess. Simultaneously, With the presence of the 6 paths of immortality, his body would be nearly ageless until the end of his life, perpetually ensuring his peak combat strength. Even at the ages of 80 or 100, he would only grow stronger with age. The perfected version of Susanoo, in its armament hockey form of vaporization, would soon be within his grasp. "Junior, you are truly formidable," Borsalino remarked, shaking his head once more, unable to fully conceal the astonishment in his eyes behind his sunglasses. There was an unspoken truth that both Rosen and Zephyr had not voiced, yet Borsalino grasped it clearly. The technique of vaporization possesses remarkable potential for growth. Even mastering the 5th form of Susanoo does not represent the pinnacle of this technique. Rather, as Rosen's armament hockey continues to strengthen, so too will the offensive and defensive capabilities of Susanoo evolve. Only when Rosen's tricolor hockey reaches its absolute limit will Susanoo's potential also be exhausted. The pressing question remained: did his junior even have a limit? His prowess had already surpassed that of Zephyr in his prime, leaving no clear endpoint in sight for Rosen's power. Today, they were set to release Avropizza. Zephyr watched as Shiryu walked towards the depths of the infinite hell, then withdrew his gaze and turned to Rosen, his expression complex. According to his original plan, Rosen would face Avropizza, the monster prisoner known as the King of Tyranny, no sooner than the 28th day of his incarceration in Impel Down. But what of the present? The rapid ascension plan he devised for the great general was compelled to undergo numerous revisions due to its inability to keep pace with Rosen's extraordinary growth. Within merely half a month, Rosen was already poised to confront Avropizza, and he was not to engage in this endeavor alone. The so-called Tyrant King was merely one component of the ensemble of prisoners aiding Rosen in his training. In addition to Avropizza, there was also Basjot, who had been frozen just yesterday, and Catherine Tammy, who, intimidated by Rosen's conqueror's hockey, had retreated shamefully back to her cell. The Tyrant King, the Great Barrel, and the Moonlit Hunter. Each of these individuals was once a formidable pirate renowned throughout the New World, necessitating the deployment of a vice admiral or a coalition of elite rear admirals from the Navy headquarters to capture these monstrous entities. Throughout the entirety of the infinite hell, these 3 were second only to the Devil's progeny and the solitary Red among the prisoners. Yet, what was the outcome? It required the 3 great monstrosities to join forces merely to qualify for a face-off against Rosen. Just a qualification. Zephyr contemplated Rosen's remarkable progress over the course of yesterday afternoon. Whether it was the enhancement of his 3-color hockey or the formidable hockey god form he had achieved by amalgamating 6 techniques of armament hockey, both he and Borsalino were left in awe. It instilled within him an illusion. It was not Rosen who was encircled by the Tyrant King, the Great Barrel, and the Moonlit Hunter, but rather, it was Rosen who surrounded them. His complexion appeared rather splendid. "Both of you." As Rosen cast his gaze upon the 3 prisoners released from their cell by Silu, his eyes briefly lingered on Basjot and Catherine Deem. He could understand the presence of the Moonlight Hunter, given that he was a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit, having consumed the fruit of the mythical 9-tailed fox, which allowed him to recover from injuries overnight. However, Basjot raised some concerns. He had consumed a Paramecia-type devil fruit, and was not a monstrous entity like Kaido or Big Mom. Moreover, he had endured a prolonged freezing from Rosen's absolute zero technique. The fact that he survived such an assault was astonishing enough, let alone the fact that Basjot's aura remained as potent as it had been prior to yesterday's battle, as if he had never experienced the frigid embrace of absolute zero at all. This remarkable resilience was undoubtedly attributable to your bottle of wine. As Silu released the sea stone shackles and leg irons from the 3, he remarked, this was the first time he had voluntarily disclosed the capabilities of the prisoners from Infinite Hell to Rosen. Alcohol. Upon hearing this, Lawson's eyes glimmered with a sudden brilliance. Instantly, he thought of Basjot's fruit ability, the sake fruit. Indeed, is alcohol truly the source of your strength? Not only can it conjure flames from its essence, but it can also expedite the healing of wounds through consumption. Rosen gazed at the healed Basjot, a sense of clarity dawning within him. Basjot remained silent, his expression dark, and he cast a frigid glare at Shiryu. The revelation of the capabilities of the sake fruit evidently displeased him greatly. However, soon enough, he found himself preoccupied with more pressing matters. The clanking sound of sea stone shackles and leg irons echoed ominously as they fell to the ground. Both Basjot and Catherine Butterfly, as well as Alvaro Pizarro, who stood opposite Rosen for the first time, felt a chill run down their spines. The fall of the shackles and leg irons was laden with meaning, and the three understood it all too well. Particularly for Fire.Your and Catherine Butterfly. They could not guarantee that their fortunes today would mirror those of yesterday, when Rosen had spared them. The lifeless bodies of those who had perished before them served as grim reminders that Rosen was unlike any other Navy officer. There would be no capture and imprisonment. No halting at the brink. Not even the mercy of accidental kills. Only deliberate slaughter awaited them. What are you still waiting for? The side with the numerical advantage is not me. Shouldn't it be I who hesitates? Observing the three as they shed their sea-stone shackles and leg irons. All tensed and poised for battle, rather than launching a reckless assault or choosing flight like the previous prisoners, brought a hint of amusement to Rosen. To counter the ever-increasing assaults from the prisoners, he had even had his remarkable insight create a new technique of armed color in a vaporous form the previous afternoon. And what was the outcome? Even as the target of the assault, he felt no pressure. On the contrary, it was Catherine Butterfly and her companions, poised to attack, who appeared burdened by the weight of expectation. Come at me. The monsters of the infinite hell, I await your arrival. Rosen exhaled, transforming his breath into a sword. Wielding a Zanpakuto whose powers were indistinguishable, signaling the three before him to commence their assault. Young fool, it would be wise not to become overly arrogant. As you just stated, we are all monsters within the infinite hell. Ultimately, it was the most boisterous among them, Fire.Your, who could no longer contain himself. His eyes widened in fury as he roared, his arms hardened by the hockey of armament, and with a single punch, he erupted with a chilling, killing intent, charging towards Rosen like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Damn it, Fire, do not recklessly approach him. This Navy's abilities reveal no vulnerabilities. Be it in physical prowess, hockey, or devil fruit powers. Even a 3-on-1 scenario does not guarantee our advantage. Observing Fire.Your audacity in attacking Rosen, Katerina Butterfly could not restrain her anger, cursing vehemently. Yet, Fire paid her no heed, driven by an inevitable momentum. Realizing this, she had no choice but to suppress her rage, casting a glance at Fire beside her. Then, as she had done the previous day, she activated her nine-tailed fox form, transforming into carp, propelling herself forward with the six-style shave, her figure shooting forth like a bullet. Receiving the signal from the Hunter of the Moon, Fire wordlessly dashed out, positioning himself to form a golden triangle with the other two prisoners, surrounding Rosen. However, before they could initiate their attack, Rosen had already directed his Zanpakuto towards the advancing Fire. Pierce him, Divine Spear. As he faced the wrathful king of tyranny charging at him like a descending tiger, Rosen merely smiled serenely. His Zanpakuto, in harmony with his words, instantly elongated and transformed into a streak of silver light, akin to a rainbow piercing through the sun, hurtling forth with an ear-splitting velocity towards Fire. At that moment, Fire was still about 10 meters away from Rosen, his hardened fist clenched tightly, poised to strike. Yet, this seemingly short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm to him. He had not yet unleashed his iron fist, nor had the hockey coiled around it begun to flow outward. Before he could act, Rosen's divine spear surged ahead, brimming with terrifying sharpness and force, shattering the sound barrier and dragging a piercing sonic boom as it pierced into the tyrant king's abdomen. A thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the very foundations of the infinite hell. Fire.Your's eyes widened, maintaining his forward momentum, his arm poised to strike. Yet, before he could even approach Rosen, a bolt from a divine firearm struck him in the abdomen. The terrifying force and sharpness surged forth, and before he could lower his gaze to assess the situation, he felt as though his abdomen were being forcibly torn apart. Then, rendered powerless, he could only watch in horror as a tremendous shockwave erupted around his body. And in the next instant, his feet left the ground, propelling him backward like a cannonball. The relentless speed of the divine firearm and the overwhelming force of the blade were too fearsome, as Fire soared backward. Every distance he traveled was accompanied by a visible wave of energy violently erupting around him. It took 3 successive shockwaves before they finally dissipated. Ultimately, he crashed into the iron bars of a cell. Fortunately, these bars were forged from sea stone, preventing them from shattering upon impact. I had previously warned that if one were to recklessly approach him, it would spell the end. Even in a 3-on-1 scenario, witnessing Fire being flung away by a divine shot before he could reach Rosen left Catherine de May in a state of exasperation. Under normal circumstances, Even if the tyrant king were to be dismembered before her eyes, she could face it with a jest, perhaps even requesting a leg of the tyrant king to accompany her meal. But this was different. The harrowing defeat from the previous day had proven a singular truth. Even if she allied with Fire.Your, they could not budge Rosen in the slightest. To survive this day, they would undoubtedly need Pizarro's strength. Such contemplative thoughts hardly seemed fitting for a creature from the depths of infinity. Catherine de May, however, found the notion of recklessly approaching him, thus sealing their fate, to be utterly ludicrous. Observing the once bold moon hunter from yesterday now adopting a cautious demeanor, Rosen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Whether one approached recklessly, cautiously, or not at all, the outcome would remain unchanged. I am not speaking of some future event, for you shall meet your end here, an inescapable fate that has been sealed since the day I ascended to the infinite abyss. Just as it was yesterday, wouldn't you agree, Fire.Your? He turned his gaze towards Fire.Your, who was grinning and spouting a copious amount of high-concentration alcohol. Rosen, upon hearing this, Fire.Your expression shifted noticeably, as he recalled the bottle of wine that Rosen had instructed Shirley to deliver to him the previous day. Known as the Great Barrel, he had always relished fine wines. Yet that particular bottle had proven difficult to swallow, even after consuming it, which had miraculously expedited his recovery overnight. He found no trace of joy, only a profound sense of humiliation that penetrated to his very core. Do not succumb to his provocation, Catherine Deem swiftly cautioned. Drunken dragon fire. Fire.Your heard Catherine de May's reminder and, suppressing his anger and humiliation, refrained from recklessly approaching Rosen. Instead, he snapped his right fingers. With a resounding crack, two vividly lifelike fiery dragons surged forth from the alcohol-saturated air, carrying a searing heat capable of melting rock as they lunged menacingly towards Rosen. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Faced with the oncoming enormous fire dragons, Rosen did not even raise a hand. He merely exhaled, and an unsheathed Zanpakuto materialized before him, its blade slanting into the ground. Then, at his call, the blade radiated a breathtaking pink glow. From the tip of the sword, the blade shattered into countless razor-sharp cherry blossom petals. Indeed, when he had just formed the 1,000 cherry blossoms, Rosen could only produce 1,000 blades. However, as his strength grew and his mastery over the weapon fruit deepened, even in its shurikai state, the number of blades he could conjure soared into the tens of thousands without needing to unleash his bankai. Countless razor blades soared into the sky, weaving into two colossal blade dragons that seized the oncoming fire dragons, and with a flick of their cherry blossom tails, they unleashed a piercing howl that cleaved through the air, shattering Fire.Yor's fire dragons into flickering embers that fell like scattered ash. Meanwhile, transformed into carp, Catherine de May, with the speed of a shooting star, utilized her Jeppo to glide through the air. Seizing the moment as Rosen sent the tyrant king flying with his divine shot and severed the fire dragons with 1,000 cherry blossoms, she darted behind him, leaving a trail of swift, slicing air. Extending her right hand, her fingers, hardened by armament hockey and resembling the claws of a fierce beast in her nine-tailed fox human form, gripped Rosen's shoulder. The instant she exerted pressure, Catherine's expression changed drastically. She felt no flesh beneath her grasp. Instead, it was as if she had clutched a block of sea prism stone. How could his body be so rigid, filled with uncertainty? Catherine could only speculate that Rosen had hardened his shoulder with armament hockey, leaving his clothing unaffected, or that he had employed the iron block technique from the Six Styles. Thus, with her right hand locking onto Rosen's shoulder, she stomped down, employing the moonwalk technique to soar into the air like a great rock, dragging Rosen along as they ascended above the 6th layer of the prison. At that moment, she resembled an eagle soaring high above the heavens, locking onto her prey on the ground before diving down to seize it with her talons, then soaring back into the sky, carrying her catch to the firmament. Every movement exuded the grandeur of an eagle striking through the vast expanse, falling into the abyss. At the pinnacle of infinite hell, Catherine Butterfly unleashed a fierce roar, seizing Rosen by the shoulder with her right hand, raising it high as her body twisted into a throwing stance. A surge of formidable hockey erupted from her palm, propelling Rosen like a cannonball towards the floor below. In the face of the overwhelming strike executed by the transformed carp, Rosen resembled a solitary leaf adrift in a tempest. Utterly at the mercy of her hockey, he transformed into a beam of violet light, plummeting rapidly from the ceiling of infinite hell, ultimately crashing into the unyielding ground. The impact resonated like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all the prisoners as if the very heavens had been struck. Where Rosen landed, a torrent of purple light erupted. The powerful armament haki shattering the rock layers of the 6th-level prison, creating a spiderweb of cracks. The haki surged through these fissures, filling them before erupting forth like molten lava, soaring towards the heavens. Although this was merely an imitation, a lesser version of the abyssal fall. Lacking the conqueror's haki and the martial prowess of true naval heroes, Catherine Butterfly's full exertion still radiated a semblance of the indomitable spirit of a naval legend. Has it worked? Suspended in midair like a bird, Catherine Demii gazed intently at the swirling dust below. Her pupils flickered with a faint crimson glow as she prepared to utilize her observation haki to discern Rosen's condition amidst the haze. However, unexpectedly, a profound black radiance erupted from within the dust. With a swift whoosh, the black light shot forth, cleaving through the smoke like a dragon soaring through the heavens, carrying with it a piercing brilliance that surged directly towards Catherine Demii in the sky. No. Catarine's pupils constricted as she beheld the ever-expanding black light before her. Instinctively, she shifted her body to the left. Suddenly, a forceful impact struck her chest with a resounding crack, sending her reeling backward in uncontrollable tremors. In that moment, she heard sounds akin to fabric tearing and bones fracturing echoing in her ears. As Catarine focused her gaze, she realized that the black laser shooting toward her from the billowing smoke was none other than the divine spear that had sent Álvaro Pizarro flying at the onset. What was more alarming was that it had transformed into a black blade through the application of armed color. Following her line of sight downward, she traced the spear to her own vulnerable point, discovering that the black-bladed spear had pierced through the very center of her chest. Skin, flesh, and bone were all obliterated in its wake. This black-bladed spear had impaled her, skewering her from the front to the back, as if she were a shish kebab, nailed to the ceiling. At that moment, the dust stirred up by Catarine's earlier assault, which had sent Rosen crashing down, began to settle. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she lowered her gaze to the ground, seeking to catch a glimpse of Rosen, who she had struck with her earlier attack. However, what met her eyes was not the pitiful image of Rosen injured and bleeding as she had envisioned. Instead, she beheld a colossal skeleton wrapped in an enigmatic purple light, its upper half exposed. Rosen was ensconced within the skeletal giant, shielded by its formidable form. Not only was he unscathed, but his attire remained untouched by even a speck of dust. In his right hand, he wielded the black-bladed spear. In his left hand, he held the black-bladed thousand cherry blossoms. Clad in the first form of Susanoo, Rosen's terrifying presence sent a chill through Catarine. Her pupils constricted, her complexion turned pale, and a trickle of blood seeped from her lips, cascading down her chin. Not only blood, but her very spirit plummeted into the abyss. 3 against 1. The tyrant Álvaro Pizarro had been dispatched by the divine spear at the outset. The fire dragon unleashed by the barrel-like Basque Chote had been shattered by the thousand cherry blossoms. And now, she herself had been pierced and pinned to the ceiling of infinite hell. Yet, astonishingly, Rosen stood unscathed, exhibiting an even greater terror than the day before. Oh, has it gone awry? I had initially intended to pierce your heart. Although Rosen faced away from the ground, his body, ensconced within the first form of Susanoo, oddly hovered in midair, never making direct contact with the earth. His gaze ascended, following the divine spear until it settled upon Catherine Butterfly. To his surprise, she did not succumb as he had anticipated, being pierced through the heart by the divine weapon. How remarkably swift her reflexes are. She managed to evade it. It must be attributed to the abilities of the phantom beast. Observing Catherine Butterfly skillfully elude the fatal strike, Rosen could not help but commend her quick reaction. Such instinctive responses in the face of life and death, derived from bodily instinct rather than the need for observation and color of haki, are not traits possessed by everyone. Clearly, this acute sense of danger is a gift bestowed by the Zoan-type phantom beast, the nine-tailed fox form. Suddenly, with a clang, Catherine Butterfly seized the black blade that had pierced her chest. This blade of yours, I have captured it. Her hands, along with her chest, pierced by the divine spear, were simultaneously hardened by the armament haki. With a powerful grip, her fingers tightened, compressing her chest cavity, and she astonishingly clamped down on Rosen's divine spear with unyielding force. How intriguing. What do you intend to do by seizing my blade? Or do you believe that my strength is solely derived from the Zanpakuto in my grasp? Thus, You naively assume that capturing my Zanpakuto equates to seizing victory? Upon witnessing this, Rosen let out a soft chuckle. Since Katerin Butterfly is so eager to grasp the divine spear, he would allow her to indulge in her desire. However, he tightened his grip on the spear's hilt and pulled downward. The black-bladed divine spear, piercing through Katerin's chest, began to slice toward her abdomen. Although she firmly clutched it with her hardened hands, fortified by her haki, and reinforced the area around her chest, she was still merely flesh and blood, especially as the spear's blade had already penetrated her body. Despite her utmost effort to restrain it, the blade continued its inexorable journey from her chest toward her abdomen. With each inch it descended, her expression grew increasingly grim, accompanied by a surge of pain akin to a relentless affliction. Despite having mentally prepared herself and possessing unwavering determination, Catherine Demii could not escape the excruciating agony inflicted by the divine spear. The pain was so profound that it tore at her very soul, eliciting anguished cries from her lips. Nevertheless, her hands remained firmly grasping the blade of the spear. She was unwilling to allow Rosen to reclaim the weapon, and she understood that if she were to release her grip, the spear embedded within her body would plunge deeper, severing her in two. Pizzaluo. Chote. How much longer are you two scoundrels going to dawdle? Do you not see that I am on the verge of collapse? You two rascals. Catherine Demii, gripping her divine weapon, bellowed in fury. Drunken Star. Busker Chote, upon hearing the anguished cry of Catherine Demii, realized that she was on the verge of collapse. He dared not delay, unleashing a torrent of alcohol bubbles from his mouth, while simultaneously snapping his fingers rhythmically. With each resounding snap, the suspended alcohol bubbles ignited into fierce flames, transforming into blazing fireballs. In an instant, dozens of alcohol bubbles morphed into fireballs, hurtling towards the cherry blossom blades encircling Rosen like a meteor shower piercing the heavens. Pizza-Ro. After restraining Simbanzakura, Jot immediately shouted. A sudden rush of piercing wind filled the air. In the next moment, a figure shot forth from the depths of the infinite abyss. Akin to an arrow released from its bow, slicing through the atmosphere with a series of sharp, shrill cries, racing towards Rosen. There, with Rosen's first form of the Susanoo, shaped by his armed haki, they locked eyes in a direct confrontation. Little demon, in the boundless abyss, we have indulged in your games for far too long. Surely, you have had your fill? Without these two blades, your journey ends here. The one who approaches is none other than Alvaro Pizarro, who was struck down by the divine marksman from the very outset. Indeed, to believe that seizing my blade equates to grasping victory. It seems this notion is shared not solely by Catherine Demii, but also by you. Rosen cast a sidelong glance at the cherry blossoms, sent soaring by the fireballs unleashed by Bacchus Chote, as well as the divine firearm captured by Catherine Demii. The thoughts of these three captives are unmistakable. You are absolutely correct. Without these two blades, what else could you possibly accomplish? Alvaro Pizarro bore a sinister grin, evidently holding this belief. Rosen, this time, it is your turn to exit the stage. He extended his right arm backward, and his fist radiated with a formidable aura, swirling around his arm like a vortex. Perish! Roared Alvaro Pizarro, his right fist enveloped in a ferocious and formidable haki, exuding an icy and bone-chilling aura of death as he struck the chest of Susanoo. With a thunderous crack, the unleashed force generated a terrifying shockwave, shattering the ribs of Susanoo's first form. This scene did not escape the notice of Catherine Butterfly and Jot, who could not help but display their delight. It was not just them. With Alvaro Pizarro's overwhelming blow fracturing Susanoo's ribs, even the other prisoners in the depths of the infinite hell wore expressions of exhilaration. They seemed to envision the moment when Rosen would meet his end, exiting the stage for good. Is it truly forged from the formidable armament haki? How terrifying indeed. I have never heard of such a technique within the Grand Line. Alvaro Pizarro, witnessing his formidable punch infused with Conqueror's haki failing to shatter Rosen's Susanoo, felt a chill of dread. Hastily, he twisted his left arm and unleashed another devastating strike. However, this could not serve as justification for your survival. As he further comprehended the sheer terror that Rosen embodied, his murderous intent intensified rather than waned. The armament haki surged forth from his left fist like a relentless torrent, transforming into a cataclysmic shockwave that crashed against the ribs of the Susanoo. The ominous crack of breaking bones echoed once more, as the ribs of the Susanoo's initial form were completely shattered. Open for me. Alvaro Pizarro's expression grew increasingly ferocious as he beheld the scene. His fists, like dragons, were firmly pressed against the chest of Susanoo, while a torrent of armament haki surged violently within him, converging in his hands before erupting with a tremendous force. With a thunderous roar that resonated like the shattering of stone, a powerful shockwave burst forth, resembling a terrifying dragon of haki, relentlessly tearing apart Susanoo's body bit by bit. Not merely the ribcage, even the skull and arms could not withstand this overwhelming force, shattering and collapsing under its might. Smash him! Basjot and Catherine Deem could not help but roar in unison upon witnessing the scene before them. They had awaited this moment for an interminable duration, eagerly anticipating the shattering of Rosen's final defense, the Susanoo. They longed to see the man who had inflicted countless nightmares upon the prisoners of infinite hell meet his ultimate demise. The ability to break through the first form of Susanoo was truly deserving of the title of Tyrant King. Not merely an adept, but a formidable beast of the 6th level, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Catherine Deem and Basjot through sheer willpower. As the Susanoo crumbled before him, Rosen exhibited no trace of fear or concern. Instead, he extolled the might of Alvaro Pizarro. His unwavering calmness, akin to an undisturbed well, sent a shiver down Alvaro Pizarro's spine. It was an unsettling abnormality. Such composure was hardly the demeanor of one trapped in dire straits. If blame were to be assigned, it would lie with the arrogance that permitted the three of us to unite. As Alvaro Pizarro observed the Susanoo teetering on the brink of collapse, he forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil, donning a mocking smile. To think you could shatter the first form of Susanoo. It appears you truly do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Allow me to elucidate further. Given that Susanoo possesses a first form, do you not ponder the existence of a second form? Rosen regarded Alvaro Pizarro, whose countenance had dramatically altered in response to his words, with keen interest. The answer is indeed. As the words fell from his lips, the armament haki within him erupted like molten lava, surging forth with immense power. Under the relentless barrage of Alvaro Pizarro's consecutive punches, the Susanoo, on the verge of being shattered, swiftly regained its form from the skull to the neck, and then to the upper body and hands, all enveloped in Rosen's armament haki. Not only that, as a continuous stream of armament haki was released by Rosen, further enhancing the Susanoo, what was once merely a half-skeletal figure rapidly sprouted veins, internal organs, muscles, skin, and even clothing. In the blink of an eye, the half-skeleton transformed into a vividly lifelike giant, exuding an aura both fierce and majestic. Although it retained the upper body form of its first stage, the second form of Susanoo, bolstered by an abundance of armament haki, far surpassed its predecessor in both offense and defense. This was the second form of Susanoo. Rosen regarded Alvaro Pizarro with a bemused expression. No, this is impossible. Such a vast amount of armament haki, coupled with such astonishing techniques. How could you possibly possess this? Alvaro Pizarro gazed at the towering figure of the haki giant before him, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. How could the Susanoo, which he had shattered to its very bones, instantly return to its former state, and in a more terrifying manner? Yes, it was indeed more terrifying. Even without utilizing observation haki, merely by sight, Alvaro Pizarro was struck with dread at the sight of the second form of Susanoo. Setting aside the extraordinary skill required to manifest the second form from the external armament haki, the sheer volume of haki needed to accomplish such a feat was immense. He was certain that he could not possess such a grand reservoir of haki. The realization that the Susanoo before him was a terrifying embodiment of armament haki left him trembling with fear. In response to Alvaro Pizarro's incredulity, it was the fist of the second form of Susanoo that answered him. This was a colossal manifestation of armament haki, meaning that Rosen's Susanoo was composed entirely of armament haki, devoid of any other substance. When that fist struck, it was akin to being hit head-on by a tremendous force of armament haki. Moreover, under Rosen's control, every punch and kick from Susanoo could employ techniques of internal destruction. After all, the Susanoo itself was an external manifestation of armament haki, albeit one that was extraordinarily vast and materialized. Being an embodiment of armament haki, it naturally could wield the techniques associated with it. Alvaro Pizarro felt a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by an overwhelming force that struck him with terrifying might. His stature was undeniably imposing, standing at a formidable height of 5 meters. Yet, before the second form of Susanoo, such dimensions appeared insignificant, barely matching the length of an arm. When struck head-on, Avaro felt every bone and sinew in his body tremble and wail. A suffocating wave of pressure and pain surged through him. In an instant, his body exploded outward in a violent shockwave, hurtling him like a missile against the thick wall of the infinite hell. With a mere flick of his wrist, as if swatting away an insect, Rosen sent the tyrant king flying. His gaze swept over Fire.Your, who was entangled in the explosive flames of the sake fruit's abilities, and the tenacious Catherine Demi, still clinging fiercely to her divine spear. Are you truly that fearful of my fruit abilities? Rosen's eyes glinted coldly as he contemplated Fire and Catherine. With a thought, the divine spear piercing Catherine's body, along with the cherry blossom blades of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, vanished into thin air. Then, controlling Susanoo, he swung an arm forged from immense haki, fingers splayed, and clenched into the air. With a resounding clang, a blade of haki, flowing like water and burning like fire, materialized out of nowhere, grasped firmly in Susanoo's hand. Much like the second form of Susanoo, this weapon, reminiscent of a lightsaber, was crafted by Rosen's mastery of haki, a manifestation of his will. What a pity, your regard for me is still woefully inadequate. There is much more to fear than just my devil fruit. My haki, too, is formidable. As he wielded the haki blade, an invincible aura surged forth, erupting like a tempest from within Susanoo, pressing down upon Fire. The second form of Susanoo loomed like a colossal demon, wielding a haki blade as gargantuan as a pirate's sword. Observing the towering figure of Susanoo, radiating an intimidating aura, Fire felt an overwhelming tension grip him. The pressure was so immense that he found himself involuntarily swallowing repeatedly. What manner of monster am I battling? At that moment, this thought blossomed unbidden in his mind. He had initially believed that teaming up with Catherine to restrain Rosen's weaponized fruit would be sufficient. Then, let the most formidable and powerful Havaro Pizarro take action to secure victory. Little did he anticipate that Rosen's terror stemmed not only from the weapon fruit, but also from his haki. The immense armament haki capable of shaping a giant over 20 meters tall, coupled with the exquisite technique to mold flowing haki into both giants and weapons, surpassed all comprehension of haki users, including Fire. What filled him with dread was Rosen's earlier mention of the second form of Susanoo. With a first form and a second form, did this Susanoo, a creature conjured by Rosen's armament haki, possess a third form? The mere contemplation of this sank his heart into despair. Will he not attack? Observing Fire.'s hesitation to initiate an assault, Rosen chuckled softly and stepped forward, his Susanoo, akin to a guardian deity, moved in tandem with him. Despite its massive frame and lack of lower limbs, this creation of armament haki bore almost no weight. Its speed, akin to a shadow, depended solely on the user's own velocity. If he is swift, so too is Susanoo. Just as it was now. With a swift leap, Rosen dashed before Fire, his Susanoo closely following like a faithful companion. Towering before Fire like a small mountain, it raised a colossal haki blade, akin to the size of a pirate ship, and brought it crashing down. There was no intricate swordsmanship, only the simple yet forceful cleave. However, in the face of Susanoo's unadorned strike, Fire was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of despair. To him, the descending blade was not merely a sword, but a mountain forged from haki, a blade capable of cleaving the earth and splitting the seas. Even more terrifying was the expansive area of the strike, executed with astonishing speed, unaffected by the sheer size of Susanoo itself. There's no escaping. Fire felt a sudden flash before his eyes as Rosen, accompanied by Susanoo, charged forward, wielding a formidable blade. In a state of despair and helplessness, he found himself unable to activate the powers of the sake fruit to expel alcohol and conjure searing flames. Instead, he crossed his arms above his head, fortifying them with haki to withstand the impending blow, only to be engulfed by the descending sword of haki. A thunderous roar erupted as the heavy and resilient earth shattered and collapsed beneath the force. With a piercing scream from Fire, he was mercilessly cleaved into the subterranean rock by the blade of Susanoo. Rosen, manipulating Susanoo, retracted the long sword, and instantly, crimson blood gushed forth from the fissures in the ground. With a casual fist, he sent flying the formidable tyrant, who, though not an ability user, possessed the mightiest of wills. A swift strike with his blade ensnared the fruit user, Fire, plunging him deep into the earth. In the boundless abyss, the trio of unparalleled power, second only to the Devil's Progeny and the Solitary Scarlet, were swiftly overwhelmed, suffering grievous injuries. Among them was Catherine de Bow, who, thanks to Rosen's decision to disperse the divine spear, was liberated from her shackles, no longer facing the imminent peril of being eviscerated by the divine weapon. Freed from the relentless agony of the spear's blade slicing through her flesh and organs, her predicament, however, remained dire. As she descended from the air with a soft thud, Catherine's body trembled incessantly. Even the slightest movement caused her penetrating wounds to gush forth thick blood, pooling upon the floor. Evidently, even though she had narrowly avoided a fatal strike to her heart from the spear, an attack of the black blade variety, her injuries were severe. Relying on the vitality and regenerative abilities of her mythical beast lineage, she remained standing, yet she gasped for breath, her complexion pale. In such a state, confronting Rosen, who wielded Susanoo, she recognized the futility of her situation. Nevertheless, the circumstances would not shift due to Catherine's despair. The battle would not cease in the face of her hopelessness. Just as Catherine was catching her breath, she noticed that in the blink of an eye, both Rosen and Susanoo, who had been within her sight moments before, vanished without a trace beneath her very eyelids. No, her pupils, glowing with a crimson hue, abruptly constricted, and she remained in a state of heightened vigilance, acutely attuned to Rosen's presence and imminent movements. Yet, she understood that her awareness would prove futile. Katrin Demii instinctively activated her body, attempting to step back and retreat swiftly from her position. However, as her brain sent the signal and her body began to bend at the knees, a violet figure had already positioned itself before her, the immense shadow of Susanoo enveloping her entirely. Before she could withdraw, a large hand reached out with astonishing swiftness, seizing her just as her feet had barely left the ground, grasping her firmly in its grip. The force of its fingers bore down upon her like a cataclysmic torrent, crushing her with terrifying power. Katarina Butterfly's features contorted in anguish as a piercing scream escaped her lips. In an instant, she utilized her armed color hockey to harden her body, attempting to withstand the oppressive grip of the Susanoo, whose fingers tightened with crushing force, but to no avail. The Susanoo that ensnared her was a formidable manifestation of hockey, crafted through Rosen's gaseous form technique. From head to toe, it was composed entirely of this potent energy. As it clasped Katarina Butterfly, the moment its fingers constricted, a torrent of armed color hockey penetrated her exterior and surged within, directly assaulting her internal organs. She could not feign indifference. Faced with such internal devastation, she had no choice but to rely on her physical resilience and vitality. If this was merely a limitation, akin to the Monkey King being grasped by the Buddha, she might have managed to endure for a while, leveraging her formidable bloodline and regenerative capabilities. However, the predicament was that Rosen wielded the Susanoo with her ensnared in its grasp, and this was merely the beginning. As Rosen's thoughts surged, the Susanoo raised its right hand, effortlessly lifting Katarina Butterfly toward the ceiling of the 6th prison level. Then, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a god of thunder striking a drum, erupted, as sinister, terrifying bolts of black lightning erupted from the hand of the Susanoo that held Katarina Butterfly, coiling around its arm like a dark dragon. The overwhelming pressure, akin to tumultuous waves, crashed upon Katarina Butterfly in relentless succession. This familiar movement, this demeanor of disdain accompanied by the conquering aura, instantly conjured for words in her mind. Simultaneously, a voice that struck terror into her very core resounded in her ears. Susanoo, descend to the depths. No. Catherine Butterfly's expression changed dramatically, her half-human, half-fox visage betraying a look of sheer terror. She had previously utilized the abilities of the mythical beast, the nine-tailed fox, to transform into Monkey D. Garp, and thus, she was acutely aware of the technique that Rosen was currently employing. In fact, just moments ago, she had employed it against him as well. Simultaneously, Catherine Butterfly understood that unlike her own inferior version of the technique, which lacked the Conqueror's hockey, Rosen's rendition was not only infused with Conqueror's hockey, but also incorporated the skill of hockey entanglement. Moreover, it was executed through the manifestation of Susanoo. This indicated that what Rosen had achieved was a pinnacle synthesis of his Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and numerous techniques. The Susanoo's descent was a manifestation of hockey that, throughout the entirety of the Grand Line, only Rosen could wield. Even the famed marine heroes were incapable of such mastery. As Catherine felt the overwhelming pressure cascading upon her, and heard the deafening roars of Haki and the rushing winds around her, she frantically twisted her body, attempting to escape the grasp of Susanu's hand, but to no avail. The fingers of Susanu's second form were colossal embodiments of solidified Haki. Given her current weakened state, she was utterly powerless to break free. Ultimately, she could only watch in helpless horror as Susanu raised its hand, entwined with Conqueror's Haki, and hurled her body downward like a baseball into the depths of the infinite hell. With a thunderous roar, as Catherine Butterfly was released, her entire form was engulfed by streaks of black and red lightning. Then, amidst piercing shrieks, she transformed into a black beam, plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground of infinite hell with the ferocity of an enraged dragon. The prison trembled violently, the ground erupting in a powerful wave of shock. At the epicenter, a column of black light surged upward as if a volcano had erupted, reaching the ceiling of the 6th level of Impelled Down. Then, amidst the resounding thunder, the black light pillar erupted, shattering into streaks of black lightning that slithered across the ceiling like a multitude of serpents. After a while, as the dark thunder dissipated and the smoke cleared, the prisoners from all directions simultaneously turned their gazes towards the epicenter of the previously dominant thunderous pillar, immediately catching sight of a tragic figure. With limbs contorted in an irregular, twisted manner, she lay sprawled on the shattered prison floor. Suddenly, a jet of crimson blood gushed forth from the exquisite form of Catherine, splattering like a fountain and rapidly staining the ground. In the pool of blood, the foxtails behind her and all traces of her transformation into the nine-tailed fox vanished in an instant. Rosen, wielding the Susanu, unleashed a devastating blow that completely depleted the life force of a phantom beast user, reverting them back to their human form. With the combined might of the three formidable entities, the Tyrant King was sent flying with a single punch, embedded into the prison wall. The massive barrel was cleaved in two, buried deep into the prison's depths. The hunter, Wakatsuki, suffered the worst fate, as Rosen's Susanu struck with such force that it created a pool of blood upon impact. Could Haki truly be wielded in such a manner? Zephyr gazed in awe at the Susanu, standing like a god of war at the center of this infinite hell, and at Rosen, the master who summoned and commanded this monstrous entity, his face betraying an uncontrollable shock. As a man who had risen to the rank of admiral through mastery of Haki and physical prowess, he found himself among the select few who stood at the pinnacle of armed Haki. Yet, it was only today, through the eyes of his student, that he witnessed such extraordinary applications of Haki. The armed Haki sculpted the divine form of Susanu, while the conqueror's Haki entwined around Susanu's hands, wielded like blades. This unparalleled mastery of Haki, both ancient and modern, is truly terrifying. Junior, Palyasolino gazed deeply at Rosen. At the side, Shiryu fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, this second-in-command of Impelled Down could only acquiesce to Palyasolino's assertion. Given Rosen's current prowess, he undeniably surpasses many in the realm of Haki, and there are indeed numerous formidable individuals upon these seas. However, when it comes to the mastery of Haki techniques, even the combined might of the current four emperors pales in comparison to Rosen. Even the legendary Joel D. Roger, who has long since departed this world, seems a distant memory when juxtaposed with his capabilities. Yet, I never perceived before that my junior harbored such a grudge. Just moments ago, Catherine de Vries had transformed into the likeness of Captain Garp and executed a technique known as the undersea drop, to which he immediately retaliated. Not only did he entwine it with Conqueror-S Haki, but he also employed Susanu to manifest this move. Palyasolino clasped his chin, observing the somewhat mangled form of Catherine de Vries, who lay upon the ground, and instinctively recoiled. Rosen's version of the undersea drop was no mere imitation like that of Catherine de Vries. It was imbued with Conqueror-S Haki and enhanced by Susanu. Should my Junior-S mastery of Haki advance further, particularly his armament Haki reaching the level where he could summon a complete Susanu, then employing this undersea drop would be a formidable sight. As Palyasolino contemplated this, he couldn't help but instinctively draw back his neck. Even as a candidate for admiral, his combat prowess exceeds that of the peak-era Zephyr. Yet, should he take a full-force Susanu-enhanced undersea drop, he might find himself in dire straits. Whether or not his vitality would be completely drained, he could not say. Certainly, he had no desire to meet his end. 3 against 1, yet he triumphed effortlessly. Indeed, each day, a new monstrous prisoner is added, although it may not result in the same immediate defeat as the previous one-on-one encounters. The continuing rise in prisoner numbers will inevitably match the pace of Rosen's progress. Zephyr's gaze flitted across the walls, the ground, and the trio of prisoners below. Yet his mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. After enduring this battle against 3 foes, he was certain that following today, Rosen's mastery of the 3-color hockey, his physical prowess, and even his fruit abilities would undergo a remarkable transformation. Consequently, even if the count of prisoners swells to 4 in tomorrow's infinite hell, it will still pale in comparison to Rosen's burgeoning strength. However, this was of little concern. When all the prisoners from Impel Down level 6 converge, they will still be unable to rival him. By that time, he would have ascended to the rank of admiral. Reflecting on this, Zephyr felt a sense of relief. He had once assured Sengoku that when Rosen departed from the confines of Impel Down, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of an admiral candidate. This designation did not refer to someone like Borsellino, who bore the title without the corresponding power of a top-tier admiral, but rather to the strength he once held in his prime. Yet now, as each day brings an additional prisoner, until only the forbidding devil's progeny and the solitary red remain in infinite hell, Rosen's prowess would surely exceed the bounds of an admiral candidate. In fact, he might even rival Zephyr at his zenith. Zephyr had no doubt about this, just as he had anticipated, after defeating the formidable trio of the Drunken Barrel, the Tyrannical King, and the Moonlit Hunter. Rosen's 3-color hockey exhibited an extraordinary surge. His innate talent shone through, as through battles with Catherine Butterfly, Busker Jot, and Alvaro Pizza. Coupled with his cultivation of chi body origin flow, his 3-color hockey saw significant enhancement. The intensity of his armament hockey increased by 121%, observation hockey by 99%, and conqueror's hockey by 62%. In comparison to yesterday's 1-on-2 struggle, today's 1 versus 3 yielded a far more substantial growth in his hockey. Rosen contemplated the information within his mind, realizing with satisfaction that after a 7-day hiatus, his armament hockey had once again reached a 3-digit increase. Although it was not a uniform rise across all 3 colors, it was indeed a remarkable advancement for his armament hockey alone. However, the increase in conqueror's hockey and observation hockey has also reached double digits, surpassing 50%, significantly higher than the rise observed during the previous day's 1-to-2 ratio. This serves as a testament to the correctness of the plan to incrementally add 1 inmate to the infinite hell each day. At the very least, this strategy remains viable for the foreseeable future. Rosen cast a sidelong glance at the cells within infinite hell. After diligently monitoring the prison over the past few days, the 6th level of Impel Down has entered an unprecedented vacancy period, greatly alleviating the accommodation crisis of this particular tier. It is believed that for an extended duration ahead, Director Magellan will no longer need to worry about insufficient bedding in infinite hell. The remaining number of inmates should suffice, and there is no need for a change in plans. Rosen withdrew his gaze from the prisoners. He could intuitively perceive that his combat strength was drawing ever closer to that of an admiral. Consequently, Zephyr would no longer need to suffer from the frequent alterations of plans, as the procedure ahead merely requires a systematic approach. Each morning, he would continue to check in at infinite hell, adding 1 more prisoner after each session until the 6th level of Impel Down. Excluding the solitary red and the devil's offspring is entirely devoid of inmates, completely dismantling this prison that harbors countless monsters. An empty hell undoubtedly leads to the emergence of great commanders. Here, it pertains to combat prowess rather than rank. Although the Grand Impel Down houses hundreds of thousands of prisoners, a staggering 99% are confined to the first 5 levels. With only a select few imprisoned in the 6th level of infinite hell, coupled with the losses from natural deaths, executions, and those taken by the world government for human experimentation, the accumulation of decades has left merely around 100 prisoners in infinite hell. Rosen expanded his observation hockey, envisioning a 3-dimensional map unfolding in his mind, where 1 by 1, the auras of the inmates appeared out of thin air. Through his days of monitoring and training within Impel Down, his perception range had significantly enhanced, although it still fell short of Enel, whose observation hockey could cover the entirety of Skypea, or Fujitora, who could accurately sense the movement of clouds and the positioning of meteors in space. He could nonetheless encompass the 6th level of Impel Down, thereby grasping the conditions of this tier. Just as Rosen completed his assessment of the auras in infinite hell, calculating how many days remained until he could clear the hell and conclude this internship, thus graduating from naval school. A chorus of voices began to resonate within the minds of the inmates, as if relayed from one to another. These prisoners shared two commonalities. Their cells were in close proximity to Rosen, and none of them had consumed a devil fruit. Rosen refrained from utilizing the earlier hockey giant and stowed away the peculiar weapon. What are you still doing here? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity following the battle's relaxation. Caught unawares, he scarcely had the time to summon the formidable giant imbued with his armed hockey. Even if he had reacted swiftly and conjured the towering figure, could your multitude truly breach his defenses? The prisoners who perished days ago have already demonstrated that he harbors no intention of granting you even the slightest chance of survival. Do not be deceived by the man's apparent restraint in his murderous intent, as he has spared Katerina and her companions for 2 consecutive days solely to utilize them for his own training. Each day, he adds a new prisoner to his ranks. When he reaches level 6 and can no longer augment his numbers, he will leave none alive, slaughtering the entire floor of inmates. If you remain passive now, in due time, when he has grown even more formidable, he will turn his wrath upon you. At that juncture, it will be too late, even if you unite. One voice after another, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, seduced the minds of the prisoners, rising within them. This voice seemed to possess an unfathomable power, capable of transmitting its consciousness to each inmate, influencing their thoughts and engendering a profound resonance. Initially, many prisoners scoffed at the words spoken by this voice. Yet, as it persisted and its occurrences multiplied, an unexpected sense of agreement began to blossom within their hearts, growing increasingly intense. Ultimately, the desire for bloodshed emerged. Within the confines of the cells near Rosen, prisoners quietly rose, leaning against their cages. They gazed at Rosen's silhouette, their eyes gradually igniting with a predatory gleam, akin to ferocious sea beasts silently stalking vessels upon the waves. Take action. Kill him. If you do not take action against Rosen, he will surely take action against you. The naval forces and pirates are, by nature, engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Do not fret over Zephyr and Borsalino. One is out of practice in battle, while the other is excessively confident, and neither will employ observation hockey to constantly gauge your situation. The earlier command reverberated once more in the hearts of those pirates near Rosen, particularly the final utterance of kill. Each word seemed to carry with it a chilling aura of death and carnage, awakening and solidifying the murderous intent within these pirates, while further influencing their thoughts and emotional values. Kill. When the desire to kill reached its peak, the pirates in the 13 cells emitted a collective roar akin to that of wild beasts. Immediately, disregarding their shackles and the chains connecting their cells, they erupted like frenzied demons, employing all their strength to unleash their most potent hockey and body techniques capable of striking from afar, or their swordsmanship. The sound of explosions echoed thunderously as waves of impact and slashing energy surged forth, entwined with the hockey, bursting out simultaneously from the 13 cells, resembling furious dragons breaking free from their constraints, clawing and biting towards the defenseless Rosen. You seek death. In the face of this unforeseen upheaval, Zephyr reacted instantly, pivoting away from his previous direction towards the exit of infinite hell, rushing towards Rosen with unrelenting speed. At that moment, he was both astonished and enraged, unable to fathom that these prisoners, who had harbored such animosity towards one another, could unite in a violent rebellion, launching a fierce assault on Rosen, who had just concluded a battle. The collective frenzy of the 10-odd prisoners caught Borsalino off guard as well. Although his observation hockey allowed him to glimpse the future, it required active use to be effective. During Rosen's recent encounters in infinite hell, he had either annihilated the prisoners or achieved successive victories, seemingly instilling fear in the level 6 inmates, resulting in an absence of any unexpected developments. Whether released or confined, the prisoners had exhibited an unusually docile demeanor. Furthermore, with Rosen having triumphed over Katerina, Busquer, and Alvaro, Borsalino had never anticipated needing to activate his observation hockey at such a moment. However, unlike Zephyr, who was caught unprepared after a prolonged absence from battle, the sudden uprising of the 13 prisoners merely took Borsalino by surprise. It was not yet beyond his capacity to manage 13 individuals acting in concert. Indeed, Mr. Sengoku's concerns were not without merit. You prisoners of the infinite hell truly are terrifying. Borsalino radiated a dazzling golden light, then vanished from his position, gliding through the air towards Rosen, leaving a trail of resplendent golden rays in his wake. With his remarkable speed and reflexes, even if the 13 prisoners initiated their attacks first, he could still arrive ahead of them without the aid of observation hockey. He reached Rosen's side before the slashing waves and shockwaves could catch up. As he transformed into golden light and surged towards Rosen at the speed of light, 2 waves of Conqueror's hockey surged forth like colossal dragons awakening from slumber. Erupting from the depths of the infinite hell, the phenomenon of Conqueror's hockey is extraordinarily fascinating. Within its enveloping range, it can manifest instantaneously, as if it could teleport in an instant. At that moment, it was indeed so. As the 2 waves of Conqueror's hockey erupted, they swept through the surroundings like a tempest, enveloping Borsellino with tendrils of lightning resembling black dragons. What? The 2 waves of Conqueror's hockey. Borsellino's expression shifted slightly. As long as they were not of the superior grade, he regarded them with indifference. Yet these 2 sudden surges of hockey, each at an intermediate level, were not to be compared with the superior hockey of Gold, Roger, and Shanks. Such a level of hockey, unless utilized with the technique of hockey wrapping for close to mid-range strikes, held little significance when released from a distance in an all-encompassing manner. However, the issue lay in the fact that there were not 1, but 2 such forces. Quantity cannot compensate for quality. At the very least, the power of 2 intermediate hockey waves could not surpass that of a single superior hockey wave. Yet, the owners of these 2 hockey waves had no intention of harming Borsellino. Their only aim was to slightly disturb him. Even a brief moment of distraction would suffice. Raidfield. Barrett. The ominous presence of Conqueror's hockey enveloped them, and Zephyr felt a surge of fury, akin to a rampaging lion. He was taken aback, for the solitary and proud Red had unexpectedly allied with the fiercely defiant Devil's Heir, confronting the Demon Slayer's decree. Together, they had united with other prisoners from the infinite hell, inciting an unprecedented rampage. Faced with such a sudden and long-planned upheaval, his asthma and frail age, combined with years away from battle, rendered him utterly overwhelmed. It seemed that even the formidable Admiral Borsellino alone could not withstand the backlash from an entire layer of infinite hell. After all, while Borsellino was an exceptionally rare top admiral in naval history, he lacked the innate Conqueror's hockey, a crucial trait of a true king. When confronted with the Conqueror's hockey of other kings, he could only rely on sheer willpower, with no other recourse. Then there was Shiryu. Zephyr turned to Shiryu, only to find him casually crossing his arms, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, showing no intent to intervene. He had contemplated reprimanding Shiryu, but recalling the latter's indifferent attitude towards Domino, also a prisoner of Impel Down, he dismissed the thought of wasting his breath. Rather than relying on someone who merely wished to observe without any intention to act, it would be far more prudent to seize every moment himself. No need to rush towards demise. The prisoners. It is not yet your moment to dance. Just as Rosen turned his back to the multitude of inmates, poised to be engulfed by the oncoming waves of impact and slashing force, a fleeting smile flickered across his eyes. In an instant, a tangible manifestation of his Conqueror's hockey surged forth from within him, enveloping his entire being in a vibrant purple beam, ascending towards the ceiling of the 6th level. Both the slashing force and the impact wave, upon nearing this celestial column of light, seemed to collide with the most formidable wall in existence, their speeds drastically diminishing, even coming to a complete standstill. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from the purple beam. First, a half-skeleton, then, a colossal figure formed, adorned with internal organs, flesh, skin, and clothing, finally encased in heavy armor that left only its eyes exposed to the air. This entire transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. Following this, the third form of the Susanoo, shaped by Rosen's Conqueror's hockey, took on an indomitable stance, sheltering him within its form while remaining motionless, facing the approaching waves of impact and slashing force. In a heartbeat, a series of explosive sounds resonated, shaking the very foundations of the prison. A chaotic torrent, imbued with potent Conqueror's hockey, surged forth like a tempest, emanating from Rosen as its epicenter, radiating in all directions. The hardened rock floor beneath could not withstand the overwhelming impacts and slashes, fracturing and giving way as a multitude of debris and dust erupted, resembling a colossal dragon of smoke that danced wildly amidst the expanding shockwaves. Before the tumultuous currents of hockey and the billowing dust could dissipate, a hand, suffused with purple light, emerged, effortlessly scattering the surrounding waves of impact and dust. At this moment, All present beheld Rosen's condition with clarity. The third form of the Susanoo, akin to an embodiment of martial spirit, remained entirely unscathed. Despite enduring the combined assault of 14 monstrous inmates, his defense remained unbroken. This sight rendered the attackers, who had just struck, utterly astonished. Indeed, individually, none of the 14 could match the prowess of the likes of Catherine Demi, Busquer Jot, or Alvaro Pizarro. However, their united assault, executed with both intent and surprise, should have equaled the strength of the trio. Yet the outcome? They could not even stir the third form of Susanoo. Oh no, what have I just done? How could I have suddenly launched an attack against him? I feel the same. It was as if a surge of intense murderous intent suddenly welled up within my chest. At that moment, the prisoners who had just attacked seemed to have exhausted all their fury and courage. Following their failed ambush, they awakened from their previous state of violent rage, each feeling a sense of uncertainty regarding their recent actions, especially when their gazes fell upon the third form of Susanoo, which loomed before them like a colossal mountain. Their faces were etched with terror and unease. Indeed, it was exactly as I had anticipated. With the existence of the first form, there must be a second form. Thus, with the second form, a third form inevitably follows. This is the final bastion you have concealed. As the prisoners were engulfed in a state of trepidation, a figure, grinning with an outstretched tongue, suddenly materialized before Rosen. It was none other than Bast-Jot, the one whom Rosen had previously struck down, casting him into the abyss of uncertainty regarding life and death. Strangely, despite having endured the devastating blow of Susanoo, one would expect him to be on the brink of death. Yet, a gruesome gash traversed from his shoulder to his right leg, astonishingly mending at an extraordinary pace. Moreover, his presence transformed the dim, damp, and odoriferous confines of the infinite hell into what appeared to be a wine cellar, as an intoxicating aroma of fine wine suddenly filled the air. Then, the very ground of Impelled Down Level 6 underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, shifting from solid rock to a pool of wine. Standing amidst this newfound lagoon, Bast-Jot's recovery accelerated even further, reminiscent of a man reveling in the effects of drink. Wine fruit. Awakening. You have truly hidden yourself quite profoundly. Bast-Jot looked at Bast-Jot, who should have been lifeless, now seemingly possessed by the spirit of Monkey D. Luffy, performing sit-ups before him, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The awakening of Bast-Jot's sake fruit was indeed unexpected. After all, Rosen was not Borsellino. His observation haki had not yet reached the level of foreseeing the future. The reason he was able to react in time was due to the remarkable physical prowess honed through the 6 Cuckoo immortal thieves, allowing for rapid responses, and the 3-colored chi infant cultivated through chi body source flow, which, after days of enduring the infinite abyss, had gradually developed a new ability through the growth of haki. This ability, known as free-spirited ultimate observation, lives up to its name. The chi infant remains in a constant state of utilizing observation haki, requiring no conscious activation or deliberate control from Rosen. It operates independently, continuously sensing attacks, presences, and dangers from its surroundings. The moment an attack enters the chi infant's perceptive range, or a new presence manifests, or an external danger is detected, the observation chi infant will proactively alert Rosen and relay the sensed information to him. This process is akin to Rosen himself employing observation haki, with the transmission from the chi infant to him occurring at a speed surpassing that of light. However, Rosen's observation haki has not yet reached the foresight of the future. Thus, the free-spirited ultimate observation employed by the chi infant similarly cannot predict the future. It can only sense attacks and dangers, gauge the number and position of presences, and anticipate the enemy's next move. Therefore, he would remain unaware that Bast-Jot would utilize the awakened capabilities of the sake fruit, only sensing the presence of the enormous sake barrel approaching him, preparing to launch an assault. If one does not conceal themselves well, how could they ever hope to kill you? Don't you agree? Rosen. Busquer Jot's icy gaze fixated on Rosen. Twice, he had narrowly escaped death at his hands. Had it not been for a voice within urging him to believe that this man bore no intention of ending his life, whether yesterday or today, he would have succumbed to the temptation of unleashing the awakened powers of the sake fruit during their first encounter. He knew that even with the fruit's awakening, he stood no chance against Rosen in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, with gritted teeth, Fire.Your chose to trust that inner voice and gamble on the notion that Rosen would spare him yesterday and today. Although fortune favored him in this wager, the sensation of brushing against death was inescapable. Had it not been for his unwavering resolve, bolstered by that encouraging voice and his ambition to turn the tables, he would never have endured to this moment. After all, risking one's life demands tremendous courage, and he had done so twice in succession. Having finally triumphed in his gamble and seized this fleeting opportunity for a comeback, Fire.Your was determined not to let this moment slip away. While engaging in dialogue with Rosen, releasing the pent-up tension of the past 2 days of grappling with the specter of death, his hands moved with unyielding resolve. With the awakening of the sake fruit, he transformed the rocky ground beneath into a pool of alcohol. Then, with a fierce stomp, 10 ethereal alcohol dragons surged forth from the liquid abyss. Immediately, he spread his arms wide, fists clenched tightly. As he brought his hands together, the 10 dragons ignited in a blaze, morphing into searing fire dragons that twisted the very atmosphere with their intense heat, all converging upon the point where the Susanoo had been assailed by the combined might of 14 prisoners. With a resounding roar, the 10 dragons blazed through the air, incinerating everything in their path. The scorching temperatures and terrifying heat unleashed upon the Susanoo's heavy armor began to exhibit signs of melting, akin to butter succumbing to the flames, slowly dissolving under the relentless assault. Truly formidable. What lies beneath his overwhelming aura? Is he impervious to the elements? Despite the evident dissolution of Susanoo, there is not a trace of elation on Fire.Yor's face. Rather, his eyes betray a sense of urgency. The rate of melting is alarmingly slow. At this pace, Susanoo has yet to reach its midpoint, while Borsalino has already arrived. No, it is more accurate to say that Borsalino has long since made his presence known. Out of the corner of his eye, Fire.Your caught a glimpse of Borsalino, who had previously been intimidated by the combined might of Barrett and Raidfield as Conqueror's hockey. Now, he stood near Rosen, hands casually tucked into his pockets, observing him with a bemused expression, as if watching a poorly executed clown performance. Does he believe that Rosen can manage us alone? Or does Borsalino assume that by merely standing beside Rosen, he can intervene at any moment? The sight of Borsalino's demeanor filled Fire.Your with an inexplicable sense of dread. However, a flicker of relief washed over him as he noted that his adversary had yet to make a move. Whatever the reason, the arrow was already knocked. No turning back now. In this critical moment, regardless of the unforeseen changes, Fire.Your had no choice but to press on. Not only because retreat was not an option, but also because he perceived this as his singular opportunity to vanquish Rosen. Should he let this chance slip away, given Rosen's prodigious rate of growth, the days ahead would see him reduced to mere training fodder for this man, until every ounce of value was extracted, culminating in either execution or an endless cycle of imprisonment. The voice he had heard earlier hinted that Rosen would choose the former over the latter. Thus, he resolved to take the plunge. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Fire.Yor's gaze hardened, becoming resolute and icy. After all, having languished and impelled down for so many years and narrowly escaping death twice, he would rather gamble than continue to face endless confinement or dance perilously close to death at Rosen's hands. No matter Borsalino's reasons for remaining aloof, he had to steel himself and continue the dance. Rosen, allow yourself to experience the terror of an infinite hellish rampage. As 10 fire dragons devour the manifestation of Susanoo, they unite to incinerate this ultimate product of armament hockey. Previously, Álvaro Pizarro had been sent flying by Rosen's second form of Susanoo, embedding himself into the wall like a fleeting shadow, yet now he dashes forth. Upon witnessing this, Rosen displays not a hint of surprise. After all, unlike Fire.Your and Catherine Butterfly, Álvaro Pizarro's injuries are not particularly severe. He merely endured a blow from Susanoo without the binding of Conqueror's hockey. Having just taken a brief respite, he is fully capable of performing sit-ups. Conversely, it is Álvaro Pizarro's subsequent abilities that leave him quite astonished. The Fist of the King. Álvaro Pizarro gazed intently at the Susanoo before him, his eyes piercing through to the inner Rosen, radiating a fierce, killing intent akin to blazing flames. With a deep-seated fury and an infusion of all his strength, he unleashed a powerful punch, concealed until this moment. After Fire.Your manipulated the flames to create an opening, Álvaro's fist surged forth like a dragon breaking the surface of the sea, carrying an overwhelming force that distorted the surrounding atmosphere and struck heavily against Rosen's Susanoo. A dazzling flash of white light erupted, and a cataclysmic shockwave exploded forth, reminiscent of a missile detonation, cascading outward with relentless ferocity. Having endured the assaults of 14 prisoners and the fiery wrath of Jot's awakened dragon fruit, even the third form of Susanoo found itself in a state of melting and disintegration, coupled with the long-accumulated power of the Tyrant King, who wagered everything on this ultimate fist. A series of alarming cracks erupted across the surface armor of Susanoo, swiftly spreading like the fractures of a porcelain doll on the brink of shattering. Success. Upon witnessing this scene, both Fire.Your, who had just thrown a punch, and Jot, who commanded the flames, could not suppress the thrill evident on their faces. The king of the Protean's fist. Who would have anticipated you possessed such a technique? No wonder you are dubbed the Tyrant King. Rosen seemingly paid no heed to the shattering of his protective Susanoo. His attention was entirely captivated by the formidable blow delivered by Fire.Your, a punch reputed to rival the might of the Four Emperors, capable of delivering instant death upon impact. Though the claim may be exaggerated, its potency is undeniably formidable, even if Fire.Your can only unleash one punch at a time. Akin to Elisabero II, the force of that singular blow surpasses the combined might of 14 prisoners. Even in the absence of Jot's awakened sake fruit and the coordinated assault of those 14 prisoners, Fire.Yor's punch, if charged for an adequate duration to reach its zenith, could potentially shake the third form of Susanoo. Of course, it would merely be a tremor. Oh, there are many unexpected things yet to discover. Navel. Suddenly, a chilling, bone-deep laughter resonated from above Rosen. With a swift, piercing sound, Catherine Butterflame, who had previously been struck down by Rosen's Susanoo technique and lay shattered like a crushed tomato, rose once more. In an instant, she flashed to Rosen's apex, transformed into her nine-tailed fox human form, surrounded by an ethereal swirl of bizarre purple flame clouds, akin to silken ribbons entwining her figure. Her once formidable, bear-like physique had notably slimmed down, becoming considerably more lithe than before. Not merely her appearance had altered, her very essence had transformed. Catherine, who should have been on the brink of death, now emanated a vitality that, in Rosen's keen observation, was not only restored but surpassed the strength she possessed before being gravely injured by the Susanoo technique. The awakening of the nine-tailed fox form. Rosen's gaze swept over the purple flames enveloping Catherine, his eyes narrowing with a hint of astonishment. He instantly recognized the significance of those purple flame clouds. They were unmistakably a sign of an awakened Zoan-type devil fruit. He had not anticipated that not only Chot had awakened his sake fruit, but that Catherine Butterflame had also mastered the awakening of her nine-tailed fox form. This was indeed a mythical beast. According to Borsalino, among the three categories of devil fruits, the awakening of the natural and mythical types was the most challenging. Particularly for the top-tier natural and mythical fruits, the difficulties escalated further. Even imperial-level powers might not achieve such an awakening. Though Catherine's nine-tailed fox form was not on par with the supreme mythical beasts like Azure Dragon or Nika, it was still a mythical type. The challenge of awakening such a fruit was equally formidable, far surpassing Chot's sake fruit awakening. It appears you have been plotting this all along. Rosen's gaze traversed the three individuals before him, his expression deep in contemplation. First, Chot's awakening of the sake fruit, followed by Fire.Yor's royal authority, and now even Catherine Butterflame, who had consumed a mythical fruit, had unleashed the awakening of her nine-tailed fox form. At the same time, three monstrous pirates revealed their trump cards. Particularly yesterday, when both Heavy Drunkard and Moonlight Hunter had managed to restrain themselves from utilizing their fruit awakenings. Yet now, like mushrooms sprouting after the rain, they emerged one after another. All of this pointed to a collective uprising among the infinite hell prisoners unfolding before him, seemingly coincidental, yet undoubtedly orchestrated by unseen hands pulling the strings from the shadows. Haha. Upon hearing this, Catherine Demi laughed wickedly, then transformed once more into the naval hero, Garp, due to the awakening of her mythical Zoan-type powers. Although her strength did not experience the dramatic surge akin to Luffy's Nika form, she was undeniably a different being compared to her former self. This transformation was particularly evident in her physical resilience, vitality, and overall life force. Galactic impact. Transforming into Carp, Catherine Butterfly let out a thunderous roar. channeling a formidable armament of haki into her fist. She then aimed directly at the apex of Susanoo, unleashing a devastating strike from afar. A shockwave of haki, as radiant as a violet beam piercing the heavens, shattered the sound barrier, cascading in ripples of energy from the ceiling of infinite hell, hurtling towards the precariously poised Susanoo. There was no doubt that this punch could obliterate the already straining Susanoo. Even Rosen held no reservations. Thus, he ceased to conceal his power, for the first time unleashing the full spectrum of his three-colored haki in battle against the inmates of Impel Down. He stood within Susanoo's form, his right hand outstretched, palm facing upward, fingers gently curling as if summoning something profound. The 8-span mirror, Yada no Kagami, in the face of a sudden assault by 14 prisoners. The formidable alliance of the Great Barrel, the Tyrant King, and Wakatsuki unleashed a relentless onslaught. Even the third form of Susanoo was reduced to mere fragments. Amidst such dire circumstances, Rosen remained composed, channeling his armament haki. However, rather than employing it to repair the crumbling Susanoo, he expertly utilized his haki in its gaseous form to manipulate the externalized energy, conjuring a colossal shield that rivaled the size of the third form of Susanoo. Subsequently, Susanoo extended its cracked and fragile palm to grasp the violet shield, raising it above its head, directing it squarely at Catherine Butterfly, and unleashing a thunderous punch imbued with armed color. The moment the shockwave collided with the shield, it erupted into a dazzling display of light within the infinite abyss, followed by a cataclysmic shockwave that surged forth, enveloped in billowing smoke, roaring in all directions. Blocked, Katarine Demi gazed at the shattered Susanoo, incredulous that he could withstand her awakened fruit's galactic impact with a mere shield. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she couldn't help but curse inwardly. Was this man an eternal motion machine? Otherwise, how could his Busashoko haki flow like the waters of the four seas, seemingly inexhaustible? First, he battled against them, then unleashed the third form of Susanoo, and astonishingly, he was able to conjure a shield of colossal proportions, rivaling that of Susanoo itself, through his Busashoko haki. The sheer volume of his haki surpassed her understanding and imagination entirely. 10-fist sword. Rosen's other hand unfurled. The Susanoo, resembling a shattered vase adorned with fissures, mirrored his movements, extending the arm that did not grasp the Yada mirror to seize the air with fervor. A fierce, flame-like purple light erupted from the palm of Susanoo, akin to a violet flame sword wielded in its grasp, with the left hand holding the Yada mirror to withstand the celestial collision from Catherine Butterfly. The right hand brandished the 10-fist sword, soaring towards the ceiling of the infinite hell. In a swift motion, Susanoo swung the 10-fist sword, which expanded explosively like a purple flame. Like a divine spear, the violet blade elongated and shot forth with lightning speed, piercing through Catherine Butterfly, who was suspended at LV6. Maintaining her striking posture, Katarine's countenance turned pale, her features contorted in agony as a heart-wrenching scream escaped her lips. Her limbs sprawled in a star-like fashion, reminiscent of the time she was pinned to the ceiling by Rosen's divine spear. Once again, she found herself affixed to the ceiling of the 6th prison, her body pierced by the 10-fist sword. The blow had rendered even the violet flame clouds, symbolizing her awakened state, thin and tenuous, as if they might dissipate at any moment. Damn it! The third form is still not the ultimate limit of that formidable creature. Remarkably, he can create shields and swords with his emitted haki, just as he did with that imposing monster. Busker Jot, upon witnessing Catherine Demi's piercing by Susanoo's sword, was utterly astounded, his face drained of color. He could scarcely fathom the immense magnitude of Rosen's haki. Moreover, he struggled to comprehend why the Susanoo before him was riddled with cracks, its head nearly melted by flames, teetering on the brink of total collapse. Yet, within that delicate balance, such astonishing power could still erupt, instantly inflicting severe damage upon Catherine Demi. This is a moonlit hunter in the awakened state of a mythical beast. Is it a monster? Alvaro Pizarro gasped in astonishment. Yet, he quickly surged forward, disregarding the exhaustion from employing the king's fist, which had drained his entire strength, and ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Without pausing to gather energy, he raised his fist, preparing to unleash a rapid-fire version of the king's fist. Although its power would be significantly diminished and would inflict considerable damage upon his body, he believed that shattering the Susanoo was paramount. Rosen was also nearing his limits. Otherwise, He would not have utilized armament haki to forge that sword and shield, but rather to restore the crumbling monster. Once the creature was destroyed, the sword and shield would remain, albeit without a master to wield them. Bast-Jot, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained his composure. He promptly activated the awakened powers of the sake fruit, intending to transmute the surrounding materials into a fountain of sake. Summoning a dragon of wine to conjure 10 fiery dragons capable of gradually melting even Susanu's armor. Just as the two prepared to launch their assault, the Susanu, riddled with cracks, unexpectedly opened its chest armor, seemingly surrendering and allowing Rosen to emerge. However, in the next instant, both Bast-Jot and Alvaro Pizarro's expressions shifted in alarm. Instead of Rosen stepping out, a barrage of purple haki arrows erupted from within the Susanu. As the arrows surged through the air with piercing velocity, Bast-Jot was compelled to abandon his plan to utilize his fruit's abilities and swiftly retreated. Yet, confronted with dozens, even hundreds of arrows, and still bearing wounds that had not yet healed, Bast-Jot was pierced by 7 or 8 formidable arrows. The sickening sound of arrows embedding themselves into flesh echoed as Bast-Jot's body, which had been evading danger, abruptly froze in place. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his last remnants of strength to extend 2 fingers, bringing them together. It seemed that Rosen sensed something amiss. Glancing down, he discovered that the ground beneath his feet, influenced by the awakened abilities of the sake fruit, had transformed from solid rock into a fountain of wine. The area covered by the alcohol was neither too expansive nor too limited, just sufficient to envelop the entirety of his Susanu. At the moment Bast-Jot snapped his fingers, the fountain of wine beneath Rosen ignited into a fierce blaze, erupting like a volcanic vent, with torrents of flames surging upwards, submerging the Susanu entirely. The once unstable form of the Susanu, which would have inevitably crumbled with the passage of time, could no longer withstand the onslaught of the fiery columns. Overwhelmed, it was ultimately reduced to nothingness, disintegrating from armor to outer garments, and then to skin, flesh, and bone. Within the towering inferno, every inch vanished into ash. Amidst the searing flames, a figure emerged, shielded by a violet semicircular barrier, bursting forth from the fire. It was Rosen. Although, as Bast-Jot had anticipated, after prolonged combat, his haki was insufficient to sustain the use of the haki-consuming Susanu, he was still able to employ the shell blood armor. Just before the Susanu was consumed by the flames, he had activated this armor and dashed out from the intense blaze. However, Rosen's haki was ultimately dwindling, and the defense of the shell blood armor was significantly diminished. As he narrowly escaped the searing flames unscathed, the semicircular barrier enveloping him swiftly became hazy and dim. Suddenly, Alvaro Pizarro appeared before Rosen, just as the shell blood armor had completely turned transparent and then vanished. He fixed a cold gaze upon the man in front of him, a cruel smile stretching across his lips, revealing a sinister grin as his fists, wreathed in swirling violet energy, thundered forth. The king's fist, charged with power, loomed larger in Rosen's eyes. Grant me death. Indeed, if struck by you, one would truly be injured. As the king's fist approached with the ferocity of a missile, Rosen's gaze sharpened. Even without reaching the pinnacle of his power, enduring a direct hit from the king's fist unleashed by Alvaro Pizarro, imbued with formidable armed haki, would still be devastating. Even his body, forged by the 6th library celestial thief, could not withstand the onslaught without suffering significant damage. Ultimately, he was not a natural monster like Kaido or Big Mom. Prior to entering the Navy Academy, he was merely an ordinary person. While the 6th library celestial thief could enhance his physical form, the time for training had been far too brief. It was implausible to transform an ordinary body into that of a beast akin to Kaido or Big Mom in less than a month's time. As for employing iron blocks for defense, it was hardly a viable option. Such implements were merely used for physical training. Employing them in high-stakes scenarios would inevitably lead to defeat. Regarding the use of the flying lien foot for evasive maneuvers, it was far too late. Alvaro Pizarro's timing in unleashing his strike was nothing short of exceptional, perfectly coinciding with the moment Rosen burst forth from the pillar of fire. It was as if he had collided head-on with the king's fist. Unless one possessed the abilities of the light fruit, allowing for instantaneous movement without preparation or action, merely a thought away from speed, any physical movement would necessitate control over both body and haki, requiring a series of actions to execute a swift escape. In such a critical moment, There was no time or space for him to employ the flying Lien foot. You are finished. As Rosen emerged from the pillar of flames, even his blood-clad exterior could not sustain itself, leaving him defenseless before the might of the king's fist. Avalo Pizarro seemed poised to unleash all the pent-up frustration and despondency within him, letting out a triumphant roar. However, he did not focus on the seemingly powerless Rosen. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly in a smirk. "Let the heavens roar," he whispered internally. Suddenly, the fabric of the infinite hell above tore open, revealing a colossal gash. From this rift, an arm clad in gray armor extended into the void, retracting 4 fingers while leaving the index finger poised. Simultaneously, as the armored arm gathered its 4 fingers, fierce and savage black-red lightning erupted, coiling around the index finger like a black dragon. It was, undeniably, the Conqueror's haki, entwined with an overwhelming force. In the next moment, that black armored arm, infused with Conqueror's haki, plummeted from the heavens like a meteor, its speed akin to a shooting star, and the weight of its strike akin to Mount Tide descending upon its target, compressing the air ahead into a viscous flow. What is that? Avaro Perosa, poised to strike, felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him from above, even though the armored arm had yet to make contact. However, the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's haki that surrounded the armored arm had already begun to bear down on his mental resolve. Never mind. Avaro Pizarro, devoid of the need for observation haki, could feel the looming shadow of death from the oppressive weight above him. In that very moment, he resembled an arrow shot forth. Unable to retreat, compelled to wager everything on the hope that his fists could strike faster than the impending attack above. He aimed to deliver the king's fist upon Rosen before being struck himself. In truth, his meticulously prepared king's fist was indeed swifter than the hasty weaponized ability of the blade created by Rosen's devil fruit. At the very least, it surpassed the speed of the descending armored arm. However, Avaro Pizarro overlooked a crucial detail. The Conqueror's haki technique could strike from a distance. Even without tangible contact, it could reach the enemy within a certain range. Unfortunately, the armored arm was precisely entwined with the Conqueror's haki. Heaven's wrath, finger gun. Just as Avaro Pizarro's king's fist was a mere half a meter from Rosen, close enough to touch. A formidable force, heavy enough to split mountains and fierce enough to shatter the earth, erupted from above him, approximately 2 meters away. The powerful finger strike, infused with the black lightning of Conqueror's haki, transformed into a cataclysmic shockwave that, before the armored finger could make contact with Avaro Pizarro, surged towards him through the air. Avaro Perosa felt as though his crown was struck by a meteor plummeting from the heavens. An overwhelming pressure cascaded down upon him, forcibly halting his body, rendering his kingly punch eternally frozen just a hair's breadth away from Rosen. Though the distance was minimal, within reach, that mere fraction felt to him like an insurmountable chasm. Confronted by the oppressive grip of the black lightning entwined with the Conqueror's haki, he could do naught but maintain his striking posture. Then, he was engulfed by the ferocious, unrelenting force of the Conqueror's haki, which shattered the ground beneath him, causing it to collapse as he sank downwards, his stance still poised to unleash the kingly punch, only to be forcefully pressed into the earth by a black-armored finger. As the tip of the black-armored arm completely covered the fissure in the ground, the moment Avaro Perosa sank into the depths below, the surrounding surface erupted violently. Black lightning surged forth, like a dragon emerging from the depths, racing to burst through the earth, unleashing a terrifying aura that stirred a tempestuous wave of chaos in all directions. After a brief moment, as the dust settled and the tumult abated, the roaring Conqueror's lightning gradually dissipated, leaving behind sporadic arcs of black and red flickering in the air. Rosen, having conjured the judgment blade through the powers of the weapon fruit, unleashed the black-armored arm entwined with the Conqueror's haki, firing a piercing shot that sent the Tyrant King crashing into the abyssal rock layers below. Only then did the black-armored arm rise, retracting the finger pressed against the ground back into the gaping void above, until it vanished entirely from sight. How was this possible? Previously, Catherine Butterfly had witnessed the entire spectacle under the dominion of Rosen's Susanoo, as it was pinned to the ceiling by the Ten Sword. From the rending of the atmosphere to the descent of divine retribution, and then to the entwining of Conqueror's haki, utilizing finger guns to shatter the ground of infinite hell, ultimately pressing Alvaro Pizarro into the depths below. Every frame of this extraordinary scene was vividly etched in her mind. Beyond that imposing giant, you How could you possibly conjure an even more colossal creature to engage in battle? Catherine's face was a portrait of disbelief, her voice laced with profound astonishment and fierce resentment. Although the divine retribution possessed only a single arm, its length, even when not fully revealed, was already comparable to the height of Susanu's third form. Should the entire arm extend, its length would undoubtedly surpass that of Susanu's third form. As for the master of the black-armored limb, she could scarcely articulate the magnitude of its grandeur. To wield an ordinary giant as if it were a mere toy in one's palm would pose no challenge whatsoever. In other words, even if the three of them meticulously devised their strategies and collaborated with a dozen prisoners from the 6th level, managing to shatter Rosen's Susanu and deplete its haki to unprecedented lows, the outcome remained nothing but a farce. Suddenly, a thud echoed. Catherine Butterfly, embedded in the ceiling of infinite hell, seemed to be unable to bear the strain, beginning to detach from the ceiling. Then, she plummeted from the heights, crashing down at Rosen's feet. Cough, cough, humph. Although Catherine Butterfly was struck and suffered injuries that caused her to cough up blood, she paid no heed to it. Instead, she emitted a series of bitter, resentful, and self-mocking chuckles. The combined assault, in which she wagered everything, was met with nothing more than a casual finger of divine retribution. Such an outcome was intolerable for her. What kind of expression is that? Surely, you don't believe you can defeat me? You three were already aware of my ability as a user of the weapon fruit, were you not? Rosen looked down upon Catherine, who was prostrated at his feet, his tone completely unperturbed. It was as if the one who had just endured a prisoner-esque rampage and found himself in dire straits was not him at all. Yet, in truth, the combined surprise attack of 13 prisoners, though it landed only a single blow and was executed from a distance, was indeed formidable. Coupled with Busker Chot's awakening of the sake fruit, Catherine's transformation into her mythical Zoan form of the nine-tailed fox, and the malevolent ruler's quiet accumulation of power for his king's fist, this ensemble could hardly be deemed anything less than opulent. Even at this stage, confronted with such a luxurious array of powers, Rosen was compelled to employ every conceivable tactic. He unleashed all three forms of haki. The third form of Susanu was shattered. Employing the technique of armament haki in its gaseous state, he created 10 sword strikes and the Yada mirror, along with haki-infused arrows. He utilized the shell of silent blood to escape the searing flames of the heavenly pillar. Through the weapon fruit, he conjured the blade of judgment, encircled by Conqueror's haki, and unleashed a finger gun. Ultimately, he managed to extricate himself from the endless hell of the prisoner's rampage and re-establish control over the rebellious monsters. Although he had not revealed every last trump card, in that brief span of battle, Rosen had indeed given his all, with nary a reservation. What remained were merely some blades created from the weapon fruit, still concealed from the world. In terms of combat prowess, it was true that he had nearly unveiled everything. If he were to expose the hidden abilities of those blades, it would signify a significant depletion of his vitality, at least posing a risk of blood loss. Junior, in a certain sense, you just put on a magnificent 1 against 16. To be honest, I initially thought you would only manage to survive this crisis at a considerable cost. I never expected that, in the face of such dire circumstances, you would emerge unscathed and even turn the tide to quell this uprising. However, this is for the best, if anything were to happen to you. Not to mention Teacher Zephyr, just the likes of Mr. Sengoku would likely rush over from headquarters to flay my skin from my bones. At that moment, from the sidelines, Borisolino approached, a look of feigned astonishment on his face. Could you please refrain from looking so surprised? Senior, have you not already glimpsed the outcome through your observation haki? Rosen observed the astonishment etched on Borisolino's face. Do not assume I am unaware. Back in the day, Teacher Zephyr held immense expectations for you three admirals, investing countless efforts into your training. How could he possibly allow such glaring flaws to manifest in you? The collaboration of Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp to unleash their Conqueror's haki upon you was no mere coincidence. You underwent this rigorous training countless times during your military academy days. The might of the solitary Crimson and the Scion of the Devil is formidable. Yet after being confined and impelled down for so many years, how could they still compare to the peak prowess of the former fleet admiral and the legendary hero? Rosen directly dismantled Borisolino's thoughts. Moments ago, Borisolino seemed to be hindered by the Conqueror's haki of Barrett and Raidfield, yet it was all an act. In truth, he had remained unscathed. Otherwise, Busquercho would not have been taken aback to witness Palyasolino unexpectedly appearing near Rosen. Nevertheless, even so, the actor ultimately refrained from making a move. The implication was clear. I am merely a tad curious to witness the full extent of your capabilities, Junior. Moreover, you cannot place the blame solely on me. The role you are playing is not mine alone. Observe how adeptly teacher Zephyr performed, remaining firmly in place while you engaged fully in the battle. Palyasolino, perceiving Rosen's knowing smile, recognized that his facade had been uncovered. In a bid to divert attention, he promptly betrayed Zephyr. I just experienced an asthma attack. Zephyr glanced down at his feet, realizing he truly had not moved from his spot. Yet, he remained unperturbed, having prepared an excuse well in advance. Before entering this infinite hell, I witnessed you, teacher Zephyr, consuming a special asthma medication, intended to prevent any sudden attacks in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Palyasolino's gaze was piercingly sharp. Teacher Zephyr, Rosen said, crossing his arms and gazing at Zephyr with a hint of exasperation. Ahem, very well. I admit that I indeed collaborated with Palyasolino to put on a performance. But it was not intentional. If Palyasolino was merely driven by pure curiosity regarding your abilities, my motive was to cultivate you more effectively, which necessitated my involvement in this charade. Zephyr could only offer an explanation. Upon hearing this, Rosen remained silent, merely displaying a polite smile. Indeed, it is absolutely true. The old man had revised the plan for you several times, only to realize in the end that he could not keep pace with your remarkable growth. The primary reason for this was his misjudgment of your capabilities. Had he been aware of your true depth from the very beginning, the plans he devised for you would not have undergone such incessant alterations. Zephyr endeavored to explain this. Indeed, he felt that his training regimen for Rosen, despite frequent modifications, consistently led to setbacks, primarily because, as a teacher, he was utterly oblivious to the full extent of Rosen's potential. How could one formulate a plan without even comprehending the strengths and weaknesses of their own student? While there was some truth to this, it ultimately bore no significance. After listening, Rosen first nodded in agreement, then shook his head in dissent. Why? Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. The version of myself that you see putting forth every effort is merely the sum of my endeavors today. What of tomorrow, the day after, and the days to come? Are you both to don the guise of actors each day to play my part? Rosen observed the expressions of Palyasolino and Zephyr as they gradually shifted. It was futile. Even if the first thing I did upon rising each day was to inform teacher Zephyr of the magnitude of my dedication, it would hold no significance. The reality is that from the moment I departed from the Naval Academy and set foot into the impel-down prison, commencing my journey into the abyss, even you, teacher Zephyr, can no longer devise a training regimen that matches my evolution. For the man I am today surpasses the man I was yesterday by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, I am utterly oblivious to how formidable I shall become tomorrow. Having spoken, he averted his gaze from the visibly moved Zephyr and Palyasolino, redirecting his focus to the insights within his mind. Your innate comprehension is extraordinary. Through combat with 16 prisoners, including Katerina Devon, Baschote, and Alvaro Pizarro, coupled with the cultivation of my chi body, I have achieved a remarkable enhancement in my three-color hockey. The intensity of my armament hockey has surged by 210%, my observation hockey by 180%, and my conqueror's hockey by 128%. The information coursing through my mind allowed Rosen to vividly perceive the growth of his strength. The three-color hockey has experienced a long-awaited surge, surpassing the 100 mark across the board, particularly in the case of armament hockey, which, due to its frequent application, has exploded past 200. He then cast a glance at Zephyr. This was precisely why Rosen had conveyed such sentiments to Zephyr, asserting that his senior actors need not perform for the sake of comprehending his dedication. After all, even he himself was uncertain of how powerful he would be tomorrow, or even in the next moment. Thus, how could Zephyr and Palyasolino possibly grasp it? No amount of performance would suffice, nor would extensive knowledge prove beneficial. Even if Zephyr were to revise his plans daily, he could never keep pace with my extraordinary aptitude. No one could compose the optimal training schedule for Rosen, not even himself. Ultimately, he remained unaware of the true extent of his exceptional insight. Teacher Zephyr, I shall soon ascend to the rank of admiral, he declared, not as a proclamation of the future, but as an established truth. Therefore, there is no need for you to labor over how to cultivate me more effectively. After a moment of contemplation, Rosen addressed Zephyr. The moment his words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. However, whether it was Zephyr, Borisolino, or even Shiryu, who silently observed the unfolding scene, they swiftly reconciled with Rosen's assertion without a single individual harboring doubts. Even the inmates within the confines of the infinite hell, who overheard their dialogue, were no exception. Yet, amidst this collective acceptance, they all overlooked a crucial element: the true implication of Rosen's proclamation that he would soon ascend to the rank of admiral. Then what about tomorrow? Zephyr fell silent for a moment. Then he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, even though he was hailed as the foremost master of the Navy, the only significant knowledge he could impart to Rosen was limited to those few lessons at the Naval Academy. Once they left the academy and entered Impelled Down for their internship, he found himself unable to teach anything further, often making errors in planning and failing to keep pace with his students' rapid growth. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Rosen's swift rise to the rank of admiral, for it was an immutable fact. Whether Zephyr taught diligently or casually, the outcome would remain unchanged. At most, it would only be a matter of a few months earlier or later. The conclusion was already predetermined. Thus, he decided to proceed as previously discussed, incrementally adding one prisoner each day to the existing count, until they reached the infinite depths of hell, where no more prisoners could be added. Reflecting on the uplift he had gained from the several prisoners who had just danced for him, Rosen resolved to maintain his plan for the infinite hell. As for these individuals, he cast a glance at Busquer Jot, Alvaro Pizarro, and Catherine Demi, all lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. If they had managed to survive, that was a skill in itself. They would be confined once more, for perhaps tomorrow they might still prove useful. Rosen surveyed the trio of the future Blackbeard crew. Since he had exerted himself to the fullest, there was no thought of holding back. Yet, these three truly deserved their reputation as among the top 5 monsters in infinite hell, managing to survive against his onslaught. Such tenacious vitality and remarkable performance filled him with joy. During the confrontation, Rosen had indeed harbored some concern that by revealing all his strength, he might deal a fatal blow, obliterating the 3 most valuable experience packages in infinite hell, aside from the solitary red and the devil's heir. However, to his surprise, whether it was the moonlit hunter, the great barrel, or the tyrant king, all had managed to cling to life against the odds. Although they could no longer perform sit-ups, they had, without exception, survived. Rosen, upon hearing this, the only member of the prisoner trio who had not completely lost consciousness, Catherine Butterfly, exhibited an expression of sheer ferocity. Before being captured by the Navy headquarters, she was renowned across the seas as the Moonlit Hunter, lauded as the most perilous female thief. Even in the depths of the infinite hell, she stood as a formidable entity, second only to legendary pirates like the Solitary Crimson and the Demon Heir. However, everything transformed upon Rosen's arrival at Impelled Down. Whether as the Moonlit Hunter or the most dangerous female pirate, those deemed too perilous and fearsome, erased from history by the world government, had all been reduced to mere training fodder for Rosen. Especially her. This marked the second time today. As training materials, you all exhibit remarkable potential. Whether it's the awakening of Paramecia and Zoan-type devil fruits or the King's Fist, I have witnessed a plethora of intriguing phenomena. Cherish the dwindling moments that remain, you and your fellow inmates. After exchanging a glance with Catherine, Rosen averted his gaze and turned to depart. Yet, just as he was about to brush past Shiryu, he paused momentarily. I must express my gratitude to you, Shiryu. You have revealed to me that the prisoners of infinite hell will not be easily manipulated. He cast a glance at Shiryu. You need not thank me. I merely wish to see this captivating drama unfold without an untimely conclusion. After all, life in Impelled Down is so dreary that it is becoming nearly unbearable. Shiryu replied, his expression unchanging. May I request one more favor from you? Do not hasten to refuse. If you truly find life in Impelled Down insipid, then fulfilling this task will undoubtedly provide you with a respite from monotony in the time to come. Upon hearing this, Rosen recognized that Shiryu was not speaking falsely. Setting aside the oppressive and bleak environment of Impelled Down, it was evident that Shiryu was inherently restless, particularly in contrast to Magellan, who was driven by a sense of justice and duty. Shiryu exhibited neither righteousness nor regard for responsibility. Such a man, once he chooses to descend into depravity, would become a far more terrifying monster than the 99% of prisoners within the depths of Impelled Down. After all, The very existence of one who could form an impenetrable barrier alongside Magellan to suppress the entirety of Impel Down was a being more formidable than the inmates of infinite hell themselves. Do tell. In response to Rosen's request to handle matters independently, Shiryu appeared to exhibit a hint of intrigue, refraining from an immediate refusal. He decided to treat the 13 pirates who had just attempted to ambush me to a hearty meal, along with Katarina, Butterfly, and the other two as well. He aimed to ensure they could indulge in the finest sustenance available today. Rosen's words caught Shiryu off guard and astonished the 13 prisoners who had been swayed by an enigmatic voice to conspire against Rosen. They had presumed that once Rosen extricated himself and quelled the uprising, he would inevitably exact vengeance upon them to alleviate his wrath. Contrary to their expectations, Rosen not only refrained from delivering punishment, but also instructed Shiryu to extend an invitation for a meal to those who had just sought to take his life. You intend to treat these prisoners, who moments ago conspired to end your existence, to a feast? Why? May I inquire about the reason? Shiryu cast a penetrating glance at Rosen. Had he encountered the recent ordeal, he would have swiftly executed those 13 prisoners immediately after escaping peril, leaving no mercy even for Katarina Devon and her companions. In my homeland, even the most heinous criminals are afforded a hearty meal before facing capital punishment. A so-called last meal. Rosen elucidated the origin of this last meal. Is that truly the reason? Shiryu stared intently at Rosen. He did not deny the man before him possessed a certain compassion, yet that compassion was anything but cheap. It was not even extended to those condemned to the depths of an infinite hell. A full stomach was deemed necessary for the journey ahead. But the path to hell was fraught with difficulty. Compared to those whose heads fell beneath the blade, the journey for them was far more arduous. Especially for the less fortunate, like Katarina Devon over there, who would likely face death numerous times before finally succumbing. Rosen chuckled lightly, uttering words that sent chills down the spines of all the prisoners, particularly Katarina Devon. I suddenly felt that, in comparison to these prisoners erased from history, you are far more terrifying. Shiryu's pupils contracted. Despite his bloodthirsty nature, he couldn't help but feel a shiver at Rosen's words. After facing an attack, he remained calm and composed, handling everything with poise. Not only did he spare the life of the prisoner who had ambushed him, but he also treated them to a meal. Subsequently, for an extended period, he would force the earlier appearing prisoners to confront death time and again, only for them to cling to life. The so-called last meal was not an act of kindness or mercy. Rather, it represented the utmost cruelty and manipulation towards the prisoners of infinite hell. A single last meal compelled the 6th-level prisoners to undergo a repetitive cycle of life and death until Rosen ascended to the position of general, rendering their existence worthless. The prisoners in infinite hell are monsters, and the pirates of the New World are monsters among monsters. To confront these beasts, one must first transform oneself into something equally terrifying, if not more so. Otherwise, how could one hope to defeat them? Upon hearing this, Rosen nodded in agreement. Both Pagliusolino and Zephyr silently acknowledged his statement with approval. Very well, I accept your request, Shiryu mused for a moment before conceding to Rosen's demand. Thank you. As for treating them to a meal, let us simply keep a record of the expenses for now. Once I graduate, I shall repay with my salary. It is rather embarrassing to admit that, thus far, Rosen remains merely a student who has yet to graduate from naval school. Since my arrival here, I have not possessed a single berry. All my necessities, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, have been provided by the naval headquarters. There is no need for that. If you do not come, the prisoners on the 6th level will be confined for life, which is tantamount to the Impel Down prison being responsible for their upkeep indefinitely. Thanks to you, Rosen, the infinite hell not only lacks a shortage of beds, but also suffers from insufficient operational funding. After all, it will not be long before we no longer need to sustain these miscreants. The funds for their execution can simply be deducted from the original budget allocated for their meals. Shiryu has rarely displayed a sense of humor. Very well, Rosen replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. While he and Shiryu engaged in light-hearted banter, the prisoners confined within the infinite hell behind them wore expressions devoid of laughter. The very notion of death was terrifying enough, and not every pirate possessed the fortitude of Joel D. Roger to greet mortality with a grin. More horrifying still was the plight of the prisoners on the 6th level, who, before succumbing entirely, were compelled to dance repeatedly with the specter of death at the precipice of oblivion. Death, like the wind, ever accompanies me. Such terror was beyond the endurance of the remnants of the LV6 era. If they were truly unafraid of death, they would have long since chosen to end their own lives in such a sunless confinement. Those who remained were either terrified of death or simply unwilling to embrace it. After finalizing the arrangements for the execution, Rosen chose not to linger in infinite hell any longer and strode away. "Did he ever offer you a warning?" Zephyr inquired. Curiosity piqued on the journey back to the 4th level. He could not recall Shiryu being such a benevolent individual. Even Domino, a fellow prison officer, was treated with indifference by him, let alone any verbal advisement directed towards Rosen. Direct warnings were certainly absent. However, Shiryu had indeed provided indirect hints. He had reiterated on numerous occasions that the prisoners of the 6th level would not be easily manipulated. Rosen elucidated, "Shiryu is not so benevolent, as previously mentioned. His veiled suggestions were merely for his own amusement." Yet, even in the absence of Shiryu's insinuations, today's uprising of the prisoners would have unfolded in the same manner. Do not draw too close to him. Each encounter with that man evokes memories of some familiar figures. The Rock's pirates, Zephyr noted, contemplating whether to voice his concerns. Upon hearing this, Rosen remained silent but inclined his head slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, Zephy's words were spoken from a place of genuine concern. As for Shiryu, should he truly revert to his former path, then a swift stroke of the sword would suffice to quell him. "Senior, what occupies your thoughts?" "Ever since we departed from the infinite hell, I have noticed a weighty contemplation upon your visage." Rosen pushed open the office door, casting a glance towards Palyasolino, who had remained silent throughout their journey back. "It's nothing, merely a sense of peculiarity," Palyasolino replied, "setting aside the 13 inmates who attacked you. Their reactions before and after the assault were exceedingly odd, lacking the resolve one would expect from those wagering everything. Take, for instance, Katerina Demi and Bast Jot. They were on the brink of death at your hands yesterday. Despite having mastered the awakening of their devil fruits, they collectively chose to conceal this fact. What rational person, when faced with impending doom, would still think to hold back?" As Palyasolino prepared tea, he articulated his musings. "And what are the implications? They all opted to hide the awakening of their devil fruits. This behavior suggests they possessed prior knowledge of their survival from your wrath yesterday. They seemed to bide their time, waiting for the most opportune moment to unleash their powers, with the intent to bring about your demise. The simultaneous assault by 13 non-fruit users, the concealed awakenings of the devil fruits by Big Barrel and the Moonlight Hunter, the oppressive might of the Tyrant King, and the sudden emergence of Barrett and Raidfield's Conqueror's Hockey when Zephyr and I attempted to intervene. When woven together, it evokes a sense of orchestration, as though an unseen hand has been pulling the strings, unifying these otherwise chaotic inmates to instigate today's rebellion." Palyasolino's words prompted a contemplative response from Rosen, for he too harbored a similar sentiment. The lethal ambush that transpired in infinite hell today bore the marks of meticulous planning rather than mere coincidence. It was clear that someone had orchestrated and facilitated this uprising. Baralik Raidfield, Zephyr suddenly interjected, revealing a name that lingered in the air: the Solitary Crimson. Both Rosen and Borisolino turned their gaze towards Zephyr. The name Barorik Lidefield was one they were well acquainted with. If one were to inquire about the most fearsome prisoner in the infinite hell, the Solitary Crimson would undoubtedly be among the foremost. Even when considering the combined might of all the prisoners currently besieging Rosen, they would still pale in comparison to the singular weight of Lidefield. In this boundless ocean, there exists a form of dominance that surpasses even the rare Conqueror's Hockey. Similar to the Conqueror's Hockey, it is an innate power, unattainable through mere training. This form of dominance may appear devoid of any offensive capability. However, at times, it can be far more terrifying than the attacks enveloped in Conqueror's Hockey. For while it may not inflict physical harm, it possesses the ability to utterly annihilate an individual on a mental and intellectual level. Leaning back against the sofa, Zephyr eloquently articulated the abilities of this form of dominance. Those who wield it can perceive the thoughts, emotions, and memories of others, conveying their own consciousness to influence the minds and thoughts of those around them, creating profound resonance and even altering an individual's values and beliefs. To illustrate, take the celestial dragons, who are, on average, contemptible beings, nearly identical in their wretchedness. Yet, should one endowed with this form of dominance choose to, they could completely transform a celestial dragon, turning them into a benevolent advocate for peace. This metamorphosis of values and consciousness occurs without the celestial dragon being aware. resulting in a fundamental transformation from within, rendering them an entirely different person. Moreover, this change is permanent and irreversible. Upon hearing this, Borsalino could not help but display a hint of seriousness. The highest echelon of observation haki. The moment Rosen perceived this semblance of divine power akin to that of a pirate deity, he immediately thought of the pinnacle of observation haki. Like the conqueror's haki, it is an inherent gift, unattainable through training. It is a power that transcends the mere foresight of the future. In the original narrative, Queen Odoheim possessed such power and utilized the utmost level of observation haki to completely transform the consciousness and values of a celestial dragon. Indeed, it is the highest form of observation haki, yet there is no need for alarm. This type of observation haki is rarer than the conqueror's haki itself, even more so than the kings who master the technique of enveloping with conqueror's haki. Even if you were to encounter it, there is no cause for concern. For this power, akin to the intimidation of conqueror's haki, is only effective against the weak in strength and resolute in will. Zephyr's words brought Borsalino a sense of relief. The peculiar reactions of those 13 pirates before and after their actions stemmed from the fact that this form of dominance cannot permanently alter their thoughts and values, but can merely influence their emotions transiently. Such a formidable creature as Ryūjin, even when confronted with those 13 miscreants today, found himself only able to momentarily sway their emotions through his supreme observation haki. After enduring years of confinement and impelled down and having his will nearly shattered, one must ponder, if Ryūjin had not been imprisoned but instead roamed within the territories of the world government, employing this observation haki to manipulate the minds of kings, would the affiliated nations heed the words of the 5 elders or the commands of Ryūjin? Zephyr elucidated the terrifying potential of the highest tier of observation haki. Thus, the riot initiated by the prisoners today was orchestrated by Ryūjin himself. This deadly ambush aimed at my demise is a gift from the solitary crimson figure. Indeed, what a grand display. Understanding the origins of the prison riot, Rosen did not express outrage. Rather, a subtle smile graced his lips as he lauded the audacity of the solitary crimson figure. One might question why Steelbone, who had already ascended to the rank of Marine Admiral, personally set out to apprehend Ryūjin. Was it not due to the 5 elders deeming him an immense threat that warranted the Admiral's direct involvement? Zephyr's words took Borsalino by surprise. Wait, Teacher Zephyr. Was it not Mr. Garp who defeated and imprisoned Ryūjin? Borsalino mused, perplexed by the connection to Fleet Admiral Kong. Beyond reading newspapers, trimming nails, and sipping tea, he harbored a passion for literature. Before graduating from the Naval Academy, aside from training, he spent his time immersed in the library, perusing various texts. The history books of the Academy clearly recorded the exploits of the naval heroes who vanquished and detained the solitary crimson figure. Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at Borsalino, refraining from answering. Have you ever heard of a naval admiral experiencing defeat during their tenure? Rosen interjected. Fleet Admiral Kong truly is both inexperienced and rigid. Upon hearing this, Borsalino could not help but marvel at the seemingly inadequate prowess of Steelbone Kong, juxtaposed with the formidable backing he possessed. As a Marine Admiral, he suffered a significant defeat at the hands of pirates during his prime. Yet, rather than facing disgrace, Steelbone Kong was promoted, ascending to the role of Supreme Commander of the World Government's military forces. Furthermore, the 5 elders even went so far as to alter the narrative surrounding a certain young girl named History, erasing the account of his defeat and substituting it with the tale of Garp imprisoning Ryūjin. Steelbone's strength lies not merely in his connections, but in his resilience and fortunate fate. Having traversed through the epics of Rocks, the 3 great dream pirates, and the reign of Roger, any admiral from history would have faltered. Yet, this individual remarkably encountered both Sengoku and Garp, 2 formidable figures endowed with conqueror's haki, who first dismantled the Rocks pirates, subdued Shiki, and then faced Roger as he disbanded his crew and surrendered. When Steelbone Kong is mentioned, even Zephyr cannot help but exclaim, the greatest obstacle in life was indeed vanquished by Ryūjin, who, on the verge of losing his life, fortuitously collided with the irate Garp, who had just lost the trail of Roger's pirates. Upon hearing this, Rosen cannot help but reflect. It appears that in the world of pirates, prior to Luffy's departure to sea, the true protagonist was not Joel D. Roger, but rather Steelbone Kong, a man who, during his tenure, commanded heroes, the Fairy Stones, and the Black Arm, boasting a luxurious lineup of dual kings and a Grand Admiral. in a scenario where the strong are led by the weak. There was neither a coup nor dissent, nor any inclination to defect. Moreover, when faced with each tyrant who ruled the Grand Line, he need not lift a finger. The Rocks pirates were resolved by Garp, Roger, and the Knights of God. The Flying Sky pirates were dealt with first by the Storm, then by Sengoku and Garp. As for the Roger pirates, their disbandment was precipitated by Roger's terminal illness followed by his surrender. It was a clear case of kings slaying kings, turning misfortunes into fortunes, as he ascended from admiral to supreme commander. In stark contrast, consider the later Akainu. His experience in the Marineford War, a trial for promotion, was one of hardship. Despite achieving extraordinary feats and delivering exceptional output, upon the war's conclusion, his superiors were unappreciative and his comrades were discontented. Thus, Akainu found himself embarking on a second promotion trial. After finally triumphing over Kazan and sparing him, his comrades chose to defect, opting for piracy instead of following Akainu. Placing their trust in Blackbeard, he initiated a world conscription, appointing Fujitora and Green Bull as admirals despite their inadequacies, one rebellious, the other lacking prowess. Among his three admirals, the only reliable ally remained Borsalino, his fellow townsman and classmate. So, do you now grasp the significance of Bartholomew Radefield? At this moment, Zephyr shifted his tone, no longer entangling himself in the topic of Steelbone Kong, but rather speaking to Rosen with profound significance. Zephyr boldly chose to unveil before the two students the greatest scandal of the former admiral that had been erased from history by the world government. This revelation was not born from any deep-seated animosity towards Steelbone Kong, nor was it an inclination to speak ill behind others' backs. In truth, the former admiral felt immense shame whenever he recounted his defeat at the hands of pirates, for he had once held the esteemed position of a marine admiral. Were it not for necessity, Zephyr would have refrained from mentioning this matter. However, he deemed it essential for Rosen to learn from history, to reassess the significance of the name Barolik Ladefield, a man capable of vanquishing the former marine admiral. This epitomizes the formidable essence of the Lone High Red. Even though Steelbone Kong's strength is neither comparable to that of Sengoku nor Akainu, a marine admiral remains a marine admiral, regardless of their prowess. From another perspective, considering Steelbone Kong's seemingly protagonist-like life story and fortune, the fact that Ladefield could still topple him and deliver a substantial fall serves as a testament to the overwhelming might of the Lone High Red in his prime. And what of the weight of the Lone High Red? What a pity, Rosen lamented. If only he had arrived a few years earlier. It would have been a different story. Now, it seems quite difficult to witness the full glory of Radefield. He lifted the teacup from the table, reclining slightly on the sofa, and savored a sip of the tea within. The conditions in the depths of hell are exceedingly harsh, and the meager provisions barely sustain the lives of the prisoners on the 6th level, keeping them from starvation and dehydration. Moreover, Radefield is a being devoid of fruit-based powers. To confine such a formidable entity, the cell is constructed from sea prism stone, with shackles and leg irons likewise forged from the same material. And even his body is bound with chains of sea prism stone. This oppressive and lightless confinement lasts for over a decade. Radefield is merely an ordinary human, not a cultivator. He practices hockey, not sorcery, and unlike Rosen, who has created the 6 library thief technique, allowing his body to remain perpetually youthful and his combat prowess to remain at its peak, he does not possess the notion of growing stronger with age. On the contrary, the solitary and proud crimson figure will only experience a decline in strength the longer he is imprisoned. This deterioration affects his physical techniques, swordsmanship, and hockey alike. After spending so many years in Impel Down, Radefield is certainly not comparable to his former self in his prime. However, defeating any subordinate of the 4 emperors known to me is undoubtedly within his capabilities. Zephyr articulated slowly. Is he even stronger than the subordinates of the 4 emperors? I am eagerly anticipating, Rosen remarked, nodding slightly, his eyes revealing a glimmer of expectation. With the emergence of the 7 warlords as a counterbalance to the 4 emperors in the Grand Line, it is evident that the New World too has been graced by the presence of this formidable force. However, Shanks, the red-haired, has yet to ascend to the rank of a future emperor. He occupies merely one of the legendary positions alongside Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, all of whom belong to the same era. Otherwise, Zephyr would not have claimed that the diminished strength of Ryderfield could still vanquish any of the 4 emperor's subordinates. After all, Ben Beckman is a powerhouse on par with Shanks. Nevertheless, Rosen remains profoundly intrigued by the solitary red. In the days that ensued, Zephyr refrained from intervening in Rosen's training. Nor did he formulate or amend any plans. Instead, he assumed a role akin to that of Palyasolino, merely accompanying Rosen to quell any potential prison riots. Rosen, for his part, adhered to the established regimen, clocking in at infinite hell in the morning, engaging in training at noon, experimenting with his newfound abilities in the afternoon, and enjoying free time for the remainder of the day. The only alteration in his routine was the method of checking in at infinite hell, which now involved adding an additional prisoner each day. As time passed, the number of prisoners Rosen faced during his daily check-in steadily increased. During this period, some inmates, upon being released, chose not to confront him but instead attempted to escape amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, the entrances and exits of infinite hell were closely guarded by Palyasolino and Zephyr, who strictly prohibited any prisoner from passing through. Consequently, some non-powered inmates, upon their release, resorted to attempting to break through the prison walls in their bid for freedom. Having observed these escape attempts for several days, Ryūjin, the head warden of Endowed, could no longer remain a passive observer. After all, it was his duty to oversee the prison. The sight of inmates attempting to vandalize Endowed right before his eyes compelled him to act, whether for the sake of his reputation, his responsibilities, or even his own safety. After exhausting various escape strategies that yielded no success, the prisoners of infinite hell gradually came to a realization. If they did not attempt to flee, they would only have to contend with Rosen alone. They could even band together to besiege him, knowing that Palyasolino, Zephyr, and Ryūjin would likely remain indifferent. However, should they choose to escape, they would face the combined might of a former admiral, a current admiral candidate, and the head warden of Endowed. Thus, the prisoners on the 6th level decisively opted for the former strategy. Faced with the futility of escape and the inevitability of death, they resolved to take a fellow inmate down with them. This became the consensus among all prisoners on the 6th level, driven to desperation. In the office of Admiral Akainu, Sengoku casually picked up the incessantly ringing transponder snail on the desk and answered the call. Marshals of the warring states. It is dire news. The fleet responsible for transporting the celestial gold has been seized by Don Quixote da Flamingo. As soon as the call connected, a voice filled with urgency and panic emerged from the receiver. What? Exclaimed da Flamingo, incredulous. How dare he? Sengoku's expression shifted slightly. As a man who stood at the pinnacle of the Navy headquarters, there were few occurrences in this vast ocean that could truly stir his emotions. When something did arise, it invariably pertained to the forces or formidable individuals at the zenith of the world. Such was the case with the matter reported by his subordinate through the Den Mushi. It involved the celestial dragons, the world government, and the very order of global power. After pilfering the treasure known as the heavenly gold, da Flamingo had submitted a demand to the headquarters via a naval branch in the North Sea. Should the headquarters acquiesce, he would return the heavenly gold. Otherwise, the naval officer responsible for the call appeared somewhat apprehensive, hesitant to continue speaking. Speak. The visage of Sengoku has returned to a state of calm. Don Quixote da Flamingo has requested the title of Warlord of the Sea. Should the headquarters refuse, he would spend the ensuing days doing nothing but fixating on the naval vessels transporting gold to the heavens, ready to plunder. These were the exact words of da Flamingo. The naval officer holding the Den Mushi dared not utter a sound, fearing the wrath of Sengoku's thunderous fury. I understand. You should continue to monitor the movements of Don Quixote da Flamingo. To the astonishment of the Marine, Sengoku's voice was not the furious outburst he had anticipated. Instead, it was remarkably composed as he conveyed his instructions before ending the call. Alas, has he become audacious enough to even dare to seize the heavens? That so-called king of the North Sea. Nearby, on the couch, Kazan lifted his eye mask, awakening from his slumber. The king of the North Sea refers, of course, to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Unlike other pirates in the four seas who are merely concerned with plundering or seizing territories, the Don Quixote pirates engage in far more nefarious activities in the West Sea. They collude with officials and merchants from the North Sea to traffic arms, peddle narcotics, and facilitate human trafficking for the nobility. Due to their immense power, they dominate the North Sea, overshadowing even Germa 66. Thus, Don Quixote da Flamingo has earned the title of King of the North Sea. King of the North Sea? It is merely a title held within a small pond. However, I must concede that Don Quixote da Flamingo, despite his audacity, has indeed made a cunning move. When the title of King of the North Sea was mentioned, Sengoku initially scoffed, only to later acknowledge that Doflamingo's act of seizing the sky gold was no trivial feat. Recently, I observed Doflamingo causing an increasing uproar in the North Sea. Consequently, I dispatched Tsuru to apprehend him. Yet, unbeknownst to us, he had already received word of our intentions. Before Tsuru even reached the North Sea, he had audaciously claimed the sky gold for himself. Doflamingo is aware that a celestial dragon identity stripped of its chip verification offers little protection, prompting him to covet the title of Warlord of the Sea. He wrapped his fingers on the desk, contemplating that with the Warlord title, his reputation would ascend further in the world. Unfettered by the Marine's pursuit, he could boldly traverse the Grand Line and even venture into the New World. Whether he chooses to ally with the Four Emperors or establish himself as a sovereign ruler, the Don Quixote pirates are destined to flourish. Kazan has also grasped why Doflamingo is willing to risk inciting the ire of the Marines and the world government in his audacious heist of the sky gold. First, Sengoku has dispatched Tsuru. Second, the warlord title would elevate Doflamingo's influence and renown. The Don Quixote family differs from other pirate factions. It is primarily a business-oriented clan. Without the warlord title, their myriad illicit enterprises, arms dealing, human trafficking, drug trafficking, would constantly face suppression from the Marines and the world government. This reality explains Doflamingo's reluctance to depart from the North Sea for the Grand Line. His operations there rely heavily on his dominion. However, the warlord title changes the game. As long as he pays his dues, he can engage in piracy, arms trading, slavery, drug trafficking, and other nefarious activities without restraint, allowing his influence to expand unabated. Once he secures the warlord title, Doflamingo will no longer be a mere petty tyrant in the North Sea, but rather a formidable force. While he may never ascend to the status of a Four Emperor, becoming one of the dark overlords in the New World would certainly be within his reach. Sengoku possesses an astute perception of character. After all, aside from his moniker Admiral of the Celestial Stone, he bears two other titles, Buddha of Sengoku and the Strategist. Merely by Doflamingo's advance request for the warlord title, Sengoku has already discerned the machinations that lie ahead. Ah, how intriguing, Mr. Waring states. Given the awareness of Don Quixote Doflamingo's intentions, it is imperative that he be denied the title of Warlord of the Sea. When the subject of the warlords arises, Kazan's tone betrays a hint of disdain. Indeed, no Navy officer with a sense of justice harbors any fondness for the title of Warlord of the Sea. The very establishment of this system is a profound affront and insult to the Navy. Alas, this is a system proposed by the Gorosei. It is futile to assert that Kazan, currently a mere admiral candidate, could alter it, even should he ascend to the rank of admiral. One must indeed provide it, Sengoku said, as he rubbed his brow thoughtfully. Why? It is perplexing to me that one would choose to nurture a young tiger, fully aware that it will grow to be a man-eater. Upon hearing this, Kazan's expression shifted dramatically. The equilibrium and stability of the world's order necessitate the institution of the Seven Warlords. Bestowing the title upon Don Quixote Doflamingo would undoubtedly give rise to a Dark Emperor. However, Doflamingo's ascendance would also contribute to a greater balance among the three major powers. Even if I were to decline, the five elders would surely acquiesce. Sengoku perceived Kazan's reluctance. Frankly, aside from lacking the conqueror's haki, Kazan is the successor he most favors. Kizaru is excessively diplomatic, while Akainu is overly extreme. Only Kazan embodies both benevolence and decisive measures. Should Doflamingo not be present, others would inevitably rise to assume the role of Seven Warlords. Sengoku suddenly sighed. He is an admiral, but first and foremost, he is a member of the Navy. Having ascended through the ranks to the position of admiral, he harbors a genuine disdain for the institution of the Seven Warlords. Yet, the higher one rises, the more one must contemplate. Unlike Kazan, who is still a candidate for admiral and can pursue justice at will, what options are left? First, one allows the absurd system of the Seven Warlords to trample upon the justice of the Navy headquarters, and then a pirate from the North Blue threatens the headquarters. While the world government may tolerate humiliation, the Navy cannot afford such disgrace. Following the O'Hara incident, Kazan, though he began to question the justice he upheld, had not yet descended into the lethargy of a lazy sense of justice. Thus, although he was not as extreme as Akainu, he remained a man of fervor. He certainly would not be rendered powerless. Seeing Kazan's agitation, Sengoku understood the profound impact the O'Hara incident had on this man. He also felt a twinge of regret for assigning Kazan to that mission. Just as Sengoku was about to open his heart and share his plans with Kazan, the telephone bug on the table suddenly emitted a series of urgent calls. Could it be Doflamingo again? Upon noticing this, Sengoku frowned, but quickly regained his composure and reached out to answer the call. Zhonghua, it is I, Zephyr. A voice that took Zhonghua by surprise emanated from the communicator. Aren't you currently supervising Rosen's internship in Impel Down? What prompts you to call me? Wait. You had better not be implying that a prison break has occurred in Impel Down. Sensing the weight in Zephy's tone, Zhonghua's heart tightened, instinctively fearing that an escape had indeed transpired in the depths of the infinite hell. After all, Zephyr had been utilizing the creatures from the infinite hell as training materials for Rosen's cultivation. Such actions are fraught with immense peril. On the contrary, perhaps in the future, the concept of an infinite hell will cease to exist. Zephyr's words left Sengoku both astonished and perplexed. Why? The warring states and Kuzan exchanged glances, each discerning doubt in the other's eyes. What could possibly be meant by the notion that there may no longer be an infinite hell in the future? They found themselves utterly perplexed. Aside from the solitary crimson and the devil's progeny that you refused to release, Rosen, he annihilated the boundless hell. Zephyr hesitated for a moment, then revealed an astonishing piece of information. What? Did you not claim to have prepared a list? Would it not limit Rosen to slaying a mere 30 prisoners? Sengoku stood up in astonishment, while Kazan beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. Had Rosen truly decimated the entirety of Impel Down's level 6? What commotion had transpired within the depths of that prison, involving Rosen and Master Zephyr? His rate of growth had undeniably surpassed the old man's expectations. I had attempted to introduce the prisoners at the end of the list earlier, but to no avail. I had also tried allowing 2 prisoners to serve as his sparring partners simultaneously, yet that too bore no fruit. Eventually, Rosen proposed a strategy to release 1 additional prisoner each day until only the strictly prohibited Douglas Bullet and Baroque Works crocodile remained in the depths of hell. With just a few words, Zephyr made Sengoku and Kuzan realize the astonishing pace of Rosen's development during his time in Impel Down. Although level 6 may not compare to the first 5 levels, it still housed at least 100 prisoners, each with bounties measured in the hundreds of millions. Are you implying that Rosen faced an entire level of level 6 prisoners alone and managed to wipe them out entirely? Upon receiving this revelation from Zephyr, Sengoku felt a shiver run down his spine. The news of Doflamingo's heist of gold from the heavens paled in comparison to this shock. Indeed, it bore less than 1% of its impact. Aside from the Devil's Descendant and the Solitary Red, Zephyr added for clarification. He accomplished this all by himself? Sengoku did not respond, but pressed for confirmation once more. He did it alone. Zephyr reaffirmed. Are you hurt? Sengoku recalled a certain matter. Unscathed. Zephyr's voice faded for a few seconds before uttering those 4 words. How long has Rosen been in Impel Down? Just over 3 months, not quite 4. Sengoku and Kuzan exchanged glances, each discerning the same incredulous thought in the other's eyes. It was simply unfathomable. Before entering Impel Down, Rosen was merely a freshman who had attended naval school for only 2 days. Yet, here he was, over 3 months later, having single-handedly annihilated an entire floor of the infinite hell. Moreover, he did so not in isolation, but by confronting all the LV6 inmates alone. Most astonishingly, he emerged completely unscathed. This was the crux of the matter. One must wonder how Sengoku and Kazan could not be astounded. Such an achievement, who in the headquarters, aside from an admiral, could dare to claim they could accomplish it? How did Rosen manage this? After a prolonged silence, Sengoku finally broke the stillness, posing a question he and Kazan were both eager to have answered. Upon hearing this, Zephyr did not respond immediately, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a moment, he began to speak slowly, transporting Sengoku and Kazan back to the Impel Down of a few hours prior. In the 4th level of Impel Down, within the office of the Scorching Hell, Miss Domino, thank you for your warm hospitality during this time. However, starting tomorrow, you need not prepare our meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner any longer. As Rosen gazed at Domino, who was tidying up the tableware, he spoke. Why, Mr. Rosen? Is there something lacking in the food I prepared? If so, I will rectify it immediately. Domino had just finished clearing the dishes in front of Rosen. As she bent down to pick up the plates and chopsticks from the table, she looked up at him closely. Utterly unconcerned that her movements had caused her neckline to lower, revealing a splendid view before Rosen. In recent days, although she had not accompanied Rosen into the infinite hell like Shiryu, she had encountered him frequently. Through occasional conversations with Borsalino and Zephyr, Domino had come to grasp the enormity of Rosen's prowess. The LV6 of Impelled Down, a place that countless prison personnel dared not enter lightly, had nearly been trampled by this man. Witnessing the birth of such a legend, even if her role was merely to prepare meals, imbued her with a sense of participating in history. No, you have done splendidly. I can see that every meal has been meticulously prepared by you. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the finest cuisine I have ever tasted since arriving in this world. However, having been at Impelled Down for some time now, I believe it's time for me to take my leave. Meeting Domino's gaze, Rosen gently shook his head. Class dismissed. Mr. Rosen, do you mean to depart from Emperor? Upon hearing this, Domino finally grasped the situation. The man before her was not a prison officer from Emperor, but rather a military academy student from the Navy headquarters. It was merely that Rosen's formidable prowess often overshadowed the fact that he was, indeed, a student. Indeed, it is time to depart. Indeed, I am profoundly grateful for your care. Had it not been for the exquisite meals you prepared daily, I doubt I could have endured staying in this place for several months. Rosen nodded in agreement. There was nothing left in Impelled Down that could compel him to remain. Neither the prisoners nor the extravagant marine feasts prepared by Domino held any further significance for his growth. After all, Impelled Down is a vast underwater prison. No matter how favorable the living conditions may be, it is still a prison, devoid of the fragrant allure of nature. Since he could no longer foster his development, Rosen naturally had no desire to linger any longer. Is that so? In truth, I have always known that Impelled Down is merely a fleeting way station in your life. This place is not your final destination, the Grand Line is. Domino murmured softly, setting down her utensils and rising to gaze at Rosen before her. She felt a sense of disorientation. This face, which she had seen for over 3 months, still seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Since the moment he first set foot in Impelled Down, she had observed Rosen transform daily. Initially, his features bore the clarity and innocence of a military academy student. Gradually, he cultivated the dignity and presence of a king. Now, every gesture exuded an air of sovereign authority. Even when smiling, and regardless of how gentle his tone might be, he still emanated an aura of superiority over nobles. I am but a humble deputy warden within Impelled Down. All I can do is assist you with your sustenance. Therefore, Mr. Rosen, I can only wish you well, that upon your departure from Impelled Down, you may thrive in the days to come on the Grand Line. Domino gazed deeply at Rosen, then bowed gracefully, her voice imbued with heartfelt wishes. Thank you. At these words, Rosen felt a subtle stir in his heart. He nodded in gratitude, then extended his hand to help Domino to her feet, gently patting her shoulder. Only then did he rise, flanked by the company of Borsalino and Zephyr, and step out of the room he had inhabited for over 3 months. Are you really leaving just like this, Junior? It wouldn't hurt to leave a contact number or something, Borsalino teased as they walked. As a seasoned official in his 40s, he could easily discern Domino's affection for Rosen. After all, you're single. Perhaps it was the impending departure from Impelled Down that prompted the usually stern Zephyr to agree with Borsalino for once, instead of countering him. I have no such intentions at the moment. Rosen certainly recognized Domino as feelings towards him. He was neither a eunuch nor interested in such a role. He simply had more pressing matters to attend to. Even if he desired luxury and beauty, it would have to wait until he stood atop the pinnacle of the sea. Moreover, what could be more exhilarating than wielding the soul-cutting blade? Why, Miss Domino, is it that she lacks beauty? Or do you believe her figure is not satisfactory? Borsalino found himself somewhat perplexed by Rosen's words. In his perspective, a young prodigy like his junior, possessing such formidable strength, should be in the prime of pursuing luxury and romance, reveling in the joys and sorrows of life. Not at all. Upon hearing this, Rosen's mind involuntarily conjured vivid memories of his experiences within the confines of Impelled Down. Through countless articles and photographs, he repeatedly recognized the brutality of pirates. By enduring the torments of the infinite hell, he felt the terror of piracy through the prisoners of level 6 time and again. Through the recollections of his past life, he grasped the ferocity of pirates before awakening the wisdom of his previous existence. With the exception of a few, to ordinary folk, pirates are indeed akin to locusts, even more terrifying than the latter. Instances like the devastation wrought by vicious dragons upon Cocoa West Village are not isolated incidents. Such horrors unfold continuously across diverse seas, nations, and towns. In fact, there are countless, even more gruesome acts. For instance, Rosen's homeland was obliterated by the hands of pirates. Indeed, Rosen is a traveler of worlds. But he has not usurped a life. Rather, he has been reborn and awakened to his past wisdom. This signifies that even before awakening the memories of his former self, he had lived for over a decade in the realm of piracy. These memories were not seized nor akin to merely watching a film. They were experiences he lived through. This grants him a certain sense of belonging to the world of pirates. Unlike other world travelers who take over lives and wreak havoc upon the pirate world, indifferent to the destruction of cities and nations, Rosen's connection is profound. Thus, under the guidance of Zephyr and Borsalino, he gradually developed a sense of identification with the Navy. As time progressed, especially during his extended stay in Impelled Down, this identification grew ever stronger. As for the world government, it may not be virtuous, and the celestial dragons are indeed the scum of the earth. However, the world government is one entity, and the celestial dragons another. What he identifies with is the Navy, distinct from the world government, and certainly not the celestial dragons. It should be. The pirates remain unvanquished. How can one speak of home? Scenes flashed rapidly through Rosen's mind, akin to a kaleidoscope of fleeting images. He paused momentarily, then turned to Zephyr and Borsalino, slowly articulating, "The pirates remain unvanquished. How can one speak of home?" Upon hearing this, Borsalino and Zephyr were taken aback, their skin prickling with a sudden chill, the teasing smiles on their faces vanishing in an instant. Whether it be the bygone era of the Black Arm or the present age of the Yellow Monkey, who among them has not harbored such dreams, albeit only as mere fantasies? The very thought of acting upon them was daunting, much less vocalizing such aspirations. They understood the impossibility of such endeavors, the challenge no less formidable than dismantling the world government and restructuring the world order. Yet, the words that they dared not utter found voice in Rosen, who even contemplated the pursuit of such a daunting task. "I do not dismiss your resolve, but surely you cannot contemplate family matters only after eliminating all pirates?" Having experienced the bittersweet nature of a fulfilling family, only to lose everything overnight and become solitary, Zephyr wished for Rosen to avoid a similar fate. Reaching an age devoid of kin, perhaps we should temper our ambitions, he suggested. With the four emperors still at large, how can one speak of home? Upon hearing this, Rosen found himself slightly reducing the enormity of the challenge. Yet, it remained a formidable undertaking. "Junior, from the perspective of a pirate, what you must undertake now bears little distinction from the trials of aspiring to become the pirate king." Borsalino shook his head. Whether it is the enduring existence of pirates or the unresolved status of the four emperors, the challenges are so formidable that they can only be described as incredulous. Particularly the former, as it presents a task far more daunting than seizing the title of pirate king or usurping the five elders. Is that so? However, senior, in this life, one must possess aspirations. Whether it be teacher Zephyr or yourself, both are men who stand at the pinnacle of the Navy, both past and present. If one does not dare to dream, what distinguishes them from a mere salted fish? Rosen gazed ahead at the entrance to the 6th level, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. This should be his final visit here. It was time to reach a conclusion with the prisoners of this infinite hell. Upon hearing his words, Borsalino remained silent, his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, flickering with a complex and inscrutable light. Zephyr too was silent, profoundly moved by Rosen's words, his heart tumultuous and unrestful. In this stillness, they once again traversed the entrance to Impelled Down Level 6, a path they had walked countless times over the past 3 months. The darkness, impervious to sunlight, enveloped them. The silence was so profound it felt as though a pin could be heard dropping. Additionally, an unbearable stench assailed their senses. As the trio stepped into the 6th level, they were immediately confronted by the unique darkness, silence, and odor that defined this infinite hell. "You have arrived." Shiryu, who had been waiting in the infinite abyss, finally laid his eyes upon the 3 newcomers, his gaze immediately fixating on Rosen. Though his demeanor remained defiant, the wildness in his eyes was forcibly subdued upon encountering Rosen. Impelled Down's iron wall, the second strongest man in the prison, was suppressing his brilliance. Over the course of 3 months, Shiryu had witnessed Rosen's transformation firsthand. In terms of power, he had evolved from a being with the potential to surpass an admiral to a true monstrosity. Mentally, he shed the naivety of a military academy student. emerging as a sovereign who gazes disdainfully upon the ocean. Even Shiryu, in the face of the current Rosen, dared not exhibit the same recklessness as before. Especially at the prison gate just moments ago, Shiryu had heard clearly the words, "How can one consider home while the pirates remain unvanquished?" This statement profoundly shook him. From the nuances of his speech, he sensed an unwavering resolve. In essence, Rosen's words were not mere rhetoric. They were as steadfast as the justice upheld by the three admirals, implemented through action. "Are you prepared, Chief Guard Shiryu?" Rosen inquired, turning toward Shiryu, who remained as courteous as ever. Even though he was aware that Shiryu would soon become the second-in-command of the Blackbeard pirates, he still addressed him as Chief Guard. What has not transpired remains non-existent. One cannot merely define each living individual through the lens of the original narrative. This is his perspective. As long as he pulls this lever, every cell in the infinite abyss, except for the two chambers housing Baloric Raidfield and Douglas Barrett, will spring open. Simultaneously, the keys to the shackles binding their feet, the handcuffs, and the chains would automatically descend into their cell. Shiryu rested his hand on a mechanical lever. "You should be well aware of the consequences that will ensue once this lever is pulled. Are you certain you wish for me to proceed?" Rosen, he fixed his gaze upon him, enunciating each word deliberately. Should the lever be pulled, the myriad cages of the infinite hell would swing open, and the keys to the shackles, like irons and chains binding the prisoners, would descend upon them. At that moment, the level 6 of Impel would herald the emergence of monsters, a chaotic dance of demons. Rosen was acutely aware of this impending turmoil, yet he maintained a serene demeanor and nodded gently. "Please, pull the lever, Chief Shiryu. Just lower it, and you need not concern yourself with what follows. It matters not what choices the prisoners make upon their release, whether they unite for battle, scheme their escape, or pursue other endeavors." Rosen's gaze remained fixed on Shiryu, who held the lever firmly. "I shall eradicate them all right here." The instant the prisoners of infinite hell stepped beyond the confines of their cells, not a single one left. Rosen's tone was so calm, as if recounting a predetermined fact from the past, and yet Shiryu chose to believe. Even though, in his former perspective, such a notion seemed utterly absurd, he now found himself convinced. No, rather, he was compelled to believe. This conviction did not arise from the intimidation of Rosen's domineering presence, but rather stemmed from his own experiences over the past few months. Each time he encountered Rosen, he was astounded to witness the man's tangible progress. This phenomenon had become a daily occurrence for Shiryu over the preceding months. The relentless cycle of profound astonishment had etched itself deeply within the recesses of his mind, a memory that would remain indelible throughout his lifetime. "Then allow me to witness it." Shiryu gazed intently at Rosen, aware that this would be the final battle he would witness from the man he had encountered and impelled down. With a sharp click, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of mechanical gears turning, he had pulled down the lever in his hand. Subsequently, the gates of the myriad cages in the infinite hell swung open in succession. Some bars flung outward, while others ascended skyward. Simultaneously, with the exception of two cells located in the deepest recesses of infinite hell, which even Shiryu could not access, all cell doors unlatched. Furthermore, keys cascaded from the air, landing before the prisoners in each cell. Witnessing their confinement dissolve, the keys that could liberate them from shackles and chains appearing before them. One would expect that any prisoner in such a situation would be overwhelmed with elation, eagerly unbinding themselves and bursting forth from their cages. They would be free to swim in the vastness of the sea or soar high in the sky. But now, faced with keys tantalizingly close at hand, the likes of Katerina Devon, Baskerville Choate, Alvaro Pizarro, and 100 other LV6 prisoners displayed not a hint of excitement or enthusiasm. There was not even a trace of joy to be found among them, only a chilling numbness. Indeed, it was numbness. Over the past months, they had endured the opening of shackles and the unlocking of cells far too many times, particularly for those, like Katerina Devon, who were among the first to be released. They had experienced this no fewer than 70 or 80 times. During that time, they had attempted every conceivable strategy, banding together to ambush Rosen, futile, dividing their numbers to stall Rosen while others made their escape, futile, scattering like birds and beasts, each running their own way to create confusion, still futile. Regardless of how many LV6 prisoners were released, it mattered not. Regardless of the course of action they choose, be it combat, flight, or the destruction of the prison, the outcome remains singular and inevitable. They are reduced to mere fodder for Rosen's training, battered to the brink of death, and subsequently dragged back to their respective cells by Shiryu. discarded like refuse. Some of the more fortunate inmates may experience fleeting moments of freedom, perhaps released only to be swiftly subdued and returned to their cages. However, they have witnessed this grim cycle transpire countless times, whether through personal experience or as witnesses. The nightmares inflicted by Rosen's relentless dominion over the past few months have nearly shattered the will of the monsters confined in this infinite hell. The creaking of the cell door, the loosening of shackles and fetters, these are not heralds of freedom for the level 6 prisoners, but rather the relentless descent into despair once more. Despairing, are we? Indeed, such is the fate that befits you as prisoners. Allow me to share a moment of joy. Rosen cast a sweeping glance over the inmates confined within LV6, observing their vacant expressions, as though they had entirely relinquished their will to resist and fight. With a few carefully chosen words, he rekindled the dullness in their eyes, igniting a flicker of resentment and murderous intent, as mere materials for cultivation. You have utterly forfeited this qualification. Thus, this shall be your final moment. Soon, I shall draw the curtain on this prolonged internship that has spanned several months, and naturally, I shall also conclude your lives as pirates. Here, I sincerely invite all of you from the infinite hell to assist me once more, with your blood to witness my graduation, and with your bones to pave my path towards becoming a naval officer. I, Rosen, am profoundly grateful. As Rosen spoke, each syllable pierced like an indomitable black blade, penetrating the hearts of every prisoner. He dismantled their numbed states, igniting their fury and wrath. Yet, the bitter defeats of the preceding months had taught them that no matter their efforts, the outcome would remain unchanged. Caught in the throes of anger and reason, between murderous intent and harsh reality, their spirits endured relentless torment, plunging them into a state of madness. Fully aware of the futility of their plight, they found themselves unable to remain passive. Cognizant that resistance bore no fruit, they could not simply await their demise. Rosen, suddenly, an unknown voice erupted, belonging to an unidentified prisoner, who let out a frantic roar. In an instant, his eyes became bloodshot, radiating a formidable aura. As he charged towards Rosen with the ferocity of a cornered beast, exuding a palpable sense of murderous intent. His howl, his assault, resembled a cascade of falling dominoes. The initially apathetic prisoners transformed into wild animals, driven by an insatiable hunger for blood, recklessly attacking Rosen without regard for life or death, victory or defeat. Their singular obsession became clear. They would rather perish than not take a piece of flesh from this man. This was the thought of Catherine Dye, Basque Jot, and Alvaro Pizarro. Likewise, all the released prisoners shared this sentiment. In the past, some prisoners harbored ulterior motives, intending to slip away unnoticed amidst the chaos of others attacking Rosen, but now, none entertained such thoughts. The relentless cycle of defeat and confinement, the unending torment and suffering, had finally united these monstrous beings, terrifying enough to erase all traces of their existence from history. Such remarkable eyes. After so many days apart, I finally beheld the gaze of a monster. Now, let us bring this to a final conclusion. Observing the LV6 prisoners, surging towards him like a pack of wolves, or rather, a horde of ruthless sea creatures, Rosen calmly drew the blade from his waist, releasing his grip on the hilt and allowing the blade to plummet directly to the ground. Bankai. Cherry Blossom, the spectral scene. Bankai. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. As Rosen's indifferent voice echoed, the Zanpakuto that slipped from his grasp did not bounce off the cold, hard floor of impelled down level 6. Instead, it sank as if it had fallen into a lake, submerging from the tip of the blade, through the body, and finally the hilt, until the entire Zanpakuto was engulfed by the ground. In that fleeting moment, as the ground completely consumed the Zanpakuto, ripples spread out in concentric circles, and then one massive Zanpakuto after another rose from the waves. Each blade was of a size comparable to that of a giant. In the blink of an eye, thousands of such colossal Zanpakuto had emerged from the earth, seemingly intent on occupying every corner of this infinite hell, transforming it into a terrifying array of blades. However, in the face of this sudden turn of events, the prisoners of infinite hell, including Katerina Devon, remained utterly unmoved. Their wills had ascended to a state bordering on madness. Even the emergence of thousands of giant Senbenzakura could not halt their relentless pursuit of bloodshed. Scatter, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, Rosen uttered coldly, his gaze unwavering. With a sharp crack, accompanied by a series of hair-raising clashing sounds, the thousands of colossal Zanpakuto shattered into pieces from tip to hilt, transforming under the soaring pink light into an unfathomable number of cherry blossom blades. Has my junior's blade truly reached such heights? Borsalino gazed at the overwhelming sea of cherry blossom blades before him, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses wide with astonishment. He was well aware that Rosen's Zanpakuto could continually strengthen through the development of his devil fruit powers. What he did not anticipate was that his junior had advanced the fruit's capabilities to this extent. Recalling the first time he had encountered Senbonzakura, which could only split into 1,000 blades, it had only been a few months since then. Now, with the complete liberation of Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, the number of blades it produced exceeded even the bounty of Joel D. Roger. The passage of time had been remarkably brief. Yet the increase in the number of Senbonzakura was astonishing. How could this not move Borsalino? He had truly matured into a formidable force. Zephyr gazed at Rosen, standing amidst the sea of cherry blossom blades, as if he beheld a naval king capable of overshadowing all others, descending like the rising sun upon this vast ocean. This sight filled him with profound satisfaction, even causing glimmers of tears to well in the corners of his eyes. Never had he felt such exhilaration and pride. Even when he first taught Borsalino and Sakazuki, both of whom had grown into admiral-level students, he understood well that producing monsters of admiral caliber ensured the continuation of the Navy's legacy. Yet, nurturing a being like Rosen could elevate the Navy to unprecedented heights. This monster, in the presence of Rosen, who exhibited the prowess of Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, even the legendary figures of the bygone era, the solitary crimson and the progeny of the devil, imprisoned in the deepest recesses of infinite hell, instinctively rose to their feet. They gazed at the tidal wave of pink blades, woven from countless cherry blossom edges, surging past their cells, and for the first time felt a chill creep over them. This sensation was not solely due to the might of Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, but also the astonishing pace of Rosen's growth. As the legendary warriors of the Navy and the pirates were moved, Rosen suddenly lifted his right foot and gently stomped it against the ground. A hissing sound erupted, and waves of armament haki surged forth from him like a volcanic eruption, cascading through the sea of cherry blossom blades beneath him in every direction. The chilling sounds of clashing swords reverberated as the once sweeping pink sea of blades transformed. Every cherry blossom edge was enveloped in an eerie black glow under the influence of his armament haki. Each minuscule cherry blossom blade morphed into a black sword. There were at least tens of billions of such diminutive black swords. The black sea of blades traversed every corridor of infinite hell, engulfing every cell and enveloping every LV-6 prisoner rushing towards Rosen. Farewell to all the denizens of infinite hell, as Rosen murmured softly, his outstretched right arm clenched into a fist. A cataclysmic surge of countless cherry blossom blades erupted with fervor akin to a torrential flood breaching its banks, sweeping with a terrifying force through every corner of the infinite hell. The relentless tide of black blades, brimming with a formidable brilliance capable of cleaving mountains and rending the earth, engulfed each prisoner within the infinite hell, subjecting them to dismemberment. With each fleeting moment, the sixth level of impel echoed with the resounding, ceaseless sounds of blades piercing flesh, reminiscent of 1,000 agonizing cuts. Yet, this torment was not inflicted upon a solitary individual, but rather a multitude. Hundreds of prisoners, each a monstrous entity with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions, some possessing strengths that surpassed even 800 million. Nonetheless, whether they belonged to the Zoan, Paramecia, or ancient species, or even the mythical, all stood powerless before the overwhelming might of the cherry blossom blades imbued with formidable haki. They resembled mere blades of grass before a raging flood. The only outcome was to be submerged, flattened, uprooted, and ultimately swept away. Similarly, no matter if one was an expert in haki, a master of physical combat, or an unparalleled swordsman, all would ultimately be consumed and ruthlessly dismembered by this relentless tide of black blades. Amidst the incessant cacophony of tearing fabric, Zephyr, Borsalino, and Ryūjin, standing at the entrance of the sixth level, observed with clarity the unending torrent of black blades, which bore witness to the blossoming of crimson blood flowers. Both tragic and beautiful, such blood flowers bloomed in the hundreds, and as the new blossoms ceased to flourish, the old ones withered away completely. The tempestuous sea of cherry blossom blades, which threatened to fill every corridor and cell within the infinite hell, began to recede, akin to the ebbing tide following a flood. Waves of black blades surged backward, and as they approached Rosen, the haki enveloping the cherry blossom blades began to dissipate. The dark light faded, transforming the once lethal blades into a more ethereal visage. With the complete dissolution of haki, the flowing cherry blossom blades began to reassemble, returning to their original form as colossal zanpakuto piercing the heavens, creating ripples that cascaded downward. When the last of the ripples faded, the towering zanpakuto, once akin to mountain peaks, had vanished as if they had never graced this world. Only the blood-red figures, standing like statues at various positions within Impel LV6, adorned with wounds that stained the ground crimson, remained as evidence of the overwhelming cherry blossom blade sea that had once descended upon infinite hell, claiming the lives of over 100 prisoners in an instant. Cherish this fleeting time, for it is precious and dwindling. Valoric Raidfield. Rosen sheathed 1,000 cherry blossoms, his gaze sweeping past a prisoner clad in tattered blood garb, whose body bore no unblemished patch. His eyes ultimately settled on the profound abyss of the infinite hell. Indeed. You as well, Douglas Barrett remarked, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Surrounded by Zephyr and Borsalino, he turned to depart from this boundless hell. Now steeped in blood and silence, he spoke with sincerity. Were it not for the stringent orders from the naval headquarters prohibiting the release of the two of you, today S. Grimseen would likely have claimed 2 more lives. Thus, savor a few more breaths of fresh air. The time allotted to you relics of a bygone era is truly waning. S. gaze swept over the countless mutilated corpses of prisoners. Just moments ago, as Rosen brushed past him, he could sense it. Were it not for the stringent orders of the warring states, prohibiting the release of Douglas Barrett and Valoric Raidfield without explicit permission, this man would undoubtedly unleash the 2 most formidable monsters of infinite hell. Consequently, alongside the solitary Red and the Devil's Descendant, along with hundreds of other prisoners, they would be buried within the black tide of blades woven from the cherry blossoms and armed haki. This time, refrained from clearing up the aftermath for Rosen. For all the prisoners had been released, leaving no survivors. There was no need to return them to their cages. His sole task was to turn away and inform the other prison personnel to properly arrange and seal the bodies of these prisoners, either for exhibitions worldwide to instill fear or to different research facilities for human experiments. In any case, from this day forth, infinite hell would be reduced to merely 2 occupants, nearing absolute emptiness. This, however, was only temporary. Once the Navy headquarters granted approval to release the solitary Red and the Devil's Descendant, infinite hell would face an unprecedented total evacuation. The sound of footsteps faded until silence enveloped the depths of infinite hell. It seemed that Douglas Barrett and Valoric Raidfield, the legends of a bygone era and the kings atop all prisoners of infinite hell, remained entranced by the shock waves unleashed by the cherry blossoms. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku and Kuzan fell into an unspoken silence after listening to Zephyr's account through the transponder snail. 1 against 100. These were no ordinary pirate rabble, but individuals whose bounties exceeded 100 million. With unscathed precision, they had dispatched 100 foes in a mere instant. Such power was a rarity even within the entire Navy headquarters. Each of these men stood at the pinnacle of the million-strong Navy, akin to Kazan, Sakazuki, and the ever-watchful Palyasalino beside Rosen, as well as Sengoku in his Buddha form. Others, like Garp and Zephyr in their prime, might not have achieved the same feat, not due to a lack of strength, but because of the nature of their abilities. In the world of pirates, professions exist. Regardless of whether one wields a logia, zoan, or paramecia, the most elite devil fruits possess extraordinarily potent area of effect capabilities. Among the 3 types, the logia fruits particularly excel in AoE damage and range. Garp and Zephyr are pure masters of physical techniques and haki. Although one possesses a repertoire of area attacks, each discipline has its own specialization. When it comes to area of effect damage and range, one cannot possibly compare to the likes of Kuzan, Sakazuki, or Borsalino, the formidable users of the natural type devil fruits. After all, magma, ice, and light are not merely natural types. They represent the pinnacle of nature's formidable essence. If my memory serves me correctly, the weapon fruit was previously just an ordinary paramecia type devil fruit. It cannot even be regarded as the supreme paramecia, let alone the pinnacle of its kind. However, I cannot shake the feeling that, in the hands of Rosen, the weapon fruit has been forcefully evolved into a top-tier paramecia devil fruit. After a brief silence, Kazan finally spoke again, shattering the tranquility of the Admiral's office. This is the essence of his terror. Across the Grand Line, those renowned for their formidable devil fruit abilities owe their strength primarily to the fact that the fruits they have consumed are inherently powerful. Figures such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, and myself are no exceptions. Sengoku nodded slightly, acknowledging Kazan's assertion, yet Rosen is different. His strength lies in his versatility and is unaffected by external factors. Whether it be physical prowess, hockey, or devil fruit abilities, even with an ordinary paramecia, Rosen could, with his extraordinary insight, unlock the might of the most powerful paramecia. His voice carried a hint of astonishment and admiration. Even a powerful and proud figure like the Admiral cannot deny Rosen's terrifying potential. So, Mr. Sengoku, what do you intend to do? Will you acquiesce to Zephyr's request and release Baralik Raidfield, or will you refuse him? Kazan already harbored a vague answer in his heart. Upon learning through the Den Mushi about Rosen's annihilation of 100 prisoners from Infinite Hell, he understood the answer. Zephyr, you and Rosen should return to the headquarters first. As for the matter of releasing Baralik Raidfield, I assure you. Indeed. Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and addressed Zephyr. However, you should be well aware of the significance of the solitary crimson. Even the combined count of the 100 prisoners slain by Rosen pales in comparison to its existence. Should Raidfield be released and conflicts erupt in the Infinite Hell, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the prison. Given that Impelled Down bears the critical responsibility of confining the world's malevolence, we cannot afford any missteps. Therefore, you must return first. I will make arrangements for Rosen, providing him with a suitable venue for his Naval Academy graduation. Upon learning that Rosen had nearly ravaged the Infinite Hell, Sengoku realized that Rosen possessed at least the strength of a candidate admiral or beyond. This rendered Impelled Down, as a training ground, utterly futile. For Rosen, it would no longer serve the purpose of gaining experience. Thus, it is preferable to summon Rosen back to headquarters. Coincidentally, Borsalino has also been away for some time. It would be prudent to recall him as well. After all, having spent an extended period in the environment of Impelled Down, Sengoku harbored concerns that Rosen's character might be adversely affected, becoming distorted, much like Sakazuki, mercilessly exterminating all pirates without a trace of compassion. Excellent, the old man declared, ready to accompany Rosen and Borsalino back to headquarters. Zephyr understood the gravity of the situation. Sengoku was not merely stalling, but rather urging that Raidfield required substantial preparations. To begin with, a venue capable of accommodating a duel between Rosen and the solitary Red was of utmost necessity. The conversation between me and Sengoku was overheard by both of you. Is there any further inquiry? After Zephyr ended the call, his gaze shifted towards Rosen, primarily inquiring about the student. As for Borsalino, the once prominent figure now diminished, he had successfully honed Rosen, this new talent, into a force surpassing the former's prowess. Naturally, he would not concern himself with the sentiments of the fated Borsalino. Let us return to headquarters then. Rosen bore no objections to Sengoku's summons. In fact, he felt a certain delight in it. Sengoku's apprehensions were not without merit. He had spent months within the confines of Impelled Down, enduring the bleak and frigid atmosphere, clocking in endless hours of torment alongside the prisoners. Even with Zephyr and Borsalino by his side, the oppressive environment grew stifling over time. It was fortuitous to return to the Navy headquarters for a brief respite, to unwind both body and mind. Then, he would confront the solitary Red and the Devil's progeny, bringing closure to his military academy journey. After all, once he obliterated these remnants of a bygone era within Impelled Down, Rosen would no longer be a mere student of the Navy, but would graduate into a true naval officer. Thereafter, he would face the vast and tumultuous seas of the Grand Line. The adversaries would no longer be the vanquished remnants imprisoned in Impelled Down, but rather the titans of this era, reigning over the seas with formidable power and expansive territories. With this resolution, upon leaving the endless torment of Impelled Down, Rosen did not return to the 4th level for lunch as usual. Instead, he proceeded directly to the 1st floor above sea level. However, as they traversed the massive iron gates of the 1st floor, arriving at the entrance of Impel, they beheld Domino directing several prison staff, carefully transporting steaming dishes covered with cling film onto the deck of a warship anchored on the sea. Look, Junior, how considerate. They knew you were departing from Impel and even skipped lunch, opting to bring your meal directly to the ship. Thanks to you. Zephyr and I can avoid the discomfort of returning to headquarters on an empty stomach. As Borsalino witnessed this scene, he could not help but nudge Rosen with his shoulder. Indeed, it was his shoulder that made contact, not his head. This was because, after months of rigorous training under the tutelage of Kizuru, Rosen had undergone a remarkable transformation, experiencing not only significant advancements in his hockey, combat skills, and devil fruit abilities, but also a notable increase in height. When he departed from Marine headquarters, he barely stood over 2 meters tall, a stature that in the pirate world could be considered somewhat juvenile. Standing alongside Guillaume, he evoked the impression of a small horse struggling to pull a heavy cart. However, that was no longer the case. Now, even when standing next to Borsalino, who possessed the height of an admiral, Rosen held his own, neither inferior nor lacking, and perhaps even surpassing him, dispelling any semblance of the earlier image of a child standing beside a giant. Thus, when Borsalino swung his shoulder, it coincidentally collided with Rosen's shoulder. Although it is often said that the affections of a beautiful person are the most difficult to endure, I would advise you to remain humble. As Borsalino remarked, he had yet to have his lunch. Surely, as a student, you would not be so cruel as to let your teacher return to headquarters on an empty stomach. Would you? Perhaps witnessing Rosen's growth and impending graduation stirred a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of a great eagle soaring high with the winds, ascending to incredible heights. In an unusual display of camaraderie, the typically stern Zephyr joined in the banter, teasing Rosen alongside Borsalino, with whom he shared a notoriously tumultuous relationship. Faced with the playful jests of both teacher and senior, Rosen could only shake his head and chuckle. Mr. Rosen, Instructor Zephyr, Commodore Kizaru. At that moment, Domino noticed Rosen's presence and hurriedly approached. After exchanging pleasantries with a few individuals, she remarked, "You previously mentioned that I need not prepare meals starting tomorrow. Yet I have already prepared today as fare. These dishes are crafted from medium-sized sea kings. Whether discarded or fed to the prisoners in the jail, it would constitute a tremendous waste. Therefore, I took the liberty of having the prepared food transported to the warship. Surely, you want to hold my initiative against me?" As she explained, she keenly observed Rosen's expression. Seeing no sign of displeasure from him regarding her unilateral decision, she felt a slight sense of relief. "We certainly do not hold it against you. In fact, we are grateful for your thoughtful gesture." Kizuru and Zephyr exchanged glances before responding in unison. "Let us proceed. Allow the youth their time. Come, hasten to board the ship for a meal with me." With that, Zephyr swiftly grasped Borsalino and whisked him away, leaving Rosen and Domino in solitude. "Thank you," Rosen remarked, casting a glance at the array of delectable dishes spread across the deck before turning his gaze back to Domino, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Was this not the agreement from the very beginning? You are under the watch of Chief Shirey and impelled down, tasked with escorting you to level 6, while my duty lies in ensuring your sustenance. As you have yet to truly depart, I shall honor my promise and prepare food for you." Domino displayed no hint of embarrassment, openly revealing her sentiments. Such is the world of pirates. Whether they be pirates or marines, humans or other races, there exists a profound sense of romance and boldness, allowing for authentic and unreserved self-expression, devoid of any shyness or concealment. "Do you carry any weapons?" Gazing at the golden-haired warden, who had accompanied him for months in the depths of Impel Down, perpetually clad in military garb that accentuated her alluring figure, Rosen suddenly inquired. "Of course there is." Domino responded with a hint of surprise and confusion, yet she accepted her weapon from the hands of a prison officer. As the warden of the prison, albeit in a deputy capacity, she held a position of considerable authority. Within the vast confines of Impel Down, her rank was comparable to that of a rear admiral in the Navy. The weapon she wielded, while not a renowned blade, was far from a mere mass-produced standard issue. It was a finely crafted long sword. Upon receiving the sword that Domino had offered, Rosen grasped the hilt and drew the blade from its sheath. The long-awaited sunlight illuminated the blade, revealing a chilling sharpness. He inspected the sword in his hand, and as he held the hilt, visible streams of violet-black energy began to swirl and dance towards the blade, entwining it in a mesmerizing display, cloaking the entire sword, from hilt to tip, in a metallic sheen of darkness. Compared to before, the blade now exuded an indomitable weightiness. "Teacher Zephyr, what do you suppose the junior is attempting to accomplish?" wondered Borsalino, holding a bowl of fried noodles, as he stood on the deck, observing the intriguing scene unfolding at the entrance of Impel Down with Rosen and Domino. Initially, It was merely a casual remark, but as soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed Rosen return the transformed black blade back to Domino. Impossible, Poliusolino exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Rosen had truly transformed Domino's sword into a black blade. Zephyr, witnessing this spectacle, felt a sudden change in his expression. Anyone could temporarily imbue their sword with haki, turning it into a black blade, but this transformation was fleeting. Only a select few master swordsmen could permanently forge their swords into eternal black blades. Yet, what was happening now? Zephyr had clearly seen Rosen return the sword to Domino. But the haki enveloping the blade had not dissipated, it remained in its black blade form. No, this cannot be. Even the most elite swordsman would require a decade of relentless cultivation with haki, coupled with numerous harrowing battles between life and death, to possibly achieve a blade that would never revert. Yet, this junior had accomplished it in merely 3 seconds. What was this? A wholesale supply of black blades. Forged in 3 seconds? Poliusolino, holding a bowl of ramen, was so astonished that his mouth fell agape, even causing 2 strands of noodles to erupt from his nostrils instead of being swallowed. It was no wonder Poliusolino was taken aback. Rosen's feat was simply astounding. Forging a black blade in 3 seconds could indeed qualify him as a wholesaler. Even Dracul Mihawk would surely shed tears at this display. Thankfully, Gecko Moria had unearthed the grave of Frost Moon Ryoma. Otherwise, even the coffin lid would be unable to contain the shock. Was this the legendary black blade? Mr. Rosen, you have transformed my sword into a black blade? Domino stared blankly at the sword Rosen had returned, utterly bewildered, though her own strength was modest. She possessed enough discernment to understand the significance of a black blade, regardless of the initial quality of the weapon, once forged into a black blade. It surpassed even the finest swords in value. Yet here was Rosen, effortlessly crafting one before her eyes and gifting it to her. This was truly priceless. I cannot accept it. A weapon like the black blade can only unleash its true potential in your hands. In mine, it would merely be a pearl tarnished. Domino promptly pushed the black blade back. This is not the black blade. Rosen restrained Domino's hand. How could it not be the black blade? Domino picked up her sword once more, realizing that Rosen had neither touched her sword nor released his armament haki. Yet, her sword still maintained the appearance of the black blade. Not only she, but even Zephyr and Borsalino on the warship perked up, their eyes fixated on Rosen. The black blade is merely an exterior facade. The reason for this transformation is that I have sealed my armament haki within your sword. As long as you do not expend the armament haki sealed within, this sword will consistently retain an appearance akin to that of the black blade. Rosen's words momentarily relieved Zephyr and Borsalino, but soon their eyes widened in astonishment. What? Sealing haki? They were aware that the power of armament haki could be transferred to a weapon. However, they also knew that if one ceased to continuously release haki, or if the weapon was relinquished, the haki entwined around